Chapter 271, More Celestials. What? The spaceships were destroyed in an instant. The Grandmaster was stunned. Isn't Su Yu a little too strong? He shouted to his female guard, Topaz, behind him. Quick, prepare the spaceship, we have to fly away. Topaz pointed to the front with a trembling finger. He is here. Grandmaster turned his head stiffly and immediately put on a professional fake smile on his face. Su, it's all a misunderstanding. Su Yu grabbed him by the neck. Just because I didn't kill you before, you thought that I wouldn't touch you. He directly activated the penance stare, which was immediately followed by the Grandmaster's shrill screams. He was currently feeling the suffering of the gladiators who have been killed because of him for countless years. The Grandmaster's eyes were releasing smoke as he desperately pleaded. Su, I'll give you all the money, you really can't kill me, but don't torture me anymore. You're a loser now, and you truly believe you can't die just because of making an agreement with death. Su Yu shook his head. Death can refuse your entry to the underworld, but it doesn't mean I can't just erase you. An omega beam shot from his eyes, directly scorching the Grandmaster black. His combined fire also rushed into his body and began to burn him from the inside. Su, I am one of the elders of the universe. If you kill me, the one above all will not ignore it. Feeling the threat of death, he desperately tried to grasp at straws. Su Yu spat to the side. After living for countless years, you still are afraid of death. You're such a coward. He stared hard, and the phoenix fire instantly burned him to ashes, leaving not even a soul behind. Thump tilde. Topaz directly kneeled. Su Yu glanced at her and prepared to judge her. If you can bear it, I will spare your life. It's a pity that this woman has also committed a lot of evil, and soon her eyes were burned black. Loki was stunned and couldn't suppress a shiver. Sky deliberately said, Su, why don't you try your penance stare with your brother-in-law as well? After all, he has done a lot of bad things before as well. Loki hurriedly said, Brother-in-law, I haven't done bad things for a long time, please don't try it on me. Su Yu looked at Courier. Take someone to release all the gladiators in the arena and pay them the toll with the Grandmaster's money. Courier nodded and pulled Banner away. As my boyfriend, you need to help me too. Banner wanted to die. Just looking at this woman was enough to make his hips ache. Boom! The sky above the arena suddenly became dark, and two 1,000-meter-tall celestials fell heavily on the ground, trampling several buildings. It's HAREM the Measurer and Jemiah the Analyzer. Loki murmured, Su, the people you provoke are a bit too strong. Even Odin didn't dare to provoke them easily. HAREM roared, Su Yu, you killed the members of our group and killed one of the elders of the universe. Are you challenging us? Jemiah said lightly, Su Yu, hand over the Infinity Stones and Phoenix Force and follow us to the Cosmic Court for trial. Otherwise, we will have to kill you without mercy. We will not only kill you, but also your relatives and all the humans on Earth. Diana stood up. Who do you think you are to decide the life and death of a whole planet at will? The people who were watching the show from a relatively safe distance started to discuss. These are the legendary Celestials. I didn't expect their strength to be this terrifying. Who actually dared to offend them? It looks like Su Yu, the biggest scumbag in the universe, the same one who killed Darkseid. Both sides are too strong. Sakaar will end up being destroyed by them if they fight. Su Yu flew straight out and transformed into a 1,500-meter-tall giant, taller than the two Celestials, holding a golden staff domineeringly. The drunk Valkyrie's eyes almost glowed. Oh, those abs are so eye-catching. Su Yu looked down. Fortunately, the last time he saved the Earth, the system rewarded him with boxers that could change size along with his body. He looked down at the two Celestials, who looked up at himself, visibly uncomfortable. Have you gotten so used to being high above that now that you're finally looking up at someone, your neck feels uncomfortable? HAREM and Jemiah looked at each other, knowing that a fight was inevitable. They also took out their weapons and attacked Su Yu from left and right. Su Yu pushed HAREM's sword away with his stick, and then hit his shoulder with a fast swing, knocking him to his knees directly. He quickly leaned to the left, dodging Jemiah's blade and countered with a right hook to his chest, directly pushing his soul into astral form. Jemiah immediately lost control of his body. Su-yu took advantage of his confusion to hit his soul with an Omega Beam, Phoenix Force, and his most powerful lightning attack. Jemiah's soul screamed and disappeared in an instant. Harjun was horrified. No one has ever killed a celestial so easily. Loki murmured, "My brother-in-law is so strong. Then won't I be allowed to walk sideways in the universe in the future?" Yao laughed. "Actually, it was I who taught him this trick." Loki didn't believe it. The little girl is definitely bragging. Harjun turned around to run, but Su-yu jumped up and directly hit him in the back of the head with his staff covered in Phoenix Force. Harjun screamed and fell to the ground, then Su-yu walked forward and stepped on his head. "Didn't you say you were going to kill my relatives and everyone on Earth just now? Why are you trying to run away then?" Harjun said angrily, "Su-yu, we aren't that strong among the Celestials. You will only attract more revenge from the others with your actions." Su-yu pouted, "As if they would let me go if I don't kill you." He smashed Harjun's armor with his stick, and the Phoenix fire directly burned him to death. The residents of Sakhar exploded into gossip. They really didn't expect to see such a one-sided fight. The cosmic powerhouse, Su-yu, killed 2 members of the Celestials. Too strong, will he become the overlord of the universe in the future? It's hard to say. I heard that some Celestials are bigger than planets, and there is no limit to their strength. The Grandmaster actually provokes such an existence. It's no surprise that he died. Boom, boom, boom tilde. Su-yu looked down and saw that the 2 drunks, Thor and Valkyrie, were tearing apart the small spaceships that were following the Celestials. The 2 cooperated tacitly and quickly tore the 6 small spaceships apart. Su-yu flew into the sky, came to space, and smashed the giant spaceship of the Celestials into a pulp. Their 2 corpses can't be wasted either, so he immediately contacted the collector. "Tivan, are you interested in buying the corpses of 2 Celestials?" Tivan looked at Su-yu with some fear. "You killed the Grandmaster." Su-yu shrugged. "So, you don't want the corpses then?" "Yes, 500 million units each, a total of 1 billion. These 2 are quite ordinary among the Celestials. This is the highest price I'm willing to pay." Tivan is also very straightforward when he wants something. Su-yu smiled. "Deal. Do you want me to deliver them to your door?" Tivan quickly waved his hand. "No need. I'll send someone to receive them soon. You don't need to send them over." Su-yu earned another 1 billion units and flew back into Sakhar in a good mood. Sky rushed over with a flushed face. "Su, you were so cool. You deserve a reward for this." Su-yu nodded. "Diana, are you going to reward me as well?" Diana raised her eyebrows. "One isn't enough for him." Thor and Valkyrie, who were tearing up a different spaceship each, jumped onto another spaceship together. The 2 almost collided, and sparks seemed to flash in their eyes when they looked at each other. To be honest, they are quite a good couple. The 2 drunks actually disappeared into the corner hand in hand. Loki suddenly felt very lonely, so he took out a bottle of wine and started drinking fiercely. The next morning, Thor rushed out of Valkyrie's residence, shouting like a madman. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." He directly went to find Su-yu. "Brother-in-law, why didn't you stop me last night?" I was." Su-yu shrugged. "You got married, and it's legal. Why should I stop you?" He pointed to the ring in Thor's finger. Thor raised his hand and looked at the ring in bewilderment. "I just drank a bit more than usual. I didn't expect to lose my life." Sky played the wedding video to show him. "Loki married us. Loki." Su-yu patted his shoulder. "Valkyrie is quite good and you seem very compatible. You should cherish her." Brunhilde came over. "Thor, you must take responsibility." Thor opened and closed his mouth. He felt like everything was just a bad dream. "I have something to do with Loki." Chapter 272, Ragnarök. Grandmaster's top spaceship was naturally taken over by Su-yu. Of the other dozen or so nice ships, he chose to distribute them to everyone. Thor grimaced. "Drinking is bad. How could I have taken that wrong step?" Su-yu patted his shoulder. "Valkyrie is good. She's also quite strong, and can help you manage Asgard's subjects in the future while you go to parties everywhere." Thor sighed. "Forget it. Let's take one step at a time." Loki almost fell down laughing when he saw Thor's suit deflated. "Damn Loki, it's all your fault." Thor wanted to beat Loki again. Su-yu stood up. All right, the collector's money has arrived, so we're going to beat your sister today. Loki remembered Hela's strength with a shudder. The longer she stays in Asgard, the stronger she becomes. Sue, it's up to you to deal with her. But Su shook his head. Hela has to be dealt with by Thor, and I have to face a stronger enemy. Thor wondered, Asgard has a stronger enemy. Su nodded. Asgard is controlled by a group of gods hidden in the shadows who feed on Ragnarök. Have you ever thought that while other gods have long lifespans, why do you people in the Aesir realm have a lifespan of only 5,000 years or so? Even the dark elves can outlive you. Sky spoke sarcastically, only 5,000 years old. Oh, poor Asgardians, confined to such short lives. Yao nodded, feeling that she was really young at 300 years old, casually removing 400 years in her mind. According to Asgard, I'm really young. Thor and Loki fell into contemplation. Brunhilde nodded. After being away from Asgard for so long, I feel very relaxed and my life force is actually getting stronger. Thor rolled his eyes. So, you are much older than me. She pinched his waist until he winced in pain. Su waved, can you leave the flirting for later? We are still discussing important things. Actually, Odin discovered these gods long ago. He revealed these things to me on Earth, and it's also written in the tablet of life and time. Loki looked at him, so what should we do? Su shrugged, you deal with Hela, while Yao and I deal with the gods behind the scenes. Loki looked at the young-looking woman. Is she really that strong? Asgard. Hela was boringly playing with her hair. Fenrir, am I beautiful? The pet wolf definitely does not have the concept of beauty and ugliness. It is currently hungry, but even the food is lacking here, so it's better to fall asleep. An orange portal suddenly appeared, then Su came out and looked her up and down. Her hair looked smooth and clean, unlike before when she just came out of the seal. Her skin was much whiter, more tender, and her current appearance made her look like a 20-year-old. Classic, elegant, the young Hela is really beautiful and refined. Hela didn't seem surprised at Su's appearance and said softly, Su, I know I'm wrong, don't leave me please. Su opened his arms, then why aren't you coming yet? Hela rushed over, and her sword was instantly placed on Su's shoulder, close to his neck. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Su nodded, I didn't plan to leave either way. He embraced Hela's waist, you look much better now. Hela found herself unable to move again. Bastard, what spell did you use? Fenrir. Fenrir bared his fangs at Su. But with a casual mental attack, Fenrir tucked his tail and ran away screaming. Hela, this pet has been raised for nothing. He eats so much every day. Su hugged her tighter and actually kissed her. Hela's eyes were blurred, and Su only stopped when he noticed she was short of breath. That was my first kiss, you bastard shameless pig. Su let her go, you scold me again and I'll leave. Hela quickly said, don't go, stay with me, I'm so bored. Su shook his head, there are still many beautiful wives waiting for me at home, why don't you come home with me? Hela immediately got angry and yelled. I'm the king of Asgard, why should I share a husband with other women? Don't even think about it. Su kissed her hard again, until she was dazed. After a few minutes, he turned away. Hela woke up from her dazed state, you're leaving now. Su waved his hand without looking back. Now that you are alone in Asgard, you should be able to feel how your life force is fading. Someone is stealing your life force. Those gods secretly absorbed the life force of the Asgardians, and now Hela is the only one here. Although they are very restrained, they have already stolen a lot from her. I'm going to help you solve this problem. Whoosh tilde. Su flew away and left dealing with Hela to Thor. His fight with his sister is very important for his development. Hela's eyes were blurred. This husband is quite domineering. What should I do if it feels so good? Share? Bah, I want to drive those women away, even if I have to kill every single one of them. Boom tilde. Thor and Loki rushed in. Oh sister, why is your mouth swollen? Loki said, sister, you've become young and beautiful, why do we need to fight? Isn't it better for you to give birth to a few babies for our brother-in-law? Hela touched her slightly swollen lips and cursed at the bastard in her mind. Looks like you haven't been taught properly, as your eldest sister. It's my duty to teach you on behalf of Odin. The three started fighting. No, it should be called a one-sided beatdown from Hela's part to her two younger brothers. Loki couldn't take it anymore. Thor, you hold her back, while I'll deal with her pets and the undead army. Thor's eyes opened wide in alarm. Loki decisively rushed out. But who would have thought he actually found Fenrir, who was nearly 100 meters long, surrounded by the undead army. Fenrir's fangs that are several meters long are not easy to mess with. I think I'm going the wrong way, Loki smiled awkwardly. A spaceship flew over, and Brunhilde started bombarding Fenrir with an energy cannon, but it didn't even pierce its fur. Courier looked at the giant wolf, too horrible. Banner slowly shook his head. Don't panic, leave everything to me. He made a leap of faith and jumped out of the spaceship. Courier said obsessively, he's brave as Hulk. Boom tilde. A loud bang, and there was dust everywhere. Banner fell heavily at Fenrir's feet, with at least dozens of fractures all over his body. Fenrir was taken aback. Who was this idiot? He bumped Banner with his snout with a look of disgust. Will eating this idiot affect his intelligence? Courier put her hand on her forehead. I take back what I just said. Yao looked confused. This little green man was not so stupid before. Fenrir swung a paw casually and sent Banner flying towards Loki. Boom tilde. Hulk didn't want to come out at first, but after being despised by a pet wolf, he couldn't bear it anymore and came out. He tugged Fenrir's tail fiercely and slammed the giant wolf against the ground. Seeing Hulk and Fenrir fighting, Loki sighed. I didn't expect that one day Hulk would actually save me. Suyu became invisible and flew to the back of Asgard. Asgard is a unique world that expands on all sides from a central island to form a two-sided plain. The lower half of Asgard is a mountainous and frozen country with very low temperatures. The so-called gods of gods live here. These gods take the Asgard gods as leeks, sow the seeds and wait for the gods to grow, and then harvest. This time Suyu is going to reverse the harvest. Chapter 273, Ragnarok has come. In the lower half of Asgard, 9 gods sitting in the shadows were currently chatting. Come on, here comes Thor and Loki. We can absorb more life force again. Their bodies are all made of energy. A fat energy body cursed. Damn Sue, it's all his fault for taking the Asgardians to Earth. Odin's last energy, we didn't get to eat it either. This time we must eat all of Hela and Thor's energy. Suyu emerged from the shadows with cold eyes. Everyone, you're actually discussing putting my brother-in-law and wife on the table here. Aren't you a polite bunch? They all paused for a moment, then one of them asked in confusion, Can you see us? Suyu nodded. I have a pair of eyes that can see even through nothingness, so being able to see you lot shouldn't be that surprising. A thin goddess curled her lips. So what, you have no way to kill us? Suyu waved his hand. Phoenix fire and Samadhi true fire immediately surrounded them, but these gods didn't feel anything at all. Anti-life equation, unable to find an entity. The gods of gods looked very proud. Since you are here, hand over your life force as well. Rune marks appeared on the foreheads of several people, and Suyu's life force began to drain constantly. The fat man seemed overjoyed. Oh, this man has so much vitality, and he actually has Phoenix force and planet force as well. He alone is enough for us to manage for a few hundred years. Ha. Suyu closed his eyes tightly, feeling the way his life force was being sucked away. Trying to eat my energy, did you ask for my permission? He suddenly opened his eyes, his mental power was running fast, and there were runes flashing on his forehead. The life force that was sucked out before began to quickly rewind, and the speed was several times faster than when it was being absorbed. No, this treacherous boy has learned the power of our runes. Come on, let's get out of here. These gods of gods are actually projections of higher dimensions. Feeling the danger, they immediately tried to run away. Suyu put on the infinity gauntlet silently. The space around was soon full of red light. The reality stone can temporarily turn all the nothingness into the real thing. When the 9 gods found out that they could not run away, they panicked. Su, we can talk. Suyu looks at these 9 gods like looking at the best supplements. What's there to talk about? As Odin's son-in-law, I have the right to take back the life force you stole, plus interest. The 9 gods looked at each other and attacked Su Yu decisively. Su Yu used the Phoenix Force and the energy of the Infinity Stones to control them. These stones are the power of the origin of the universe. As long as you're in this universe, you have to kneel. Su Yu grabbed the fattest one and used the power of the runes he just learned on him. The fat god felt his life force being absorbed by Su Yu and looked full of despair. Su Yu could feel his power increasing rapidly. His body strength and density doubled and continued to grow. Seeing the fat god being drained, the other god's hearts sank. After draining the energy of 4 in a row, Su Yu was completely full. His strength and agility have reached more than 1,300, and now he can turn into a 5,000-meter-tall giant. Now he can kill Darkseid without using the Infinity Gauntlet. There were still 5 others, so Su Yu waved his hand, opened a portal, and brought them to the front of Asgard. At the moment, Thor had already lost an eye to Hela. After completing the ceremony of missing his father and complaining to his daddy that his sister beat him, he successfully got the power of Odin and truly mastered the power of thunder. From now on, he is no longer the god of hammers, but the real Thor. Hela screamed while being electrocuted by Thor. Then came the undead legions. A wave of lightning easily killed a wave of them. Sky seemed amazed. It looks like he's getting stronger. You can get stronger too, Su Yu appeared, grabbed a lanky god, and smashed him to pieces with the power of the runes, and the pure life energy was absorbed by Sky, Diana, and the Ancient One. Thor, Loki, and Valkyrie also absorbed some. Sky felt the changes in her body. I feel like I can easily destroy an army. Diana marveled, my body density has at least doubled, and my strength has at least quadrupled. Yao punched the floor and smashed a big hole. She used to have a strong attack but weak defense, and now she has made up for many shortcomings. Thor and the other 2 also felt the surge of power. Brother-in-law, what are these creatures? These are the parasites of Asgard. They have been secretly sucking your life force for countless years. Su Yu opened 2 portals, the first one to his home in Gotham. He directly smashed a god, and the whole energy filled the house and was absorbed by his women and children's bodies. As for how much stronger they can become, it depends on the individual's physique. 1 god was more than enough for everyone there, and there was even an overflow of energy. So even the citizens of South Gotham absorbed some, and many sick people were healed automatically. Su Yu did not expect that it was Polaris and Natasha who absorbed the most energy, and their physiques were now even stronger than that of Wonder Woman at the beginning. The second portal was to the Caribbean islands, where there are thousands of Asgardians living at the moment. He smashed the remaining 3 gods to pieces and fed those energies back to the people of Asgard. He informed the whole island with his mind. Everyone, put down your work for now, and all focus on absorbing the energy. Sif muttered, what a powerful energy, where did he go to rob? Quicksilver and Flash were still trying to pick up Asgardian girls. Tony and Pepper, plus the Superman family, who were on vacation on the island, all benefited as well. Back in Asgard, Hela also absorbed some of this energy. She took a deep breath and her injuries visibly recovered. She actually found it easier to absorb this energy than Thor, and Thor, who had just become stronger, was beaten up by her again. He screamed and retreated to Su Yu's side. Why did you help her? Su Yu shrugged. She's my woman, and it's not a loss for her to become stronger. Hela was in high spirits. Su, forget about those women on Earth. Stay with me in Asgard. Bitch, what are you thinking? Sky sent a shockwave, causing the whole of Asgard to tremble. Hela, standing on a huge spike, was sent flying back. Sky's body is now very strong, and the power of her shockwaves has grown exponentially. Yao also acted. Hundreds of clones of her appeared in the sky, and every one of them sent out a bunch of crimson bands, tightly binding Hela. Su Yu sighed. This move was also used by Doctor Strange against Thanos, but the Ancient One seemed to be much better with it. Hela struggled angrily, but to no avail. She couldn't break free at all. Loki seemed startled. Damn, it turns out that she really is a hidden boss. Diana quietly pinched Su Yu. Is that the reason you did everything you could to get her out? Hela didn't expect that all of Su Yu's women were so strong. It turns out that she's not the strongest in his house. Hulk was still fighting with Fenrir in the lake. Fenrir was distracted for a moment and was directly washed into the universe by the waterfall. Thor clapped his hands. Su, everything seems to be done. We can now bring the Asgardians back to the celebratory feast. As for my sister, you can take her away. Please don't let her stay here. Su Yu waved. Asgard can't survive, didn't Odin tell you? Thor looked at the resplendent Asgard ahead. Does it really have to be like this? Su Yu patted his shoulder. Where your people are, Asgard is there, and they can't stay here anymore. Although I eliminated those parasites this time, others can also be projected here from their dimension in the future. Thor nodded. Loki, go to the collection room and light Surtur's crown with the eternal fire. Loki cleaned his ear with a finger. He thought he had heard him wrong. Are you kidding? Do you want to destroy Asgard before Father's bones have gone cold? Thor shook his head. I'm not joking. Loki glanced at Su Yu, saw him nodding, and said nothing. Soon, Asgard's palace collapsed directly, and Surtur, who was more than 500 meters tall, rushed out with a sword made of flames and smashed many buildings with a single swing. Roar Tilda. Tremble before me, Asgard, I am your reckoning. Su Yu nodded. This Surtur looks quite cool. Chapter 274, The Family's Strength. Hela screamed, No, you idiots, Asgard will be destroyed by you. Thor shrugged. Loki, I think she's talking about you. Loki snorted. It's obviously you who asked to do it. Hela struggled to break free from the magical chains, triggering a huge amount of swords to impale Surtur's body. Monster, get out of my home. But after having absorbed the strength of the eternal fire, Surtur had become absurdly strong. While Hela's attack is indeed strong, it still can't hurt his roots. Yao, who just released water to protect the group, shook her head. It seems like she's the only one who has such deep affection for Asgard. Su Yu looked at his two heartless brothers-in-law. Seeing your sister so sad, yet you are still so happy. Thor muttered, It seems that you are going to destroy your father-in-law's home. Su Yu picked up Loki. Don't you have something for me? Loki hummed and started to play stupid. Brother-in-law, what is it? Su Yu's eyes flicked. Want to try if my penance stare can kill you? Loki's face changed dramatically, and he quickly took out the tesseract with both hands. Brother-in-law, don't be angry. Didn't I just forget for a moment? Thor hurried over and gave Loki a slap to the back of his head. You were trying to steal the tesseract again. Su, I'll teach him a lesson. Su Yu shook his head. He was saying he would teach him a lesson on the surface, but it was actually a form of protection. Thor was still yelling at Loki. Father said not to put the tesseract together with other infinity stones. Do you understand? Loki pointed to Su Yu's side. When everyone turned to look, they saw Su Yu crushing the tesseract, taking out the space stone, roared, and placing it on the infinity gauntlet, which was his third stone already. Thor continued to curse. That's because he is strong. If you take it, you don't know what kind of monsters you will attract. Thor's words were quite right. The original plot is that after Loki stole the tesseract, it led to Thanos' pursuit. Su Yu opened a big portal. You guys go back to Earth first, I'll go meet Surtur. Sky said sourly, You can't bear to leave that wicked woman behind. Thor touched the wound on his eye. The corners of his mouth twitched. Although it hurt when she beat me, she is still my sister and the daughter of the king. Brunhilde threw herself into his arms and examined his wounds. Thor, it's all right, let me blow it for you. Thor was a little touched. This is the feeling of being cared for. Roar Tilda. Su Yu hadn't moved yet, when Hulk rushed over directly to fight Surtur. What a big monster, I want to fight. He jumped straight onto Surtur's crown and tried smashing it hard. Everyone had black lines on their faces. Only Hulk's girlfriend was supporting him. Wow, my Hulk is the best, smash it hard. Surtur squeezed Hulk like a worm and threw him away. Hurry up and leave. Su Yu swished and flew to Hela's side. Hela, this place has been abandoned, stop struggling. Hela looked miserable. This is what I built with Odin bit by bit. I can't just let it be ruined like this. Su Yu nodded. In addition to staying here to become stronger, these emotional factors may also be the reason why Hela desperately protects Asgard. Surtur swung his flaming sword at them. "Little bugs, you all have to die." Hela stubbornly fought back by conjuring a bunch of swords. Whoosh tilde. The tip of the flaming greatsword was about to stab Hela. Suyu moved, pulled her behind him, and blocked the sword for her. Hela was stunned for a moment, and her heart was actually touched. No one had ever blocked a sword for her. "Su, are you all right?" Tears were streaming down Hela's face. Suyu turned around. His clothes were just a bit scorched, but other than that, everything seemed to be fine. However, at this time, he definitely wants to continue acting. He bit his tongue and coughed a bit of blood. "It's okay, anything is worth it as long as you're safe." Hela has never encountered such a scene, so she fell for his tricks instantly. She hugged Suyu tightly. "Su, I don't want anything as long as you survive." In fact, when she learned that Odin had arranged this marriage for her, she had gradually come to believe that Suyu was the best possible partner for her. Surtur got furious. "You dare to get distracted in front of me." Suyu suddenly hugged Hela's waist. His whole body glowed with golden light, and he flew into the sky with a swoosh, hitting him hard. Surtur got knocked down. Hela was surprised. "Are you fine?" Suyu kissed her on the forehead. "Since you care so much about me, how can I let you be sad? Let me show you the true strength of your husband." He turned into a giant 5,000 meters tall. Hela sat on his shoulder stunned. The people in the distance looked frightened. Loki's mouth was opened, and he couldn't find words to express himself. Diana murmured, "If he develops further, the Earth will not be enough for him to live." Everyone quickly retreated. Even the usually fearless Hulk ran away. Just as Surtur got up, he felt the sky darken, and when he looked up, he realized that he was only half as tall as Suyu's calf. Suyu bent over, grabbed him in his hand, and then started to flick him with his finger. "Who is the little bug now? Little firebug?" Surtur would have been sweating if he could. Hela had an obsessed expression on her face. Her eyes were like whirlpools as she took in the scene. "This is exactly what my man should be like." Surtur was stunned and muttered, "It seems like my mission of causing Ragnarok failed." Suyu shook his head. "No, your mission must be completed." He smashed Surtur hard against the ground. The flame sword stabbed Asgard's foundation, and the whole Asgard exploded. Suyu tore off Surtur's crown and threw it into the space. He can be used next time when the house is demolished. Suyu returned to normal size, wrapped his arm around Hela's waist. "Okay, you're homeless now. Can you come home with me?" Hela murmured, "You ruined the home that your father-in-law worked so hard to build." Suyu smiled. "It was Odin who asked for this." Hela rolled her eyes at him and said viciously, "Have you ever thought about how I would feel? I'm going to give you a bunch of babies and let you work hard every day to support your family and take care of your children." Suyu laughed. "If you want to benefit yourself, just say it. Now come back to Earth with me." Hela looked aside. "I'm a little embarrassed. Can we go to a place where there is no one first?" "Suyu. You embarrassed?" He opened a portal and took Hela to another villa in Xandar. This villa is close to a lake with beautiful scenery, but Hela didn't have time to look at the scenery, and she directly dragged Suyu to scratch her itch. She needed to make up for thousands of years lost. They didn't stop until she couldn't lift a single finger. Hela huddled in Suyu's arms. "I never thought this would be my life one day. Since Odin found me such a strong husband, I decided to forgive him." A sweet smile appeared on her normally stoic face, actually making Suyu feel butterflies in his stomach. Suyu's hand slid on her smooth back. "You finally figured it out, and it's not in vain for me to enlighten you so hard." Hela hooked her arms around Suyu's neck and said softly, "Actually, I still want to learn more. Help me, and we'll talk later." Suyu nodded with a smile. "As you wish." The two stayed in Xandar for more than a week, shopping during the day and wrestling at night. Suyu used the time when Hela was sleeping to go home a few times, and he naturally had to listen to his women's complaints each time. Everyone's body has been strengthened quite a lot this time, so it is natural for Suyu to check it. Diana led the Amazon team. Athena with Team Olympus. Catwoman led Team Gotham. Natasha led the New York team. And Polaris led the mutant team. They were defeated one after another. After all, Su-yu absorbed almost half of the total amount of available energy, definitely not something they could compare to, and they couldn't even move afterwards. Su-yu was still very satisfied with this inspection. A lot of people now have the strength level of Wonder Woman before she was strengthened. And there are actually 6 people at the level of Skyfathers: Scarlet Witch, the Ancient One, Wonder Woman, Captain Marvel, Hela, Supergirl. Level sub-Skyfather: Athena, Artemis, Polaris, Sky, Dahlia, Catwoman, and more. In fact, the group's overall strength is already incredibly high, much stronger than the previous team of Darkseid, but it is still not enough to face the threat of the creation god or the super-powerful Celestials. Chapter 275, On the Weird Way to Obtain the Soul Stone. Su-yu officiated Thor and Brunhilde's formal wedding. You can exchange the rings. Frigga said excitedly, My eldest son is finally married. I was really afraid that he would die alone. Brunhilde, if Thor bullies you in the future, just tell me and I will deal with him. I just feel it's such a pity that Odin couldn't be here to witness this event. Su-yu smiled. Thor is finally married, congratulations. Loki, you're the only one that's left. Loki felt a little lonely. Jane took Su-yu's arm. Thor, congratulations. Thor glanced at Jane with some discomfort. He still felt it was such a shame he couldn't win her over, but a sharp pain in his waist distracted him. Brunhilde glanced at Jane. The strength of this woman is quite average. Jane smiled. I am a scientist. In fact, her current strength is comparable to a demigod, but she just doesn't like fighting. Darcy came to help her friend. Jane only likes Sue. You don't need to be jealous. Su-yu stopped it before they kept fighting. Okay, today is the wedding of the new king of Asgard. Everyone drink up. The people of Asgard now live and work on the island he gave them, and Brunhilde helps Thor manage his subjects well. Pietro also found an Asgardian girl to fall in love, and it seems that they will soon be talking about marriage. Both Lorna and Wanda were quite happy with the girl their brother chose. Su-yu handed a gift to Thor. This is a gift from your sister. Brunhilde has a grudge against Hela, so she didn't come to the wedding. Fury, Iron Man, Captain America, Banner, Hawkeye, Phil Coulson, and others all came over to drink with Thor. Fury was actually smiling. The Avengers are all gathered this time. Su-yu laughed. I say, Fury, you're already quite old. Shouldn't you let Coulson take over before he goes completely bald? Fury's eyebrows jumped. When I became the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., I was already bald. By the way, when will Agent Romanoff be able to work? Why is she on maternity leave again? Su-yu said, It's impossible for her to work right now, but you still have to pay her salary. Dr. Strange, not far away, muttered, I agreed to help them find their father and leave, but now all of Asgard has moved to Earth. Su-yu slung an arm over his shoulders. Why? Do you have an opinion about my brother-in-law? Strange shook his head quickly. What opinion can I have? He stared at Yao over at the side, toasting and chatting with Selena. Sue, can you explain what that beautiful young Miss Yao has to do with my teacher? Su-yu laughed. How can she have anything to do with her? You're thinking too much. Yao happened to look in their direction and waved her hand with a smile, but it looked as if she didn't know Strange at all. Strange walked over. Miss Yao, we seem to have met somewhere. There was a person who let me stroll around the multiverse once upon a time. Catwoman glared at him. Strange, you're still trying to chat up women. Do you want me to tell Christine? Su-yu also came over and played a video of Strange and Odin going out for fun. Christine seems to be over there. I'm going to call her over. Strange grabbed Su-yu's hand tightly and forced a smile. Sue, it's me who recognized the wrong person. I'm wrong, okay? Su-yu transferred a sum of money to him. Okay, and don't say I don't help you. Strange laughed happily. You can say anything if you have money. Camertage is too poor. After the wedding was over, Su-yu had nothing to do and planned to go get the Soul Stone. Wanda, Natasha, Kara, etc. are all pregnant. Su-yu let Yao and Hela stay at home to protect everyone. He only brought Nebula and joined the Guardians of the Galaxy and went to Vormir. Thor couldn't stand Brunhilde's nagging, and when he heard that Su-yu was going to go for a trip, he quickly asked to go with him, saying that he was going to Nidavellir to get a new weapon crafted for himself. Loki's live broadcast job on Earth was very successful. Although many people scolded him, he was still very popular with superficial women, especially since he also has the title of Soo-Yu's brother-in-law. This time he heard that Thor was going to go far, and he followed him desperately. Soo-Yu and the others went to Xandar first, and Rocket soon became good friends with Thor. Peter was jealous. He naturally dared not compare with a boss like Soo-Yu, but he didn't expect that even Thor would be much more popular than him. What a great thing, I used to be a demigod. Speaking magnetically, I can too. Muscles, I have an 8-pack. Thor put his hand on Gamora's shoulder, complaining, "My sister who just got out of prison stabbed me in the eye, my brother stabbed me with a knife when he was a child, and even turned into a snake to bite me." Gamora nodded. "My adoptive father killed my whole family and forced me to fight my sister all the time, and now she hates me." Nebula rolled her eyes. "You have always been cruel to me." Gamora cursed, "But you've become super beautiful now, and you have one of the top males in the universe. And I." She gave Peter a disgusted look. "Sorry." Peter's eyebrows jumped, and he said in a deliberately magnetic voice, according to him, "I'm not as miserable as you. My father killed my mother, and I had to participate in the killing of my father. Now I also have to help kill my father-in-law as well." With that, he took Thor's hand off Gamora's shoulder, and even after going through that, I still managed to save both my eyes. Rocket put a hand on his forehead. "Peter, can you stop using that tone? I'm getting goosebumps." Loki raised his hand. Speaking of partiality, if Odin said he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. Nebula waved her hand. "No, Thanos is definitely the worst father." Soo-Yu is speechless. These two brothers and two sisters are victims of bad parenting. Although Odin and Thanos are strong, their child education is a mess. Gamora frowned. "Okay, can you guys stop arguing about who had the worst father? Now the most important thing is to help Sue find the Soul Stone. I heard that Thanos has been involved with that bitch death recently." Soo-Yu nodded. "Okay, the target this time is Vormir." "I am Groot." The little tree man kept playing with his game console, without raising his head. Soo-Yu winked at Mantis. "Can you hypnotize me? I want to rest." The two entered a separate cabin for some privacy. Vormir. This is a barren planet, and while there is water, it seems to have absolutely no plants or any life form. The group came to a high mountain. Gamora said it was here. The red skull in black robes suddenly appeared, floating in the air. Soo-Yu, fellow Earthling, strong even in the universe. Killing the gods is like killing a chicken. Son of Odin, Thor, and his adopted brother Loki. Gamora, Nebula, Thanos' adopted daughters. Peter Quill, Ego's son Groot, Rocket, Mantis, Drax. Red Skull was a little confused. "You have brought quite a few people here this time." Soo-Yu laughed. "Everyone has more fun together." Peter pouted. "Red Skull, stop your nonsense. Hand over the Soul Stone, or my boss will beat you up." Red Skull shook his head. "The price of getting the Soul Stone is very high. Thanos came here once before. He was alone, thus he couldn't take it." "Soo-Yu, you should know the rules. If you want to get the Soul Stone, you need a sacrifice, and you need to lose the person you love the most." "Soul for soul." Soo-Yu nodded. "I definitely know the rules. Please leave your most important things behind." Soo-Yu was the first to drop the small vest he used to deliver food. "This is a limited edition." Thor dropped the unlimited refilling beer glass that he got from Doctor Strange with a pained expression. Loki dropped his favorite dagger, the same one he used to stab Thor when they were kids. Peter saw Soo-Yu staring at his Walkman. "No, I'll drop the MP3 that Yondu gave me." Soo-Yu nodded. "That works as well." Rockets dropped a bunch of weapons. Drax threw down his dual knives. The little tree man seemed to have it the worst. With big drops of tears falling down his face, he reluctantly threw down his game console. Red Skull seemed to have a big question mark over his head. "Everyone, this is not a garbage station. Please respect my profession as a cursed person, okay?" Chapter 276, Nidavellir. "What? You are not satisfied with so many of us leaving our beloved things behind?" Soo-Yu frowned. Rocket, Peter, and Drax had already drawn out their weapons against the Red Skull. Soo-Yu waved his hand and grabbed Red Skull's neck in his hand. A fellow countryman sees a fellow countryman and shoots him in the back. We crossed half the universe for this, and you're doing this to us. Red Skull was also helpless. The soul stone wants a soul for a soul. I can't help it. So you looked around. Everyone, what should we do? Loki glanced at Gamora. Nebula and Peter seemed to be able to. Gamora was startled. She looked around and pointed at Thor. You two brothers throw each other. Thor quickly waved his hand. We're just step-brothers. Suyu looked around and said, Peter, I'll give you a minute to fall in love with this Red Skull, then you can throw him down. Peter stared at the Red Skull's face and immediately became nauseated. Boss, this is really too difficult. Red Skull was sweating. Sue, this can't be done, the Soul Stone won't allow it. Suyu put on the Infinity Gauntlet. It seems that these three are not Infinity Stones then, or is the Soul Stone too special? He suddenly thought of a person. He waved his hand, opened a portal, and teleported Stormfront over. Stormfront, look who this is. Stormfront's eyes lit up when she looked at Red Skull. You are the Red Skull. Red Skull was a big name in the early days of World War II, and he was highly respected by the Nazis. And as a complete fanatic, Stormfront naturally adored him. Red Skull quickly waved his hands. No, I'm so ugly, I don't deserve your worship. Stormfront bit her lip. It's not worship, I realize I've fallen in love with you. Red Skull seemed even more afraid, although there is no freedom here, but he does not want to die either. Suyu controlled Stormfront with the anti-life equation. If you love him, throw him down. He bound the Red Skull with the Reality Stone so that he couldn't fly. Stormfront is also very straightforward. She directly grabbed the Red Skull and threw him down while crying. Nua. Red Skull screamed as he fell. But unexpectedly, Stormfront didn't get the Soul Stone. On the contrary, the Soul Stone saved its gatekeeper, Red Skull, and wanted to run away. Suyu's whole body was covered with golden light, and with his phoenix wings, he went straight to catch up. Gamora watched Suyu's back obsessively. He is really amazing and so handsome. Nebula smiled proudly. Not only is he handsome but also delicious, it's a pity you can't taste it. Thor sighed, before my hammer was crushed by my sister, I could also fly. I have to get a new weapon. Seeing Gamora act like this, Peter pouted. My dad used to be a planet. Noticing Suyu chasing after it, the Soul Stone threw the Red Skull to block the way. Red Skull didn't even have time to complain. Suyu struck him with a purple lightning bolt, blasting him into scum and ending this guy's sinful life. Whoosh tilde. The Soul Stone drilled straight into the interior of the planet. Suyu quickly used the Earth Escape technique to follow. The chase lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. When approaching the core of a planet, Suyu finally bound the Soul Stone with the energy of his 3 Infinity Stones. If it weren't for the 3 stones in hand, he really wouldn't be able to catch up with it. All 3 of your siblings are in my hands, don't even think about getting away. The Soul Stone couldn't struggle, and was quickly placed on the Infinity Gauntlet with 4 stones of different colors in his hand. It seemed like a pimp's dream. With a wave of Suyu's hand, the Space Stone directly opened a portal, and he returned to Vormir. Thor and the others have been waiting for 2 days and 2 nights, and it seemed that the miserable conference was finally over. Nebula rushed over and said coquettishly, Sue, it's been 2 days, I've missed you so much. Suyu wrapped his arm around her waist, then looked at everyone. Okay, let's go to Nidavellir now and forge a weapon for Thor. Groot burst into tears when he remembered his game console. Suyu shook his head, took out the universe's latest game console from his inventory, and threw it to him. Just don't play all day long. The game's addict Groot grinned. No matter how Suyu scolded him, he completely ignored him and immersed himself in the game. Nidavellir. This is the most powerful artifact processing factory in the universe. There is also an all-female army in Suyu's house that needs to be equipped, so visiting this planet is a must. Thor looked at the dead silence ahead of the ship. Something's wrong, the whole star seems like it is completely extinguished. Everyone got off the spaceship. Nebula grabbed Suyu's hand. Sue, I feel so cold here, it's so quiet. Loki also thought it was strange. Where are all the dwarves here? Suyu kicked him. Isn't it your fault for firing Heimdall, which let Thanos take the opportunity to loot this place? Thor wondered, how do you know Thanos did it? Suyu pointed to the abrasive tool of the Infinity Gauntlet in front of him. Look over there. Gamora found it strange. It's different from Thanos' style. He kills half the population wherever he goes. Rocket trembled a little. I want to ask if the dwarf you're talking about is the Dwarf King with a height of 5 meters. Drax laughed. Rocket, you're so funny. Dwarves are definitely about the same height as you. Boom tilde. Drax was suddenly kicked away by the 5.4-meter-tall Dwarf King. Suyu pointed his hand and directly stopped Eitri in place. Nebula shouted in surprise, you Asgardians call this a dwarf? Thor hurriedly shouted, Eitri, it's me, Thor. Eitri roared angrily, Thor, you were supposed to protect us. Thor sighed, Eitri, my father has passed away and Asgard has been destroyed. What happened here? Eitri was stunned and sat down on the ground. Originally, there were more than 300 dwarves living on this star ring. I thought that according to what Thanos said, everyone could at least save their lives. But after forging something for him, he killed all my clansmen and destroyed my hand. With a wave of Suyu's hand, the iron glove worn by Eitri shattered, and the destroyed hand quickly grew back. Eitri was astonished. Who are you? How did you do it? Peter stood up. You haven't connected to an internet cafe in your village yet. This is my boss, a cosmic powerhouse, Suyu, who kills the Celestials as if they were chickens. Thor added, this is my brother-in-law, Asgard's consort. Eitri stood up suddenly and knelt down with a thud. Su, I've heard of you, help me kill Thanos. I am willing to forge the best weapon I can for you, even if it costs my life. Suyu waved his hand and helped him up. Take me to the place where your tribe's corpses are. Eitri was stunned for a while, but still led the crowd over. The room stank, and everyone covered their noses. The omega rays in Suyu's eyes shot out, and soon the more than 300 dwarves here stood up one after another, which could be regarded as helping the scumbag-in-law Thanos to accumulate virtue. Rocket screamed, the corpses are coming to life, run away. Peter also dragged Gamora and tried to run, but was kicked to the ground by her. Loki exclaimed, what are you panicking about? You've never seen the world before. This is my brother-in-law's resurrection technique. Have you heard of omega beams? Irie was stunned. This, my people came back to life. This is a miracle. Many dwarves were checking themselves. Hey, my wound is gone. I feel like I'm rejuvenated. Eitri took his clan to join Suyu in an instant. Su, you will be our boss from now on. We'll do whatever you ask us to do. Chapter 277. Thanos really dares to come to Earth. Eitri pointed to the neutron star at the center of Nidavellir. Boss, we need to pull the 5 frozen star rings of the neutron star and wake up the Death Star in order to restart the furnace. Suyu glanced at the neutron star with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. In fact, the Nidavellir star ring is like a Dyson sphere, built in order to make full use of the energy of the fixed star. Although this neutron star is only a dozen kilometers in diameter, its mass is several times that of the Sun. He waved his hand nonchalantly. It's just a little problem. The question is, do you have enough material here to make a weapon for my wives? Eitri looked very confident. Boss, you underestimate our dwarf clan too much. Making a few weapons is nothing to us. Suyu shook his head. Who said I just needed a few weapons? I need at least dozens. Eitri almost fell to the ground, feeling like his savings were about to be hollowed out. This is indeed a bit difficult. With a wave of Suyu's hand, all the precious metals in his inventory were thrown out. That's all I have. Eitri nodded. That should be enough. As long as there is enough energy, there is still a high chance of forging Mjolnir-level weapons. But first, Suyu asked Eitri to forge Stormbreaker for Thor. Thor rushed out into space, pulled the 14 star rings with a rope, shouted, and the Nidavellir star ring was activated. The energy beam of the neutron star shot out, starting the furnace, and the Uru metal melted slowly. But soon, the mechanism shut down, and the energy beam disappeared. Eitri scolded, damn it, the mechanism is broken. Thor showed everyone the strength of Asgard's royal family. He went directly to the neutron star device and opened it with his bare hands. A beam of energy shot past him, activating the furnace. After a few minutes, The Uru metal finally melted completely and flowed into the mold. When Thor returned, they saw that he was scorched black after being grazed by the energy beam. Loki checked quickly. "Thor, are you fine?" Drax sighed. "A man who can withstand the full energy of a star is so strong." Eitri constantly smashed Stormbreaker's edge with a hammer, revealing a fiery red axe head. "I need an axe handle." The little tree man stood up, and one hand turned into an axe handle to complete the fiery red battle axe. "What?" Crack Tilda. He was ruthless and chopped off his own arm. "I am Groot, just buy me some games in the future as payment." Stormbreaker drew an arc through the air, flying directly at Thor's hand. Thor suddenly opened his eyes, and they were full of lightning, absorbing part of the energy of the neutron star, and he seemed to have become stronger. "Sue, we can go fight Thanos whenever you want." Suyu patted his shoulder. "Listen to my advice, aim for the head when you chop. However, right now I have some weapons to forge." Thor looked at the neutron star in fear. "Its energy is too powerful. I don't dare to try again. Just now I was almost turned into charcoal." Suyu looked at Eitri. "How long does it take to forge more than 20 weapons?" Boss, it will take about 2 or 3 hours. No one can take it anymore." "You don't need to worry about these, just forge seriously." Whoosh Tilda. Suyu flew directly to the device, pulled it hard, and the energy of the neutron star started the furnace again. He was bathed in the energy of the fixed star, and all the cells in his body seemed to be excited. Instead of being burned, his cells were actually strengthened. His radiant energy reserves were also climbing rapidly. "I didn't expect that being directly impacted by a neutron star's energy can cause a metamorphosis." Suyu smiled and enjoyed the process. Loki murmured, "Did I hear that right? He is actually laughing." Everyone was secretly shocked. Such a monster. Drax stared in worship. "This is a man who treats a neutron star as a toy. I feel like kneeling." Gamora slapped the table hard and kicked Peter to the ground. "I'm also the adopted daughter of Thanos. Why is Nebula's man so strong?" The corner of Nebula's mouth was lifted. So many years of bitterness have really been avenged. Eitri sighed. "This is absolutely worthy of being the boss of our dwarf race. I will choose the strongest female dwarf in the clan for him." Nebula glanced at the rough dwarf girls with fat waists and thick shoulders. "Don't mention it, lest you be beaten." "Eitri, this is already the prettiest batch." 2 hours later, Suyu flew back. His whole body was filled with energy. Groot had to cut off his hands several times in order to provide hammer and axe handles. He only agreed because he was bribed with a lot of games. Suyu teleported back to Gotham, equipping his women with weapons. Catwoman asked for a machete. Natasha chose a spear. Kara was the most brutal, asking for a spiked mace. Dahlia chose a 2-handed hammer. Then Suyu brought Kara back to Nidavellir. "I'm giving you a chance to become stronger. Supergirl should bask in the sun more." Kara flew over, pulled the device apart, and the energy of the neutron star slammed into her body. Everyone was shocked. Suyu's woman was so strong. Kara's strength climbed rapidly, quickly surpassing Superman, and half an hour later, her body was full of energy and she flew back. "It feels so comfortable. I'll come again next time." Eitri's eyebrows jumped. The neutron star couldn't stand the constant absorption of this couple. After getting things done, Eitri plans to take his clan to Earth temporarily to be sheltered by Suyu, where Thanos does not dare to do anything. When everyone passed through the portal and returned to Earth, Natasha hurried to find Suyu. New York was attacked by a donut-shaped alien spaceship. Carol, Yao, and Diana just went there. Donut ship. Suyu was taken aback. "Thanos is here to grab the time stone. He really dares. Let's go and see." When he crossed the portal, the first thing he saw was Yao easily handling Ebony Maw. Doctor Strange looked a little miserable, with all his clothes in tatters except for the cape. Ebony Maw was not good either. He was hit countless times by Yao holding a magic whip. Why is an Earth woman so strong? The elegant Ebony Maw can't keep being elegant. Doctor Strange was hanged and beaten by Ebony Maw just now, so he hurriedly called Selena for help. Only now did he realize that even if he had died tens of thousands of times, It seemed that he was still not as strong as the Ancient One. On the other side, Black Dwarf was fighting against Iron Man and Spider-Man. The three of them fought happily, until Diana arrived. She attacked with her shield and almost shattered Black Dwarf's internal organs. Black Dwarf looked at Diana in amazement. How could this woman be so strong? Thor held his new weapon Stormbreaker, somewhat bored. Is my help really not needed here? I wanted to test Stormbreaker. Natasha suddenly said, Sue, I just got news that Wakanda was also attacked, and Vision was injured by Thanos' generals. This time, Thanos seems to want to split his troops and get the Infinity Stones by surprise. Sue nodded. Thanos is doing good deeds. Vision's yellow diamond is about to be taken out. With a wave of his hand, the anti-life equation covered Black Dwarf. This guy with well-developed limbs and a simple mind instantly surrendered to him. Ebony Maw was surprised. He knew he couldn't solve the equation and immediately fled toward the spaceship in the sky. Boom tilde. Captain Marvel smashed the spaceship directly. Boom tilde. Kara swung her spiked mace and directly smashed Ebony Maw into a pulp. Chapter 278. 5 Infinity Stones blind Thanos' eyes. Iron Man patted the dust on his armor. That's it. Thanos' men don't seem to be that strong. Spider-Man muttered, just now you seem to be saying that this idiot was too strong. Natasha reminded him, Tony, your son Vision was seriously injured and is now hiding in Wakanda. Tony immediately looked at Sue. Sue, help me open a portal. Sue nodded and opened a portal. Thor, Drax, Gamora, and Nebula couldn't wait to kill Thanos. Doctor Strange sat cross-legged, trying to determine the best course of action. Sue wrapped an arm around Yao's waist. Your apprentice is already exhausted. Yao shook her head and explained to everyone he should be looking at future possibilities on the timeline. Sue waited for a while until Strange finally finished and opened his eyes. His face was pale, and he was only able to stand firm with the help of Wong. Yao asked, how is it? He shook his head. I watched over 10 million possible timelines, and we only won once. Everyone was stunned. Thanos is so powerful. Strange glanced at Sue. All I watched was without Sue's participation. I can't see his future. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were almost scared to death. Strange took another breath. I saw a lot of Celestials, as well as death, annihilation, and other elder gods. They are all involved. He looked at the Ancient One, asked for her opinion, and saw her nodding. He stretched out his hand and took the Time Stone out of the Eye of Agamotto. Sue, the Infinity Stone is still for you to keep at this time. With my current strength, I can't protect it. Sue accepted it and immediately put it in the Infinity Gauntlet. Now he has 5 Infinity Stones. Wong, you send Strange back to rest. We'll go help Wakanda. Strange was obviously exhausted after looking at all these timelines, so he couldn't participate in the following battle. At the moment, Wakanda was going through its biggest crisis ever. Countless troop carriers fell from space, triangular-shaped spaceships fell to the ground. Ferocious 4-handed monsters crawled out of the spaceship, like locusts crossing the border, frantically attacking Wakanda's energy shield. The Chitauri battleships in the sky were like dense clouds, constantly bombarding the energy shield. Wakanda's defenses were at stake. In order to relieve the pressure on the shield, Black Panther opened a small section of it to let some monsters in. Captain America, Black Panther, Iron Man, etc. were struggling to clear the minions. The most powerful is Thor, who just got Stormbreaker. With each swing of his axe, the monsters were constantly being chopped like logs. Thor was currently taking a break from his work as a woodcutter and introduced his new friend to Captain America. Steve, meet my new partner. I am Groot. Bearded man with a shield, look at how strong I am, you're so weak, struggling against small soldiers. The little tree man's hands turned into long thorns, directly skewering 6 monsters. Captain America, who doesn't understand tree language, thought that the little tree man was introducing himself, and just smiled. Well, hello, I'm Steve Rogers. And Thor wasn't to tell him what Groot really meant. War Machine and Falcon were attacking from the skies. The members of the Guardians of Galaxy were shouting and slashing monsters like crazy, but the monsters seemed endless. Tony muttered, Why hasn't Sue come yet? Roar tilde. A 3,000-meter-long flame dragon burst out of the sky, swept its tail, and multiple leviathans in the sky were turned to ashes. One mouthful of dragon fire rushed down, and over 1,000 monsters on the ground were burned to ashes. Suyu looked up at the sky and frowned. Not only did Thanos' troops come down, he also came, and there are several big guys with him. This lineup is quite strong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh tilde. A white light descended. Thanos, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Death descended. Death glared at Suyu. Noticing this, Suyu laughed. Thanos, now that your son is dead, are you taking care of his woman? Thanos looked at Suyu and said lightly, Very well, I didn't expect my son-in-law to be so powerful. Nebula has done quite well for herself. Nebula held a dagger and cursed at him. Thanos, my husband is going to cut off your limbs and throw your head in a ditch. Gamora also said, I'm going to cut your chest open to see if your heart is black. Thanos laughed, as expected of the daughters I raised. Suyu rolled his eyes. This kind of family education is way too twisted. Peter leaned on Gamora's shoulder. He looks like a purple potato. Maybe his heart is also purple. I'll help you, after all, I'm familiar with killing fathers. Thanos glanced at him contemptuously. Gamora, your eyesight seems to be much worse than Nebula's. Peter yelled and scolded, and dissed Thanos from head to toe, up to a dozen generations. Suyu had to admire this guy's ability. With a wave of his hand, he sent Deadpool and Venom too. Deadpool looked around in confusion. What's the matter, boss? What did you call me to do? Suyu pointed to Thanos. Your task today is to curse that purple potato to death. Deadpool seemed to be reluctant. Boss, don't you think he feels bad enough just looking in the mirror every morning? I mean, bald, purple, with a chin that looks like a mutilated scrotum. Venom added his 50 cents. He probably has a small penis as well. Thanos' eyebrows jumped. This is the first time he's been insulted like this. Death looked at Deadpool with interest. This man seems pretty good. Deadpool winked at her. He wouldn't mind cucking the enemy as well. Thanos finally got angry. Humans, you have no idea who you are facing. Roar tilde. Hulk only knows how to use his hands, so he rushed straight towards Thanos. But the result was very tragic. Although Thanos is not much stronger than him, his fighting skills are too good. He didn't let Hulk use his strength and dispatched him swiftly. Deadpool shuddered. He didn't expect this purple potato to be able to fight so well, but he glanced at Suyu and felt that Thanos wasn't his boss, opponent. Thanos kicked Hulk away and shook the Infinity Gauntlet. What a waste of potential. Suyu also stretched out his own Infinity Gauntlet, and the 5 Infinity Stones gleamed, almost blinding Thanos. Old man, you don't have any gems. Too bad, isn't it a bit embarrassing to wear an empty gauntlet? Would you like me to give you a few? Suyu used the power of the Power Stone and punched him through the air, sending Thanos directly flying dozens of meters, and he did several somersaults before stopping. The surrounding Chitauri soldiers held their breath for a moment. They admire the strong, and Thanos can command them because of his overwhelming strength. But now it seems that Thanos' son-in-law is even stronger. Death lifted up Thanos. Suyu, do you think we are here to die? Naturally, we brought someone to deal with you. Booms, boom, boom tilde. More than a dozen Celestials fell from the sky. The tallest was nearly 6,000 meters tall, and the shortest was about 1,000 meters, each with 6 eyes staring at Suyu. Earth needs to be destroyed. Destroy. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Star-Lord whispered, Damn, I'm going to pee myself again. Venom's legs were weak. These are the Celestials. Suyu nodded. Isn't it just bringing people? I can also do that. A big portal opened and Hela, Wonder Woman, Scarlet Witch, the Ancient One, Captain Marvel, Supergirl carrying a spiked mace. 6 women with Skyfather-level strength stood impressively. Then Dahlia, Athena, Artemis, Polaris, Sky, Catwoman, Black Widow, Mira, and so on came out one after another. Except for Captain Marvel and Supergirl, everyone else was wearing destroyer armor. Thanos frowned. All the 6 women around Suyu seemed stronger than him. Then a small portal opened, and Yondu came out humming a song. Star-Lord quickly pulled him away. Yandu, you seem to have gone to the wrong set. Yandu shook off his hand. Su asked me to help clear the soldiers. Peter looked at the dense army of monsters in the distance. If you don't die today, I'll admit I'm your son. The difficulty is indeed a bit high. At the moment there was nothing else to say. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Su Yu rushed out of the protective shield and transformed into a giant with a height of more than 6,000 meters with golden light all over his body and holding a golden staff, making him look majestic. Chapter 279, Slaughter. Su Yu looked at the group of celestials ahead. Do you like to come to me that much? One of the gods at the head, wearing yellow armor, said in a deep voice. Su Yu, you murdered 4 members of our group and maliciously collected the infinity stones of the universe. You can no longer be allowed to exist. Also, there are so many other strong people on the earth, which was also caused by you, so they must be eliminated. Su Yu shook his head. So you bunch think you can obliterate life according to your own standards. Don't allow others to become stronger. Aren't you a bit too domineering? A red-armored celestial stomped his feet, making the mountain shake. Our celestial group has existed in the universe for countless years, and we have wiped out many rebellious races. The indigenous gods of your world have also been suppressed by us several times. This guy was pretty straightforward. His 6 eyes directly shot energy beams toward Su Yu. The energy beams collided with Su Yu's radiant energy shield, making a little shockwave, but otherwise causing no damage at all. Su Yu responded by giving him an Omega Ray. Aza. The red-armored celestial held his face and screamed. His eyes were blinded by Su Yu. The other celestials looked at each other. Let's attack together. Su Yu laughed. Didn't know celestials were so shameless. As soon as you have a little trouble, you immediately gang up on your opponents. He directly hit the head of the red-armored celestial with his golden staff, making it explode. A 2,000-meter-tall silver-armored celestial, wielding a giant golden sword, slashed toward Su Yu, but he casually dodged sideways and countered with a soul astral punch. Boom tilde. The silver celestial's soul was beaten into astral form. Su Yu directly shot it with a combination of purple lightning and phoenix fire. Nual. The silver celestial's soul screamed and vanished. Su Yu caught his golden sword and slammed it into the head of a green-armored celestial. With a scream, another celestial died. A 1,000-meter-tall celestial wanted to sneak attack him, but Su Yu swiftly turned around and shattered his sternum with his knee. Rubbish. The celestials were astonished. Unexpectedly, Su Yu killed 3 of them in such a short period of time. The Wakandan soldiers cheered loudly. Su. Su. Wanda's hands were covered with red light, and a 1,500-meter-tall celestial screamed, waving the hammer in his hand to attack the celestial next to him. With a wave of Polaris's hand, many spaceships in the sky began to explode, and the Leviathans screamed horribly. Whoosh tilde. Captain Marvel turns into a golden light and began to harvest the spaceships of the sky one after another. Kara swung her mace and knocked Proxima Midnight out of the sky. Wife. Corvus Glaive roared and attacked Kara. Clang tilde. Dahlia and Athena attacked Corvus Glaive together, kicking him to the ground next to his wife. Catwoman used magical chains to bind the blade in the hands of Corvus Glaive, and Natasha stabbed him in the heart with her spear. Dahlia picked up the blade and swung it at his neck to make sure he died. Proxima Midnight screamed desperately, "No, if you dare to kill my husband, I will kill you all." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh tilde. More than a dozen swords pierced her body, and when she tried to raise her head to see her killer, another sword pierced her forehead. Hela has completely mastered the art of double tapping. Under the control of the anti-life equation, Homelander, Stormfront, Head Popper, and Black Dwarf smashed into the enemy group desperately. Even if they were injured, they just shrugged it off without as much as a frown. They have completely lost their free will. Hela waved her hands, and several very large swords attacked the Celestials. Besieging my husband, have you asked me? The Ancient One bound 2 Celestials of over 2,000 meters tall with the crimson bands of Sitorak. Su Yu seized the chance to slap them one by one, knocking their souls out of their bodies before destroying them with his purple lightning and phoenix fire. The power of the runes on Su Yu's forehead was getting brighter and brighter. He is not only killing the enemy, but also looting corpses. Part of the energy of the Celestials who just died was absorbed by him, and his strength kept increasing without stopping. The black-armored Celestial, with a height of 5,000 meters, was shocked. He's using the power of runes to absorb life energy. He will keep getting stronger and stronger. He must be stopped. Su Yu smiled. He didn't just become stronger by himself. Part of the life force was transferred to his allies, so his side kept getting stronger and stronger. Under the ebb and flow, the balance of victory has been completely tilted to their side. Diana knocked over a Celestial with a shockwave and pierced his eye with her sword. Death stared at Wanda and Polaris. Die. The power of the underworld shrouded the two of them. Wanda's whole body was covered with red light, and with a move of her finger, Death's energy was quickly pulled away. Even Death found it difficult to resist in the face of her chaos magic. Su Yu glanced at the ground and saw Thanos being ganged up. He casually sent Captain America flying with a backhanded strike. Iron Man bombarded him constantly with energy beams. Thor fell from the sky holding Stormbreaker in both hands and slashed Thanos on the shoulder. How many times have I told him to aim for the head? This idiot just won't listen. Su Yu rolled his eyes. Thanos screamed, kicked Thor away, and stomped him a few times. He pulled out his double-edged sword and slashed wildly at Captain America's shield. Clang, clang, clang tilde. Captain America's vibranium shield withstood about a dozen slashes before it shattered in half. Thanos held his sword and slowly walked towards Thor not far away. Asgardian, I'm going to kill you today. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh tilde. A bunch of swords suddenly appeared, knocking Thanos back. Hela jumped down with her nightsword in hand. Thanos, you dare to bully my brother. Have you asked me for permission? Clang, clang, clang tilde. Hela's strength was higher than Thanos, and her combat experience is not lesser than his. After Su Yu helped her absorb life energy, her strength surpassed Odin, and she was also wearing a destroyer armor. Thanos without a single Infinity Stone is simply no match for her. Thanos was fighting back desperately, but after more than a dozen strokes, he was hit with 3 swords, and his blood flowed down from the wounds. Thor got up and laughed. Why does it feel good to be protected by my sister? Not far away, Loki was relieved to see that Thor was fine, casually killed a monster with his dagger, and smiled at the camera he was controlling to fly around him. Everyone, I killed another monster. I think that should deserve a rocket. Just look at Thor's embarrassed appearance. That's why you shouldn't fight the boss if you aren't strong enough. You want to see my brother-in-law fight the Celestials? All right. Su Yu shook his head, feeling that Loki can really do well in any line of work. There were only 3 Celestials, who were 5,000 meters tall. The purple-armored one looked at his fallen comrades with gritted teeth and said, Su Yu, the 3 of us together can destroy your world. If you don't want life on Earth to go extinct, surrender obediently. The crimson-armored Celestial, kindly, persuaded. Our fighting can cause earthquakes and tsunamis that will kill many people. Su Yu knocked him to the ground with a swing of his staff. Trash, after fighting for so long you still haven't realized where you are fighting. The purple-armored Celestial shouted in alarm, We're in a mirror world. Su Yu had secretly moved everyone into the mirror dimension without their notice. You know too much. He rushed over and hit his soul into astral form with a palm strike. The purple Celestial lost control of his body, and his soul was immediately burned to death by Su Yu's phoenix fire. The remaining 2 Celestials looked at each other and decisively ran in opposite directions. Oh, trying to flee. He unfolded his phoenix wings, quickly killed a Celestial, then turned his head to go after the other, but Wanda took the lead, blasting the Celestial to death with a concentrated orb of chaos magic. All the Celestials who attacked this time were killed, and the energy of their bodies became the tonic for Su Yu and his family. Changing back to his normal size, Su Yu put on the Infinity Gauntlet and looked at Thanos, who had 3 of Hela's necroswords sticking out of his body. Thanos, you failed. The Infinity Gauntlet flashed with red light, and Thanos was bound tightly. Nebula Gamora, you can come and take revenge. Thanos smiled strangely. Sue, do you really think I'm so stupid that I would dare to come here being so weak? Chapter 280, Heart of the Universe. Really now? Star-Lord rushed over and slapped Thanos in the face. That's for thinking about trading Gamora for the Soul Stone. Then he slapped him in the other side of the face. And that's for the MP3 that I lost trying to get the Soul Stone. What, you lost the MP3 I gave you? Yondu shouted from the side. Peter laughed, you are still alive, so you can just give me another. Yondu walked over and slapped the back of his head. What did you say? You think these things grow on trees? Gamora shook her head. Why is the gap between the two foster fathers so big? Boom tilde. A white light flashed, and another Thanos suddenly appeared. A huge amount of white light energy bombarded Suyu. Two Thanos. Heart of the Universe. Suyu instantly recognized the source of energy. The Heart of the Universe is stronger than the Infinity Stones. Fortunately, Thanos has only obtained part of the Heart of the Universe, but its power is already overwhelming. Suyu controlled the Infinity Stones to attack, but suddenly, the void was torn apart. In total darkness, a creature with fangs and claws with some similarities to Venom appeared and bombarded Suyu's Infinity Gauntlet. The King of Chaos, an incarnation of Oblivion. Suyu realized it should be death that persuaded Oblivion to help, and he must have agreed because he did not want to see him collecting all the Infinity Stones of the universe. Thus he sent his incarnation, Amatsu Mikaboshi. Crack tilde. Under the combined bombardment of the Heart of the Universe and Amatsu, the Infinity Stones were still fine, but the gauntlet exploded. Suyu and the new Thanos jumped to catch the stones at the same time. Suyu got 2 stones, and Thanos got 3. The two punched each other, and the energy of the Phoenix Force and the Heart of the Universe clashed, causing a big explosion. With the Heart of the Universe's protection, Suyu's Soul Astral Palm had no effect on Thanos. Using the explosion as cover, the new Thanos grabbed Death and disappeared. Damn! Suyu grabbed the other Thanos and smashed his face in. Then he used his Phoenix Force to attack the King of Chaos, who had not had time to run away. Wanda! As soon as she heard his shout, Wanda began to extract the energy of Oblivion that formed Amatsu's body. A huge amount of dark energy was extracted by Wanda, and the Scarlet Witch's crown appeared on her head. She finally reached her final form. Amatsu's face changed, so strong. At the moment, Scarlet Witch is stronger than she would have been in the original timeline. Her physical strength is similar to Thor's, so not only her attack power is devastating now, but her defense is also very strong. A magic turret with physical strength also at the level of Skyfather's, she basically has no shortcomings. Scarlet Witch waved her hand, and Oblivion's incarnation turned into a mass of pure energy that charged into Suyu's body. Suyu's mental power began to skyrocket, 1400, 1500, 1600, all the way to 1850. What the two could not absorb was absorbed by Yao, Hela, Polaris, Catwoman, Natasha, Mira, and so on. The other heroes on the battlefield, Thor, Loki, all absorbed some energy more or less. Scarlet Witch flew down, and Suyu wrapped his arm around her waist. So, should I still call you Wanda, or are you Scarlet Witch now? Scarlet Witch rolled her eyes at him. Scumbag, did you know that I would become so strong when you seduced me? Suyu shook his head. How is it possible? I only care about looks. Nebula rushed over and stabbed Thanos with a sword. Bastard! Gamora also stabbed him a few times, but neither of them dared to kill him. Thanos smiled. My daughters, I would love to die at your hands. Bang, bang, bang tilde. Star-Lord fired his gun wildly, turning the weak Thanos into a sieve. That was your prospective father-in-law. Are you addicted to killing fathers? Yondu took a cautious step away from his adopted son. Suyu glanced at Peter. This guy should have known that Gamora wouldn't be able to do it, so he decided to take the blame. With a wave of his hand, the Phoenix Fire burned Thanos' body into ashes. Shuri, who was back in the Palace of Wakanda, sent news that while they were dealing with Oblivion just now, the other Thanos extracted the Mind Stone from Vision's forehead. Suyu had sensed it just now, but didn't care. One reason is that he was busy absorbing the energy of oblivion. The other reason is that Vision dared to covet his woman, so why should he care if he dies? Iron Man flew over holding Vision's corpse. Sue, can he be resurrected? Su-Yu shot an Omega beam, but it didn't work. His life was given by the Mind Stone, so not even the complete Omega Force might be able to resurrect him. Vision was declared dead at the age of 3. Wanda threw herself into Su-Yu's arms, and he whispered in her ear, "Are you sad that your suitor has passed away?" Wanda rolled her eyes at him and touched her bulging belly. "I was thinking that life is short and should enjoy the moment." Su-Yu nodded. "I understand. I'll make arrangements in case I die when we go back." Wanda pinched him hard. "What are you thinking?" "I mean you have to protect yourself, or I might run amok and destroy the entire universe. If I were to go crazy, even I would be afraid of myself." Su-Yu patted her back comfortingly. To be honest, even he is a bit afraid of her going crazy. He has already seen all the things she could do when unhinged. Deadpool ran over and glanced carefully at Wanda, then turned his head to look at Su-Yu. "Boss, I have a little problem." "Just say it." "Death gave me a lot of winks. Should I cuck Thanos?" Su-Yu nodded. "If you have a chance, go ahead and do it." Getting Su-Yu's approval, Deadpool was full of fighting spirit. Black Panther came over. "Sue, thank you for your help. Without you, Wakanda would have been doomed this time." Su-Yu patted his shoulder. "T'Challa, you've done a great job." Black Panther whispered, "Sue, I have a few female generals who want to meet you. They are all Wakanda's pearls." Su-Yu glanced at the side and saw them not far away. All of them were quite sturdy, but now there was a shy expression on their faces. His scalp went numb. It's fine to meet them, but don't expect anything else. My hands are already full." Wanda covered her mouth and chuckled. This guy really only cared about looks. Hela was currently beating Loki. "Why were you doing a broadcast while fighting? Can't you be serious? Do I need to teach you another lesson?" Loki raised his hands in front of him and tried to get away from his punishment with flattery. "Sister, I just wanted to make some money and honor you. Show everyone how strong you are." Hela nodded. This brother of hers is quite sensible. Thor whispered, "I really think they are brother and sister. Both have black hair and green eyes, not to mention their huge ego." Brunhilde came over and hit his side with her elbow. "What are you thinking? I feel like retching." Thor thought of a terrible possibility. "You can't be pregnant, right?" That was obviously a very poor choice of words. Brunhilde immediately became furious and started to scold him. "Why do you sound so afraid? We are already married, and you still don't want to be responsible. Do you think it's easy for me to help you manage so many things every day? I have to go back and tell Frigga." Thor's face turned pale. He really wanted to slap his stupid mouth, always talking before he could think of the consequences. Loki was watching in amusement, then shook his head. "Women are really troublesome. It's better to be single." Everyone was in no hurry to go back. They had a one-day celebration banquet at Wakanda and definitely mourned Vision. Yao raised her glass and said worriedly, "Everyone, now that there is a Thanos who has the heart of the universe, it will be incredibly difficult to deal with him, not to mention that he also stole 4 Infinity Stones." Captain America looked puzzled. "Can anyone explain why there are 2 Thanos? Are they twins or clones?" Gamora and Nebula looked at each other. "Impossible. If so, we would have known." Yao nodded. "I could feel some time energy from him. This Thanos should have come from the future." Shuri said strangely, "I can't understand. Now that this timeline's Thanos has been killed, why is there a Thanos in the future that can go back to the past?" Su-Yu explained to her, "Although Thanos is dead, there is death, and she should have no issue resurrecting him." Shuri's eyes were almost shining with stars. "Sue, you are so smart, and so handsome." T'Challa interrupted with an embarrassed cough. "Shuri, we are talking about important things." Diana pinched Su-Yu, "Seducing little girls again." Su-Yu spread out his hands. He can swear on his life. He really didn't do anything this time. Chapter 281, Planning Time Travel. Tony said sadly, "Everyone, it doesn't make much sense to discuss how Thanos came to be. He stole most Infinity Stones, and he can travel through time and space. It shouldn't be difficult to gather the 6 stones with his means." Yao frowned. "It's not easy to travel through time, and he may not be able to travel at will, but it should be possible to go to a few places. Natasha looked at Suyu. That is to say, Thanos is likely to gather the 6 Infinity Stones, as Nebula said, snapping his fingers to destroy half the life in the universe. What do we do? How are we going to find him? Spider-Man raised his hand like a good student. Can we also travel through time? Banner shook his head. With the current technology, it's simply impossible to achieve. Suyu knocked on the table. Actually, it can be achieved. By the way, where's Ant-Man? Hawkeye shook his head. I haven't heard from him lately. Suyu asked Harley to call Dr. Pym. Hey, old Pym, do you know where Scott is? Sue, Dr. Pym's daughter Hope answered excitedly. It's really you. You finally noticed me. Suyu coughed and felt a hand pinching his waist. Hope, I'm looking for Scott. Hope blinked. Scott went to the quantum field, and we still don't know if he can come back alive. What do you need him for? Maybe I can help. Old Pym rolled his eyes. Hope, can you pass me the phone already? Suyu laughed. Dr. Pym, Hope, we're discussing how to deal with some aliens, and now we're officially inviting you over here. Well, by the way, bring Ant-Man too if you can. Hope got even more excited. Wait there, I'll do my makeup first. Soon, the Pym family and Ant-Man were transported by Suyu. When Dr. Pym saw Tony, he immediately scowled. The thief's son is also here. Sue, how could you cooperate with him? Tony couldn't let anyone insult his father. Old man, why do you call my father a thief? The two quarreled back and forth. Meanwhile, Hope took a few quick steps and came to Suyu's side. Sue, I'm your fan. You must give me an autograph and take a photo with me later, preferably with a cup of coffee. Suyu stopped old Pym and Tony's quarrel. Dr. Pym, I can testify that your Pym particles weren't stolen by Tony's dad. Old Pym coughed. Sue, I naturally trust you, but how did they disappear out of thin air? Were they taken by a ghost? Suyu laughed. We're going to discuss these things next. Natasha explained the situation to the Pym family, and Dr. Pym laughed. So, my invention can really save the world. Rhodes asked a question. Can we go back in time and strangle baby Thanos to death? That would solve all the problems. Gamora nodded. You must send me on this mission. I know where to find him. Pietro said, if that were really possible, then Thanos can also go back in time and kill us, or just kill. Everyone looked at Suyu. Obviously, if Thanos killed Suyu before he became strong, it seems that all his problems would also be solved. Wanda grabbed Suyu's hand. If he dares to kill Sue, I will destroy his universe. Everyone shivered. They all seem to also live in the same universe as Thanos. Women are scary. Suyu patted Wanda's hand, then looked at the Ancient One. Yao, you often watch the timeline. Please explain to everyone. Everyone was surprised. This girl is also a super boss. The Ancient One rolled her eyes at him. She waved her hand and made a Möbius strip out of energy. When you go back to the past, that past becomes your future, the present before you becomes the past, and the past will not change because of the new future. Captain America stood up excitedly. I see, so we can go back and get the Infinity Stones. After we gather the 6, with just a snap of our fingers, Thanos would disappear. Everyone nodded in understanding. Tony shook his head. The question is, how do we get back? Ant-Man coughed. I have a lot of say in this. In the quantum field, just a few seconds can be equivalent to a few days in the real world. The quantum realm is like a miniature wormhole of time. We can drill into it from one point in time now and get out from another point in time. Suyu nodded. Tony, Shuri, Banner, Jane, Rocket, Old Pym, etc. started fiddling with the Möbius ring and found that it was really possible. Thor whispered, Jane is still that beautiful and gentle scientist I met back then. He took another look at the Valkyrie, staring at him like a hawk. What did I do wrong to deserve this? Jane said excitedly, I didn't expect that time travel can really be realized. I have to go back and tell myself that Sue is my boyfriend. Don't let Darcy get her claws in him. Everyone was speechless, using time travel for something like this. Suyu stood up. Okay, the next step is to analyze the theory and build the machine or whatever we need. This will be left to the scientists. Those who don't have a doctorate can go home and rest. Captain America shook his head. I can still help with the screws and check the circuits or something. Bucky pulled him up, not wanting to see his friend humiliate himself. "Steve, Wakanda has a great view, let's go check it." Rocket shouted, "Boss, who are you looking down on? I don't have a doctorate, but I'm much better than these bastards who haven't even been to space." Suyu nodded. "By the way, please make another Infinity Gauntlet." He opened a portal and took everyone home for a few days to rest, while the smart group was busy. Unfortunately, there is no rest for him. The witch needs to be appeased. Hela, Captain Marvel, Diana, and other girls who have done a lot in the war must also be compensated. This rest was going to last close to 3 months. There is no other way. A time machine is not so easy to build. These days Suyu was always afraid that Thanos would get the Infinity Stones first and snap his fingers, but luckily it didn't happen. It seemed that it would take time and effort for Thanos and the others to travel through time. During this time, Wanda gave birth to a daughter. Natasha gave birth to a son, and she now has both a boy and a girl. Kara gave birth to a daughter who cried very loudly. Apparently, she inherited her powerful Kryptonian lungs. Hela also became pregnant, which made her so happy that she decided to stay at home to raise her baby honestly. Suyu has not been idle during this time. He knew that obtaining the Infinity Stones was not enough to completely defeat Thanos, who had the heart of the universe and the support of death and oblivion. Looks like I'll have to find more fragments of the Phoenix Force or get a piece of the heart of the universe. However, first he needs to get the Infinity Stones. After a long wait, he got news from Rocket. "Boss, the time shuttle has been built, and the tests will start today." Suyu took Diana, Nebula, Natasha, and others to Wakanda again. But he opened the portal and picked up Thor and Loki before. As soon as Thor landed, the whole house seemed to shake. Natasha looked at this fat man, almost 2 meters tall, and weighing more than 200 kilograms. "Who are you?" Thor laughed. "Natasha, why don't you even know me?" Everyone was astonished. 3 months, what could make a strong young man become like this in such a short time? Loki shrugged. "My sister-in-law is pregnant and stares at him all day long like a hawk. Facing such a bleak life, he doesn't dare to resist. Every day he just sleeps, eats, drinks, and plays games." The little tree man shook his head. "I am Groot. Sounds like a good life to me." Star-Lord laughed and touched his belly. "I've always been jealous of his figure and even thought of training to look like him, but now it seems I don't need to train for that." Chapter 282, Time Experiments. No time machine is as eye-catching as Thor's current figure. Rocket couldn't help but poke fun at him. "Thor, even your pregnant wife is not as fat as you." Jane was a little surprised. "Thor, you." Suyu patted his shoulder. "The next time you face Thanos, you can go straight up and crush him with your weight." "Thor." Dr. Helen took Suyu's arm. "Thor, you should learn from your brother-in-law." Thor looked at all the women around Suyu and felt intimidated. Only one woman had him wanting to flee. He can't understand how someone can manage so many. "At least until my son is born, I won't lose weight." Loki interjected. "Thor, I heard that children have no memory before the age of 3. You can still laze about for a few years." Suyu waved his hand. "Okay, let's take a look at the time shuttle. Which warrior is the guinea pig today?" Ant-Man coughed. "This difficult task is definitely mine. I have been to the quantum field, so I should have the most experience." Suyu patted his shoulder. "Your credit, I will let the people of Earth know." That's what Ant-Man wants. He's never been recognized as a superhero. He still remembers when Tony asked, "Who are you?" Natasha smiled softly. "Don't worry about doing the experiment. If you can't get back, I think Sue won't mind taking care of Hope for you." Scott seemed alarmed. "I suddenly don't want to go. I want to go home to see my daughter." His daughter just happened to send a video call at this moment. "Dad, you are the first hero today. I am proud of you. You are my hero." Scott laughed foolishly and instantly felt that he was okay again. Suyu leaned over. "Hello, Cassie." "Wow," Cassie jumped up happily. Sue spoke to me. I'm your super fan." "Sue, can we take a photo together next time?" Suyu laughed. "Sure, your father is also a hero. Today he is going to take an important step to save the world, and we have to rely on him." Scott said lightly, "Okay, dear, I'm going to save the world. I'll talk to you next time." "Dad, you are the best." His daughter's encouragement made Ant-Man straighten his back. Everyone, let's get started. Thor touched his double chin. Is having children so good? Should I lose weight and set an example for my child? Natasha clapped her hands and smiled. Come on, I have to go home to see my daughter and son. I miss them as soon as I go out. Wow, Nat, how do you let us single people live? Captain America came in with Bucky. Nebula glanced at Bucky. You don't seem to be single, do you? Banner whispered. His eyes were those of a man who has been through hell and back. Having a girlfriend is not necessarily a good thing. Okay, Scott, we're going to send you a week ago. You wander there for a few hours. We'll see you here in a few seconds. Scott, you're the best, Captain America cheered him. Ant-Man's confidence soared. Yes, of course, only I can do this. Suyu shook his head. Fooling honest people was so easy. Whoosh tilde. A few seconds later, a teenage version of Ant-Man appeared. Everyone, I think something is wrong, X. Natasha's eyes widened. Are you Scott? Scott seemed confused. I'm definitely Scott, but why are these clothes so big? Rocket jumped up and waved. It's okay, everything is under control. He quickly pressed a few keys. Whoosh tilde. Ant-Man went to the quantum realm and came back as an old man. Oops, my waist, Bruce, what's going on? Banner waved his hand. Rest assured, everything is under control. I have 7 PhDs. Carol muttered, is this still under control? A doctorate is useless in this situation. Whoosh tilde. Ant-Man was back again, this time as a baby. Poor Scott. Guinea pigs are so miserable. Everyone was terrified. Banner and Rocket were sweating trying to solve it. Captain America was speechless. He's a kid. Banner tried to defend himself. He's still Scott and will grow up. Suyu embraced Natasha's waist. It looks like little Cassie is going to have to drop out of school to work and raise a baby dad. Natasha elbowed him. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly think of a way. Suyu shrugged. Don't worry, there's always a way to solve things. Haven't you noticed that Tony, Shuri, Jane, and the others haven't appeared yet? Banner was panicking. Quick, turn off the power and restart it. Facts have proved that restarting is the most effective and direct method to fix electronics. Ant-Man finally changed back to normal. I think I peed myself, and I don't know if it was the old me, the baby me, or the current me. He silently looked at Banner. Bruce, don't you have 7 doctorates? Banner shrugged, but I don't have a time-traveling doctorate. Suyu laughed. Everyone, this thing is actually quite useful. It's not bad that old people can become young again. Natasha nodded. It seems quite useful, then I want to be 20, no, 18. Aren't you being too gritty? She rolled her eyes at him. Which woman wouldn't want to look young? Just wait until Sky sees me looking younger than her. I'm sick of her using her age to win arguments. Tony walked in with his daughter Morgan in his arms, looking shy. Wow, what happened here? Let me guess, did Scott turn into a baby? Did you not notice the free will theorem? What? Free what? Captain America and Bucky had big question marks over their heads. Jane and Shuri also walked in. Jane explained, if there are experimenters with free will, then elementary particles also have free will. Jane saw that everyone was still confused. You can understand it like Schrödinger's cat. Thor raised his hand. Jane, can Schrödinger's cat catch mice? Captain America chimed in. I don't think that's what Jane meant. Jane rolled her eyes. Well, you can understand that in the quantum realm, a lot is not predictable. Tony casually put Morgan in Thor's arms and continued. Scott did not travel in time, but time walked around Scott. Scott, who just changed his pants, almost shouted, that is to say, I was fucked by time. Tony snorted, you understood that right. Thor was teasing Morgan. Children seem to be quite interesting. Suyu looked at the twitching Tony. Tony, since you said that, you must have figured out a way. Tony raised his right hand. Yes, we have got a fully functional space-time shuttle navigator. This will work as a GPS so that we will not get lost. Ant-Man went again, and this time the experiment finally succeeded. Next is to consider which time and space they will go to. Pym particles are very rare, and I can't create them in a short time, explained Dr. Pym. So we basically only have one chance. Natasha began to preside over the meeting. We now have the power and soul stones, so we lack time, reality, mind, and space stones. Thor interjected, I can go to Asgard to get the reality stone from Jane. Jane muttered, I think Sue should go, I'll be more than happy to give it to him. Natasha waved her hand. Sue, he must definitely go. If he doesn't go, we can't resist if we meet Thanos. Steve nodded. The Time Stone and the Mind Stone, we can get them after the Chitauri invasion in New York. Tony shouted in realization, so Ant-Man unplugged my wire to steal the stone. Scott, am I really taking the blame for myself? Steve also realized something. When I met myself at the time, I thought it was Loki who became. What did I tell me Bucky was still alive? God, it was me. I used to be in better shape. Loki glanced at Banner. I feel deeply wronged, and that moment in time is something I don't wish to experience ever again. Chapter 283. The Reconciliation Between Hela and Odin. After Natasha finished talking, she looked at the side. Thor, please introduce the Etha. Thor. Everyone saw that this guy was already asleep with his sunglasses on. Drax laughed loudly. Sure enough, he has the demeanor of our Guardians of the Galaxy. Star-Lord looked at Thor's belly. With his current figure, I welcome him very much. What? The meeting is over? Thor stood up abruptly, like a student being woken up by the bell. Su-Yu nodded. Looks like I'll have to ask Hela to teach her brother well. As soon as Thor heard Hela's name, he was instantly refreshed. Etha? Actually, Jane is more familiar with it than me. She was possessed by the Etha last time, and I happened to take her to Asgard for treatment. I wanted her to meet my parents, but unfortunately my brother-in-law came from somewhere in the universe again. Jane rolled her eyes. Odin didn't seem to like me very much, saying that I am human and not worthy of his son, completely ignoring the fact that it was Sue who I liked. Natasha waved her hand exasperatedly. Okay, let's get to the point. Our timing is when Jane went to Asgard. The crowd agreed. As for the Space Stone and the Mind Scepter, everyone is familiar with them, so they turned to look at Loki, who just shrugged. It's very simple. After I was caught, both the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract were taken by you. Star-Lord sighed. Fortunately, I don't have to go to Vormir. I don't want to throw away my Walkman as well. Su-Yu laughed. I can take Steve this time. Red Skull is an old acquaintance of his. Natasha leaned on his side. Maybe you'll take me there and push me down. Su-Yu caressed her hair and said solemnly, even if I have to blow up that planet, I won't throw you down. She looked up at him with a smile. What are you doing? I'm joking. What are you taking it so seriously? So you don't love me? Su-Yu took her shoulders. I'd really miss you. Gamora and Brunhilde were moved to tears. Sue is really warm. Why is the gap so big? Hela suddenly called Su-Yu and asked to go to Asgard. Sue, I'm going to Asgard too. I understand now. There's nothing to argue about. I just want to see my old father again. What can Su-Yu say? He will also take Hela over. She has never asked her for anything, and he won't say no to her first request. After Hela arrived and saw the fat Thor, her first reaction was trying to stab him. Surprisingly, the fat Thor dodged nimbly and hid behind Su-Yu, who had no choice but to help appease Hela. First stop, Asgard. Operator Rocket, bodyguard Su-Yu, guide Thor, family visitor Hela, the four were ready to go. Sue, you must pay attention to safety. Natasha, Nebula and the others reminded him many times. Whoosh tilde. The group of four disappeared. Oops, Jane shouted suddenly. Everyone looked over. Jane, have you forgotten something? Jane blushed. I just realized that I was holding the future Sue that time. Natasha rolled her eyes. Just a hug. Now everyone seemed interested. Jane's face turned redder, also kissed. That's it. Everyone thought there was something more interesting. Asgard a few years ago. Hela took a deep breath, still that familiar smell. Thor laughed. Go collect the Etha. I have something to fetch. Rocket rolled his eyes. I'm afraid you're going for a drink. Thor seemed a little embarrassed. Little Rabbit, you really understand me. Rocket's eye twitched at being called Rabbit. You can change your name to a wine barrel. How terrifying is marriage? Just a couple months were enough to transform your fit body into this. Thor squeezed his stomach. It's not meat, it's sadness. Hela lifted her fist and Thor immediately ran away. Seeing her brother like this, she sighed and turned around. Sue, I'm going to see Odin. Sue, you and Rocket looked at each other. Well, it seems that just the two of us are serious about doing things. The Rocket smiled wretchedly. Boss, isn't it particularly cool to be with your brother-in-law's sweetheart in Asgard? Sue, you kicked him. You know shit, I don't want to hurt Jane's heart. Rocket rubbed the sore spot and muttered softly, You are the boss, whatever you say is right. When the two entered the room, Sue smiled at Jane and said, Jane, are you having fun in Asgard? Jane rushed over and hugged him tightly. Sue, I don't want to stay here, can you take me back to Earth? Rocket sneakily used the prepared instrument in the back to extract the reality stone. Jane noticed something strange. Hey, I feel a change in the energy in my body. Rocket signaled Sue to distract her quickly. Did you feel my heart beating faster? Sue held Jane's face in both hands and kissed her. Jane was instantly lost to the outside world. Rocket gave a thumbs up and soon finished extracting the stone. Yeah. Jane screamed, Sue, why did you give me a shot? Sue rubbed her hair. Just a vaccination, there are many foreign viruses outside Earth. Jane blushed, Sue, you are so kind to me. Bang tilde. They heard the sound of a hammer hitting the ground. No, what are you doing? This is the point in time when Thor walked in and saw this scene. If you rewind half a second, you can see the exact moment where his heart breaks. He turned around quickly and ran away. Sue shrugged. No wonder Thor misunderstood himself and Frigga later. It was because of this. He patted Jane. Jane, you have a good rest first, I'll go see Thor. Jane's eyes were blurred. Well, be careful. Sue used his mental power to check everything and saw that Hela actually started chatting with Odin. He came to the main hall and saw that Odin was in tears. Hela, my daughter, I didn't think the day we reconciled would ever come. Now that I'm old, I've realized all my mistakes. Fortunately, you are still young. Hela touched her stomach. I'm only now experiencing firsthand what it's like to be a parent. Father, I was wrong as well. Odin nodded. I've always regretted having to seal you, when it was my fault you became like that in the first place. How is that boy Sue treating you? Sue walked over and hugged Hela's waist. Isn't it obvious? With your daughter's petty personality, if she wasn't happy, do you think it would be possible for her to let me touch her and make her pregnant? Odin looked relieved. That's good. Hela hit Sue. Father, you'd better hide all of Asgard's beauties. Odin. Sue lamented that it was actually Hela who buried a hole for him. That's why Odin misunderstood him in the past. The three said goodbye, then Sue, Hela and Rocket went to find Thor, and they actually found him complaining to his mother Frigga. Mother, I'm so miserable. I married a crazy and violent woman that watches my every move like a hawk all day. Frigga patted his shoulder comfortingly. So fat Thor is also very cute, and I can still hold my grandson in the future. That's good. Thor added, I was also stabbed in the eye by my sister, and she often beats me. In front of his mother, he was acting like an aggrieved child. Frigga. Thor wiped his tears. However, she and her brother-in-law are actually good to me, protecting me in times of danger. Realizing it was almost time, Frigga instructed, Thor, eat some veggies and fruit. Don't just stuff yourself full of meat and mead all the time, you have to take care of yourself. Seeing that Rocket was preparing to press the button to go back, Thor quickly stretched out his hand. Whoosh tilde. Mjolnir flew into his hand. Oh, although I'm fat, I can still use my hammer. Sue nodded to Frigga, and everyone returned to the present. Thor laughed and swung his hammer like a child. Look what I got back. Thor turned his head and smiled at Sue. Brother-in-law, open a portal for me. I'm going home to see my wife. I just hope the baby hasn't kicked her. She always tries to kick me back in revenge. Chapter 284. The Pym Particles case was solved. 2012, Battle of New York. The Great Chitauri army was approaching the city. Whoosh tilde. A golden light in the sky turned into a straight line and flew through many leviathans. Boss, you were so cool back then. In a corner of a block in New York, Ant-Man looked up and quickly flattered. Captain America looked around. 3 Infinity Stones, 2 in the Stark Building and 1 in the New York Sanctum. The combination of Hulk and Banner raised his hand. I'll ask Strange for it. Suyu casually slapped him and sent Banner's soul into astral travel, leaving Hulk in control of the body. Well, the rest of us will go to the Stark Tower. Whoosh tilde. Suyu and Tony flew to the top floor of the Stark Tower and saw Loki being threatened by everyone in turn. Tony whispered, "Oh, I was quite young then." "Sue, your brother-in-law is so miserable. He was beaten so badly. No wonder he twitches whenever Banner enters the room." "The captain's trousers lift the butt so well," Ant-Man said, then he quickly added, "But he isn't in as good shape as you, boss." Since the last time Suyu made him look good in front of his daughter, he has made up his mind to follow him. Tony rolled his eyes. The ass-kissing is too much. At this time, a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents walked in, led by a bald man and a field captain, but everyone knew now that their real identities were that of members of Hydra. Tony couldn't help but comment, "I feel so dumb now. How come I didn't notice anything wrong with them back then?" The bald man wearing glasses carefully stored the Mind Scepter to send it to Hydra headquarters for research. Scott chimed in, "I can tell they are not good people at first glance, especially the baldy. His small eyes look so wretched. You actually." Ant-Man was flicked by Suyu's finger and landed on the past's Iron Man's hair. Then everyone took the elevator. Hulk also wanted to take the elevator, but the others stopped him. "Hate the stairs, hate the Avengers," Hulk complained and went to the stairs. Suyu came to the elevator door on the 16th floor, where Captain America was already waiting for the elevator. The elevator door opened, and the Hydra team was stunned. "Captain and Sue, you also take the elevator." Suyu laughed, "What? Are we not allowed to take the elevator?" The bald man quickly put a smile on his face. "How could it be?" The two entered the elevator. Captain America whispered, "Okay, everyone, hand the scepter to us. Pierce asked us to take over." The bald man seemed surprised. Let me ask the secretary for instructions." Captain America coughed, "No need." He looked around and spoke softly in the man's ear, "Hail Hydra." The people in the elevator went numb. Captain America is actually a member of Hydra. Everyone looked at Suyu, and the baldy quickly said, "Captain Rogers, what do you mean by this? Hydra is a terrorist organization." Suyu waved his hand. "Don't be so nervous. I'm actually one of the heads of Hydra." He solemnly said, "Hail Hydra." Everyone was astonished. Even the mighty Sue is a member of Hydra. It seems like they really choose the right side. But it's so hard to believe. Suyu coughed and took out a photo of himself in Red Skull. "Do you know who this is?" Everyone was shocked. Red Skull, the founder of this Hydra. "Why is this background a little different from Earth?" The bald man was a little puzzled. Suyu glared at him. "Do I need to explain myself to a small fry like you? It's a secret. Not even Pierce would dare to ask." Everyone quickly stopped talking and obediently presented the scepter. Suyu and Captain America took the Mind Scepter and walked out of the elevator. The Hydra team was full of confidence in the future. With Suyu on their side, Hydra's future is limitless. "Steve, you go to the meeting point first. I'll go see Tony and the others." Suyu came to the hall and saw Thor and Tony arguing with Alexander Pierce. Loki must be brought back to Asgard. Although Pierce was old, he still seemed full of energy. "Loki is a criminal and must come with me. And the Tesseract we have kept for decades must be returned to us." Both sides were in a staring contest. Future Tony directed Ant-Man, "Quick, unplug my battery." Ant-Man muttered, "Are you sure it's all right? If you die, don't ask me for compensation." Tony was speechless. "The future me is still alive. What are you afraid of?" Ant-Man thinks about it too. The battery of the reactor was directly pulled out. The 2012, Tony suddenly fell to the ground convulsing. Pierce quickly distanced himself to evade responsibility. "I just touched the box. I didn't touch him." If Stark dies, he probably won't last long in his current job, and maybe he will have to go back to Hydra. Ant-Man moved like a fly, knocking the box into the feet of the future Tony, who was disguised as a security guard. Tony took the box and didn't manage to take more than a few steps before he was hit by Hulk, who was just going downstairs. The box was knocked open, and the Tesseract stumbled into Loki's feet. "Loki, am I really so lucky?" He took the Tesseract and teleported straight away. Su Yu did not stop his brother-in-law from reporting to the Time Administration, but helped the security guard Tony to leave. Thor shouted in the hall, "Loki, where did you go?" Captain America on the 14th floor heard that Loki ran away and hurried down, just in time to meet the future Captain America with the Mind Scepter in his hands. "Loki, your disguise is terrific. I don't have wrinkles." Future Steve didn't know what to say. How many years have passed? Isn't it normal to grow a bit older? Very well, it looks like I'm going to beat myself up too. The two Captain America fought. Originally, the younger version was winning. Fortunately, the future Captain America absorbed some energy from the Celestials last time and also took out his trump card. Bucky isn't dead, successfully stunning his younger self and proceeding to beat him to the ground. How does it feel to get your butt kicked by an old man? New York Sanctum. Soul Banner was still trying to convince the Ancient One, "Sorcerer Supreme, I beg you, this stone is important to us." The Ancient One waved her hand. "Go save your reality, our reality is at stake." "Do you know about Dormammu?" Banner nodded. "Dormammu, I know, he was annoyed by your apprentice until he gave up. Then he was beaten by Sue and Wanda. By the way, it was your husband Sue who asked me to come." The Ancient One's eyes widened. She looked at the distant sky, stunned. "Is that handsome, golden guy just now my husband?" Banner muttered, "That's right, when I came over, I heard that you were pregnant." The Ancient One was having trouble processing these words. "This amount of information is a bit too much for me. Let's slow down first." Banner asked strangely, "Can't you watch the future?" The Ancient One shook her head. "I can't see my future recently. It seems that everything related to him is blurred." The door was pushed open and Su Yu walked in with a smile. "Sorry for the wait, I was kind of busy." "Yao, you're not good. You didn't hand over the time stone to Banner." The Ancient One's body trembled. She stared at Su Yu fixedly. "Are you really my husband in the future, and am I really pregnant?" Su Yu nodded. "I swear on my good reputation. Would you like me to tell you more about it?" The Ancient One quickly waved. "No, I still hope to be a little surprised. Knowing the future isn't as interesting as most people think." She took out the time stone from the Eye of Agamotto. "You can take the stone, but remember to return it soon." Su Yu took the time stone and winked. "Okay, I will not only give you the stone, but also give you a baby, no, at least 3 babies." The Ancient One looked at the backs of Su Yu and Banner leaving, still processing their words. "Am I going to read some parenting books now, too?" It's over, it's over. We've almost run out of Pym particles, now we can't get the last stone." When Su Yu came back with the time stone, Ant-Man was there pacing nervously. "Scott, stop." Ant-Man quickly shut up and couldn't help muttering, "Boss, we've put so much effort, if Thanos collects the stones first, we'll be finished. It's a pity that my father-in-law's Pym particles were stolen by Tony's father." A flash of lightning seemed to pass through Tony's mind. "We can go a little further into the past and get to the base in New Jersey, which has both the Pym particles and Tesseract." So you gave him a thumbs up. "Tony, you are a genius." "Tony." "So, my dad has been taking the blame for us. We stole the Pym particles." Everyone was enlightened. Only Scott still seemed clueless. Both the Mind Scepter and the Time Stone were given to Scott and Banner. "You take these back first." Tony looked Scott in the eyes and told him, "Be sure to tell old Pym that it was us who stole the Pym particles, so he can stop wronging my father." Chapter 285, Howard Stark. 1970, New Jersey. 3 future men arrive at the SHIELD base. In the elevator, a middle-aged black woman with a fluffy hairstyle stared at Su Yu. "Oh, when did such a handsome boy come to the bureau?" Su Yu smiled at her. "Ma'am, I've never seen you before." The woman almost swooned when she saw him smile and then turned to look at Steve. And by the way her eyes lit up, it seemed she also appreciated his looks. When the elevator reached the 3rd basement floor, Su Yu and Tony hurried out of the elevator, leaving Steve alone behind to face the woman's cannibalistic eyes. Tony took a few quick steps and soon spotted the Tesseract. He put the cube in the box and shrugged. "Sue, it seems quite simple. We are back on the track again. Fortunately, no one found out if someone comes, please knock him out. It's really his honor to be knocked out by someone from the future." Su Yu was non-committal and looked in the other direction. Arnim, is that you? Didn't I tell you to leave work? Tony was taken aback. That voice was a little familiar. Su Yu gestured to walk over, preparing to knock out whoever came, but Tony hurriedly grabbed him, winked and signaled, "Don't fight, that's my dad." Howard Stark, Tony's father, looked at the two of them suspiciously. "Who are you? Have you met Dr. Zola?" Tony shook his head. "Haven't seen him." Tony nervously took out his ID card. "We are visitors from MIT. My name is Anthony Potts." He used his wife's surname. Su Yu smiled and shook hands with Howard. "My name is Su Yu." "Howard Stark, Su, your friend seems a little nervous." Su Yu put an arm around Tony's shoulders. "Maybe it's because you look a bit like his father." Howard smiled and glanced at Anthony, who was older than himself. "You're quite humorous, but if you look closely, we really look alike." Tony glanced at Su Yu silently. His eyes contained all kinds of emotions. Howard felt an inexplicable closeness to this Anthony. "Potts, you look a little pale. Let's go out to get some fresh air. I'm not used to working in an underground laboratory either." Tony nodded. "All right." He walked forward, looking a little lost. Howard picked up a small suitcase on the chair. "Potts, don't forget your suitcase." Tony naturally took the suitcase his father handed him over. The three walked towards the elevator. "Flowers and canned sauerkraut. Do you have a date tonight?" After Tony walked a bit, he recovered some and took the opportunity to say a few more words to his father. Howard nodded. "My wife is pregnant, and I've been working too much overtime lately." "Help me hold it, please." He handed the flowers and can to Tony and straightened his tie. Su Yu made a note. In just 1 minute, Tony had already accepted the things his father handed him 3 times. "How long has your wife been pregnant?" I really don't know how long it will take, but she can't even stand the sound of me eating now, so I can only go to the back kitchen to eat quietly." Tony smiled like a fool. "I have a daughter, Morgan, who is very cute, and she said she would love me for 3,000 years. This is his way of telling his father that he has a granddaughter. Howard nodded. "A daughter is very good. If my child is a girl, it would be better because she would probably not be like me." Tony was confused. What's wrong with a son? He interviewed his father for his unborn self. "I always put my personal interests ahead of the collective good." "Tony, it turns out that this is a common problem in his family." Su Yu shook his head. Although Tony was cynical on the surface, he was often the one who sacrificed the most. Tony turned his head to the side. "Su, why did you suddenly stop talking?" Su Yu shook his head. "Seeing you both chatting so happily, I couldn't bear to disturb you." The three got out of the elevator, and Su Yu's ears moved. On the 6th floor of the basement, the woman they met in the elevator took the guards everywhere to look for the three of them. "That guy is so handsome. There's no way I could have forgotten a face like that, and he wants to pretend to be a member of our bureau." Su Yu's eyelids twitched. Sure enough, to be a spy you can't be too handsome. 7 is a lie. Steve, who successfully stole the PIM particles, escaped into an office and found a picture of himself on the desk. "Peggy's office and my picture." He burst into tears. He realized that the one he owed the most in his life was Peggy. "I still owe her a dance." The idea of going back to the past and accompanying her took root in his mind. "Howard, have you thought of the child's name?" "If it's a boy, my wife wants to call him Amanz." Tony looked alarmed. "Well, you should think about it a bit more." Howard paused. "I want to ask a question. Were you nervous when your baby was born?" Tony nodded. "I was super nervous, so I called Sue to accompany me. Luckily, I had him with me." Howard looked at the two suspiciously. "Oh, your relationship is not normal." Su Yu quickly waved. "Don't get it wrong, Howard. It's just that my medical skills are good." Howard laughed. "I didn't say anything." He looked at Tony. "Were you ready to be a father?" Actually, I really thought about it. What did my father do?" Howard nodded. "I think my father was too harsh on me." Tony recalled, "My father was also strict, but looking back now, it was all good things, and he made a lot of sense in what he said. For example, an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time." "Well, your father is very wise." Howard unintentionally made a commercial boast. He decided to say this to his children often. "To be honest, although my child has not yet been born, I would do anything for him. Tony's heart was warmed by his dad's words. Seeing that his butler Jarvis was already waiting for him in the car, Howard turned around and smiled. "Okay, gentlemen, it was a pleasure chatting with you." Suyu took out a camera. "You guys got along so well, let's take a photo as a souvenir." The two readily agreed. Suyu took this cherished photo of father and son meeting across time and space. Tony unexpectedly hugged his father. "Thank you for everything you will do. Your child will be a successful person in the future." Howard was stunned. "Thanks." He looked at the backs of Tony and Suyu. "Jarvis, have I met that man before? He really feels familiar." "Sir, you have met too many people." "Really?" When the three time travelers regrouped, both Steve and Tony were still feeling emotional. Suyu patted Steve's shoulder. "Steve, the best you can do for the people you love is to be happy, and to make up for the regrets in life as much as possible." Steve nodded. "Sue, thank you for your encouragement. I think I already know what I have to do." Suyu handed Tony the camera. "What do you think Howard will think once he sees his son growing up to look more and more like Anthony Potts each year?" Tony's eyes widened. Is he digging a hole for himself? "Fortunately, I still look a bit like my father." Suyu laughed. "Okay, let's go back now and kill that bastard Thanos, and then we can go home." Whoosh tilde. The three entered the quantum realm, and giant water bears appeared around them. Suddenly, a white light attacked them, but Suyu quickly used the Phoenix Force to form a shield. Boom tilde. The two forces collided, frying many water bears. Suyu fixed his eyes and saw that it was his father-in-law, Thanos, to be precise, the Thanos who had a fragment of the heart of the universe. It's really a narrow road for enemies, and you can meet them even while traveling through time and space. With a wave of Suyu's hand, Tony and Steve were directly sent away. Thanos tried to catch them with the power of the heart of the universe, but Suyu blocked him with the Phoenix Force. Two of the strongest forces in the universe collided in the quantum dimension. Boom, boom, boom tilde. A long time afterwards, the two of them didn't know how long the battle had been going on, and the surroundings were dilapidated, but no one could do anything to the other for the time being. Suddenly, a huge suction force sucked them directly out of the quantum realm. Chapter 286, Get Mystique, Get the Whole World. Suyu shook his head. He almost thought he was going to die there. He looked at the surrounding buildings. "Hey, this place is familiar. I went to Oxford. Jane and Darcy are doing research here, and Suyu often comes here to visit the two of them and likes to chat with them while watching the scenery on the balcony." He took a deep breath and almost choked. "Fog, definitely not the London I know." Before the 1970s, London was a famous fog city, and many London residents died because of breathing diseases. The smog was so severe that even criminals did not dare to go out. The crime rate at the time is said to be closely inversely related to the severity of the smog. Suyu touched his body, and his heart sank. The Pym particles and the equipment to travel through time had been smashed in the previous battle with Thanos. He found a passerby to ask some questions in order to identify his current location. London in 1962. Bunkers, I won't be able to go back. Suyu clearly remembered that Thanos was also sucked out of the quantum realm, and he didn't know if he was at this point in time as well or sometime else. Thinking of his lovely wives at home, Suyu couldn't help but feel a little anxious, not because he was afraid of being cucked, but because he was afraid that Wanda would go crazy and destroy the universe. He struggled to remember what he knew of 1962. Even if I take the Pym particles now, no one can build a time-space shuttle device. It seems that at this point, Professor X and Magneto just met, and the White Queen is still a villain in the Hellfire Club. Suyu thought of these key figures. Charles might know some way to travel through time. The White Queen has been the host of the Phoenix Force for a while. If he can get more Phoenix Force, maybe he can travel directly through time and space without the need of technology. I am the husband of the Cuckoo Sisters. What would that make my relationship with the White Queen? Thinking of this, Suyu's heart settled down. Well, even if I stay here for a while, it won't change the time at which I will arrive once I go back to my time. Suyu's mental power spread around and soon found his target. a bar near Oxford University, the young Charles Xavier was picking up girls taking advantage of his telepathy. He turned to the bartender. "Give this lady a brandy." The girl with different eyes and pupils said in amazement, "Whoa, how do you know what I want to drink?" Charles smiled slightly. "Maybe I'm just lucky." Suyu chuckled. At this point, Charles still liked women. Does that mean he only changed his orientation once he met Magneto? At the bar more than 10 meters away, a beautiful woman with wavy blonde hair and some baby fat on her face attracted Suyu's attention. Suyu walked over. "Hello there, beautiful, are you alone?" Raven hates being approached by sleazy men. She was about to reject him, but when she turned around, she was pleasantly surprised by the handsome face. She smoothed her clothes a little embarrassedly. "No, oh, I mean yes, I'm alone." Suyu smiled. "Is that so?" Raven laughed awkwardly. "I'm Raven, by the way." Suyu reached out and shook her hand. "Suyu, from the future." "Future?" Raven curled her lips, obviously not believing him. Suyu shrugged. "It's true, I originally wanted to invite you to a drink, but it's a pity that the banknotes from my time don't work here." Raven covered her mouth and chuckled. "I've never met a man who could say he's broke and still act so confident." "What do you want to drink? I'll state in advance, I don't have much money either." Suyu asked for a beer. After drinking half a glass of cold beer, he finally felt comfortable. Raven stared at Suyu's face. He somehow looked more and more handsome by the minute. "Your clothes look like you went through the ringer. What did you just do?" Suyu put the glass down. "In order to prevent the destruction of the world, I fought with an alien bully, and he also broke my time travel device." Raven couldn't hold back and bent over laughing. Suyu stared into her eyes. "I thought this was God's punishment for me until I met you." Raven became a little embarrassed to be looked at so intensely by this handsome man. "What did I do?" Suyu laughed. "I just found out that this is a gift from God for my efforts to protect the world. Raven, you are so beautiful. When you own Mystique, you own the whole world. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a gift." Raven's blush intensified, but she is in love with Charles. How can she be so fickle? You can really talk. How many little girls have been deceived by this trick?" Suyu looked at her with the most honest expression he could make. "You're the first woman I've said this to, and I don't know if I want to say it to others in the future." The two began to chat. Raven let out a crisp laugh from time to time, and her eyes seemed to become brighter and brighter when she looked at Suyu. The woman beside Charles looked in their direction. "That man is so handsome. His eyes seem to glow when he smiles." Charles turned his head, saw Suyu, and coughed. "You're right, he's quite good-looking, but I can see he's not a good man at first glance." "Is that Raven he's flirting with?" He looked at the smile on Raven's face, knowing that if he didn't stop them, Raven would be fooled by that scumbag. Charles didn't care about picking up girls anymore and walked over. "Raven, new friend." Raven nodded. "Sue, this is my brother Charles." "This is Suyu. According to him, he is from the future." Charles sneered. "This kind of pickup line is so lame. It's probably worked just because he is a bit handsome." "From the future? Then can you tell me what will happen to me in the future?" Suyu looked at his head. "Leaving the rest aside, you will become bald, but don't worry, although you become bald, you will also become stronger." Charles stroked his hair and laughed. "You are probably jealous of my hair." Raven said, "Charles, Sue's hair is better than yours." Charles' heart skipped a beat. The girl he grew up together with and considers his sister is now siding with an outsider. This scumbag is so skilled. He pressed his fingers to his temple and used his powers on Suyu. "So Sue, right? Tell me, how many girlfriends do you have? What do you think about my sister?" Raven wanted to stop Charles, but hearing such a question, she sat down again. Suyu's expression became blank. I don't have a girlfriend, but I plan to pursue Raven. Her looks and personality are the best I've seen." Raven's heart melted. She thought Suyu was one of those men who go around picking up girls everywhere at first, so she was a little guarded, but now it seems that he is actually an honest person. "It seems that today is my lucky day." Charles froze. Not only did he not expose this man, but he also assisted him in conquering Raven. He wanted to check Suyu's memory, but he couldn't see anything at all. He has never encountered such a situation. Suyu seemed to wake up. Hey, what happened to me just now? Raven smiled. It's nothing, my brother has a lot of problems. Charles looked at Suyu. Sue, what do you think of mutated people? If you meet a mutant, will you report him? This is critical for Raven, otherwise it will be a tragedy. Suyu said sadly, Raven, I'm sorry, I can't keep chasing you. Raven looked confused for a moment, and then her expression fell. Charles breathed a sigh of relief. He finally scared away the scumbag. Suyu let out a long sigh, snapped his fingers, and a small flame appeared in his hand. For Raven, I have to be honest, I'm sorry, but I'm a mutant. Charles, no wonder he couldn't see this man's thoughts. It turns out that he is also a mutant. Raven burst into tears of relief and jumped into Suyu's arms excitedly. You don't have to be sorry. Suyu patted her back and enjoyed the feeling of her breasts pushing against him. Charles was confused. Why are things not following the script? Chapter 287, White Queen. Charles sat down and the three started chatting. Sue, I didn't expect you to be a mutant too. Raven had a smile on her lips, and her eyes were practically shining. Suyu seemed to grab the point at once. Also, are you one too? Raven and Charles looked at each other. We both are. Suyu pulled Raven into his arms. I finally found someone like me. The three chatted for more than an hour. Basically, it was Suyu and Raven talking, and Charles was like a light bulb. Charles reminded Raven, it's time to leave, Raven, I still have a class tomorrow. Raven looked reluctant, but I still want to talk, why don't you go back first? Charles will definitely not go back without her. Otherwise, his sister will lose something very important today. The probability is almost 100%. Girls shouldn't be out too late. Raven rolled her eyes. Charles, you care too much. Suyu patted Raven's arm. Girls really shouldn't go home too late, it's not safe. Raven nodded. Sue, you are so nice. Charles, this double standard is too much. Raven suddenly became worried. But you have no money, where do you live? Suyu raised his hand, and 2 gold coins appeared in his hand, which were the coins of Atlantis. Would a hotel accept this as payment? Raven took a gold coin. Is it real gold? I suspect you didn't come back from the future, but from ancient times. Charles looks at the coins. This crafting technique of this gold coin is very good, and the pattern is very beautiful. It would be a pity to spend it. Raven suddenly thought of something. Charles, why don't you let him stay in our house for a while? Suyu handed the gold coins to each of them, and when they were about to refuse, he said, it's just the room fee. Charles really liked this gold coin. Since we are all mutants, it is natural to help each other. Suyu suddenly asked, Charles, do you know of a way to travel through time? For some reason, Charles felt like he had been seen through by this man. Unfortunately, the rookie professor didn't know as much as he would in the future. Charles was taken aback. I don't know, but why do I feel like I'm being seen through by you? Raven laughed. Maybe it's an occupational disease. You see through others every day. Charles shook his head. Maybe, let's go back. When the three of them went out of the bar, Suyu frowned. The smog at night was even thicker than in the day. This place is really not suitable for living. Suyu was given the downstairs guest room, and Charles ordered Raven to close her door and windows to sleep. Late at night, Suyu was still trying to remember what he knew of this era. Las Vegas, Hellfire Club. Looks like if I want to go home, I have to go through the White Queen to find the Phoenix Force hidden somewhere on Earth. Barefoot footsteps sounded outside the door, and Suyu immediately knew who was coming, so he gently opened the door. Raven stood in her silk pajamas outside the door, playing with her hair nervously. Sue smiled lightly. Your room seems to be the second room upstairs. Raven covered her mouth and snickered. It turned out that the two of them had the same idea. She fell into Suyu's arms. We have to be careful, Charles' power is telepathy. Suyu hugged her waist. Don't worry, I can block telepathy and can also block sounds, so even if the bed collapsed, it would be fine. Raven blushed. What nonsense are you thinking about? I'm just here to chat. Suyu shrugged. I'm talking about another kind of chatting. The two naturally chatted very intensely. Raven was very unfamiliar with the act, but compensated with enthusiasm. Her strength is quite decent. She is not a delicate woman, and she seems to age slowly, so even 50 years later, she will still look as young as now. Suyu passed a certain amount of life energy to Mystique, so that her strength could be improved, and her lifespan was also greatly increased. Raven wondered, "Su, why am I getting more and more energetic and feeling stronger?" Suyu laughed, "I gave you some life energy." Raven drew circles on his abs. "You are so good to me, how can I repay you?" The next morning, Suyu woke up feeling refreshed, and the depression of being accidentally teleported to the past dissipated a lot. Raven walked downstairs and acted naturally. "Su, you got up so early." Suyu nodded, "I'm not used to sleeping alone." Charles was a little puzzled, but he didn't easily spy on Raven's thoughts. He didn't notice anything unusual last night, and he slept very soundly. After the three of them had breakfast, Raven took Suyu's hand and wanted to take him to London. Charles had classes, so naturally he can't accompany them, and he doesn't want to be a third wheel. "You can go out to play, but remember to come back early." But as soon as Charles left the door, Raven took Suyu back home. In a single day, Suyu had fun with Hepburn, Monroe, Kelly, and Taylor. Raven huddled in Suyu's arms. "Su, did you like it? In fact, there are still many actresses we can try." Suyu put his arms around her shoulders. "My favorite is still you." Raven pinched him. "Scumbag, you were so happy just now." But she couldn't stop smiling. It turns out that with Mystique, you can really see the world without leaving your home. Suyu definitely didn't sit still, and taught Raven a training method to increase her mental strength. After Charles came back, he was stunned to find Raven's mental power. Can mutants strengthen each other when they are together? Some sort of magnetic field. Should I also find a mutant companion? Suyu stayed in London for another 3 days, and although he couldn't bear to leave Raven, he still had responsibilities and needed to find the fragment of Phoenix Force. "Su, can't you stay with me?" At this time, Raven was still a girl who experienced love for the first time, not Mystique, who was valiant and decisive afterward. Suyu comforted her. "Raven, I really have something important to do. Don't worry, I'll be visiting you often." Raven hugged him tightly. "Don't lie to me or I will kill you." Las Vegas, Hellfire Club. At the moment, the head of the club is Sebastian Shaw, the Black King. And Emma Frost is the White Queen. The main members are Riptide, who can create tornadoes, and the space-jumping Red Devil, Azazel. The club was very lively today, and there were a lot of people inside. Gambling, alcohol, beauties, everything abounded. Suyu took out a drunk's membership card and walked in. The eyes of a few girls in bikinis lit up, and they immediately surrounded him. "Sir, is it your first time here? Want us to show you around?" Suyu waved. "I've already made an appointment with someone else, sorry." A woman caught his attention. Emma Frost looks sexy and enchanting, but has a cool temperament. She has blonde hair, a height of 1.77 meters, long legs, and a slim waist. Naturally, she is the focus of most males in the club. But no one dared to go up to chat with her. Obviously, everyone knew who she was. The White Queen was waiting for Colonel Hendry, who opposes the deployment of missiles in Turkey. Shaw and the others intend to provoke a nuclear war and allow mutants to develop rapidly. "Hello, beautiful, are you alone?" Emma suddenly felt that her waist was being hugged. She was furious, even though she was wearing revealing clothes. She was actually very conservative in her heart. "Let go if you still want your hand." As she warned, she turned and looked at the offender, wanting to see who had so much courage. She found out that the daring man was a handsome Asian. "Are you new here? Don't you know who I am?" Suyu laughed. "I don't care who you are, I am the most powerful mutant. It is your blessing to be noticed by me." "Mutant." The White Queen was taken aback, but if he were really so powerful, she would have heard of him. Suyu's eyes lit up, a glass of wine flew over, and with a wave of his hand, a flame ignited in the wine glass. "See, I'm not lying." The White Queen didn't even laugh. She actually met a cute new mutant, and he fell in love with her. Suyu kept saying, "I plan to join the White Queen here, and I will be the backbone of the club in the future. I've heard she's really beautiful too." Emma didn't expect that this guy was really courageous, and he even tried to flirt with women using her influence. She used telepathy to read Suyu's memory and thoughts. He's still very naive and a fanatic of mutant supremacy. His strength is quite good as well, psychokinesis and fire powers. He doesn't seem very smart, greedy for money and lustful, seems to be easy to control. The White Queen instantly decided to recruit him. She thought she had seen through Suyu, but what she didn't know was that high-end hunters always appeared as prey. Chapter 288, How to Conquer an Ice Queen. The people around were talking. That boy must have balls of steel. He even dares to touch the White Queen. Look at where he's putting his hands. I really want to chop them off. Don't worry, the White Queen will naturally take care of him. The White Queen suddenly laughed. Fine, I am the White Queen, Emma Frost. Suyu looked startled, but he didn't move his hands, still holding her waist. No wonder I fell in love with you at first sight as soon as I entered the club. It seems that we are destined to have a relationship. Emma let out a laugh, holding back secretly. She had the weird feeling that the man before her seemed to be very familiar with her. How does this guy know I'm ticklish? He even puts his hands on my waist. Suyu is definitely familiar with her. After all, he often studies biology with the Cuckoo sisters who are her clones. Emma gave him a blank look. I can accept you to work for me, but you must obey my every command. Suyu nodded. No problem, if you don't tell me to move, I will never move. Emma felt that this guy was hiding something, but there was no evidence. Hey boy, get your dirty hands off her. A fat man in a suit glared at Suyu. Suyu turned his head and kicked him away. It's none of your business, fatso. Emma was quite speechless at the coincidence. This was the target they were trying to persuade tonight, Colonel Hendry. Damn, you screwed everything up as soon as you came here. I'm already regretting accepting you. Suyu shrugged. The way he looked at you annoyed me. Don't worry, since you accepted me, I'll definitely make sure it's worth it. Colonel Hendry got up in embarrassment and cursed angrily. Damn, you messed with people you shouldn't mess with, boy. Suyu glanced at him, and he instantly felt like he fell into an ice cave, shivering from the cold. The colonel dared not say a single word. Emma was taken aback. This boy seems to have a lot of abilities, and he has a lot of potential. You come with me. The three of them came to a private room. Emma pressed on the table. The sofa in the private room rotated, and inside was a study. Emma glared at Suyu. You wait here first. Suyu winked at her. Don't make me wait too long. The White Queen pressed on the bookshelf again and led Colonel Hendry into the secret room, where Shaw and Riptide were waiting. Suyu found a chair and sat down. He could hear the words inside clearly. Nothing more than asking Colonel Hendry to facilitate the deployment of nuclear weapons. Nothing new, and if they couldn't persuade him, they would directly threat and control his mind. Suddenly, a woman also turned around from the box sofa. The two of them looked at each other and were a little stunned. The woman is actually an agent of the CIA, Maura MacTaggart, who came here to spy on the Hellfire Club, but she also has another identity. She's Charles' future lover. It's this same woman who later released Apocalypse, a scholar who can be called Pandora in X-Men. Suyu pointed to the back of the bookshelf. Moira found out that this man didn't expose her and thought he was also an agent, so she walked over and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Suyu also whispered, "Colonel Hendry is inside." Moira looked through the bookshelf and saw the White Queen's skin transformed into diamond. Then she saw the Red Devil grab Colonel Hendry and disappear. Suyu patted her shoulder and motioned her to leave quickly. Moira looked at him gratefully and quickly withdrew. As soon as she ran out, she reported to her boss, but she was actually scolded. Colonel Hendry is in a meeting 3,000 miles away, and he just agreed to a nuclear weapons program. Are you sure you didn't take the wrong medicine today? Emma called Suyu in. Shaw, this is the newcomer I just recruited, Suyu. She pointed to her head, meaning that she had seen Suyu's memory and thoughts, and there was no problem with him. Sebastian Shaw laughed. I heard you are a mutant. Very nice. Suyu looked at Emma. To state in advance so there isn't any misunderstanding, I'm here to work for Emma. Riptide on the side immediately got angry. This is our boss you're talking to. Show more respect. Let me see what you can do. Suyu asked kindly, what did you say? Riptide looked uncomfortable, but he couldn't make a sound, and he felt like he was about to suffocate soon. Suyu nodded slightly and Riptide breathed deeply. Then he actually knelt in front of him. Shaw and Emma were both shocked. This newcomer was so strong. Shaw started clapping. Well, our mutant team is getting stronger and stronger. With a wave of Suyu's hand, the true fire of Samadhi instantly burned a table to ashes. How about this? The temperature of the flame was very high, and Shaw's face changed color. He was a bit worried that he could not control Suyu, and gave Emma a look. Emma immediately used her telepathy, causing Suyu to scream in pain while holding his head and also release his control of Riptide. Emma, you. The White Queen rolled her eyes at him. If I don't show you some of my power, you will still think you are invincible. Shaw was relieved. Although this Su had good strength, he couldn't get rid of his control. Okay, let's go out for drinks and celebrate our new member. Suyu naturally embraced Emma's waist. You actually hurt me, so you have to make amends. Emma looked at the arm around her waist. I suspect that you also have super speed. The speed of this hand is really too fast. Suyu broke into the enemy's interior and became a glorious villain. One step closer to the White Queen, the backbone of the Hellfire Club. Okay, you're staying here for now. After drinking and chatting for an hour or so, Emma led Suyu to a guest room on the 6th floor. Suyu nodded. I'm very satisfied with the arrangement. Want to stay for a cup of coffee? Bang tilde. The White Queen closed the door loudly and went back to her room to rest. Suyu nodded. It's normal for her to be a little arrogant. After all, as a telepath who can also turn into a diamond, she has no apparent weakness. He laid on the bed and rested for a while. Then he opened a portal and went directly to Raven's bedroom in London. Honey, do you miss me? Raven jumped up and asked in surprise, Sue, what's this? A portal? Weren't you in the United States? God, you're so strong. Suyu waved his hand to make the portal disappear. Generally speaking, the main reason is that the plane ticket is too expensive. I can't afford it, so I had to learn how to use portals. Suyu lifted her chin. Okay, since I put so much effort to come and see you tonight, how are you going to repay me? Raven rolled her eyes at him, jerk. But she still squatted down and slowly pulled down his pants. Early the next morning, Charles was puzzled. Raven, weren't you feeling bad yesterday? Why are you in such a good mood today? Raven touched her slightly swollen lips and smiled. It's a secret. Charles shook his head, even being able to read their minds. He never would be able to understand women. In the afternoon, Mora came to ask for Charles' help, and Charles read her memory. These mutants want to do what? Is that Sue? What is he doing there? Is he also one of the bad guys? He told Raven about it at night. Sue joined the Hellfire Club. You have to keep your distance from him. He's not a good guy. Raven shrugged. I already knew that he's not a good guy. I like him, not because he's a good guy. In fact, Suyu had briefly explained to her last night what he was doing, so she wasn't worried. Charles waved his hand. We'll be leaving for the United States immediately. Raven's expression collapsed. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's go tomorrow. Charles was speechless. You've been clamoring you wanted to go to the United States to find him, but now you're not in a hurry. I really want to see what you think. Raven glared at him. If you dare to read my thoughts, I will cut off our friendship. Charles sighed. It's true that women don't stay in the family. Raven rolled her eyes. I'm adopted. Miami Beach, a yacht. Emma was basking in the sun. Her long legs looked dazzling. Suyu laughed. Emma, can you put some sunscreen on me? The White Queen glanced at Suyu's 8-pack abs and rolled her eyes. Who is the boss in the end? Shouldn't it be you putting sunscreen on me? Suyu nodded. We can also do that. Emma looked startled. Did she just dug a pit for herself? Suyu evenly spread sunscreen on the White Queen's back. Your skin is so good, I don't have words to describe it. The always frosty Emma actually blushed. Okay, shut up and do it in silence. She really didn't understand why Suyu always accurately found the ticklish spots on her neck and back. Scumbag, he's definitely a scumbag. Azazik and Riptide both looked at their side with admiration. Emma has been acting weird lately, never seen her like this before. Colonel Hendry was on board again. Emma read his mind to make sure that he had not told anyone. Hendry actually took out a grenade. Shaw, I've done it. so hurry up and give me the money, or I'll pull the pin and everyone will die together. Shaw shrugged. All right, you can pull it. The colonel stubbornly said, I swear I'll really pull it off. Shaw shook his head and walked forward. No, you won't, but I will. He grabbed the grenade directly and pulled the safety pin off. The grenade exploded in his hands, but instead of spreading, the explosion was actually contained in his hands and absorbed by him. Shaw moved his hand and taped Hendry lightly, and the colonel was instantly turned into dust. At the same time, Suyu picked up Emma and ran directly 10 meters away. The White Queen grabbed Suyu's arm. What are you doing? Suyu looked anxious. The grenade was about to explode, so I had to protect you. You are so stupid, you don't even know how to run. Emma's frozen heart was actually stirred by Suyu's actions. She bit her red lips and rolled her eyes at Suyu. Fool. Suyu nodded secretly. Conquering the White Queen plan, the progress bar just advanced 40%. Chapter 289, Sowing Discord. The way Emma looked at Suyu changed a bit. The relationship between her and Shaw is only mutual use, for the same goal. She is sure that if something really dangerous happens, Shaw and the Azazel will run away immediately, maybe even push her forward to use as a shield if needed. But her newly recruited subordinate seems to be different. She would call him stupid, but that would be lying. His eyes are bright and smart. He looks handsome, and his body is even better looking. She wiped the corner of her mouth, and then she wanted to slap herself for letting her guard down. Suyu came over, drooling. You can touch if you want. She raised an eyebrow and tried to look serious. Go back to work. Suyu grilled the sea fish, sprinkled it with cumin and chili powder. He took a bite of a grilled fish and handed another to the White Queen. Try this. Emma took a bite, and her taste buds were instantly opened. Delicious. How do you know I like this flavor? Suyu looked her up and down. I know you better than you can imagine. She rolled her eyes. Stop pretending to be mysterious in front of me. I can know your thoughts in an instant. Suyu laughed, then look again. She read his thoughts and her face instantly turned red. Bastard. Shameless scumbag. Don't even think about it, you actually imagine me as 3 people. Suyu shrugged. He was being wronged. It was clearly a fact. Okay. The sea breeze was slow, and there was a Magneto swimming in the sea. He quietly climbed onto the boat, took out his dagger and walked out. The hatred in his eyes could not be concealed. Shaw stood up in surprise. Eric. Emma's mental power instantly attacked. Magneto hugged his head and screamed. Shaw, he's here to kill you. Magneto endured the pain and commanded the dagger to attack Shaw, but the White Queen turned into her diamond form and grabbed the dagger. Then a palm strike sent Magneto flying through the air until he fell into the sea. Shaw smiled. I feel a little sick doing this to a mutant brother. Suyu pulled Emma back. I didn't expect that you were such a violent woman. Now I'm afraid. Emma smirked. You say you're afraid, you still treat me so casually. What happened to your body there? Suyu was curious. Emma gave him a stern look. You know. I really don't understand. What would happen if you turn into diamond while we're doing the deed? Do you also turn into a diamond on the inside? The White Queen was numb and tried to stomp on Suyu's foot, but he expertly avoided it. Asshole, don't run. Emma ran after him. Riptide murmured, I think this guy is here just to pick up girls. Azazel spread out his hands. I think so too. In fact, Suyu felt things were a bit strange. It stands to reason that if Magneto saw himself at this time, he should be able to remember him, but why didn't he have the slightest impression of him when they met in the future? Is Magneto face blind? At this moment, the dark sea suddenly lit up with many lights. A group of agents was driving speedboats towards them. Emma turned her head and looked startled. They have a telepath. She used her own telepathy to block Charles' spying. Wait, follow me, don't run around. She said something to Suyu and looked towards the patrol boats over in the distance. Riptide directly created a tornado, preparing to overturn all the speedboats that come. Charles said to Moira, there is also a telepath on that boat. I can't help you this time. Hey, no, there is also a mutant in the water. It feels amazing. Under Magneto's control, several anchors smashed towards the yacht. Boom, boom, boom tilde. The anchors carried with them huge chains, which would flatten the yacht directly. Su-yu hugged Emma and ran towards the cabin quickly. She looked up at him and the expression in her eyes changed, but she herself didn't even know it. Several people entered the submarine under the yacht, which was a small nuclear-powered submarine. Azazel and Riptide drove the submarine to the deep sea, only to find that the submarine was bound by a force, and it was very difficult to move forward. Damn, that person's ability can actually pull the submarine. Shaw said, "Keep going, I don't believe he will last long. If he continues too long, he will drown too." He still underestimated Magneto's hatred. Even if he was dragged underwater and suffocated, he still wouldn't let go. Fortunately, Charles felt bad for him, jumped into the water, controlled Magneto to give up, and helped him to the surface. Su-yu observed everything secretly. It turns out that this is where their love story began. The current Magneto's powers are not strong enough. When they grow and are further strengthened by Apocalypse later, that's when he will be considered an Omega-level mutant. Magneto and Charles came to a CIA facility, where they met Hank McCoy, also known as Beast. Hank fell in love with the blonde, energetic Raven at first sight, but it's a pity that she kept thinking about Su-yu. That scumbag, actually hugging that woman in white. Charles comforted her, "Don't think about that guy, he is working for Shaw." Magneto chimed in, "You're talking about the guy next to the White Queen. That man clearly looks like a player. I pity the unlucky man who will lose his daughter to him." Magneto himself is a certified scumbag, but he is still shamelessly slandering Su-yu. Raven was not happy to hear their words. "HMPH, you are the player. Sue is just infiltrating into the enemy's group, and that woman must be the key." Everyone shook their heads. Raven was obviously poisoned too deeply. Charles sighed and thought he could only persuade her slowly in the future. Hank heard Su-yu's name for the first time, but already hated it. How could such an angel like a man like that? God is so unfair. Inside the submarine, everyone watched TV, seeing that the confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union became more and more fierce. The Soviets intend to respond strongly to the challenge of the United States and deploy missiles in Cuba. World War III seemed to be coming soon. Shaw laughed, "Our plan is coming to fruit soon." Emma was a little worried. "The CIA has several mutants to help them. We have to be careful, especially the telepath." Shaw smiled and took out an anti-telepathy helmet from the box next to him and put it on. It was Magneto's future helmet. "The Soviets made this for me, Emma. Look again, can you read my thoughts?" Emma frowned, "I can't sense what you're thinking." Shaw laughed, "I'm thinking you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life." Su-yu clapped his hands. "Shaw, as soon as you put on the helmet, you started to lie to my boss. You didn't know about that other telepath before, so who is this helmet meant to protect you from?" Emma frowned. She was actually feeling uncomfortable. Before her status was aloof, but now it feels lower than Shaw. Shaw frowned, secretly cursing Su-yu. After this guy came, he didn't do anything serious except eat, drink, and flirt with Emma. Now he's starting to sow discord. Su-yu has been branded as a negative player in the team, a cancer that is not conducive to their development. Chapter 290, The X-Men Assemble. Emma was afraid that Su-yu would anger Shaw and he would kill him, so she came to smooth things out. "Whatever you say, everyone is here for the same cause." "Shaw, I'm sorry," Sue speaks without thinking. Su-yu shrugged and said nothing. Emma took his hand and walked towards the resting cabin. Shutting the door, she turned and glared at him. "Do you want to die? Shaw is not a good person. Do you think you are invincible just because you have powers? Shaw can absorb any type of energy, including kinetic energy. Now that he has that helmet, I can't do anything against him. What can I do if I can't protect you? It makes me happy to hear you want to protect me, but do you really think I'm an idiot and don't know anything?" Su-yu slapped the hatch with one hand and pushed her against the wall. "Looks like my boss really cares about me." Then he went ahead and kissed her. After a few seconds, she regained her senses and turned her head to the side, then said a little embarrassedly, "Wow, what are you doing? I'm your boss." Su-yu held her waist with one hand and turned her head back to him with the other before kissing her again. After a few minutes, the White Queen was almost suffocated to death. She quickly pushed Suyu away and ran away with her heart pounding. Suyu leaned against the cabin. "Boss, don't go, continue to train me." Emma ran even faster. Suyu nodded secretly, instigating the White Queen's progress bar plus 50%. It's almost time to close the net. I'm going to influence a female villain again. It's too hard to do good deeds without leaving a name. A few nights later, the submarine was temporarily docked near the port, and Suyu opened a portal to the United States. Raven was currently looking out the window at the night sky. "Sue, where are you? Are you fooling around with that woman?" "My little cutie misses me so much," Suyu's voice sounded behind her. Raven turned her head and pouted. "Charles said you were with that woman, who can turn into a diamond." Suyu helped her comb her messy hair with his hands. "That woman is very important. She is the key to me finding a very important thing." Raven huddled in his arms. "More important than me." "How could that be?" Suyu put his hand on her waist and turned her around. "You just bent down on the windowsill and look at the scenery. So beautiful. Yes, that's it." Raven wanted to yell at the scumbag, but still turned around obediently and bit her lip. After a long time, Raven huddled in Suyu's arms and said in a hoarse voice, "Charles used Hank's instruments to find several mutants like us. Now we have our own team." Suyu disagreed in his mind, except for Cyclops' brother Alex, who was okay. The others were not so good. "How's the martial arts I taught you?" Raven sat up. "Wanna try it?" Suyu nodded. "Okay, but if you lose, you have to chat with him," and pointed down between his legs. Raven rolled her eyes at him. "My voice is already hoarse, and you still want to make me do that." Suyu practiced dozens of tricks with her and successfully defeated Raven. The fighting was discovered by Charles and the others. "Raven, what's wrong?" "We're going to knock the door in." Raven hurriedly said, "No, I'm fine, wait a minute." A few minutes later, Raven with messy hair and a flushed face pulled Suyu to open the door. Magneto stepped back quickly. "It's you." With a wave of his hand, a dagger flew out and attacked Suyu. Suyu stretched out his hand and casually grabbed the dagger. "Oh, Eric, why unfriendly? Maybe we'll be relatives in the future." Magneto was shocked. The power of the young man in front of him was so great that he couldn't control the dagger at all, and he had never encountered something like this before. Charles was truly angry this time. "Sue, why are you looking for Raven again?" He put his hand on the temple and attacked with his telepathy. Suyu shook his head slightly and countered him, causing Charles to hug his head and scream in pain. Magneto saw Charles being mentally attacked and wanted to help, but Suyu also mentally attacked him, and he fell to the ground. Hank went crazy when he saw Suyu holding Raven's waist, and his hand turned blue and tried to punch him, but Suyu casually kicked him to the ground, almost making him vomit. Raven looked worried. "Sue, are you all right?" "Charles? Hank? Eric?" Suyu waved. "Well, gentlemen, don't you think it's time to calm down and listen to what I have to say?" After abusing the original X-Men, Suyu feels very refreshed. 10 minutes later, Charles rubbed his forehead. "So, you also have psychic abilities, why didn't you say so?" Suyu shrugged. "You didn't ask." Magneto stared at Suyu intently. "Why are you working with Shaw?" Suyu shook his head. "I'm just looking for something to do with the White Queen. As for Shaw, I have nothing to do with him." Magneto breathed a sigh of relief. This powerful man was not Shaw's ally, so his chances of getting revenge greatly increased. Hank was sitting at the side looking depressed. The goddess in his heart only has this man in her eyes. Suyu finally said, "You guys be careful, Shaw might attack this place. And don't trust the United States politicians, they are not good people. It may not be a good thing to let them know of your existence." Magneto nodded. "I reminded Charles of this long ago, he just doesn't want to believe it." Suyu opened a portal, turned around and left. Charles was stunned. Is that a portal?" Magneto murmured, "It turns out that mutants can have so many abilities." Suyu returned to the submarine, and Riptide stopped him. "What are you doing?" Suyu shrugged. "Why? Do I need your permission to go out for a walk?" Riptide paused. "We are at a critical time, you shouldn't be playing around." Suyu glared at him, and Riptide immediately scurried away. Emma came over and gave him a cold look. "Come with me." The two came to another cabin, and as soon as the door closed, Emma slapped Suyu's face and glared at him. "You bastard, didn't you say you like me?" Suyu looked confused. "What's wrong?" "HMPH, you go out and fool around, then you don't even bother to wipe the lipstick on your neck when you come back." The White Queen's voice was thick with jealousy. Suyu shrugged. "Actually, I went to seek some information. These are a disguise." Emma felt numb, shameless. Suyu grabbed her hand that was about to slap him again. "The telepath we met used an instrument to detect mutants in a large area, and now they have assembled a team." Emma was taken aback. Is there really such an instrument? She shook her head. "Shaw asked me to go to the Soviets to convince their Minister of State." Suyu took her hand. "I will go with you." Emma shook her head. "It's a simple task. Shaw wants to send you to do something else." Suyu was too lazy to say much. "Something else? No one can make me move except you, but you have to be careful." Emma glared at him. "Don't worry about me, you scumbag." Suyu looked at the back of the White Queen. "A simple task. The last chance for a hero to save the United States is here." Chapter 291. Only I Can Bully the White Queen. A forest villa near the Black Sea, where General Armavalkov of the Soviet Union was on vacation. Magneto and Charles hid on the perimeter, looking at the villa with binoculars. A helicopter landed, and the White Queen walked down. "Hey, why is only the White Queen here?" Charles felt it was weird, but didn't dare to use his telepathy. Magneto couldn't take it anymore. "They have already hid, so we absolutely cannot let her slip away this time." He rushed out waving his hands, and the soldiers guarding the villa were controlled by metal or directly knocked flying. Soldiers with metal guns are like sitting ducks in front of Magneto. Eric directly broke into the villa, and Charles definitely couldn't let him take the risk alone, so despite Moira's objections, he also rushed to the villa. Moira rolled her eyes. Is his flirting with me just an act? Why does it seem as if he's more interested in Eric? In the villa, Eric and Charles barged in and saw Emma sitting leisurely on a chair eating snacks. Meanwhile, the general was sitting on the bed with a wretched face, thinking that he was doing something else thanks to her hypnosis. Charles shook his head and directly canceled Emma's hypnosis. But not only was this general not grateful, he also pulled out a gun and wanted to shoot them, leaving Charles no choice but to put him to sleep. Seeing her plan interrupted, the White Queen instantly turned into a diamond form. "You are finished." Charles' telepathy doesn't work on her. When Emma rushed over to beat the two of them, Eric and Charles looked at each other, grabbed Emma's hand tacitly, and put her under control. Magneto controlled some metal to keep her hands and feet under control. Emma's heart sank, knowing that she lost this time. She couldn't help but think of Suyu. "I even told him that it was a simple task. I wonder if I will have a chance to see him again." Charles shook his head. The Diamond Woman was distracted in such a situation. Magneto controls the metal hoop around the neck of the White Queen. "Where is Shaw? Don't think I will take pity on you just because you're a woman." The metal hoop around her neck tightened even more, until the point Emma's diamond skin started cracking and she couldn't hold it anymore. Whoosh tilde. The metal bar that was holding Emma flew away, and she immediately gasped for air. Eric turned to look at Charles. "I almost had her, can you not be so soft?" Charles was aggrieved. "I didn't do anything." "Don't blame your girlfriend, I did it, so you came out of the corner." Magneto was taken aback. "You again." With a wave of his hand, a dozen metal bars flew towards Suyu. Whoosh 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 tilde. Suyu shook his head slightly, and the metal bars turned into slag. Magneto grabbed his head and started screaming. Suyu walked up to Emma and helped her up. "Are you hurt?" She actually threw herself into his arms and cried aggrievedly. "Why did you take so long?" Suyu enjoyed the feeling of her soft breasts pressing on his body, patting her delicate back for comfort. "Everything's gonna be fine. Aren't I here now? You won't look beautiful if you keep crying." The White Queen's disguise is no longer there, and she returned to her normal form, her tears soaking Suyu's shoulder. Suyu wiped her tears with a finger. "With me here, no one can bully you, except me." Charles coughed. "Sue, what are you doing? What about Raven?" Suyu waved. "Don't worry about that, I won't make Raven sad." Raven couldn't handle him for long. Although she greatly enjoyed their time together, her body couldn't bear it, and it was a matter of time before she agreed to share the burden with someone else. Magneto got up from the ground, somewhat admiring Suyu. It turns out that men can really do this. It doesn't seem bad at all. Suyu. He didn't expect that he was the key to unlocking Magneto's inner scumbag. Charles continued, Emma, where did Shaw go? The White Queen glanced at Suyu and saw him nodding. He heard that you have recruited a group of mutants, so he plans to pay them a visit to see if he can sway them to his cause. Charles was startled and realized that Shaw lured them away this time to attack their base. Suyu reminded Charles, Shaw's purpose is to provoke a war between the United States and the Soviet Union. After the nuclear war, the surviving humans should have a bigger chance of turning into mutants by being exposed to radiation. Charles stretched out an olive branch. Sue, I see that you are also a man of justice. Come with us to deal with Shaw. Suyu nodded and then shook his head. I don't want to have contact with those politicians, but at the critical moment, I don't mind lending a hand if you can't solve it. Then he opened a portal to send the two back to the CIA base, which had been raided by Shaw. Suyu used his mental power to sweep the base in order to confirm Raven's safety. He sent her a message saying that he had something to do and closed the portal. He looked down at the no longer aloof White Queen. Okay, now it's just us left. Emma stared at him with a pout. Stop talking and kiss me. Suyu took her to a resort hotel near the Black Sea. Facts have proved the White Queen really shines in white lingerie, and her figure is absolutely insane. Sue, why did you suddenly appear, ignoring Shaw's orders? Emma played with Suyu's hair and spoke with difficulty. Suyu was busy between her legs and looked up from his meal for a moment. Who is Shaw? I only see you in my eyes. Emma's eyes were blurred, and she said in fear, Sue, I have never done this with anyone. I am afraid that I will turn into Diamond by accident and hurt you. Suyu shook his head. Baby, you don't need to be careful. You can't hurt me at all even if you tried. For a long time, even with super stamina, the White Queen could barely move her fingers once they finished. She rested languidly on Suyu's arm. Sue, how can you be so strong? I can't even beat you in diamond form. She suddenly became serious and asked with curiosity, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Ask away. Why do you seem to know me so well? Suyu caressed her back. I'm from the future, and I have 3 wives that are clones of you. How can I be unfamiliar with you? There was no way Emma could believe that. Can you stop talking nonsense? I'm asking a serious question here. Suyu laughed. Don't believe it, take a look. He opened up part of his memory for her to see, and included a lot of his daily life with the Cuckoo sisters. Emma was astonished. Is this real? Suyu explained many things to her. Emma suddenly took a bite of his shoulder. Scumbag, you only told me now that you got me into bed. Were you afraid that I would ignore you if I found out before that? Now that you succeed, you don't care anymore. Suyu shook his head. No, I just want to have a transparent relationship with you. Emma snorted. As someone from the future, you will surely pat the dust and leave, leaving me alone, and it will be almost 60 years before I can see you again. Suyu laughed. Since I have confessed to you, I definitely intend to take you away to the future with me. Emma became worried. Is that fine? Will I be 60 years older when I go there? Suyu slapped her butt lightly. You've watched too many movies. According to your logic, shouldn't I be dust now? And don't worry, with my help, even if you are 600 years old, you will still look as young as you are now. Emma huddled in his arms. Now there's no way I will let you leave me behind, so tell me, how can I help you? You have a little bit of Phoenix Force in your body. I'm going to find it, and use it to find the Phoenix Force, so I can travel through time and space without the need of a machine. Emma sighed. Actually, I really hope you don't go back and just live with me here, but since the Earth is at stake, I can't be selfish. It's too difficult being selfless. Suyu smiled. Then let me check your body carefully now. I won't let go of any clues. Emma pretended to be scared. Oh my God, so you haven't started the inspection yet? It's horrible, my 3 clones have it so hard. After hours of examination, Suyu finally found the Phoenix Shard in the White Queen's mind. Okay, with this shard, It's only a matter of time before we find the Phoenix Force. Let's celebrate. Emma screamed, "No, please let me rest already." Chapter 292, Thanos' Assistance. Emma was successfully brainwashed by Suyu. I didn't expect so many bad guys in the future universe to hit Earth, and I'm still fighting for what? Suyu patted her back. Don't worry, when it's time to go to the future, you will meet more mutants in our family, and you will all be good sisters. Emma pinched his waist. Scumbag, I don't even know how to face my clones, what am I to them? Suyu laughed. Everyone is an independent individual, but the genes are the same, and the environment you grew up in is different. Don't think about it so much, you just need to know that I love you the most. Scumbag, you only know how to lie to me, given how you've treated Eric. How could he agree to his daughter marrying you? Suyu frowned. So there should still be time to manage something, or Magneto wouldn't have forgotten me. Emma's hold on him tightened. You won't make me forget you as well, right? Suyu shook his head. Don't worry, after I collect all the Phoenix Force, my strength will be at a multiversal level, so I won't have to be afraid of the Time Variance Authority. Emma stood up with difficulty. Then let's look near the Black Sea first. In the next few days, Suyu took Emma to find the Phoenix Force during the day and played at night. On the other side, Eric and Charles have also started training the new mutants for the battle with Shaw. Every day Suyu waited for Emma to fall asleep and then went to see Raven. At this point, he was already an expert on time management. The search range gradually dwindled, and with a weak connection, Suyu focused on the waters near the Caribbean Sea. At the same time, the situation between the United States and the Soviet Union deteriorated. Under the promotion of Shaw, the Cuban Missile Crisis and the nuclear war were overcast. Suyu didn't feel anything. He knew he couldn't fight unless something special happened. On the sea near Cuba, Suyu and Emma drove a yacht and came to the sea following the faint connection to the Phoenix Force. Emma frowned and looked into the distance. Sue, there are many warships over there. Suyu nodded. The Soviet nuclear missiles are going to Cuba, but the United States will definitely stop it. Only they are allowed to deploy missiles. Emma sighed, so Shaw's plan will still succeed. Suyu waved his hand nonchalantly. It definitely won't succeed. I am from the future, remember. The cargo ship that transported the nuclear weapons went straight to the blockade line of the American Army. In fact, all the crew members on the ship had been killed, and now it was the Red Devil who was controlling the ship. The warships of the United States and the Soviet Union faced off on both sides, and any disagreement could lead to the start of another world war. Suyu didn't want to promote this war, a full-scale nuclear war, which is not a good thing for most people on Earth, and doesn't want other countries to reap the benefits either. He hugged Emma and dove straight into the sea with golden light all over his body. A jet was currently flying through the sky. Charles, Magneto, and the other mutants they recruited came as well. Hey, it's Sue and Emma. Raven looked annoyed. A war is imminent and he's still out there picking up girls. Hank said quickly, Raven, you shouldn't trust a man like him. Raven shook her head. No, he's still a hero. He's doing something to save the Earth, you wouldn't understand. Everyone thinks Raven was blinded by love. In the icy waters, Emma hugged Suyu tightly, feeling very secure in his arms. They came to an underwater volcano. This is an inactive volcano, but it actually gives Suyu a feeling of endless life. It's the Phoenix Force. More than a fifth of my strength, almost a third. Suyu was excited. Such a big fragment of the Phoenix Force will definitely increase his strength, and there should be no problem in traveling through time and space after getting it. He directly punched a hole in the volcano. Boom tilde. This inactive volcano was instantly broken, and magma started to gush out. The scorching phoenix egg, emitting a huge amount of energy, was alarmed, immediately turning into a phoenix and flying towards the distance. The Phoenix Force is not an inert object, it has a consciousness. It rejects a host like Suyu. It prefers a host it can actually influence instead of being assimilated by them. With Suyu's mental power and other strengths, it is difficult to be influenced by the Phoenix Force. Instead, he can easily suppress the free consciousness of the Phoenix. The Phoenix Force is the embodiment of cosmic emotions. When the host's rationality cannot be suppressed, it will become the Dark Phoenix. The Phoenix is the light and life of the universe, and the Dark Phoenix represents power and destruction. Suyu's wings spread out, chasing after the Phoenix. At sea level, Charles' mind controlled the Soviet's vice captain and fired a missile to blow up the freighter. The controlled vice captain received unanimous praise from everyone. You stopped the world war. Before the vice captain could react, he was caught by the captain. There was always someone to blame, and he was perfect for that. Charles accidentally killed someone. Shaw, sitting in the submarine under the sea level, put on his helmet and prepared to act. It seems like I'll have to do it myself. I'll absorb the nuclear reactors of the submarine and blow them all up. Riptide pointed forward. 2 bright lights rushed out just now. Whoosh tilde. The Phoenix rushed out of the sea, emitting a dazzling light, and quickly flew towards the sky. Suyu teleported Emma to a nearby island and chased after it by himself. Charles shouted in surprise, "Is that a phoenix? Its energy is so powerful." "That golden light is Sue." Raven looked at everyone. "That's my man, he's the strongest." Suyu was getting closer and closer to the phoenix, which cried out in alarm and flapped its wings faster and faster. Whoosh tilde. Suyu hit the phoenix directly, almost ripping it apart. This fragment of phoenix force is too powerful, and it requires him to spend a lot of mental energy to absorb and subdue it. Gradually, the phoenix fragment slowly integrated with his own phoenix force. Suddenly, a white light appeared in the space and hit Suyu. It was Thanos. The last time he landed on Titan, which became the Death Star, he gained some of the energy of the heart of the universe by accident. This time, he came to Earth with great ambition and wanted to kill the man who dared to stop his plans. He did not expect that just as he came here, he found Suyu absorbing such a big fragment of the Phoenix Force. So how could he allow it? "I won't let you surpass me." Suyu roared and blocked the punch. Boom tilde. Under the pressure of the heart of the universe, Suyu vomited blood, and his soul was almost torn apart. However, this energy also helped him. The phoenix that was just about to run away was punched back again. Suyu roared and completely devoured this fragment of phoenix force. The wings on his back more than doubled in size, and the entire sky was dyed with the color of his flames. When Suyu opened his eyes, they were full of phoenix fire. He grinned predatorily. "Thank you for the assistance." Thanos. Unexpectedly, he accidentally helped Suyu. HMPH, so what? You don't understand the power of the heart of the universe at all. Thanos stimulated the heart of the universe. The power was much greater than before, and a huge amount of white light rushed at Suyu. Not to be outdone, Suyu gave a loud shout and unleashed a power he just acquired, Phoenix's judgment. The fire phoenix clashed with the heart of the universe. Boom tilde. The whole world seemed to be shaking. With a wave of Thanos' hand, he tore a piece of the moon and threw it at Suyu. Suyu spread out his phoenix wings and soared into the sky. With a single punch, he turned it into moon dust. Whoosh tilde. He rushed out of the dust and punched Thanos in the chest. Although Thanos had the blessing of the heart of the universe, his body was a bit weaker than Suyu's. He couldn't resist this kind of close-range attack, so he spewed blood and flew backwards. Whoosh tilde. The heart of the universe's energy pulled Thanos out of the mirror dimension and disappeared. Suyu senses that the heart of the universe has rushed into the quantum realm with Thanos. Hank on the jet muttered, "Fuck, is this still human?" Charles was surprised. They just shattered the moon. Is it a mirror image? Raven's eyes were practically shining with stars. No wonder he is so strong. He is already a god. Mystique was originally a third-level mutant, similar to Cyclops and Storm during this time. After Sue used training and help in absorbing life energy, she has been upgraded to a fourth-level mutant. Her body strength has increased a lot, and bullets can no longer hurt her. Professor X is only a fourth-level peak mutant in the later stage. Chapter 293, Back to the Future. Magneto froze. It turns out that when a mutant becomes strong enough, they can even destroy the world. His morale was high. He fished out the submarine from the sea and flew to the small island next to them. Emma on the island was looking at Suyu in the sky obsessively. So strong. When Suyu flew down, she immediately pounced into his arms. Sue, you are so strong. Sue, you lifted her chin. You say that every night come up with something new. Emma's face fell. Believe it or not, I will turn into a diamond and let you sleep with me like that. Sue, you smiled. I wouldn't mind trying it. Boom tilde. Shaw's submarine was thrown on the beach. Charles' plane was also damaged by the rapids and crashed towards the island. With a wave of Sue Yu's hand, he held the plane firmly and made it land slowly. Once the plane was safe on the beach, Raven ran out and rushed into Sue Yu's arms. Sue, you were great just now. She glanced defiantly at the White Queen. Should I call you elder sister? Emma, she's only in her 20s. HMPH, little girl, you should go home and study for a few more years. The two raised their chests and their heads. Sue Yu slapped both of their butts. Can't you live in harmony? Azazel and Riptide looked towards Sue Yu and knelt down. God of mutants, please lead us. With a wave of Sue Yu's hand, he made them stand up. I'm not a god, and by the way, your boss Shaw is still absorbing a nuclear reactor. The two did not dare to resist at all. The battle between Sue Yu and Thanos just now completely subverted their cognition. Who is Shaw? With a simple wave of Sue's finger, he can easily squash him like a bug. Magneto pointed his finger, and the submarine exploded in the middle. Shaw, who absorbed the energy of the nuclear reactor, came out wearing his helmet. He was a little confused when he saw the situation on the beach. Azazel, what do you think you're doing? The red-skinned man shrugged. Boss, you didn't see it just now. When Sue and the alien fought, they even blew up the moon. It wasn't that Azazel and Riptide wanted to lie flat. It's just that with their strength, there was nothing they could do against such a godlike man. Shaw glanced at the intact moon in the sky. Fools, you were deceived by Emma's illusions. He looked at Sue Yu and the White Queen. I knew you were unreliable. Emma snorted. When I was caught, I didn't see you coming to save me. Everyone is just a pawn in your eyes. A smirk appeared on Shaw's face, and he tapped the helmet on his head. With this, you can't do anything against me anymore. Now I'm invincible. Magneto tried to control the helmet and found out that it wasn't made of metal. He controlled some metal to attack Shaw, but there seemed to be an invisible shield around him, silently protecting him. I am the strongest mutant, you can't hurt me. He stretched out his arms and was about to show his power, but something unexpected happened. What? Shaw suddenly found himself unable to move. He was frozen in the grand pose he made just now. Sue Yu laughed. Aren't you the strongest? Why can't you move then? Shaw did not expect that even with his helmet on, Sue Yu could still control him. Magneto has been coveting that helmet for a long time, so he glanced at Sue Yu as if asking for permission, and seeing him nod back, he walked over. He carefully took off Shaw's helmet and put it on himself. And this is how Magneto got his iconic helmet. Even if he changes his mind, Charles wouldn't know it. No, Eric, we are one and the same. We both only care about the mutants' future. Shaw desperately tried to persuade Magneto. Magneto took out a coin and looked at Shaw. We may be the same kind of people. We are the future, but you killed my mother. Charles shouted, Eric, don't do it. You will be swallowed by hatred. Just capture him. Sue Yu shook his head. Magneto wanted to avenge his mother's death. How could he show benevolence in front of her killer? Hearing Charles' words, Eric was completely unmoved. The coin directly slammed into Shaw's forehead and went straight out of the back of his head. Charles looked very sad. He realized that his friend chose a different path from his own. Magneto came to Sue Yu's side and put his hand forward. Sue, thank you. Let's create a great future for mutants together. But Sue Yu shook his head. I'm not interested in such things. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh tilde. All the American and Soviet ships started bombarding the beach they were in. They seemed to reach an agreement in an instant to eliminate these mutants and eliminate potential threats. Magneto raised his hand, causing the shells and missiles to stop midair, then they turned around slowly. Since putting on the helmet, he's completely become Magneto. Charles. Eric, stop, they're just executing orders. But the missiles continue to fly towards the fleet. Charles rushed with all his might and tackled Eric. The two started rolling back and forth on the beach. Sue Yu shook his head. Such a good marriage, just because of different ideas, turned into a large-scale divorce scene. Moira started to shoot at Magneto, but he easily blocked the bullets. Unfortunately, one of the bullets he deflected hit Charles in the spine. Now not only is Moira distressed, Eric was even more distressed than her. He even lost control of the missiles, and they all fell into the sea. Emma looked at the fleet in the distance with annoyance. Those politicians are so shameless. Suyu nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the bottom of all the battleships of the two fleets began to leak, the kind that could not be blocked, and the soldiers had no choice but to evacuate in lifeboats. Fortunately, it is close to the island, so even those who didn't fit in the lifeboats could swim ashore. Raven ran over. "Charles, how are you?" "I can't feel my legs." Charles was in excruciating pain. Moira's face was full of panic. She originally wanted to save those soldiers and beat her rival, but unexpectedly, she ended up hurting Charles instead. Raven turned to look at Suyu. "Sue, please help him." Suyu waved his hand, and Charles' spine recovered instantly. He moved his legs and touched his back with a face full of wonder. "I'm fine again. It's amazing." Unfortunately, he and Magneto have a different philosophy and are doomed to separate. In the end, the beach divorce was successful. The original team of Shaw was inherited by Magneto, and the others still follow Charles. Suyu took Raven and Emma with him. Charles sighed, knowing that Raven would probably choose Magneto's side, even if she didn't go with Suyu. Raven bid farewell to Charles, but Emma didn't even bother to say goodbye to her old partners. Suyu placed his arms on their waists. "Are you ready? Now I'll take you to my home 60 years in the future." Whoosh tilde. Golden light enveloped the three of them, the phoenix wings flashed, and the three disappeared into the quantum realm. Wakanda. "There's currently a commotion here. You are all back, so why didn't Sue come back with you?" Kara smashed a hole in the ground with her mace. Diana frowned. He encountered Thanos. Hela's expression turned murderous. "Give me a spaceship, I'm going to destroy Thanos' planet." Wanda's eyes were already red, and the surroundings were covered with red light. If he can't come back, there's no need for this universe to exist. Tony's forehead was full of sweat. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Sue and Thanos are evenly matched, so there shouldn't be much of a problem." Ant-Man muttered. "Sue must be fine, but the shuttle device may have been damaged, and he may have gone to another point in time." The Ancient One shook her head. "According to what you said, he should have already returned." Shuri whispered, "Maybe Sue will return in a few years. By that time, I will have grown up." Natasha sighed. "I'm afraid that he will go to the next hundreds of years, or thousands of years. I may not be able to wait until then." Wanda murmured, "I can't wait that long, not even a month. I'm going to find him in the quantum realm. If I can't find it, I will destroy everything." Lorna nodded. "I also need to go." "We're going as well," the Cuckoo Sisters said in unison. "There are not many Pym particles left." Black Panther chimed in. "Everyone, it's only been over an hour now, don't worry, we can actually check the information. If Sue appeared in the past, there should be a document or something mentioning him." Catwoman's eyes lit up. "That's right, with his character, he will definitely cause trouble and seduce some important woman." Ada was stunned. "How come I didn't think of that?" Athena suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that Zeus was actually Suyu in disguise?" Everyone was shocked, but when they thought about it carefully, it really seemed like a real possibility. Diana murmured, "It shouldn't be, wouldn't that mean he's my father?" A golden light flashed, and Suyu appeared on the platform, along with Raven and Emma. "Everyone is here. Hey, I'm back." Chapter 294, The Snap. Tony and Steve both breathed a sigh of relief and cleaned the sweat on their foreheads. Wanda rushed into Suyu's arms. "Sue, I was so worried." Suyu patted her back. "Don't worry, there's no way I wouldn't come back." Wanda glanced at Raven and Emma, then pinched Suyu hard. "Scumbag, we were so worried about you, but you went to pick up girls again." Diana, Natasha, Lorna, Skye, etc. all gathered around and looked at Raven and Emma intently. Raven hurriedly hid behind Suyu. Emma directly turned into a diamond for defense. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. She is the White Queen. The Cuckoo Sisters looked at each other, mother or sister. Hela looked at the two. "Who among you wants to taste my sword first?" Raven transformed into Hela. Sue, you said that they are very friendly. This doesn't seem like a friendly greeting at all. Everyone was surprised. Mystique. Quicksilver screamed, brother-in-law, it's not right for you to do this. With so many women, yet you still tricked Mystique to come back with you. That's like taking everything. Deadpool, with dark circles under his eyes, also complained. That's right, boss, you're too much. Ant-Man whispered, if I had a girlfriend like this, would I have the whole world? It turns out that most men want a girlfriend like Mystique. Suyu raised his hands in a calming gesture. Okay, can you girls not scare the newcomers? Wanda pinched him again. We've been worried about you for a long time and you come with this. Suyu calculated the time. In terms of time, the others seemed to have only been back for an hour or so. An hour is not long. We were all preparing to go to the quantum realm to find you. Tony nodded. Wanda kept repeating she was going to destroy the universe. And Hela was going to destroy Thanos' planet. Raven and Emma looked at each other. Aren't these women a bit too extreme? Natasha interjected. All right, we can find Thanos later to settle these accounts, but now explain, where did you go after you fought with Thanos? Suyu recounted what happened. And then, I finally found the Phoenix Force. That's the only reason I could come back, otherwise you would have to settle with an old man. Lorna suddenly said, so you met my scumbag father and taught him a lesson. Raven and Emma looked at the green-haired woman. So, Magneto is really your father-in-law? No wonder you were so polite to him. Lorna sighed. Sue, why don't you beat him? Let him not meet my mother so that he wouldn't break her heart. Suyu shook his head. That wouldn't work. If you're not born because of me, I would die of grief. Lorna smiled sweetly. Captain Marvel grabbed Suyu's collar and said in his ear, why don't you travel back to the 90s and have a relationship with me back then? Suyu shrugged. Aren't you too greedy? He paused and thought about it. If I take the you of that time and bring her to this time, would you be younger? Carol, 2 of her, and she has to compete with herself for favor. No, absolutely not. Suyu laughed. The 3 Cuckoo sisters approached the White Queen. It looks like we can build a telepathy net with you as well. With the White Queen at the center, the 4 people's telepathic abilities combined to form a powerful super brain. The 4 people contributed to the ability instantly, shared their thoughts, and the strength increased exponentially compared to the previous 3 sisters. Emma murmured, it turns out that you all have babies, so cute and warm, I want one too. Tony patted Suyu on the shoulder. Sue, it looks like you're going to have to work hard. Suyu nodded. It used to be triple happiness, but now it has become quadruple happiness. How can outsiders understand? Raven was getting to know her future sisters. She transformed into Catwoman and looked at herself. You're in great shape, it feels great. Then she became Selene the vampire. Your body is great too, but these fangs are a bit uncomfortable. Natasha approached Suyu and whispered, did you go looking for Mystique on purpose? You want us to be open all year round and be able to flip the brand at any time. Suyu, he really didn't have that idea. Banner said, Sue, I remember that when you met Magneto he didn't seem to know you, isn't it weird? And if you brought them here, won't it affect the timeline? Steve also seemed very curious, because he intends to go back to spend time with his ex-girlfriend, so he must find out these things before doing it. Suyu waved his hand. You don't have to worry, someone will clean after me naturally. In fact, there is an agency called the Time Variance Authority, which is constantly working on repairing the timeline. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect such an organization to exist. Raven was a little scared. Sue, will they take me back? Suyu waved. Don't worry, my current power has already reached the multiversal level, so I don't have to worry about something like a time management bureau. Wanda is also the pinnacle of the universal level, so she can protect you when I go out. If Wanda absorbs more energy, she can also reach the multiversal level and become a real powerhouse. Death, Eternity, Infinity, Oblivion, Galactus, they are representatives of the multiversal class. There are 2 levels above the multi-universe level. Super-universe level characters, such as the Living Tribunal. Almighty level is represented by the one above all and Beyonder. Other characters in the Almighty level are Thanos with the complete heart of the universe, and Sentry, who is not overwhelmed by the power of nothingness. Su Yu's immediate goal is to get the full Phoenix Force and stop Thanos from getting the full heart of the universe. Most importantly, though, he now has to assemble the full Infinity Gauntlet. In a futuristic-looking laboratory, Tony commanded a mechanical arm controlled by an artificial intelligence and carefully placed the 6 Infinity Stones on the newly made Infinity Gauntlet. Boom tilde. Rocket shouted, startling Tony and Banner. Are you trying to kill us? Everyone was staring at Rocket. Only the fat Thor protected him. This child likes to be naughty, forgive him. Rocket muttered, you're so sensitive. Su Yu's hair suddenly stood on end, and he waved his hand as fast as he could. All the people in the laboratory were transported by him to his home in Gotham, where there was a protective array placed in advance for such an eventuality. Wanda and Yao also felt it. Su, a powerful force is enveloping the universe. Su Yu nodded. Thanos snapped his fingers first. In a moment of effort, the power of the Infinity Stones came into play. The entire universe's population was directly halved. Except for Su Yu's house guarded by the Phoenix Force and chaos magic, everything else was affected. Bad news kept coming. Half of the life on Earth disappeared. Black Panther's face paled. Su, half of Wakanda turned into dust and disappeared. Natasha contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. Su, Fury disappeared too. Su Yu's mental power swept through the whole planet. Doctor Strange, Mindy, etc. all disappeared. Pepper and Morgan were all fine at Su Yu's house, but Tony's face still looked sad. He just made a phone call and his face was pale. Su, Spider-Man who was still in class, disappeared too. Bad news kept coming. Deadpool's wife Vanessa disappeared. Hawkeye was even worse. His whole family disappeared except for him. Nebula's chest felt tight. It was Thanos. Thor hurriedly called Brunhilde and was relieved to learn that she was still there. However, he was told that Loki, who was working hard to broadcast live, and half of the Asgard people, including his mother Frigga, disappeared. Nuo! Thor shouted in anguish and burst into tears. Su Yu held the Infinity Gauntlet tightly. Don't worry, everyone. Although Thanos has the Infinity Gauntlet, so do we. Chapter 295. Everyone lined up to snap their fingers. Su Yu asked Natasha to inform the rest of the world. Don't panic. Half of the living creatures in the universe have disappeared, but we will bring everyone back soon. Wanda looked worried. Su, the backlash for using the Infinity Gauntlet isn't light. I'm worried about you. Carol pulled Su Yu's sleeve. Su, let me do it. My powers come from an Infinity Stone, so the backlash should not be that strong if I use them. Kara said that as a Kryptonian, she could also handle it. Hawkeye's eyes were red. Su, let me do it. I want to bring my family back. Su Yu shook his head. You, when your family is back, who's going to take care of them if you're gone? Deadpool exclaimed, we have to believe in the boss. He is the strongest. I support you, boss. Su Yu turned to look at Deadpool and his eyes lit up. You said you support me, right? Wade took a step back nervously. Boss, the way you're looking at me is making me afraid. This reminded him of the time when he was used as a shield against Doomsday. Su Yu handed the Infinity Gauntlet to him. How could I forget about your obscene regeneration? That's it, you are the chosen one. Now snap your fingers. Wade couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. Isn't he just looking for trouble? Hela squeezed her fist. Why don't you snap your fingers already? Do you want to taste the top 10 tortures of Asgard? The Ancient One also stated, the top 10 tortures of Camertage, do you want to try them one by one? Venom advised, Wade, you cucked Thanos, if you let him catch you without the protection of the boss, you will be done for. Deadpool nodded, okay, I'll do it. I'll be your Jesus and sacrifice myself. Vanessa, I'm here to save you. Everyone took a dozen steps back. Tony quickly put on his battle suit. Captain America put his shield in front of him. Thor pulled Rocket and Groot behind him. Su Yu used the Phoenix Force to form a shield to cover everyone. Come on, Wade, don't worry. Even if this glove explodes, it will only blow you up. Deadpool's mouth twitched. Boss, thank you for your comfort. I'm even more afraid now. He put on the Infinity Gauntlet tremblingly, and a huge amount of energy hit his body. What? Deadpool's arms started to crack. He shouted, snapped his fingers hard, and fell to the ground with a thud. Suyu walked over and threw him a recovery spell. Not long after, there were a lot more birds chirping outside the house. Suyu did a quick scan with his mental power and saw that all the people who disappeared nearby had returned. Harley took out the tablet and said excitedly, "Sue, everyone is back." Suyu read the forum posts. "What happened? I seem to have gone to the underworld just now. I heard a woman laughing wildly, saying how she still got so many souls despite Suyu's efforts. Did Sue save us again?" Hawkeye quickly called home and confirmed that his wife and children were back. Deadpool opened his phone with his only hand and sent a video call to his girlfriend. "Vanessa, are you back? I snapped my fingers." Vanessa looked angry. "Wade, you dared to cheat on me." Deadpool definitely won't admit it. "Honey, I just became a hero, and you slander me like that, isn't it too much?" "HMPH, I went to the underworld, and that bitch Death has already told everything about you." Deadpool looked bewildered. "Death, what is that?" Vanessa was a little puzzled. "You don't know her." Deadpool said he definitely didn't know her, and he glanced at Suyu for help. As his boss, Suyu understood immediately. He took the phone. "Vanessa, Wade has done a great job this time. For the sake of half the universe, he almost lost his arm." Only then did Vanessa believe in Wade, but she still whispered, "Sue, Wade must have really cheated on me. Can you do me a favor?" "What do you need?" "Help me cuck him once, no. 100 times would be better." After speaking, Vanessa gave him a wink. Suyu secretly praised the couple. Is it already an open marriage? He returned the phone to Deadpool and shook his head. The real world is going down. He opened a portal and brought Hawkeye's family, Thor's family, and acquaintances such as Fury, Mindy, and so on. Tony pulled Spider-Man into a hug. "Kid, you are finally back." Suyu looked around. "Everyone next, it's a tug of war. I think the next wave of Thanos attacks is coming soon." As predicted, Thanos soon found out that his disappearing subordinates actually came back. Death also came back from the underworld cursing. "Thanos, I had just gained so many souls and now they're gone again." Thanos quickly snapped his fingers again. Another random half of the universe disappeared. Suyu and the others just took a breath, and the Earth lost half of its population again. Everyone looked at Deadpool's other hand. Deadpool shouted, stood up stubbornly, and snapped his fingers fiercely in front of Vanessa. "Everyone is back." Deadpool was temporarily disabled, with no hands to put on the gauntlet again. Vanessa hugged him tightly. "Wade, you are my hero." Suyu asked Nebula to publish Thanos' actions on the Cosmic Network. All races in the universe learned that Thanos did it, and even his subordinates began to think about it seriously. Following such a boss can be said to be precarious. Thanos snapped his fingers twice in a row and was already gasping for breath, so this time he let the resurrected Corvus Glaive snap his fingers. Corvus Glaive snapped his fingers and nearly died. Suyu snapped his fingers then. His physique is stronger than Thanos, so he just felt a little tired afterwards. Next, Annihilation snapped its fingers. Captain Marvel followed right after. Proxima Midnight did it as well and died. Hulk snapped his fingers and nearly lost a hand. Death did it. Thor also followed. With his physical fitness, it is no problem to resist a single snap of his fingers. However, Suyu still shot him with a recovery spell. Brunhilde hugged him and cursed angrily, "Are you crazy? If you die, what will my son and I do?" Thor laughed and hugged her. Thanos snapped his fingers again. Captain Marvel wanted to do it again, but Suyu stopped her and the rash Kara. "Let me take care of it." Suyu snapped his fingers. Thanos snapped his fingers again. The two alternated with each other and directly snapped their fingers a dozen times. Even with the support of the Heart of the Universe and the Phoenix Force, both sides could not bear it. The frequency of the snaps was getting lower and lower. The time between each snap was getting longer. Tony muttered, "Why do I feel like I should also snap my fingers?" Banner looked at him as if he was crazy. "If you do it, you will definitely be turned to dust by the backlash." Doctor Strange has seen that particular future and shot a meaningful look at Iron Man. On the Universe Network, the posts were crazy. I died 10 times today. When will this end? I heard that there is a 50% probability of death. Why did I die 22 times? How about this lucky lottery ticket? Upstairs, I haven't died once. Have I spent all my luck in this life? It's all Thanos and Death's fault. Sue is so great, I want to dedicate myself to serve him. Upstairs, I suspect you are just trying to take advantage of Sue. Sue Yu calculated the time and handed the gauntlet to Deadpool. Quick, hit another one. Deadpool did another snap with his freshly recovered left hand. Before he could fall, Sue Yu took the Infinity Gauntlet and snapped his fingers too. 2 finger snaps in a row. The crowd was stunned. Sue, did you make a mistake? Chapter 296. The strength of the whole family has skyrocketed. Sue Yu shook his head. Everyone, if you are in poor health, hurry up and stay farther away. The Infinity Stones will be destroyed. Only Infinity Stones can destroy Infinity Stones. The snap of my fingers just now destroyed the stones in Thanos' hands, and ours will be destroyed soon. Everyone secretly praised, Sue is really smart. Deadpool murmured, hey, why didn't I think of it? The Ancient One said, these Infinity Stones are from a point in time in the past, and there will be a big problem if they are not returned. Banner quickly washed his hands clean. The Infinity Stones were borrowed by your husband, not me. Tony also thought so. Without the Mind Stone, Vision would not have been born, and this timeline will be completely messed up. Sue Yu shook his head. I naturally have arrangements, don't think so much about it. The energy of the stones is very pure. Whether everyone can increase their strength, it depends on this moment. Carol, Wanda, Kara, Hela, Diana, you can get closer to absorb more energy. How much energy can other people absorb depends on how tough they are and luck. But you girls should absorb as much as you can. Crack tilde. Click tilde. The 6 stones shattered directly, and the pure and vast cosmic energy spread out everywhere. Sue Yu roared, his cells and soul began to madly absorb the energy. The numbers of his stats kept going up. 1,800. 2,000. 3,000. The density of his body directly doubled. The strength of his soul increased exponentially. Although it has not yet reached the super universe level, it has reached the ceiling of the multiverse level of combat power. Wanda's energy also reached the multiverse level. Captain Marvel's powers match the energy of the Infinity Stones perfectly, so her strength increased rapidly. She was originally at the Skyfather level and directly hit the universal level. She is equivalent to becoming the host of the Infinity Stone. Hela, Kara, Diana, and Yao are also at the universal level now. Natasha, Catwoman, Sky, Dahlia, Selene, Nebula, etc. all reached the Skyfather level. Thor also reached the universal level this time, and the strength of others has also been improved more or less. Everyone was very excited. They did not expect their strength to increase so quickly. Wanda blinked. Sue, I feel like if I seriously try, this universe can really be destroyed by me. Captain Marvel opened her eyes. The golden light coming out of them was dazzling. I've never felt so strong. I feel like I can blow up a planet with a single punch. Sue Yu sighed deeply. It's a pity that it didn't reach the super universe level. It seems that I will have to collect all the Phoenix Force for that. Yao looked worried. Sue, we still have to return those Infinity Stones, otherwise the timeline will be too chaotic. Sue Yu nodded. I will arrange this, but for the time being, let's meet the Celestials who are going to attack the Earth. Near Sirius, 8.6 light-years from Earth. Searchers, collectors, inspectors, etc., members of the Celestials, as well as the Eradicators, led more than 200 Celestials to attack the Earth. They also experienced being killed and resurrected by the Infinity Stones just now. This made them feel an unprecedented fear. The power of the Infinity Stones seems to come from Earth. It should be Sue who saved us. What should we do now? Don't worry, I have noticed that the Infinity Stones have been destroyed. Then let's attack the Earth and take Sue Yu's Phoenix Force. These powers should be in our hands. Make sure to kill Sue Yu this time and destroy the Earth and those native gods. A powerful voice full of anger suddenly resounded in their minds. You said you were going to kill my husband. Everything near Sirius turned red. Wanda, who was covered in red light, came out of the void. Her eyes were covered with red light, and she waved her hands. Anyone who wants to harm my husband will die. Boom tilde. The celestial who threatened to kill Su-yu just now had his head blown up. More than a dozen celestials, participating in the discussion, exploded one after another. The collector who was cursing Su-yu from far away in the corner of the universe suddenly covered his neck, unable to breathe until he died. Their souls were directly destroyed, and even death couldn't stop it. On Earth, the subordinates of the secretly active celestials, the remnants of the Holy See, and the Hydra who secretly hated Su-yu, died one after another. Su-yu sighed, the multiverse-level Scarlet Witch is just too strong. Whoosh tilde. Captain Marvel, Courier and the others arrived. Captain Marvel killed the Celestials on her way with one punch. Kara and Diana went on a rampage, and those ordinary Celestials were not their opponents at all. They were constantly ones shooting them. Hela raised her hands, and a group of Celestials was directly skewered by giant swords. Venom in a spaceship sighed. So strong, these Celestials are usually rampant in the universe, but every time they meet the boss, they suffer one defeat after another. Quicksilver sighed, as long as we have my brother-in-law on Earth, everything will be fine. The White Queen, along with the Cuckoo Sisters, combined their minds to control several Celestials to kill each other. Sky directly shattered a Celestial with a shockwave. Before Su-yu could make a move, his family had almost wiped out these Celestials. Nebula and Gamora recorded this and sent it to the cosmic network. The whole universe was boiling. They made killing Celestials look easier than slaughtering pigs. Oh my God, Su is really too strong. These goddesses are really strong and beautiful. The woman with golden light all over her body looks the strongest. The girl with red light is so beautiful. I think the woman with the body armor has the best figure. These are Su's women, don't even think about it. I'm really dying of jealousy. We seem to be watching the Celestials being abused. What are you discussing? Su-yu flew to the front of the Eradicator. You have nothing to do when you're full. Why don't you fight Thanos? The Eradicator felt the threat to his life and gave up. Su, it's all our fault, forgive us. Su-yu shook his head. It's too late. The moment you thought about coming to attack the Earth is the moment you forfeited your lives. He raised his hand, and the Eradicator's body started to shatter. The head bigger than the planet turned into dust and disappeared. The other Celestials were also killed, and the remaining dozen or so Celestials scattered and fled. Wanda's hand full of red light pressed down, and these fleeing Celestials also exploded. The mighty expedition to conquer the Earth ended with the complete destruction of these Celestials. Hawkeye sighed, so these were the Celestials. Why does it feel easier than killing some gangsters? Everyone returned home, while Su-yu and Wanda started to search the universe for Thanos. But they found out that Thanos' subordinates had already vanished. Thanos and Death disappeared. Su-yu found from the trails that Thanos should have gone to the quantum realm again. Amenhotep IV, the 18th pharaoh of ancient Egypt, father of Tutankhamun, once obtained a part of the heart of the universe thanks to the celestial order. He's been hiding somewhere for thousands of years to understand the heart of the universe. Su-yu and Wanda went home. What, you want to travel through time again? The girls at home, happy faces immediately fell. Who knows what woman you will bring back next time? Su-yu spread out his hands. How can you think like this? I promise this time it's just to find the Phoenix Force and the heart of the universe. Wanda and Carol said they're also going with him, but Su-yu shook his head. The two of you are the strongest in our family now, and you must stay at home to protect everyone. If Thanos comes and you're not here, it will be dangerous for everyone else. Don't worry, I will go and return quickly this time. Su-yu stayed at home for one night before leaving. He spent some time with the White Queen and the Cuckoo Sisters. It turns out that what the White Queen feels, the other three can also feel. Chapter 297, Jean Grey. Su-yu's phoenix wings spread to the quantum realm. This time his destination is not the Egypt of hundreds of years ago, but the 1980s United States. Jean Grey is the host of Phoenix Force. I can find an opportunity to take it away from her. Jean Grey was originally an Omega mutant, and getting the Phoenix Force further strengthened her, but it also caused her a lot of problems, and finally ended with her turning into the Dark Phoenix. Suyu checked the newspapers of this era and walked while reading. He frowned. Mystique became Mutant's hero, stopped Magneto. Didn't I bring her to my time? Charles is still crippled. It should be the Time Variance Authority that pulled the timeline back in order, but where did this raven come from? Bam Tilda. The pensive Suyu directly knocked down a girl. He looked down and saw that it was actually Jean Grey. Jean is 1.75 meters tall, her long legs are eye-catching, and her skin is unusually fair. She seems to be a gentle, sweet-looking girl. However, the Phoenix Force inside her is devastating. Hey, are you all right? Suyu pulled her up. Jean frowned. You walk without looking at the road all the time. When she looked up, her eyes widened slightly. Suyu smiled. My name is Suyu. Is this Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters? Jean nodded. You can call me Jean. Well, are you a new student? I haven't seen you before. Suyu shook his head. No, I'm a little old to be a student. I'm here to apply for a teacher's job. Jean's eyes lit up. With such a good-looking teacher, I don't think the girls will want to skip your class in the future. She frowned immediately. Hey, why can't I hear your thoughts? Suyu shrugged. To apply for a teaching job here, you must have some power. Jean stared at his face intently. So your power is telepathy? Suyu nodded, almost, and also something else. With a wave of his hand, Jean involuntarily flew towards him. Jean was surprised by the casual display of power. You are amazing. She circled around Suyu. I don't know why, but I have a feeling like I want to be close to you. Suyu knew that it was the influence of the Phoenix Force. Sue, I'll take you to school and introduce you to the professor. Sue, what was your previous job? School teacher. Oh, if you come here alone, will your girlfriend be unhappy? Suyu laughed secretly. This is a disguised way of asking if he has a girlfriend. Well, actually, I was dumped and I don't have a girlfriend anymore. She didn't ask about wives. Jean covered her mouth and chuckled. Your girlfriend must have been blind. The two walked towards the teaching building talking and laughing. Jean, who is this? Cyclops, who had just arrived at the school, walked over with a few classmates and looked at Suyu with a hostile look. At the moment, he has already fallen in love with Jean, and he felt very uncomfortable to see her flirting with an unknown man. Jean smiled. This is Sue, our future teacher, who is here to apply for a job. Cyclops pouted. He may not get the job. What powers do you have? A man can't be this good-looking. It's because of your powers, right? Cyclops looks at him defiantly. Suyu laughed. Young man, you seem a bit too angry. Why don't you take a nap to get rid of the anger? Cyclops scoffed. I'm perfectly fine. Bam Tilda. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell to the ground and started sleeping. Everyone was surprised. Oh, this teacher's hypnotic ability is amazing. Jean checked Scott's condition. He's sleeping soundly. Sue, you have so many abilities. Suyu shrugged. I came to apply for a teacher's position at a gifted school. I must have a few skills. Jean led him to Charles' office, but found out that he just went to teach a class. Beast just happened to pass by. He frowned and looked at Suyu. For some reason, he felt a deep disgust in his bones the moment he saw him. Suyu shrugged. This guy looked at himself just like Vision. Hank, you know Sue. Jean wondered why Hank was so hostile to Sue. But Hank shook his head. No, I don't know him. Suyu understands that even though this guy had his memory wiped, he still has a natural hostility towards himself. When Hank heard Suyu was here to apply for a teaching job, he waved his hand. There is no teacher recruitment plan in our school at the moment. Please come back another time. Suyu didn't say anything and looked towards the corridor. Charles came in an electric wheelchair. Jean, what's going on? Jean pointed at Suyu. Professor, Mr. Sue wants to apply for a teacher position. He is very good. Charles looked at Suyu and felt that this person seemed to be familiar. He smiled gently. Jean, why do you say that he is very good? Apparently, he thought that Jean had taken a fancy to Suyu's good looks. A blush appeared on Jean's face. Professor. Scott was instantly hypnotized by him into sleeping. Jean is the student the professor is most proud of, so naturally he believes in her. Oh. Hank said quickly, "Impossible, no one's hypnotic ability is as powerful." Suyu smiled. "Hank, right? You seem a little tired. If you can't find a girlfriend, then go to sleep." Hank scoffed. "Your hypnosis really sucks. Snore tilde." Before he finished speaking, he fell to the ground and fell asleep. Charles looked at Suyu in surprise. "I can see that you are indeed skilled. Show me your information." Suyu handed over the fake information. Charles frowned. "Taught in a Shaolin temple for 5 years. Graduated from Harbin Buddhist Academy." Charles felt that this sounded fake. "This school, I have never heard of it. Our Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters is actually quite demanding." "What did you teach at the Shaolin Temple?" "Fighting, Kung Fu specifically." Suyu looked around. "I think mutants should not only rely on their abilities, and learning to fight without their powers should become a compulsory course." Jean and the surrounding girls applauded. "Mr. Su is so right. We need such handsome, no, such dedicated teachers here." Charles frowned. As soon as this guy came, his title of the most handsome teacher in this school was going to be taken away. Suyu saw his hesitation and waved his hand. Charles floated out of his wheelchair. Suyu turned him around and kicked him in the back. Charles screamed, "Su, let's discuss things slowly. There's no need to resort to violence." Suyu laughed. "I'm just helping the professor set his bones." Charles. Only then did he realize that he could actually stand up. "This is my spine healed." Suyu shook his head. "It's not fully healed. If you don't get treatment for a few months, you may become paralyzed again." He grabbed Suyu's hand excitedly. "Mr. Su, the school needs you, and I need you too." At the moment, the professor's hair is still there, but what he cares most about are his paralyzed legs, unable to move around freely, and unable to pick up girls. Despite Hank and Cyclops' objections, Suyu successfully became a teacher at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. "Su, am I right like this?" Jean blinked at Suyu as she trotted. After Suyu settled down, she asked him to train her. Suyu squeezed her shoulders. "Well, that's a lot better." Cyclops, not far away, can't wait to take his hand off her shoulder and hit Suyu with an energy beam. "I think he's just here to seduce girls." Hank muttered, "I wish his goal was only Jean." Cyclops. The following few days, Suyu's fighting class was full, and the girls at school almost filled the classroom. The professor finally found a handsome teacher this time. Su is not only good at fighting, but also knows how to train all sorts of abilities. He's so good. After being healed, the first thing Charles did was drive to a bar in New York. He was finally free to move around. On this night, Jean tossed and turned, dreaming of a sea of fire, and saw a person turning the city into ruins. The whole mansion started shaking. Charles rushed over and was almost torn apart by the Phoenix Force. Suyu walked into the room and lightly pressed Jean's forehead. He saw her take a deep breath and wake up. "Su, I saw the end of the world." She threw herself into Suyu's arms. "I have nightmares every night and dare not close my eyes to sleep." Suyu sympathetically helped her wipe the cold sweat off her forehead. "Don't worry, now you can sleep and have a good dream. There won't be more nightmares." Jean closed her eyes slowly. Suyu gently laid her down and covered her with the quilt. Taking away her Phoenix Force is a good deed. Chapter 298, Two Mystiques. Jean's breathing gradually stabilized. Suyu didn't take the Phoenix Force now, because at the moment, the Phoenix Force is hidden deep in her body. So if he were to take it forcibly, it would definitely make her body collapse. It may also allow the Phoenix Force to take the opportunity to run away. He would wait until she used the Phoenix Force against Apocalypse, and then he would take the opportunity to extract it. But before this, it is necessary to have a good relationship with Jean, in order to get her cooperation when the time is right. Who knows, maybe a 1,000-year-old pharaoh or a wild Thanos will pop up at that time. Suyu and Charles exited Jean's room quietly. "It's dangerous for her to keep going like this." Charles nodded. "I know, but she can't control her power at all, and I can't do anything more about it." Suyu shook his head. "Jean is a kind girl. She has tried very hard to control it. Don't force her too much." Suyu returned to his dormitory, waved his hand, and teleported directly to Berlin, East Germany. At the moment, Europe is still in the Cold War. In an underground fighting arena, there was a man in a cage, and outside there were people shouting wildly with gambling tickets in their hands. Angel! Angel! One of the 4 future horsemen of Apocalypse, a man with a pair of white wings on his back, raised his hands high. He has won 10 straight fights. Suyu is not interested in the fights at all. He immediately located his target. Compared to the youthfulness from before, the current Raven has long, wavy blonde hair, sharp eyes, and a hotter figure. Suyu walked over. Hey beautiful, I feel like we have met before. Raven chewed her gum and looked Suyu up and down. Boy, this way of talking to girls is out of date. However, I also have the feeling that I have seen you somewhere. Raven frowned and seemed like she was starting to get a migraine. Suyu wrapped his arm around her waist. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, we always can get to know each other again. Raven answered with an elbow to his ribs. Don't try to take advantage of me. Suyu stepped back and raised his hands. Whoa, whoa. Where did the little sweetie go? What have you been through these years to have become so fierce? Raven snorted and looked at him with disdain. Do you really think you're familiar with me? I've done murder and arson, but I've never touched a man. Somewhere, there seemed to be a shadow in her mind that prevented her from getting close to men. Suyu checked her memory and realized that everything seemed normal, but the memory of meeting him and their time together has been erased. Stupid time variance authority. I'll be sure to visit them one of these days. Anyways, he was already planning to pay them a visit. After all, where else could he get infinity stones now? It's not like they have a need for them, they just use them as paper weights since they are useless to them. But I think I can forgive them this time, since it seems like they have given me some benefits. Suyu shook his head, thinking about it for a while. Raven looked at the people inside and outside the cage angrily. Those bastards. You're here to have fun too, so you like watching mutants killing each other. Suyu shrugged and looked her up and down. I'm not interested in fights, but if it's you, that's another story. Raven rolled her eyes at him. Who am I? You know nothing. Suyu took her by the shoulders. You might not know who I am, but what if I tell you we are destined? Raven was speechless and threw his hands holding her shoulders away. Do you want to die? Do you think that just because you're a bit handsome, you can just hook your fingers and women will throw themselves at you? Actually, there are a lot of women like that here, so why bother me? Suyu followed Raven's gaze and saw there were 2 hot girls holding placards who were winking at him. I like you, a beautiful woman with a hot body but a steady heart. My name is Suyu. What about you? Raven. She unconsciously said her real name. She herself was secretly startled. What's wrong with me? Why does this man affect me so much? Suyu sighed. Once there was a girl named Raven. She was very important to me. Raven rolled her eyes. You didn't cherish her. Now you want to make up for it by tricking another woman by the same name. Suyu shook his head. I cherished her, but I didn't expect that now there is another beautiful woman named Raven. God is so good to me. He looked at her hot body, and it seemed that it would not be a loss to conquer her again. Raven almost choked. This man doesn't play his cards according to the routine. She glared at him. Don't get in my way, don't test my patience. She walked up to the burly man, who was managing the grid of the cage, and knocked him unconscious with an elbow hit to the temple. Then she turned the electric current to the maximum, and soon the transformer began to smoke, and the cage exploded. The Blue Devil and Birdman, who were still fighting in the electric cage, took the opportunity to rush out. Raven hurried over to grab the Blue Devil and pulled him with her. Several burly men with guns discovered the situation and raised their guns to shoot them. Suyu suddenly appeared, stood in front of Raven, and took a few shots for her. Only then did the Blue Devil feel that he could teleport again, and directly teleported the 3 of them outside the club. Raven hugged Suyu. Are you stupid? I'm not afraid of bullets at all. Suyu grabbed her hand. I don't know, maybe I fell in love as soon as I saw you. Raven's heart was full of mixed feelings. She didn't know what to say. For some reason, she was feeling something she'd never felt before for this stranger she just met. Suyu looked at her intently. Raven. Raven shook her head and nodded. I can't tell, you seem very similar to that person, but I can't remember. The Blue Devil suddenly interjected. He saved you, so I think you should repay him. Raven kicked him. You know nothing, boy, keep your opinions to yourself. She turned to look at Suyu. I'll take you to the hospital first. Suyu stood up and patted his clothes. That's not necessary, it's just a few bullets. He opened his hands, and several bullets fell to the ground. Raven's face changed. So you're also mutant? You were fooling me. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Suyu laughed. I just want to find my lost wife. Raven suddenly swung her leg at him. Oh, I taught you this fighting technique, and now you actually want to use it to murder your husband. Suyu pulled her leg under his arm and pressed lightly on her forehead. Wake up. Raven felt a sudden pain in her brain. The sealed memories were released. Her eyes widened and she fell backwards. Suyu grabbed her waist firmly and pulled her to him. How about it, do you remember now? Raven immediately burst into tears. It turns out that my memory was sealed, Sue, you bastard. She hugged him and wetted his clothes with her tears. Bastard, after so many years, you finally came to find me. Suyu patted her back. Whether you believe it or not, I really just went back to my time, snapped my fingers about a dozen times, took a bath at home, and rushed back without sleeping for a second. In disbelief, Raven bit Suyu's shoulder hard. I've been waiting here for over 10 years. Suyu smoothed her blonde hair. Actually, I did take you home with me. You should have been brought over by the time variance authority from another time and space. Raven was surprised. Is she a copycat? Then why does she have that unforgettable memory? Well, her throat is often hoarse and she can't move her fingers, so her memory is definitely not wrong. Suyu comforted her. Don't worry, you are definitely not a copycat. I treat you equally, and I like the current you a lot. Raven smiled. You better, otherwise I'd have to deal with you. The Blue Devil was a little confused. So you were lovers in a previous life. Or what? I don't understand it at all. Raven looked at him with disgust. You're a third wheel here. What do you need to know? Sue, let's send him away first, and then hurry up to catch up with the missed days, okay? You don't know how I lived for more than 10 years. Suyu, breaking in the same person twice. Seems like a good experience too. He immediately nodded enthusiastically. You have a story, and I have the strength, so we can definitely talk about it in detail. Chapter 299. The broken-hearted Jean went berserk. The Blue Devil was temporarily left in an apartment by Raven, while she took Suyu to another stronghold. After washing up, she directly squatted down. I want to recall and see if it's really the same. Suyu grabbed her blonde hair with practiced movements. It turns out that this Raven should have been caught by the Time Variance Authority before Suyu went to London to fill the hole. The reason he realized that is because her physique is not as good as the other Ravens. Suyu needs to continuously inject positive energy to improve her physique. Sue, what are you going to do with me? Raven huddled in Suyu's arms and looked up at his face hopefully. Suyu patted her smooth back. You're so hardworking, of course I have to take you back with me. Raven seemed very worried. But there will be 2 of me, how is that going to work? Suyu pinched her face. The 2 of you are separate individuals, and you may not get along well, so we'll have to do some bonding exercises to prevent that. Raven rolled her eyes at him. Definitely a bonus for you. 3 nights later, Raven finally went out. Suyu only went out to Xavier's school to impart classes, while Raven was sleeping during the day. Raven looked at the starry sky outside. I don't know how I managed to survive these 3 days. It's too hard for me. Suyu patted her. What are you pretending? I think you've had quite a good time. Raven gave him a charming look. Maybe I did. Then she took him to find the Blue Devil. Okay, I'll get you a certificate, and you can leave this dangerous place. Kurt opened his eyes wide in surprise. Raven, you look radiant and your skin is much better now. Where have you been these 3 days? Raven glared at him. Mind your own business, little brat. She took him to an underground certification center, which is a place to get fake certificates. A small roll of money was thrown on the table, and she pointed at Kurt. Get him all the needed certificates and ID. The bald-headed Caliban glanced at Suyu, who was holding Raven's waist. Wow, Mystique, is this your boyfriend? It blows my mind to see how radiant you look now. Such a handsome boyfriend is indeed worth having. Raven patted the table impatiently. If you talk nonsense again, I don't mind twisting your neck off. Caliban chuckled. Mystique has a boyfriend. This news should be worth a lot of money. I know quite a few mutants who will be heartbroken. With a wave of Suyu's hand, Caliban flew straight up and felt his neck being strangled. Then about me, do you know me? Raven kicked the table. You're just a certificate forger. Stop pretending and acting all mysterious. To everyone's surprise, the couple really planned to tear down the place. I advise you to be kind. This place is under my protection. In the booth, a woman wearing a lady's suit with a ponytail said lightly. Suyu had noticed her long ago. She is tall and hot, cool and beautiful. The woman is Psylocke, one of the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse. In addition to her hot body, she also has telepathy and superb fighting skills. She can make psychic energy weapons, and she is quite powerful. It is rumored that she will also become a 5th-level mutant in the future. Now she has not been strengthened by Apocalypse, but she is already decently powerful. Whoosh tilde. Psylocke created a purple laser-like weapon. She raised her head fiercely and stood straight, showing off her figure. Hey handsome, how about you stay with me? I'm only in my early 20s. Mystique snorted. Little bitch, dare to try snatching a man from me. She directly swung her leg in a swift kick. The two of them fought back and forth. Psylocke kept swinging her blade, cutting the tables and chairs into pieces. Caliban said distressingly, Damn, can you go outside if you want to fight? Raven has been injected with a lot of energy by Suyu in the last 3 days, so her physique has improved by leaps and bounds. Her strength and speed have already surpassed Psylocke, and her fighting skills were already outstanding. Although she has no weapons, she flexibly dodged her opponent's attacks. After a dozen moves, she put her foot on Psylocke's butt and kicked her to the ground. Little bitch, still want to go after my man? Psylocke was furious and wanted to stand up and continue to fight, but with a wave of Suyu's hand, she was directly frozen in place. Beauty, why are you so angry? Is it because you don't have a boyfriend? Psylocke stared at Suyu's face for a minute before opening her mouth to answer. Men just slow the speed of my blade. Raven leaned against Suyu. Can you stop drooling when you say that? Psylocke. Raven suddenly lifted Suyu's t-shirt. Look at these abs, it's a pity you can't touch them. Suyu stood frozen in place. He really wasn't expecting her to do something like this. Psylocke subconsciously wiped the corner of his mouth and snorted. Suyu released his telekinetic hold on her. Your strength is quite good. Why should you stay at this place where fake certificates are issued? Psylocke rolled her eyes. You think I'm here because I want. I have nowhere else to go. Suyu smiled. Would you like to teach with me? Actually, I'm a martial arts teacher. Raven pinched his side. What are you doing, flirting with another woman in front of me? Suyu shook his head. He just didn't want Psylocke to go astray and become a villain. Psylocke's eyes lit up. Mystique is Mutant's hero. She can boast for a long time when she steals her man. Caliban quickly said, Mystique, didn't you come to buy an ID? Why are you trying to steal my bodyguard? His eyes rolled. By the way, I have a message from your old friend here. It's about Eric, who left several bodies in Poland, among them his wife. Raven was startled and immediately grabbed Caliban by the collar. Are the news true? I never tell lies. Raven turned to look at Suyu. Sue, I'm going to find Charles. Suyu nodded and opened a portal. Let's go then. The two withdrew along with Kurt, who appeared, relieved to finally be remembered. Psylocke murmured, That man is really handsome and powerful. How could this scarce resource be occupied by Mystique? It's not fair. Caliban shook his head. Psylocke, don't get unrealistic ideas. Take a good look at your situation first. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Raven was standing in the stairwell. Hank saw her at a glance and said in surprise, Raven, how come you are here? Raven looked at him in surprise. You're back to normal. What about your blue skin and fur? Hank nodded. I'm under control, Raven. I didn't expect to see you here. I actually wanted to tell you. Suyu walked over and hugged Raven's waist. What's the matter, Hank? What do you want to say to my girlfriend? Hank, when did Raven become your girlfriend? He finally knew where his hostility towards Suyu came from. It turned out to be the natural rejection of his love rival. Su-yu shrugged and sniffed Raven's hair. It can be said that it was a long time ago, and it can also be said that it's just been a couple of days, very intense days, if you catch my drift. He wiggled his eyebrows at the end. Bam tilde. It wasn't Hank fainting that caused this noise. Holding a stack of books and just about to give Su-yu a sweet greeting, Jean Grey was completely stunned, and the books in her hand fell to the ground. Mr. Su, is it true? All of a sudden, her heart was out of balance, and her powers went out of control. Hank, who felt like he had just been stabbed in the heart, was directly blown away by Jean's uncontrolled powers. Su-yu protected Raven. Jean, you have to calm down, although I have a girlfriend, I'm still your teacher. But Jean's eyes were red, and all the objects around her were floating, and she was about to run wild. Raven pinched Su-yu hard. Bastard, do you really need to seduce every woman you meet? Jean said in a dazed way, Su, I don't want you to be just my teacher, you are so good to me, I can only sleep with your hypnosis. The surrounding walls started to crack. If it keeps going like this, it's only a matter of time before Charles' mansion is turned to rubble. Chapter 300, Fighting Psylocke. Crack tilde. The wall next to the window cracked, and the glass burst into millions of fragments. Raven quickly said, a bit panicked, Su, stop her quickly. Su-yu nodded, stepped out, grabbed Jean's waist and kissed her hard. Raven's eyes widened and her mouth opened and closed, completely speechless. Jean also looked surprised, and the red light in her eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by panic and embarrassment. Jean quickly regained her sanity. The high-end handsome guy only needs a single move to restore the sanity of the Omega female mutant. Su-yu looked down and smiled at her. Jean, you were out of control, so I needed to help you stabilize your emotions. Jean's face was flushed, her expression cramped, and she said in a low voice, Su, in fact, I'm still a little out of control. What else can Su-yu say? He will demonstrate to everyone on the spot how to stabilize Jean's emotions. Definitely, this just works for Su-yu. If someone else tries it, she will definitely go even more berserk and rip them to pieces. What are you doing? Cyclops rushed over and staggered as soon as he saw this scene. His expression was like he just ate a fly. He wanted to rush over, but Su-yu waved his hand, and he was forced to retreat more than 10 meters. Jean recalled the treatment process just now, and her face turned even redder. Seeing everyone looking at her, she said embarrassedly, Su, I'm going to class first. Su-yu patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I will help you to heal your emotional instability in the future. Raven came over and pinched Su-yu's waist fiercely. The helpful teacher, Su, isn't it? Su-yu smiled and said to her, I am a fixed asset to save your brother Charles. Raven sneered, forget it, I'm too lazy to care about you. Hank was confused. Raven clearly knows that this guy is a scumbag, but she still hasn't broken up with him. What's so good about this guy anyway? Raven, Charles isn't here, he went to look for Moira. Raven was stunned, he must want her to help find Eric. Hank said quickly, Raven, stay here for a few days, Charles will be back soon. She looked at Su-yu to see what he thought. Su-yu knew that looking for Magneto at this time was of no use. Since we're already here, I don't mind waiting a few days. We can stay in your room here for now. Raven nodded, that's good as well. Hank was pricked, and the thing he was most worried about happened. Hank, I'll hand Kurt to you to help him enroll. Poor Kurt almost cried for finally being remembered. Hank nodded bitterly, leave it to me. Su-yu took Raven's hand. Let's go, I'll take you to meet my students, you are their idol. Fighting class. Su-yu solemnly introduced Raven. Originally, the little girls were very hostile to her, but when they found out that she was Mystique, they all changed their expressions instantly. Mystique, you are our idol. My Su is with Mystique, I'm jealous, but they make such a good couple. Su-yu clapped his hands. For the next few days, I'll let Raven teach the class. Raven immediately pulled him aside. What do you want to do? It won't be to leave me here and go pick up girls by yourself, right? Su-yu smiled. I'm going to do some important business. There is a villain who wants to do bad things. I want to infiltrate into the enemy's camp and learn his powers by the way. The strongest support Apocalypse is out, and he will soon take Psylocke as one of his 4 knights. Su-yu intends to rush over, get Apocalypse's strengthening, then see if he can learn Apocalypse's strengthening ability. In this way, the strength of the girls in the family can be further enhanced. He told Raven about the plan, and she rolled her eyes. Why does it feel like you have some ulterior motives? Suyu shrugged. You really misunderstood me. He asked her to continue the class, walked towards the dormitory, planned to change clothes, and then returned to Caliban's place. He had just entered the dormitory when Jean rushed in furtively and closed the door behind him. Suyu turned around and smiled. Jean, what's wrong? She looked at him with a pink face. Sue, I'm feeling a little dizzy. Can you help me check it? Suyu put his hand on the door and looked down at the shy Jean. I don't think you're dizzy. It should be your emotions going out of control again. Jean pouted. Then why don't you help me stabilize them? What can Suyu say? This little girl is knocking at the door. He carefully explained the treatment process to her. This lecture lasted for 2 hours. Even an Omega mutant like Jean couldn't bear it for longer and ended up falling asleep completely exhausted, not to mention that she was still new to this. Suyu opened a portal and sent her back to her own room, then paused and changed Mystique sheets. After he was done freshening the room, he opened a portal and went to the forgery center in East Berlin. Caliban looked at Suyu in amazement after he saw him come out of the portal. Why are you back again? Suyu shrugged. I'm not here for you, where's Psylocke? Caliban was numb. I've been in the business for so many years, and I've never seen such a scumbag. How long has it been? Psylocke came out with an energy dagger in hand and looked at Suyu. Why did you come back? Why are you looking for me? Suyu shrugged. Mystique broke up with me. Now I need a place to live and a long-term meal ticket. Psylocke licked her lips, also very direct. If you beat me, I will provide you with a place to live and give you a girlfriend as well. The whole place was boiling. Several burly men and a 3-meter-tall mutant shouted. Psylocke, it's not fair. There are so many people chasing you here, and you didn't agree with any of them, and you never mentioned you have this condition. Isn't he just a bit good-looking? Caliban also moved his hands and feet. Psylocke, can I participate too? Psylocke didn't expect that, just when she planned to give Suyu a chance, so many people would have ideas. She activated her powers, and the dagger in her hand grew into a sword. Why don't you look into the mirror first? Believe it or not, I will cut you all. Everyone shivered. This violent woman is so scary. Although she looks good and has a good figure, she has a really bad temper. Suyu clapped his hands. Okay, I am the most concerned about fairness. Isn't it just beating up people? Come and compare with me, I will only use 1 foot. Everyone was angry at being looked down on. A dozen people looked at each other, picked up beer bottles, folded stools, etc., and rushed over. Suyu kicked the leading bald head away. The few people behind only saw the shadows of legs all over the sky, flew out and hit the wall. Suyu swished and came to Psylocke's side. How is it? Your boyfriend is quite good, right? Whoosh tilde. Psylocke kicked in an instant, her long leg producing wind from the speed. I'll tell you if you win. Suyu nodded. He really likes such a hot girl. His hand suddenly shot, grabbed Psylocke's lifted leg, and pushed her against the wall. Ready to give up. Psylocke tried to punch him, but she was controlled by Suyu, and he took her in his arms. Is that convincing enough? Psylocke rolled her eyes at him. I can do this all day. Do you have the strength to keep up? Suyu's eyes lit up. I haven't met an opponent with such good endurance for a long time. Let's go to your room for a test. Suyu directly carried her on his shoulders and rushed upstairs, completely ignoring the bystanders. Psylocke's room is on the 3rd floor, very clean and tidy, with a sandbag hanging in the middle of the room. Okay, let's start the test now. Psylocke touched his abs. Come on, who's afraid of you? Facts have proved Psylocke is not only afraid of him now, but she was also just bragging, not to mention fighting all day. Less than 3 hours, and she could barely move her fingers anymore. The whole person curled up there, almost collapsed, obviously exhausted beyond words. Chapter 301, Apocalypse. Suyu glanced at Psylocke's vest line. Who was it that said she could fight the whole day? Psylocke pouted. I didn't say it seriously. She was lying in Suyu's arms. Su, you can only be with me in the future, okay? Suyu shook his head. It's not realistic, you're not physically strong enough. Psylocke, is there any way to get stronger? Su-yu's smile turned predatory. An opportunity should be there soon. In this way, Su-yu got busy the next few days and worked 3 jobs in total. Help train Psylocke's stamina, being a teacher at Xavier's school, and one-on-one tutoring for an Omega-level mutant. Experts say that you can get rich by working a few jobs a day, but I don't make any money. Why am I feeling a little tired? Jean's youthful, Psylocke sexy, and the great mystique is ever-changing. Su-yu was leading a very fulfilling life in the past. Today, just when Caliban was about to get off work, 2 weird people came to the certificate center. One is the white-haired Storm, the other is NSFW, also known as Apocalypse. Son, we're looking for strong mutants. Caliban laughed. Son, well, if you are rich enough, it is not impossible for me to call you father. Apocalypse was sealed for thousands of years, and it has not been long since he came out. He spread his hands. Money. I don't have any, but I can give control of the world back to mutants. Caliban laughed and shook his head. I've met a lot of boastful people, but you probably take the cake. Apocalypse frowned. He used to be the king of mutants, and now someone dares to talk to him like this. Caliban raised his gun. I only admire money. If you don't have any, then better get out of here. Apocalypse's eyes turned white, and Caliban's gun turned to sand. Psylocke came out, clenching a psychic sword in her hand. Who are you? Caliban took a few steps back. Apparently they are poor people. Whoosh tilde. Psylocke moved swiftly and placed a psychic blade on Apocalypse and Storm's necks. Get out of here if you don't have any money. My boyfriend is still sleeping. Don't blame me for being rude if you wake him up. Apocalypse shook his head. We mutants are in a miserable situation now, and we are actually controlled by those false gods, and the system set in place by the weak has bound you all. He looked at Psylocke in the eyes. You are the one I came looking for. You don't even know how much potential you truly have. His eyes turned white, and Psylocke felt that her powers were surging. Her strength and potential were greatly improved. Psylocke's eyes widened in disbelief. She suddenly thought of something and said, I think I know where you can find another strong mutant. Wait a moment. Psylocke excitedly rushed upstairs to pull up Su-yu, who was sleeping. Su, hurry down, there's a big guy here. Su-yu knew that it must be Apocalypse. Psylocke practically dragged Su-yu down. Storm looked at the intimacy of the two. Psylocke, apart from being handsome, I don't see anything great about him. Su-yu looked at Apocalypse and secretly thought, sure enough, the villain bosses are all bald, and only when they become bald can they become stronger. Apocalypse touched his bald head. He actually heard his thoughts. Child, hair is totally unnecessary. It affects our connection to the world. Su-yu nodded. No wonder the first thing Apocalypse thought of after possessing Charles' body was to remove his hair. Hee, I still prefer having my hair. Psylocke held Su-yu's arm. I like that you have hair too. Apocalypse shook his head. With more important things like taking back the dominion of the world, why are they discussing the issue of hair? Boy, show me your powers. Storm taunted. I suspect his power is something to make him look good. Su-yu smiled at Storm. I am your father. Storm froze for a moment, then burst into tears. Dad, I finally meet you again. This is the $500 I saved. I'll give it to you. Please don't leave me again. Su-yu casually put the money in his pocket. Caliban looked with his mouth open, then muttered, This power is really good. Psylocke pinched Su-yu. What are you playing at? Apocalypse, hypnotic powers, and their power seems quite high. Storm, didn't you say that you have no money before? Apocalypse started doubting the loyalty of his subordinate. With a wave of Su-yu's hand, bolts of lightning struck the wall, smashing the basement into pieces. It was only at this time that Storm came to her senses and found that her only $500 had been stolen. She shouted in anger, Give my money back. Then she controlled lightning to strike Su-yu. Boom tilde. Su-yu directly tanked the lightning and then waved his hand, using psychokinesis to hold Storm in place. Apocalypse looked pleasantly surprised. This man seemed quite good. Hypnosis, lightning powers and immunity to it, telekinesis, and a strong body as well. He could easily be turned into the leader of his 4 horsemen. His eyes turned white again and activated his power in order to strengthen Su-yu's powers. Su hid a lot of his strength. Apocalypse strengthened his purple lightning first and found that Su potential was too big. It only took him 1 minute to strengthen Psylocke, but it took him over 2 hours to strengthen Su's lightning ability. Su's somewhat disdainful eyes were properly captured by Apocalypse, which instantly angered him. He took a deep breath, tried his best to activate his ability, and finally finished strengthening Su's purple lightning. Boom tilde. The purple lightning changed into a powerful black lightning, directly turning a wall into slag. Nice, very nice. Apocalypse didn't get a chance to say a word when Su continued. Your power is quite good, then I won't be polite and also trouble you with strengthening my telepathy and telekinesis. This was the first time Apocalypse had seen someone so shameless. Su glared at Storm. Why don't you pour a glass of water for the uncle? Uncle? Apocalypse felt he was being mocked and stood up abruptly, but his body swayed. It was obvious that strengthening Su's lightning powers had taken a lot of him. Su supported him. Master, why don't you take a rest? Apocalypse firmly said, let's continue. Another 4 hours, it was already late at night, and Apocalypse felt hundreds of years older. Son, how is it? Su stood up. I feel stronger than ever, as if I could trample the whole world under my feet. Apocalypse felt something was wrong. Shouldn't he show how thankful he is to him? Being under Apocalypse's power for the last few hours, Su took the chance to learn how to stimulate the potential of supernatural powers. It can be said that Apocalypse is useless to him now. However, he still has to rely on Apocalypse to stimulate the Phoenix Force inside Jean, so he won't be dealing with him yet. Su patted Apocalypse on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, sir. Apocalypse, that's all. Did he help him for nothing? Su pulled Psylocke. Master, wait a minute. I have some nice things in my room. I'll bring them to you. After speaking, he hastily pulled Psylocke away. Once they were in the privacy of the room, Psylocke looked at him strangely. Su, there's nothing here. Su laughed. I could tell at first glance that the old man was not a good person. I just intended to leave. Psylocke. But he still helped us so much. Isn't it wrong to leave like this? She still felt very warm in her heart. After all, Su didn't run alone, and he also wanted to take her away with him. Su wrapped his arms around her waist. Let me ask you formally, would you like to leave with me? Psylocke pouted. Whatever, I'm already yours. Wherever you are is where I'll go. Su nodded. It seemed that Psylocke had been completely conquered. Let me leave a note, and then we'll leave. After a few sips of water, Apocalypse started to feel something was wrong. Why haven't they come down yet? Storm walked upstairs and only found a note there. She grabbed it and walked back down with a gloomy face. My lord, they ran away. Apocalypse took the note and read it. Dear uncle, thank you for everything you have done for us, but we like to live freely and not to be bound to anyone or anything, so this is goodbye. Apocalypse almost spat blood then and there. Unexpectedly, after sleeping for thousands of years, mutants no longer are pure. For the first time, he felt the evil of modern society. Boy, I'm going to burn you to ashes. Storm also looked furious. He also took my money. Chapter 302, Viper is a Substitute. Raven stood there, staring at Psylocke. Aren't you working at the fake certificate center? What are you doing here? Psylocke took Su's arm and said affectionately, My dear asked me to elope with him. How can I not come? Eloped? Raven looked at Su with narrowed eyes. Didn't you say you were working? Su took her hand. I was definitely on business. She almost went astray and was rescued by me. Raven stared at this shameless man in disbelief. Su's eyes turned white, thinking it was better to distract her. Raven's X gene was stimulated. Now her shape-shifting ability is even stronger. The organs in her body can temporarily change positions, and her regeneration ability was also greatly enhanced. Her body's strength also increased a lot. Raven checked her body in amazement. Su, what's wrong with me? The ability I learned from Apocalypse just now can stimulate the potential of mutants. Raven let out a long sigh. Su, I feel like I'm at my peak and can play with you for a whole day now. Psylocke pouted. I also said the same. You're probably going to suffer defeat as well. Su's eyes turned white again. and Psylocke found that her power had been greatly improved a second time. Hey, how can I still improve? Suyu laughed. Do you think that Apocalypse is really good to mutants? He's just using them for his own benefits. He could continue to strengthen his subordinates, but he is afraid that if they are too strong, they would be too difficult to control. Psylocke snorted. I just thought that the old man's character was not good. Fortunately, you took me away. She suddenly laughed out loud, remembering Apocalypse helping Suyu strengthen his powers until he looked like he was going to die of exhaustion. Only magic can defeat magic. Bad guys still have to be defeated by bad guys. Suyu slapped Psylocke's beautiful derriere hard. Bad guy? You almost became a villain as well, but fortunately I pulled you out of the way. Psylocke pouted, her eyes blurred. If I said something wrong, you should punish me, Mystique. Can you please go out? Raven became furious. Bitch, you dare to send me out. They immediately started a catfight. Suyu shrugged, and after letting them fight for about half an hour, took them both down together. A few hours later, seeing the two fainted from exhaustion, he covered with the blanket and went out to teach a fighting class. Seeing Suyu arrive, Jean immediately approached. Mr. Su, I have a lot of questions to ask you. Suyu glanced down and noticed how she subtly raised her chest. Sure, let's go to your room to talk later. At the same time, the tricked Apocalypse packed up and recruited Angel and the traumatized Magneto. He also found a replacement for Psylocke through Caliban. Charles and Alex came back with Mora and saw Raven practically dragging her tired body. Charles looked at her in surprise. Raven, why did you get out of Sue's room? Suyu also walked out and naturally put an arm around her waist. Official introduction, this is my boyfriend. Hank's heart was pierced again. Psylocke walked out and held Suyu's other arm. I'm his girlfriend too. Charles was caught off guard. He didn't expect that his sister, who had been single for so many years, would end up being tricked by a scumbag. However, he couldn't really do anything about it. Raven never listened to him. Alex secretly gave Suyu a thumbs up. Cyclops hurriedly said beside Jean, Jean, did you see that? That man is a complete scumbag. Jean let out a long sigh. You should have told me sooner. Now it's too late for me. Cyclops looked confused. His heart skipped a beat, but he didn't want to think of the possibility. Moira looked around. Hey, why do I feel this place is a little familiar? Raven glanced at Charles, so she doesn't remember. Suyu admired Charles' resilience for being able to endure his beloved girlfriend leaving him and having a baby with someone else. Charles finally focused on Magneto. Let's find Eric first. The crowd entered the brain wave enhancement room, Cerebro, and Charles started looking for Magneto. Magneto has already been strengthened by Apocalypse. Meanwhile, Apocalypse was working hard to make armor for his 4 knights. He wants all of them to look bright, especially to show Suyu and Psylocke who dared to leave him. Charles entered Magneto's brain and saw what he went through. Eric, I'm so sorry. Magneto said lightly, you think you can understand my pain just because you entered my brain. Charles continued to persuade him to come back to him. Too bad the pair never got back together. Charles, I tried to fit in, but it ended up being the same. Top designer Apocalypse, who was styling Angel, took a deep breath. Such an ability, I found the answer. Charles' ability, that's exactly what he needs. He can find all the mutants in the world with such an ability, and can control the thoughts of the whole world. This way he can form a mutant army and still have absolute control, so he won't be fooled by people like Suyu and Psylocke again. Apocalypse directly took control of Charles, using his current connection to Magneto's brain as a conduit, and directly enhanced Charles' ability. The world no longer needs nuclear weapons, no more mortal wars. He is still hiding now, and the reason for doing things in a low-key manner is that he is afraid of nuclear weapons. But this time, through Charles, all the nuclear missiles in the world were launched into the sky. In this respect, Apocalypse is actually an anti-nuclear fighter. Noticing something wrong, Alex destroyed the entire brainwave booster room. Apocalypse teleported directly with his newly recruited 4 horsemen. Magneto waved his hand, and Charles on the chair flew towards their side. Apocalypse looked at Suyu and Psylocke and instantly became angry. It's you too. Suyu shrugged. Apocalypse, can you stop pestering us? Psylocke and I are not suitable for you. He looked at the 4 people behind Apocalypse. Psylocke's place was replaced by a tall, fair-skinned blonde woman. She was 1.8 meters tall, had a very hot body and sharp features. Is it Viper? Apocalypse is pretty good at finding them. Viper stared at Suyu. You're the boy the boss has been complaining about. You're quite handsome. She licked her lips, and Suyu noticed that her tongue was not only very long but also forked, and it looked very flexible. He couldn't help but imagine what she could do with a tongue like that. Angel hurriedly took this chance to express his loyalty. With a wave of his wings, a bunch of metal feathers shot at Suyu. Betraying the master means death. With a wave of Suyu's hand, the metal feathers were reflected back. What? Angel couldn't avenge his master, and instead was seriously injured by his own attack. Viper jumped up and spit out a green gas at Suyu, who did a grabbing motion, and the cloud of gas was thrown at Angel. The seriously injured Birdman screamed again. Suyu moved swiftly, wrapped his arms around Viper's waist, and smiled. Hey gorgeous, stop following Apocalypse, follow me, and I promise to make you tired every day. Viper laughed, then give me a kiss first. Her lips are covered with viper venom, and ordinary people will surely die if they come in contact with it. Suyu shook his head. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend yet. They will die with a single kiss who would dare to touch you. Viper licked her lips seductively. Most men are willing to die for a chance with me. She directly kisses Suyu, not giving him a chance to retreat. But unexpectedly for her, not only did she not poison him, the shameless bastard put his tongue inside her and groped her butt. Suyu stopped the kiss and winked at Viper. We will continue next time. Viper wiped the saliva from the corners of her mouth. Are you not afraid of my poison? Whoosh tilde. Psylocke blasted her away with an energy whip. Hey bitch, that's my man, go back to being Apocalypse's lackey. Chapter 303, Charles was hacked by Apocalypse. Bitch, you dare to hit me. Viper was only hit on the arm, so she recovered quickly. Her regeneration ability is also quite strong. With a hard look in her eyes, she was about to fight back against Psylocke. She's arrogant, sinister, and vengeful. Apocalypse lifted his hand. Don't bother fighting with this group of people, we have a greater cause. Seeing him distracted, Alex shot a beam of energy from his chest towards Apocalypse. But with a casual wave of Apocalypse's hand, their whole group was teleported away with Charles. The energy beam hit the energy source below the castle unhindered and caused an explosion. Suyu grabbed Alex, who was closest to the blast, and threw him out of the room. He grabbed Raven with his left hand, Psylocke with his right hand, and had Jean climb on his back. On the way out, he met Quicksilver, who just came to save people. The two looked at each other. Suyu smiled. Hurry up to the rescue. Quicksilver muttered, You have rescued all the beautiful women. Whoosh 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 tilde. Quicksilver quickly saved about a dozen people who were inside the mansion. He looked up and saw that there were more than 20 people flying under the control of psychokinesis. He saved more people than me. Boom tilde. As if someone clicked the play button, the explosion expanded rapidly, and Charles Castle was blown into ruins. Raven had lingering fears. Sue, fortunately you were here, otherwise a lot of people could have died. Jean also looked at the ruins in fear. Suyu shook his head. Whose design was it, placing such a big energy source in the basement of an ancient castle? Hank coughed in embarrassment. It was designed by me, and now it seems that it wasn't my brightest idea. Cyclops lifted up his brother Alex and searched for injuries with worry. Are you fine? Alex's face had turned completely pale. It was my fault for being so reckless. Fortunately, there was Teacher Sue here, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Quicksilver muttered, What? No thanks for the other hero. Suyu looked at this different Quicksilver. He realized that there were 2 Quicksilvers in this world, since Wanda's brother hasn't been born yet. Good job, boy. Quicksilver touched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. You are also very fast. If there is a chance we should race sometime. Suyu shook his head. It seems like speedsters always like to compare their speed with others. Jean said anxiously, Mr. Sue, the professor was captured. What should we do? Don't worry, the professor is going to be fine for the time being. We'll go to his rescue soon. Hank seemed a little frustrated. Our equipment and jet have been destroyed in the explosion. What should we do? Su-yu looked to the sky. Someone will come to deliver what we need soon. Several helicopters were flying towards the X-Mansion. Colonel Stryker, who injected adamantium in Wolverine's bones, came along with his men. Su-yu pulled Psylocke, Raven, and Jean, turning them invisible along with himself. Without bothering to talk with them, Stryker directly ordered his subordinates to use their sonic weapons to stun all the mutants present. Take them all away. Hank, Cyclops, Alex, Quicksilver, Moira, and Kurt were all taken into the helicopter. Raven said urgently, Sue, we have to stop them. Su-yu nodded. Don't worry, they'll be fine for the time being. Let's follow. Maybe we can get something interesting over there. Beautiful ladies, prepare to experience a trip through the sky. Su-yu grabbed the three women and flew into the sky with a swoosh, chasing after the helicopter unhurriedly. Psylocke whispered in his ear, You can fly and didn't tell me. I really want to try it in the clouds. Su-yu smiled and tilted his head innocently. What do you want to do in the clouds? Psylocke pinched him. Stop pretending, you know very well what I want to do. Su-yu nodded. He was also interested in trying that. The helicopter came to a snowy military base in the north of the United States. For being a hidden base, it was quite heavily guarded. This is a base dedicated to mutant experiments and also holds Stryker's favorite experimental subject, Wolverine. Moira and the others were locked in a magnetic field. I'm an agent of the CIA, you can't lock me up. Stryker said contemptuously, As a matter of fact, I can. The world's nuclear weapons have now gone to space, and the place where this order was given is Charles Xavier's residence. Now tell me, where is he? They never imagined that Charles' powers were actually used by Apocalypse. Moira pursed her lips. You should be more worried about another exceptionally powerful person right now. That is the real culprit. Stryker definitely doesn't believe it. Cyclops was worried about another thing. Hey, where's Jean? Was she taken away by Sue? Alex shook his head. His brother is too obsessed with that woman. Scott, we should be thinking about how to get out of this place right now. Hank muttered, Raven was taken by Sue too. I hope she's safe. Quicksilver looked left and right in wonder. Mr. Sue stole all your girlfriends. What a legend. Moira couldn't help but feel exasperated. It doesn't seem like the time to discuss these things. The blue-skinned Kurt tried to teleport. The electric and magnetic fields here make it impossible for us to use our powers. At that moment, Su-yu was walking inside the base, accompanied by the three beauties. Jean pointed to the laboratory on the side. Sue, there seems to be someone locked up there, and they're very angry. Su-yu knew that it should be the Wolverine, who was experimented on every day. It would be a strange thing not to be angry after going through that. At this time, a voice resounded in the minds of people all over the world. People of the world, you are lost. But I am back now. On the day of awakening, all your buildings and modern facilities will fall. The professor was being used as a broadcast device to pass the voice of Apocalypse. Apocalypse's idea was to return the Earth to the Stone Age, so that he could continue ruling over everyone. As everyone knows, such a global voice transmission will not only be heard by the normal people, but also be heard by some old monsters in hiding. The professor used all his might to secretly send a message to Jean. Jean, we're in Cairo, find us. Jessin quickly looked at Su-yu. Tilda Sue, the professor just. Su-yu nodded. In Cairo, I know. Then what should we do? Su-yu looked at the three women. Let's rescue everyone first, then steal a jet here and head for Cairo. The four came into the laboratory. Su-yu waved his hand and opened Wolverine's restraints. Wolverine roared loudly, took out his claws, and started to kill everyone around him. After killing dozens of guards, Wolverine looked towards Su-yu. Then his eyes swept over and fixed on Jean's face. Su-yu smiled. Hey man, this is my girlfriend, don't even think about it. When Jean heard him say that she was his girlfriend, she looked shy and happy. Still in a somewhat feral state, Wolverine couldn't control himself, especially when he saw that there were two other women beside Su-yu. He jumped sharply, and his adamantium claws were pointing straight at Su-yu. With a wave of Su-yu's hand, Wolverine rolled his head and screamed, as if recalling many memories. He glanced back at Suyu in fear and decisively ran away. Raven wanted to stop him. "Su, he looks quite good at fighting, why don't we take him to Cairo with us?" Suyu shook his head. "While he seems to be very fierce and has a strong healing ability, but his whole skeleton is covered in metal. Think about who we are going to face." Magneto. Everyone was surprised. Indeed, in front of Magneto, a man with a metal skeleton is simply a gift. They soon rescued the kidnapped mutants, picked up the base's best plane, everyone changed their equipment, and they rushed towards Cairo. On the way, they happened to encounter the helicopter driven by the fleeing Striker. With a wave of Suyu's hand, the evil Striker was directly killed by an explosion. Cairo. Apocalypse turned into an earthwork foreman, melted the buildings of the city of Cairo, and built himself a giant pyramid with the dirt. He also gave Magneto an anti-telepathy helmet. As everyone knows, Magneto still has Charles in his heart. But Apocalypse is greedy for the professor's body and wants to take it for himself, which Magneto can't bear at all. Meanwhile, Viper was fantasizing in her mind. "I'm going to catch that man and abuse him every day. I need to prepare a whip and some candles." Chapter 304, Another Fight with Thanos. With Apocalypse's Earth control and Magneto's metal control, they are going to destroy the entire world civilization. As soon as Suyu and the others arrived in Cairo, they saw the yellow sand filling the sky, and the metal on the seabed was also being picked up by Magneto. Give him enough time, and the magnetic field of the whole world could be changed. Quicksilver looked at the scene outside the jet. "Magneto is such a show-off. Is he really my dad?" Suyu frowned. He could feel the power of the heart of the universe. The old monster buried deep underground was awakened by Apocalypse and Magneto. Pharaoh Akhenaten. "Raven, you're in charge of directing this battle. Jean, Psylocke, you all help her." Raven nodded. "What about you?" "There is an old guy who is much stronger than Apocalypse who is about to wake up, and there is another one who is even more troublesome waiting for an opportunity. You all try to do it. If it really gets too dangerous, I will step in to help you." Whoosh tilde. After saying that, Suyu disappeared. After landing the jet, Raven and Quicksilver went to persuade Magneto, who always turns against the tide at critical moments. The rest went to deal with the other 3 horsemen of Apocalypse. And Kurt went to the pyramid to rescue Charles. Apocalypse also seemed to sense something, and he eagerly possessed Charles' body, gaining his telepathic powers. Storm lived up to her name by making a storm and smashing cars into people. Psylocke swung her psychic blade and cut the car that was flying in her direction neatly in half. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh tilde. Angel flicked his wings, and his metal feathers attacked everyone like flying daggers. But with Jean's telekinesis, these metal feathers quickly fell to the ground harmlessly. Then she threw a bunch of rocks and gravel at him. Taking advantage of his distraction evading Jean's attacks, Alex and Cyclops blasted Angel away with their beams. Viper suddenly appeared beside Psylocke and scratched her hand with her fingernails, making her falter weakly. Viper sneered, "So what if you're good at fighting and strong? You still have to kneel in front of my poison." Psylocke suddenly swung an energy whip, which wrapped tightly around Viper's waist, pulled her over, and kicked her a few times with her long legs. "You dare to try seducing my boyfriend? You think your tongue is great? I can roll my tongue too." Cough cough tilde. Viper was beaten and could just do her best to protect her face. "Why isn't my poison working?" Psylocke licked her lips and whispered, "Sue already knew about your poison. Before leaving, he let me swallow a little of his energy, which can detoxify hundreds of poisons." Apocalypse found no success in possessing Charles's body. "It looks like I'll have to kill everyone." He went out and found that Angel's metal feathers were about to be plucked out. Viper was tied up bondage-style by Psylocke. Storm was being hunted around by Cyclops and Havoc. "Trash, you're all trash. This is the worst group of horsemen I've ever had." Whoosh tilde. Quicksilver suddenly appeared and punched Apocalypse in the face. Bang 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 tilde. Quicksilver used his overwhelming speed to beat Apocalypse left and right. But the opponent was too sturdy for him, and the damage he could cause was negligible. Apocalypse seized the opportunity and bound Quicksilver's feet with earth. Seeing the kid who dared to punch him couldn't move, Apocalypse walked over cruelly. "You will be the first sacrifice." He grabbed Quicksilver's arm and was about to break it, but Su-Yu suddenly appeared, grabbing Apocalypse's hand. "I can't let you beat the kid like this." Apocalypse was surprised to find that he couldn't break free from Su-Yu's hold. "You are stronger than me." Su-Yu laughed. "Did I ever say I'm weaker than you?" He kicked Apocalypse violently, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Quicksilver muttered, "Mr. Su, thank you if it wasn't for you." Su-Yu patted his shoulder. "It's okay, don't take it to heart. It's not shameful to lose against an old monster." Psylocke came dragging the bound Viper. "Su, I caught her for you, let's use her whip and candles on her." Su-Yu laughed. "Mrs. Viper, I didn't expect that you are such a person, carrying these things with you." Viper snorted, "They were meant to be used on you." Su-Yu ignored her and patted Psylocke's butt. "When Charles can't take it anymore, remind him that he's now bald, that should have made him stronger." Boom tilde. The earth shook suddenly, and the ground cracked. A white light shot straight into the sky, and a powerful aura directly enveloped the entire Cairo. "It's the heart of the universe. Pharaoh Akhenaten is awakening." Su-Yu disappeared with a swoosh. Apocalypse stared blankly at the sky. "What kind of power is this? So powerful, I must take it for myself." Akhenaten stood midair and took a deep breath. "So impure. What happened in the last few hundred years?" He glanced at Apocalypse and the crowd below. "Some ants are fighting." "Apocalypse." Angel flew up. "Don't you dare to insult my master." Seeing a birdman rushing over, Akhenaten blinked his eyes, and the power of the heart of the universe directly blasted Angel without leaving a single feather. Everyone was surprised, so powerful. Apocalypse thought, "If that power can be used by me, then that sacrifice is acceptable." Whoosh tilde. Thanos rushed down from the sky and punched Akhenaten. Akhenaten spurted blood, and his whole body began to crack. He didn't expect that, after meditating to understand the heart of the universe for hundreds of years, he would encounter someone so strong as soon as he came out. Cough tilde, "Who are you?" Thanos said lightly, "You don't deserve to know." He prepared to kill him, so he could take his fragment of the heart of the universe. Whoosh tilde. Su-Yu appeared suddenly, blocked Thanos' attack, and actually supported Akhenaten. "Pharaoh, are you fine?" Akhenaten was surprised to be recognized. "Young man, you are very polite. Help me kill him. I will give you everything you want." "You want to use me?" Su-Yu sneered in his mind. Akhenaten didn't expect him to really block Thanos. He just wanted him to make some time so he could run away. Su-Yu nodded and smashed Akhenaten's soul with a palm strike, killing him directly. "All I want is your piece of the heart of the universe." Viper licked her lips. "Oh, I really like his style." Apocalypse nodded. "Yes, I was also deceived by this kid last time." When Thanos saw the heart of the universe overflowing from Akhenaten's body, he quickly shouted, "Su-Yu, you are courting death." The corner of Su-Yu's mouth twitched. "Isn't it you who's been courting death for years?" He ignored Thanos and plunged directly into the white light. His body quickly integrated with this small part of the heart of the universe. Eternity, infinity, Feth, they cannot be eliminated like normal enemies, because they are the embodiment of an aspect of the universe. Even if Su-Yu kills many of Death's duplications, it can't really eliminate her. But the heart of the universe surpasses these rules. The complete heart of the universe surpasses even the Phoenix Force, can reshape the rules, and the gods of creation can also be destroyed by it. Thanos was beyond angry. This damn human always got in the way of his plans. He rushed forward violently. Su-Yu opened his eyes and punched Thanos into space. The two turned into a white light and a red light and fought frantically in space. Su-Yu pulled the fight into the mirror dimension, grabbed the moon and smashed Thanos with it. Thanos is also very ruthless, using the heart of the universe to pull Venus and smash Su-Yu. Seeing this, Su-Yu pulled Mercury as well. Boom tilde. Venus and Mercury collided. The two planets couldn't stand the force of the impact and broke into billions of pieces. Thanos was already pulling Mars. With a wave of Su-Yu's hand, the Phoenix Fire ignited Saturn, turning it into a huge meteorite. Apocalypse fell to his knees. Although the fight was happening in the mirror dimension, the power being used was so strong that it could still be felt by everyone. This is too strong. Psylocke looked smugly at Viper. See, this is my boyfriend, and I can fight him for over an hour. Viper's mouth twitched. Then he must be going easy on you. I definitely won't be able to last 5 minutes. Chapter 305, Back to the Future Again. The mirror world dimension was consumed by flames. Su-Yu and Thanos were shot out of the solar system, and all the planets on their way were destroyed by them. Thanos was furious. Su-Yu, I have been waiting to get that fragment of the heart of the universe for a long time. What do you mean by stepping in? Su-Yu shook his head. Anyone who has the ability can try to get it. What qualifications do you have to monopolize opportunities? Thanos instantly became angry and continued to fight with him. Su-Yu now has a part of the heart of the universe and Phoenix Force. Although Thanos has half of the heart of the universe, he still found himself at a disadvantage. The longer he fights, the more he realizes the difference in their base strength. Back on Earth, Apocalypse packed up and started looking for his target Charles. If that shameless man and the purple man perish together, it would be for the best. After Apocalypse manages to possess Charles, he would check if Su-Yu would come back, and then decide whether to rule the Earth or not. At the moment, a huge pressure hit Charles' mind. Even though Su-Yu is temporarily unavailable, the professor was still very confident in his telepathy and went straight into Apocalypse's mind. Apocalypse, are you trying to take my body? Did you ask for my permission? The professor started attacking with all he had, but Apocalypse just shook his head. That's all you can do. Apocalypse's mind representation became a giant, grabbed the professor, and easily beat him up. The people around Charles noticed his pained expression. It can't go on like this. The professor doesn't seem to be a match for Apocalypse. Raven said anxiously, I don't know where Sue is. What should we do now? Psylocke stood up. Everyone, don't panic. Sue has already told me what to do. She took Charles' hand and placed it on his bald head. Professor, you have lost all your hair, and it's all Apocalypse's fault. Professor, now that you are bald, you should be stronger. Everyone looked in confusion. That's it. Unexpectedly, Charles was instantly stimulated. What? Apocalypse, you made me lose my hair. Apocalypse laughed. Hair will only limit your ability. I not only made you lose your hair, it will also stay like that forever. Charles went berserk in an instant. Bastard, do you know how much my beautiful hair means to me? Boom, boom, boom tilde. Charles suddenly burst into battle, smashing Apocalypse's mind representation until there was blood all over his face. Magneto not far away felt Charles' grief. Apocalypse, what did you do to Charles? Apocalypse slowed down, suppressed the bald Charles again, and walked towards the hut where Charles was hiding. Whizzing! 2 rebars flew straight and were inserted in front of Apocalypse, forming an X shape. Apocalypse, I won't let you hurt Charles. Magneto shifted sides at the crucial moment. Countless metal rods were coming towards Apocalypse. Apocalypse's expression was very uncomfortable. Eric, you dare to betray me. Magneto shook his head. I betrayed them. Hey! Cyclops and Havoc also attacked Apocalypse. Apocalypse raised an energy shield. Can't you understand that I'm doing everything for the mutant cause? A cloud of green gas floated up and corroded Apocalypse's face. Viper also turned against him. Boom tilde. When Storm saw her idol Mystique, she also turned against him. They all betrayed me. Apocalypse felt inexplicably sad, thinking about his past 4 horsemen who sacrificed their lives to protect him, but now. You are the worst horseman I've ever chosen. Psylocke's energy whip hit the shield like crazy. Apocalypse, stop pretending. Everything you are doing is all for yourself. You'd better surrender now, otherwise just wait for my boyfriend to come, maybe smash the moon in your face and see if you can take it. Apocalypse shook his head. Not enough, you are not enough. I can kill you all before he comes back. Raven pushed Jean forward. It's your turn. The real boss Jean Grey walked out slowly. Apocalypse looked at her in confusion. But out of nowhere, he realized that a powerful energy source started to awaken, and it was coming out of her body. This. With a loud shout, released the Phoenix Force, causing a phoenix to appear behind her. The wings of the phoenix were revealed. Apocalypse was hit by the energy wave, and all the armor exploded. Only the bare minimum was spared so he wouldn't be naked. The young mutants are so strong now. A portal suddenly opened, and Suyu came out of it, rushing to Jean's side. He took her in his arms, a phoenix mark appeared on his forehead, and madly absorbed her Phoenix Force. The Phoenix Force tried hard to break free from Suyu's absorption, because it could feel that the fragments already inside him had lost their free will and were completely assimilated by him. Since you dared to show up, don't even think about leaving. Suyu swallowed Phoenix Force and quickly refined it. Apocalypse enlightened, so you were after her Phoenix Force. Girl, you were deceived by him. Jean rolled her eyes at Apocalypse. You know nothing, this power has never been under my control, and it was a constant source of worry and danger to everyone close to me. Sue is helping me. Psylocke's whip finally landed on Apocalypse's body. At the moment, he had lost all resistance, and his blood flowed freely. Viper smeared a dagger with poison, and with a flick of her hand, directly sent it flying at Apocalypse, successfully poisoning him. Apocalypse screamed and cursed, I'm going to kill you all. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. He completely absorbed Jean's Phoenix Force. He now has about 85% of the Phoenix Force, and as long as he finds the remaining 15%, he can get the full power of the Phoenix Force. No one in history has had a complete Phoenix Force. Suyu is only one step away from this goal. With a wave of his hand, the still cursing Apocalypse directly shattered into pieces. Viper ran over and knelt down in front of Suyu with a thud, hugging his legs. Su, you are my king, take me in. She shamelessly rubbed his crotch. Suyu coughed, after I kill Thanos, you can follow Psylocke for now. Yes, master. Storm also rushed over. Su, you are Mystique's boyfriend, can you accept me as a subordinate like Viper? Suyu shook his head, you'd better follow Charles. He knows she has a lot of potential, but the current Storm is too much of a tomboy, and he really doesn't like her style. Storm felt dejected. Viper twisted her slender waist and strode forward with her long legs. The master is a very picky eater. Suyu looked up. Thanos was heading towards the solar system again. Time to deal with a purple potato. Whoosh tilde. He flew straight out of the solar system. His phoenix wings were twice as big as before, and the entire pitch-black space was illuminated by their fire. Thanos frowned. He could feel Suyu's increase in strength. Looks like you've managed to absorb another fragment of Phoenix Force. Suyu nodded. I won't let you run away this time. Today I'm definitely making baked purple potatoes. With the Phoenix wings unfolding, Suyu quickly reached Thanos. Phoenix's verdict. The power was several times greater than before. Thanos used the heart of the universe to resist, but this time he didn't manage to block it and was directly hit. Thanos screamed in pain and his skin cracked. Suyu was unforgiving. He used several consecutive Phoenix verdicts and directly beat Thanos to the ground. Thanos used the heart of the universe to resist, but this time Suyu's strength increased a lot, and he couldn't hold it for long. Thanos, you like killing half the living beings everywhere you go. Have you ever thought about such a day? The Phoenix fire enveloped Thanos, and the purple potato was being cooked. Thanos shouted. The heart of the universe caused an explosion that pushed the Phoenix fire back for a moment. Whoosh tilde. The white heart of the universe ripped apart space and disappeared quickly. Thanos lost the protection of the heart of the universe and was instantly burned into charcoal. Suyu was left hanging. He could only watch the empty space where his loot should be. What a ruthless man. In order not to let me get the heart of the universe, he actually burned out his life energy to send it away. He shook his head and teleported back to Earth. The next step is to help rebuild Xavier's school. Magneto controlled the metal bars. Jean used her telekinesis to control stones and wood. After being strengthened by Suyu, her control has improved a lot, and she will no longer lose control of herself. Suyu pressed his hand on the ground, and the foundation was soon completed. Viper wiped Suyu's dirty hands with a tissue. Master, your job is done here. Let's go back to have fun. This time I have to last for more than half an hour. You have to let me prove myself. Suyu nodded. This snake woman really is quite eager to please him. After the school was rebuilt, it was time for Suyu to leave, taking Mystique, Jean, Psylocke, and Viper to the quantum realm. Before returning home, he suddenly thought of something. Let's go back to the past. Jean looked at him in confusion. Sue, you don't want another me, right? Viper smirked. 2 of me, it doesn't seem bad at all. Suyu shook his head and took the 4 back to the vicinity of Xavier's school. At this point in time, Jean still doesn't know him. With a sweep of his mental power, he saw 4 groups of people from the Time Variance Authority were capturing the 4 women he was taking with him, intending to use them to fill the vacancy in the other timeline. Whoosh tilde. With a single thought, these 4 groups of people were instantly turned into dust. The TVA keeps meddling, maybe it's time to pay them a visit. Chapter 306, A Drawer Full of Infinity Stones. Suyu's home. Sue, you are so kind to me, thanks for killing that monster again. Nebula was massaging his shoulders. Suyu pulled her into his arms. This way of showing gratitude feels a bit insincere. Nebula rolled her eyes at him. I'm sorry, but Diana and Wanda both have opinions on you. You said you had important work to do and once again ended up bringing back a group of women. Forget Jean and another Raven. I can tell that Psylocke and Viper are not good people at first sight. Their shouts could be heard in the whole villa. Suyu paused to think of an excuse. Well, it can be considered me doing a good deed, helping villains rehabilitate. Nebula pinched him. Jerk. I got some news from Gamora. Thanos' subordinates have fallen apart, and Death has disappeared, so Thanos should be really dead this time. Suyu frowned. Any news on who got the heart of the universe? Nebula checked the information. No, the heart of the universe is not necessarily in our timeline. However, it seems that Galactus got some news about it. Suyu was taken aback. The planet Devourer? Unfortunately, we don't know where he is right now. Then he touched his chin thoughtfully, but he seems to have a daughter. Nebula rolled her eyes. Galactus has a daughter. How do you always know where to find more women? The other girls settled down during this time. Psylocke and Viper have been spending time with Hela recently, as if they were her 2 little sisters. The villains still like to mix with other villains, and the personalities of these 3 are quite compatible. Jean got close to Wanda. The 2 Mystiques became good friends, and in fact, they are quite easy to tell apart unless they are trying hard to copy the other. Seeing them all getting along, Suyu expressed his satisfaction. In order to prevent the Time Variance Authority from looking for any trouble, and to return the Infinity Stones to their timelines, Suyu plans to pay them a visit, get the stones from them, and see what other benefits he can get. However, this time everyone unanimously decided that he could no longer be allowed to travel alone, lest he keep bringing women back. Suyu glared at Lorna, Wanda, Natasha, etc. What do you imagine me to be? I'm seriously going on business. And didn't I enhance your abilities as soon as I came back? It's not like you didn't benefit from my travel. Seeing that they were still not convinced, he tried a softer approach. All right, don't worry, I plan to go look for Loki this time, and he's a man, not a beauty, so you don't have to worry. He looked around. I'll go and come back quickly. By the way, Diana, ask your mother to send a group of guards over. There are not enough maids to take care of the children. Diana unexpectedly agreed. Okay, as long as you stop looking for women to bring back, it's not impossible. After getting a satisfactory answer, he urged everyone to pay attention to safety and left. New York in 2012. Now there are 3 of me, right? Suyu shook his head and hid behind Loki, and when he teleported away with the Tesseract, he put his hand on his shoulder. Mongolia, Gobi Desert. Loki fell on all 4s, spat the yellow sand out of his mouth and screamed. Sue, why are you here? Leave me alone. At the moment, this Loki only had memories from before 2012, and thought that Suyu was also accidentally teleported just like him. Suyu shrugged. Brother-in-law, I'm here to save you. Loki was a little confused. Brother-in-law, but I don't have a sister. He suddenly thought of something, and his face changed dramatically. You wouldn't happen to have that sort of relationship with Thor, would you? Suyu kicked him to the ground. He didn't want to explain it. It was too much trouble. Why did you hit me? Loki felt so aggrieved. A yellow door suddenly opened on empty air, and several people in explosion-proof suits, led by a middle-aged woman, came out. This is a standard time violation, so I'm arresting you on behalf of the Time Variance Authority. Loki was confused. The woman took out an instrument and tested it against Loki. The timeline is abnormal, you are a time sinner. She tested Su-Yu as well, and the instrument displayed so many timelines that the pointer moved like crazy. Boom tilde. The instrument couldn't bear it and directly short-circuited, releasing a cloud of smoke. The woman was stunned. I have been in the industry for so many years, and I have never seen such a sinful time offender as you. Su-Yu shrugged. Is there a possibility that your instrument is malfunctioning? Loki smiled mockingly. What authority do you have to arrest me? I am the king of Asgard. The woman directly hit him with a time stick, and Loki flew backwards in slow motion. Your time is 1/16, but the pain is still normal. Loki's pained expression showed that he was really in quite a lot of pain. Su-Yu laughed. I surrender, hurry up and catch me. The woman looked him up and down. You are being very cooperative, so if the equipment is really broken, maybe we can get a coffee. Su-Yu shook his head really fast. Then I'd rather the instrument wasn't broken. This immediately annoyed the woman, so she put a time shackle on him with a sour face. Several people reset the time and returned to the Time Variance Authority headquarters with Loki and Su-Yu in tow. When they arrived, Su-Yu noticed that many staff members here had dark circles under their eyes. That Su-Yu is killing us. He turned the sacred timeline upside down. We are more tired than 7 now. There is not a single day off thanks to him. The woman who caught them found it a little strange. It hasn't been long since she went out. What could have happened in such a short time? Loki turned to look at Su-Yu. Su, the Su-Yu they are talking about couldn't you write? Are you really a time jerk? Su-Yu coughed. Actually, I'm from 8 years later. I'm your brother-in-law in my time. The woman saw the wanted photo placed all over the place, compared it with the man she just captured, and laughed out loud. Oh, it's really you. I caught the SSS-class time criminal. Su-Yu smiled harmlessly. I really haven't done much. The entire place was in an uproar. It's him, the guy who destroyed the world, killed Thanos, and killed countless Celestials. It's the guy who caused us to work overtime to fix the sacred timeline. He looks so handsome. I heard that he is a scumbag. He has lied to many women from different timelines, and he has even tricked the same woman twice. Loki exclaimed, aren't I the big villain here? Why are they all focusing on him? The woman threw the tesseract to the front desk. This is evidence, keep it well. Loki said distressedly, what are you doing? That contains something really important, be careful. Su-Yu patted his shoulder. They have several drawers here filled with infinity stones. To them, it's nothing more than a shiny marble. Loki definitely doesn't believe it. This is an infinity stone they're talking about. The administrator smiled contemptuously. Opening the drawer, a dozen infinity stones almost blinded Loki's eyes in an instant. We still have many more drawers like this one, and some people even like to use them as paper weights. Loki started doubting his life. Su-Yu didn't grab the stones he needed yet. He hadn't planned to return so soon. He came to the Time Variance Authority headquarters to explore the secrets of time and meet someone on the way. In this place, magic cannot be used, but the original power of the body is still there, and the Phoenix Force can easily travel through time and space without being affected. Thus Su-Yu's fighting power wasn't diminished by much. If Conqueror Kang can manage to conquer this place, then I can do it too, that way they won't keep causing trouble for me. Chapter 307, Time Criminals. Loki and Su-Yu were taken to a room that looked like an elevator. A robot looked at the two men intently until Loki started to sweat cold. It's fine, Asgard leather, don't you dare mess with it. Whoosh tilde. The robot's lasers directly stripped his clothes off. Loki felt a chill and hugged his body closely. Su-Yu frowned. My clothes were made for me by Dahlia, don't mess around. But the robot definitely doesn't care about sentimentality and directly shot the stripping laser at him. Su-Yu swung his fists and beat the robot violently, and learned the laser stripping method by the way. This is such a handy magical skill. It's not in vain to come to the Time Variance Authority headquarters. Loki could only look with his mouth open. Whoosh tilde. The two went down and came to another room. Loki put on his prison uniform instantly. The administrator here even has a cat. It seems that his previous work was very leisurely. The administrator took out a stack of A4 paper 2 centimeters high. Loki, this is what you have said and done through time and space. Sign it. Loki glanced at Suyu, feeling a little smug. Looks like I've done a lot of great things too. The manager snorted. That's nothing. I've been working overtime for many days just to sort out his words and actions. Loki followed the administrator's eyes and found that there were mountains of A4 paper over there. Suyu shrugged. It's too much paper. Can't you use the electronic version? The administrator's eyes lit up. That's a good suggestion. We'll consider implementing it once we've dealt with you. Whoosh tilde. The two fell to the next floor again, and Loki yelled up, Can you warn us next time? Suyu patted his shoulder. It's just a short fall. That kind of free fall is only exciting for 30 minutes. Loki rolled his eyes. It takes a fool to free fall for 30 minutes. Suyu nodded. This guy really is a fool. Loki was a little weirded out when he saw the look in Suyu's eyes. No matter how we say it, we are still inmates. If there is anything to pay attention to in the future, please let me know. Suyu patted his shoulder. Just be a good person and be filial to your parents. This is my advice to you. Loki muttered, I'm adopted. The two had their picture taken and entered a certificate hall. The guard asked the two to take a number. Loki was too disdainful to listen, so Suyu took 2 tickets. Seeing this, Loki snorted. Sue, aren't you very strong? Why are you still following procedures? Suyu didn't get a chance to answer, because they saw a fat man in front of them who refused to take the ticket and was directly wiped out by the guard. Loki was almost scared to death. He has always been able to adapt to the circumstances, so flatteringly said, Brother-in-law, you seem to have taken 2 tickets just now. Suyu shook his head. You said you don't have a sister, so why are you calling me brother-in-law? Loki kept trying. You and Thor are friends, you wouldn't mind helping his dear brother, right? Suyu patted his shoulder. All right, you are my brother-in-law after all, I won't leave you alone. Loki. Could it be that I really have a sister? Could it be a frost giantess? Sue's taste is quite strong. The two of them won't have a blue baby, right? Seeing Loki's expression, Suyu felt that this guy was definitely thinking something weird, so he couldn't resist the urge and kicked him. Go away. Loki can only endure it silently. After all, he really can't beat him. Whoosh tilde. The two came to the trial court, and a beautiful blonde female judge sat in a high position. She stared intently at Suyu. It's you. Arrogant time criminal, making our organization run at full capacity and still can't restore the sacred timeline because of the mess you caused. Suyu laughed. Hello there, what's your name? When are you free to go for a coffee or something? I'm Ravana, TVA's Supreme Judge. Suyu shrugged. Then Ravana, when do you have time? Ravana slammed the gavel hard. Let's look at Loki Lofuson's case first. Suyu looked around, and the surrounding murals depicted the living tribunal, the story of how they need to guard the sacred timeline. The 3 faces are quite similar. It is rumored that not even the living tribunal can control this place. Only the OAA can really do it. However, Suyu felt that his strength did not seem to be affected in this place at all. Maybe it's because I don't truly belong to this timeline in the first place, so I'm not affected by the rules here. Ravana began the trial of Loki. Loki Lofuson, you are accused of violating sequence 72089. What do you have to say in your defense? Loki shrugged. I am a god. What defense do I need? Then do you plead guilty? Loki was speechless. Have you made a mistake? It was Sue, Iron Man, and the others who traveled through time, which led me to get the Tesseract and run away. They are the ones that should be punished. I smelled Stark's perfume, and there were 2 different ones. They traveled through time just to stop me from being king of Midgard. Suyu couldn't listen anymore, so he took out his phone, played a video, and gave it to Loki. Loki, look, who is this roasted purple potato? Thanos. Loki started seriously doubting life. You killed him. Impossible, there's no way a mortal like you could kill Thanos. Suyu shrugged. The thing is, I really killed him. Ravana narrowed her eyes and struck the gavel hard. Can you keep quiet? We're conducting Loki's case now. Your time will come soon. She looked firmly at Loki. Anthony Stark, Steve Rogers and the others did travel through time, but traveling through time does not mean that the sacred timeline is destroyed. In fact, they were still acting according to the timeline. Only your escape shouldn't have happened. No, you and Suyu, you both broke the timeline. Suyu asked with a smile, Beautiful, can you tell us who defines the sacred timeline? Who stipulates that this is the right way things should go? Ravana's face suddenly turned revering. It's the Great Living Tribunal. Suyu smiled. Great, is it? And what if they want to do something they shouldn't? Who watches over them? Ravana's face turned pale with fright and immediately said angrily, You dare to question the Great Living Tribunal? Such a felony. Suyu shrugged. I seem to have committed a lot of crimes, and I'm already being prosecuted for it. It doesn't really matter if I have one more to my name. Ravana shook her head, unrepentant. Loki was becoming upset. Sue, please don't interrupt the beautiful judge. She is handling my case now. Ravana took a deep breath and stabilized her emotions to keep doing her work. So, Loki, you pleaded guilty. Loki smiled. It doesn't matter, I won't play with you anyway. He rushed forward, trying to teleport away. Too bad it doesn't seem to work in this place. He tried a few more times, but to no avail, except to make the whole court laugh. Suyu advised him, Loki, can you stop embarrassing yourself? Ravana nodded. Under the rules of this place, you can't use magic at all, then this court will convict you and sentence you to being reset. Loki raised his hand. It's not fair, I want to see Sue's trial process first. Ravana nodded. We will allow you this right. Now please, Mr. Suyu, can you step forward? Mr. Suyu, you have traveled through time 5 times, 2 of them to keep the sacred timeline. But when you traveled back to 1962, once and twice to 1981, it was all for your own selfish desires. Suyu laughed. What kind of selfish desires are we talking about? Please explain clearly. Ravana actually blushed. In 1962, you deceived the young Raven Darkholme and Emma Frost, and brought them both back to your time in 2020. Suyu shrugged. Actually, I asked for their opinion first. Ravana glared at him angrily. What's more hateful is that in 1980, when you deceived another Raven Darkholme, Jean Grey, and 2 female villains, Psylocke and Viper. Using time travel, just to collect women, is a clear violation to the rules. Loki turned to look at Suyu in surprise. Sue, I have to say, even I admire you a little bit now. Suyu smiled at Ravana. So what are you going to do with me? Chapter 308, Loki Sees the Future. Ravana said, the scumbag must be reset. No, the time criminal must be reset. Suyu shook his head. Anyhow, I helped you kill another time criminal, Thanos. Shouldn't you thank me for that? Ravana frowned. This is indeed a problem. Mobius, a white-haired detective in the auditorium, stood up, walked beside Ravana, and lowered his head to say something in her ear. Suyu heard it clearly. The main idea is to use the 2 of them to catch the time criminal that has been troubling them for many years. In fact, that time criminal was none other than a female version of Loki, Sylvie. The 2 are obviously very confident in their technology, and they are not afraid that Suyu would find a way to take off the time controller on his body. Ravana looked at Suyu. All right, I'll give you a chance to make atonement, Mobius. You are responsible for watching over them. Suyu smiled at her. Beautiful Miss Ravana, I'm actually a master of time management too. If there is an opportunity, it would be nice to exchange pointers. Hearing his words, Ravana felt an ominous premonition. Mobius took the 2 to his office. Suyu looked out the corridor. The technology here is very advanced. Speeding cars, suspended buildings, and many statues of the living tribunal. It's more like a cult here, dedicated to brainwashing them into worshipping the living tribunal. Loki complained. Then he leaned a bit and whispered, Sue, how about we work together to escape? Unexpectedly for him, Suyu shook his head. Since things are already like this, let's make good of this chance to atone for our sins. Loki was speechless. The 3 came to a screening room, and Mobius looked at the 2 of them. What is your ideal in life? Loki exclaimed, Definitely be the king. I was born to be the king, first the lord of the 9 realms, and then the king of the entire universe. Su Yu applauded him. You're indeed an inspirational villain. As for me, I just want to eat, play, and wait to die, and spend my time surrounded by beautiful women. Loki contemptuously said, Su, your ambitions are too low. Mobius sighed. Those who want to be kings are usually strangled to death, but those who want to just live a good life are much more likely to become the masters of the universe. Fate works in such strange ways. Loki. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He refused to believe in something as vague as fate. Mobius smiled and started playing a movie. Loki, see for yourself. This is a big moment in your life. The first scene is after the New York War. Loki was bullied and warned by Hulk, Iron Man, etc. in turn. Loki turned his head quickly. He didn't want to see that. This is what you call an important moment. Mobius looked at Su Yu. Su, take a look. The next time is very different from what you have experienced. It can be said that you have changed the direction of the sacred timeline by yourself. That's why you are considered such a dangerous criminal. Su Yu found a place to sit down and watch the Avengers movie. Loki in the movie was miserable. Mobius took a can of soda and drank it leisurely. Loki, you're funny. You always say you're a natural ruler, but often fail miserably. Next, Mobius exposes Loki, who is responsible for pointing the way to the Dark Elves. Loki shrugged. They are going to be trampled under my feet anyway. What's wrong with fooling them? Mobius shook his head and let him see the scene where Frigga was killed. It was your casual remark that led the Dark Elf to your mother, and she was killed because of it. Loki stood there blankly. No, it's not true, this can't be real. Su Yu also nodded. You're right, I clearly saved Frigga. Loki regained his energy in an instant. Su, are you telling the truth? You saved her. Mobius didn't hide it either. Su did save her, but on the sacred timeline, Frigga should have died, and Su should not have appeared in Asgard at all. Loki was a little confused, but said firmly, your sacred timeline can screw itself. I want my mother alive. Su, thank you. Mobius suddenly said, in fact, your existence is still quite valuable. Because of you, the Avengers were established. It was you who made them team up. Loki. At this time, the middle-aged woman who caught them walked up to Mobius and glared at Su Yu. Boy, you have become a public enemy of everyone on the TVA by molesting Ravana. Su Yu shrugged. I didn't do anything to you. What are you so angry about? Verity's face twitched. That's why I'm angry. Mobius, come out. Loki casually stole Mobius' time controller. Su, for the sake of you saving my mother, be my subordinate and I'll take you out. Su Yu shook his head. It's not necessary, and don't even think about it. While everyone fights to the death for the Infinity Stones outside, here they are casually stored everywhere and used as paperweights. Loki was stunned and thought about it. It seems that there is some merit to your words. Maybe I can get a chance to change my fate here. Su Yu pointed to the projector again. Don't you want to take a look at your future, and then stage your return as the king using that information to your advantage? Loki. Why didn't I think of it? Su, you're quite good. You will be my advisor in the future. Su Yu shook his head. You can't afford to hire me. Just keep watching the movie in silence. Loki returned to watching his future. When he saw Odin appear, he became sad again hearing his last words. My sons, I will always love you. Loki had to force himself not to cry. Next, he saw how he and his dumb brother were beaten by Hela, and Asgard was destroyed. I really have a sister, so you are really my brother-in-law. Su Yu nodded. Hela is very gentle and even gave me a son. Loki looked at how she beat him up, and Thor, who even lost an eye to her. You call this gentle? Su Yu shrugged. That's for her brothers, not me. Loki continued to watch, and soon reached the moment when Thanos snapped his neck, and the video ended. I died. Damn Thanos, after I worked for him all that time, he didn't give me any benefits, and he even killed me. Loki exploded all of a sudden. I'm going to kill Thanos. Su Yu picked up another film and played it. This should be the new timeline. Loki was a little scared. I won't die here as well, will I? Su Yu waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry, not only did you not die, but you became an internet celebrity. Internet celebrity, what the hell is that? Loki sat down and watched the timeline that had Soo-Yu's participation. My mother is not dead. Hey, Odin actually turned most of his collection into Hela's dowry. You saw through my fake death. Haha, Thor was beaten like that by Hulk too. Nice. Loki smiled widely. The previous version was too miserable. This version not only has his mother alive, but also has a lot more joy. Oh, Thor actually married a violent woman and turned into a fat ass, haha. I became an internet celebrity. How many people on Earth and in the universe like me? You killed all the Celestials. I actually turned into a decent person. That's unexpected, Loki murmured. I love this timeline. Fuck the sacred timeline, let it rot. He looked at Soo-Yu. I feel that even if I try, I might not do as well as you, brother-in-law, thank you. However, Soo-Yu saw a trace of dissatisfaction and other thoughts in his eyes. Mobius finally returned. Have you two made up your mind? Are you going to help us catch time criminals? Soo-Yu and Loki looked at each other. We'll do it. The two quickly went through the procedures, were issued a work uniform, and became the new staff of the Time Variance Authority. The people here didn't seem to be worried about Soo-Yu's destructive power, and were confident in the shackles of the rules of this place. Soo-Yu looked at the clothes on his body and sighed deeply. It's back to work, I guess. Chapter 309, Female Loki. Mobius stared at the two. Okay, I'm trying my best to help you, don't let me down. Soo-Yu smiled. Is there a possibility that it's actually us helping you? You help me, Mobius sneered. I have nothing I need your help with. We are the warriors of time created to protect the sacred timeline. Soo-Yu patted his shoulder. Maybe we're all time sinners. Loki muttered, sounds like he knows something. The three went to the library, and Loki soon discovered where the female Loki was hiding. If the time criminal has been hiding in the time when the end is coming, your instruments will not be able to detect it. Even if she does anything, it will be wiped out by the end of the world, leaving no trace behind. Mobius nodded. Loki's analysis was spot on. Soo. Soo-Yu came to the second floor of the library, spread his mental energy, found all the books about time, and read them all instantly. The female judge, Ravana, came over with a stack of books. Soo-Yu smiled and approached her. Hello there, it seems your luck is not bad at all. You have met me again so soon. Ravana glanced at him, lowered her head and muttered. I really don't know why our boss insisted to keep you here. Soo-Yu laughed. Who knows, maybe to watch me. Loki shouted from downstairs. I said, brother-in-law, can you stop flirting with random women? What if my sister hears of it? Soo-Yu returned downstairs, so we have somewhere to go. Loki proudly said. The previous time offender Loki gave a little girl a candy that was only produced from 2047 to 2051, and the 2050 Alabama hurricane catastrophe fits right in. Soo-Yu laughed. I think it's very caring of her, giving the little girl candy, or is she deliberately leading us over? Mobius nodded. It's quite possible. I tracked her many times, and only this time she left the candy. Loki. That feels a bit like my style. 2050, Alabama, in a large store. There was a huge thunderstorm outside, and it seemed like the hurricane may destroy the store at any time. Verity Willis, also known as Captain B-15, stared at Soo-Yu intensely. I must keep an eye on you, make sure to follow me closely. B-15, Mobius. Soo-Yu and Loki formed a team of 4 to search the supermarket. Loki shook his head. I'm so honest and reliable, why don't you trust me? Everyone rolled their eyes. The god of tricks actually said that he was honest and reliable. The 4 came to the flower area, where a silly dark-skinned man looked at the green plants. B-15 immediately pointed her weapon at the man. What are you doing? The man shrugged. Obviously, I'm here to buy plants, and there are often sales on rainy days. This is obviously very strange, because they are right in the middle of a huge hurricane. Which idiot is still out buying things at a time like this? Soo-Yu laughed. When we came in just now, I saw there was no one at the cashier. Who do you think you're fooling? B-15 and Mobius cautiously surrounded the man. When B-15 grabbed the man's arm, a green light flashed, and she was possessed by the female Loki. As a result, B-15 swept her leg and knocked Mobius to the ground. Oh. Loki wanted to applaud the masterful strategy. B15 smiled and looked at the two of them. So, you are the fools who are helping the TVA to catch me. Loki smiled, it feels just like me. Suyu also smiled, I just want to see my other brother-in-law. B15 glanced at her figure, aren't you a little disappointed now? Suyu shook his head, no, I think you have an interesting soul. She looked at him up and down, you are quite handsome, why don't you follow me and be my subordinate? Do you recruit subordinates everywhere? Suyu shook his head, this was indeed a version of Loki. Sorry, but I'm not going to work for anyone. B15 came over and reached out her hand in disdain, about to take control of Suyu. Why isn't it working? Suyu grabbed her hand, and his mental power covered her immediately. All of Sylvie's thoughts and memories were read by him in an instant. What did you do to me? Sylvie asked in horror. Suyu waved, don't worry, I'm your brother-in-law. Whether you're my brother-in-law or sister-in-law, I can help you. She broke free from Suyu's hold, why should I trust you? Loki said by the side, what do you want? I'm the god of tricks and you can't deceive me. Suyu patted his shoulder, have you forgotten how you got tricked by Natasha Romanoff? Loki's face turned a little dark. This brother-in-law always likes to mention his worst moments. Then Loki turned to look at B15. Since you're another version of me, why don't you help me control the time variance authority, so we don't have to live in hiding? Sylvie smiled contemptuously, just you. B15 suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. A woman in a cape came out of the dark. It was Sylvie. She had taken all the time equipment. The sacred timeline is about to be in chaos. She had big eyes, fair skin, a circlet with two small horns on her forehead, and looked at the two of them with cold eyes. The waters of the time variance authority are deep. You can't do anything against them. Suyu looked at Sylvie. You really are a woman. She looked at Suyu intently. You are the most handsome I have ever seen across so many timelines. Loki muttered, am I not handsome enough? Suyu put a hand in front. Don't have any thoughts on me, after all, I'm still your brother-in-law. Sylvie snorted, I don't need a man, they will only slow me down. The time machine began to work, and there were many branches appearing in the sacred timeline, so people from the TVA rushed to various places to deal with these issues. At the moment, the TVA headquarters is the emptiest it has ever been. Sylvie opened a portal to the TVA, and Loki and Suyu followed her in without hesitation. As soon as Suyu passed through the portal, he saw Sylvie beating TVA's soldiers left and right. Loki took out his two daggers and stopped Sylvie. Take me to the Time Guardian, or don't even think about leaving. Sylvie took out a machete, several times longer than Loki's pocket knives. You call those toys knives? Suyu was speechless. The Time Guardian was clearly inside the golden elevator door in front of them, and the two were fighting here. Arrest them all. The female judge surrounded them with guards. Originally, Sylvie and Loki were going to the Lamandy's 1 satellite in 2077, which was about to collide with the satellite and destroy the planet. But Suyu was too lazy to go, there is no meaning in it. Mobius and B15 also rushed over. Suyu smiled and said to everyone, now that everyone's here, it's time to show you the truth. With a wave of his hand, the Phoenix Force directly awakened the memories of the entire TVA staff. These people are all so-called time criminals, they were just brainwashed to work here. B15 burst into tears. I feel the real me. There are joys and sorrows, and I am very happy. Mobius also sighed. It turns out that my liking for motorboats was my former hobby. The other guards also dropped their weapons and sat on the ground crying. Sylvie was stunned. She didn't expect Suyu to be so powerful. That brother-in-law, I apologize for not recognizing you before. Chapter 310, Aliath. The whole staff of the TVA was crying. Many people were arrested just because they did not meet the so-called sacred timeline, got brainwashed, worked day and night, had no vacation, and had no personal life. Sylvie looked at Suyu adoringly. Brother-in-law, I didn't expect that you would disintegrate the TVA in one fell swoop. Suyu nodded. Since you call me brother-in-law, do you want to become stronger? She nodded quickly. Definitely, I want to be strong. Suyu's eyes became white, and Sylvie found that the magical energy in her body was increasing rapidly, and her strength increased several times. Loki looked startled. "Sylvie, you are getting younger." Sylvie was stunned for a moment and quickly looked in the mirror. Now she looks barely 20 years old, with unblemished skin and blonde hair, like a fairy princess. "Oh, I didn't expect that I could be so young again." She held Suyu's arm. "Thank you. I was taken away by this judge since I was a child, and I have been hiding all the time. I really didn't expect to suddenly get such a strong brother-in-law who would help me so much." Loki muttered, feeling a little sour. "He's my brother-in-law." Suyu walked up to the female judge. "So, who do you want to eliminate now?" Ravana snorted. "You don't understand at all. From now on there will be no peace in the universe. I'm pruning you now." Ravana tried to hit Suyu with her time stick. Whoosh tilde. Sylvie suddenly rushed over and hit the female judge directly with a time stick. HMPH, after so many years of trying to prune me, she got pruned instead. She turned her head and smiled at Suyu. "Are you all right?" Suyu patted her shoulder. "Good, let's go meet the so-called timekeepers." The three of them, plus B15 and Mobius, walked into the golden elevator and came to a hall. The timekeeper sat on the high platform and said condescendingly, "What do you time sinners have to say?" Suyu took a few glances. "I think you are ugly." "Time sinner, how dare you humiliate us?" Loki advised. "Su, don't be impulsive, he can control the timeline." Suyu shook his head. "I can tell at first glance that they're fake. Sylvie, if you want revenge, hurry up and do it." A few guards wanted to stop them, but with a wave of Suyu's hand, these people were hit by their own weapons. Sylvie threw the long knife in her hand and cut off the head of the timekeeper on the high platform. "That's it." Sylvie felt a little disillusioned. A metal head rolled on the ground. Suyu kicked it to show everyone, "I told you it was a fake." Mobius and B15 looked at each other. "We've been serving him for so long, and it's actually a fake." After Sylvie's appearance became younger, it seemed like her personality had also changed. She ran over, kicked the robot's head, grabbed Suyu's hand and said coquettishly, "Brother-in-law, what should I do now?" Loki muttered, "Can you pay attention to your station? You're acting like a woman." Sylvie rolled her eyes. "I'm a woman, can't I act like one?" "He's your brother-in-law." Suyu waved his hand. "Okay, Loki, Sylvie is Sylvie. You are you. There's no need to think too deeply just because she's a parallel version of you." "Loki." "Su, don't you feel sorry for my sister?" Suyu glared at him. "You're being too talkative." With a wave of Suyu's hand, a time stick floated and directly flew at Loki. Loki could only let out a scream before disintegrating. He was actually pruned. Everyone was shocked. Mobius looked surprised. "Su, I didn't expect you to be a tyrant." B15 knelt down with a plop. "Su, if I have offended you before, I apologize." Sylvie felt it was a little strange. "Brother-in-law, what are your plans?" Suyu laughed. "Everyone, being pruned doesn't mean you will die. It actually transports you to the void at the end of time, where there is a big boss we need to find." Sylvie hesitated, but won't it hurt to be pruned? Suyu wrapped his arm around her waist. "It's okay, I have already confirmed the location just now, let's go directly." Whoosh tilde. His phoenix wings unfolded, and they directly disappeared. Void at the end of time. Everything looks ruined here. Alien spaceships, celestial heads, grotesque ruined buildings. And in the distance, there was a huge dark cloud, with purple lightning flashing outwards. Suyu landed softly on the ground with Sylvie. Loki was currently being surrounded by a group of other Loki. Old Loki. Kid Loki. There's even a green crocodile Loki, which is really outrageous. And a black Thor. "Loki, are you okay?" Loki rolled his eyes. "Can you warn me before you want to do something like that next time? You almost scared me to death just now." The older Loki stared at Suyu. "You are his powerful brother-in-law." Suyu shrugged. "Old man, I'm definitely not your brother-in-law." Sylvie chuckled. Kid Loki pointed to the dark cloud. "Be quiet, that's Aliath, the storm of life that devours matter and energy, and all branches of time are devoured by him." The older Loki explained further. "It's like a shark tank. Aliath is a shark. Even if you are very strong, at most you're a relatively large sardine. Suyu shrugged. Could it be possible that sardines can also eat sharks? The old Loki shook his head. Young man, there used to be many people who thought like you, all sorts of celestials, dark magicians, and even so-called gods. Unfortunately, they were all swallowed by him. Suyu nodded. Looks like he's very strong, I have to talk to him. Suyu charged a black lightning and threw it at Alioth in the distance. Roar tilde. The thunderstorm-like being roared and rushed towards their side. Fresh ingredients again, looks like a lot of energy. The old Loki screamed, "You are crazy." Whoosh tilde. Crocodile Loki decisively ran away. Suyu looked back, only Sylvie remained where she was, looking at him worriedly. Loki had also run more than 100 meters away. Sylvie clung to Suyu's hand tightly, her eyes filled with affection. Sue, you're the best-looking man I've ever met, the most brave. I've decided to fight with you. Loki in the distance was pricked. What's the matter? I fell in love with my brother-in-law. No, it's Sylvie. But why does my heart hurt a little? Roar tilde. Alioth roared in their direction. Sylvie's actions just now stimulated his empty heart. He worked so diligently. How dare the freshly arrived ingredients show their affection in front of him? Sylvie grabbed Suyu's hand tightly. Can we do it? Suyu laughed. Don't worry, it's just a small character. I'm not even afraid of Galactus. He is at most Galactus' grandchild. Suyu was covered in golden light, held Sylvie, and flew towards Alioth with a swoosh. The older Loki shook his head. Oh, this kid is crazy. Suyu rushed into the dark cloud, his phoenix wings spread, and the dark cloud was dispersed, and a cloud mass similar to a water bear appeared in the sky. Sylvie, use your magic and try to control him. But Sylvie didn't feel confident. I don't think I can do it. Suyu shared a bit of power with her, and Sylvie's spiritual power soared rapidly. I am full of power. The green light in her hands became brighter and brighter, and instantly possessed Alioth and controlled him. The clouds dispersed, a door to the void opened, and in the distance they could see the end of time, where there was a dark castle. Sylvie seemed really excited. Look, I did it. She pulled Suyu down and kissed him hard. Loki in the distance muttered, is it because of my gender? The female judge hiding in the corner kept looking at Suyu. He is so powerful. Chapter 311, Suyu, predicted your prediction. Suyu felt Sylvie's enthusiasm and secretly cried out, he really didn't do anything this time. Being handsome is such a sin. He called to Loki in the distance, come here quickly, we have business to do. Loki whispered, my poor heart is so messed up, what is this all about? The three came to the front of the castle, at the end of time. Suyu looked at the white-lighted timeline, a little dazed. The Book of Time, the tablet of life and time, the time perception of the Phoenix Force, all came to his mind. Affect the passage of time, this is the time rule. Loki was a little dissatisfied. What's wrong with you? Is there another beautiful Loki in the castle that's making you hesitate? Sylvie kicked him. Don't you see he's busy? Suyu glanced at him, and Loki suddenly felt that he had aged thousands of years in an instant. Feeling something was wrong, Loki took out a small mirror from his pocket. Why is my hair white? So many wrinkles. For the narcissistic Loki, looking this old is a terrible thing. Sue, what's wrong with me? Suyu shrugged. I just let time travel on you. You are over 5,000 years old now and are about to die. Pa tilde. Loki knelt directly. Brother-in-law, although I have some opinions on you and Sylvie, I am still your brother-in-law, and I sincerely wish you both. With a wave of Suyu's hand, Loki became visibly younger, and soon he turned into a 5-year-old child. He looked at his little hands and looked up with a pout. Suyu smiled. I'm sorry, I just learned how to do this, and I made a little mistake. Loki seemed like he was about to cry. Sylvie looked at Suyu adoringly. Brother-in-law, you are awesome. She touched her face. Can I still be younger? Suyu shook his head. Your current looks are perfect. It would be a crime if you look too young. Sylvie sighed regretfully and kicked open the gate of the castle. No matter what kind of monster it is inside, I have the confidence to kill it now. Suyu nodded. Sure enough, youth is the best capital. Inside the castle, it was quiet and dark, and there was an eerie feeling. It's dusty, don't they know how to clean? Su-yu made a review. Whoosh tilde. Miss Minutes suddenly appeared. Hello everyone. Welcome to the castle at the end of time. Loki was taken aback. Can you not come out of nowhere? Miss Minutes, in fact, is the artificial intelligence assistant created by He Who Remains, who is responsible for receiving time criminals and helping him communicate with the female judge. He's glad you got here after all the hardships. Sylvie shrugged. Actually, it wasn't hard at all. My brother-in-law took me flying, and we arrived here. Miss Minutes waved her hand. It's just what he set up. Loki asked in confusion, your master? Yes, He Who Remains. He racked his brains to find a way to send you back to the timeline. Loki frowned. So what is the solution he came up with? Let's hear it. Miss Minutes laughed. Loki, think about the Great War in New York. You fight the savage Avengers, you can strangle Thanos, and the Infinity Gauntlet is yours too. Loki seemed to be considering it. These conditions are not bad at all. Miss Minutes turned to Sylvie. Ma'am, you have been on the run for so many years and have endured too much suffering and loneliness. Do you want to wake up tomorrow with only happy memories in your mind? Sylvie shook her head firmly. Isn't my suffering caused by your boss? Do you think it can be solved by just making me forget it? Who does he think he is to decide the fate of others? Miss Minutes looked at Su-yu. As for you, he can give you a universe full of beautiful women to manage. Su-yu shook his head. That doesn't seem good. Miss Minutes looked confused. Do you want a universe full of men? The corners of Su-yu's mouth twitched. This artificial intelligence is not good at all. Okay, we don't agree. Miss Minutes spread her hands very humanely. Well then, good luck to you. Su-yu shook his head. This guy probably realized that the three of them were not easy to deceive, and slipped away. The three continued to move forward. The elevator door suddenly opened and saw a man sitting on the sofa of the elevator. He waved to the three of them with a relaxed expression on his face. Su-yu felt that the final boss was so sloppy. He Who Remains smiled. I'm so excited, I didn't expect the three of you to come together. A little disappointed that I'm just a normal person and not some monster. Sylvie shook her head. Not disappointed at all, it's easier to kill you this way. Whoosh tilde. She slashed at him with a knife. It's a pity that he can see the future in advance, so it's easy for him to dodge her attack. Actually, an attack like yours is useless against me. Self-time speed up, you know. He seemed a little embarrassed. Whoosh tilde. Sylvie took out a second knife and slashed again. But He Who Remains easily sidestepped her attack. Oh, you missed again. Sylvie slashed several times in a row, but he easily slipped past her attacks. She twisted her slender waist and hugged Su-yu's arm. Brother-in-law, I'm being bullied. You have to help me. Loki pouted. He can't do it either. Su-yu made a sudden move and grabbed He Who Remains' neck. He looked completely startled. You predicted my prediction. Su-yu laughed. You're not the only one that can see the future and time rules. He stared at Su-yu intently. No, you are someone outside of time and cannot be predicted. Sylvie was about to kill him, but Su-yu stopped her. Don't worry, since we came all the way here, let's listen to him first. It's too easy to just kill him. He Who Remains rolled his eyes. Although what you said is true, I can't help but feel uncomfortable. The crowd came to a big room, and He Who Remains began to explain his origin vividly to everyone. I come from Earth in the 31st century. My name was Victor Timely. I was a promising scientist who discovered the multiverse. And at the same time, other versions of me also realized this in other universes. In the beginning, we communicated together, bragged, and coexisted peacefully, but not all of my versions wanted peace. They began to conquer all universes. A multiversal war began. Su-yu looked out the window. The timeline flashed red, as if to indicate that something unusual had happened. I used Alioth to end the multiversal war and set up the Time Variance Authority. In fact, I am protecting you. Are you trying to suppress everyone to enforce order or destroying chaos? Sylvie looked at Su-yu and asked for his opinion. Su-yu looked at the red glowing timeline outside. No matter if you are good or bad, the multiverse has been opened, you can't hold it anymore. He Who Remains gave him a thumbs up. Su, you are right about that. The other versions of me will soon be awakening. Su Yu looked at him. You're not a savior either. Wasn't this calamity caused by you? Victor slumped down. You're right. One more thing, I'm tired and I can't stop it. You are my chosen successors. It's definitely better than being alone. Su Yu, though, this guy wants to retire and leave the burden of the trouble he caused to others. Loki's eyes lit up. Looking after countless universes, it sounded quite good to him. My power will definitely blind Thor and Odin when I return home. A huge amount of red light suddenly appeared in the timeline. Victor seemed a little sad, but also relieved. We just passed that point. Su Yu also felt that Victor lost the rule of time, and the timeline outside had begun to fork. He frowned. It is rumored that after the Scarlet Witch gets control of her chaos magic, she was responsible for the opening of the multiverse. My Wanda is so obedient now, so it shouldn't be her, right? Chapter 312. Scarlet Witch is looking for her husband. Victor felt a little lonely looking at the three. Now you can choose. With the arrival of the three of them, he is no longer in the final timeline and has lost his control over time. Su Yu looked at Loki and Sylvie and waved his hand. You both decide. I have no grudge against him, and I'm not interested in maintaining the timeline either. Loki suddenly said righteously, Sue, a multiversal war is so terrifying. Someone needs to manage things so it doesn't happen again. You must know, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Su Yu was half smiling. Didn't you believe in, the greater the ability, the less responsibility? Loki tilted his head in confusion. Su Yu laughed. Oh, that seems to be something Deadpool would say, but you're pretty much the same. Sylvie nodded. You're so right, it's just like Loki. Loki shook his head. I'm not a villain, in fact, I can manage the timeline if you don't want to do it. Loki here is somewhat of a power-hungry man, not bad by nature, but not that good either. Sylvie had been hunted down for thousands of years, and naturally, she hated Victor to her very core. Su Yu took a step back. The two of you will fight, whoever wins will decide. Loki raised his hand. Brother-in-law, it's not fair, you just strengthened her. Sylvie said proudly, who told you to be unhappy with your brother-in-law? Whoosh Tilda. Not giving him a chance, Sylvie swung her knife at Loki. Loki returned the attack with the kidney-stabbing knife that the kid Loki had given him. Clang, clang, clang tilde. After a few moves, Loki was knocked down, kicked into a portal by Sylvie, and he was sent right back into the TVA headquarters. Su Yu felt that the TVA was no longer the one from before, but the TVA controlled by the Council of Kangs, who are the other versions of Victor Timely. However, Su Yu did not fish out Loki either. This guy has his own destiny, and his communication ability is good everywhere. Sylvie walked up to Victor, kicked the desk, and stabbed him without hesitation. Victor smiled. We will meet again soon. Sylvie threw herself into Su Yu's arms. Brother-in-law, is what I did right or wrong? Su Yu stroked her blonde hair. There is no right or wrong. The opening of the multiverse has long been foreseen by Victor, and even his death has been foreseen. At least you got your revenge. Be happy and come home with me now. Su Yu embraced her waist, spread his phoenix wings, entered the quantum realm, and returned to his home in Gotham. Hela looked at Sylvie with a scrutiny. Sue, so you're saying this little girl is a parallel version of Loki? The fat Thor pouted. Sue, you always bring girls home. There's no need to make such sloppy excuses. This lie is like the time I spread the rumor that Loki turned into a mare and gave birth to father's horse, Sleipnir. Loki was even more speechless. He held the phone up. Hey people, my brother-in-law said that this girl is also Loki. What is your opinion? Seeing the barrage of comments, Loki's face turned a little dark. What do you mean this Loki is younger and prettier than me? Female Loki is more popular. Everyone, you broke my heart. Sylvie waved her hand. Actually, you can call me Sylvie. I'm an individual and don't consider myself a Loki. Hela smiled. It just happens that I am missing a sister. Now I will have company in the future. Her two sisters, Psylocke and Viper, quickly congratulated their eldest sister Hela. Su Yu naturally also helped Sylvie to treat the symptoms of incompatibility with this universe. In the next few days, Su-yu distributed the Infinity Stones that he got back to their rightful times. Captain America was going back to find his ex-girlfriend, and the task of returning the Mind Stone and Tesseract was up to him. Thor went back to return the Ether. Su-yu ran a few times and returned the Time, Power, and Soul Stones to their respective times. Sister Widow hugged Su-yu's arm and looked at the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand. Since the TVA had multiple sets of the stones, why did you only get 2 sets? Su-yu waved. These things are not that strong, not a match for the Phoenix Force and heart of the universe. He gave Diana the Infinity Gauntlet. You are the eldest sister, so you should keep this. Diana rolled her eyes at him. Is this your way of thanking me for asking my mother for a new batch of Queen Guards? Captain Marvel rolled her eyes as well. So biased, it's unfair. Su-yu narrowed his eyes at her. You are now practically the incarnation of the 6 Infinity Stones of the universe. What do you need the gauntlet for? Just then, Wanda, who was playing with her baby at the side, suddenly had a splitting headache. Su-yu flew over and hugged her firmly. Wanda, what's wrong with you? Wanda was already covered in cold sweat. Sue, I saw myself in another universe just now, studying the Darkhold, absorbing the magic power of a witch called Agatha, with a complete chaos force, very powerful, and said that she wants to find her husband, that is you. Su-yu. Don't other universes have a version of me as well? Wanda grabbed Su-yu's hand. Sue, I don't want you to be taken away. Su-yu nodded. Don't worry, I won't let anyone take me away. Taking people away is my thing after all. The multiverse is rapidly opening, and Wanda is being influenced by other universes, indicating that the boundaries between universes are getting thinner and thinner. Looks like I'll have to find the last fragment of Phoenix Force and get more parts of the heart of the universe. Sylvie chimed in. Sue, the last time I possessed Alioth, I learned from him that it seems that Galactus knows some secrets of the heart of the universe. Galactus. Su-yu frowned. Since the last time I had a finger-snap rally with Thanos, the 5 gods of creation have all gone into hiding, so I had to find them on the timeline. Catwoman suddenly pinched him hard. Scumbag. Su-yu. Why is my cat's temper wrong again? Do you want an injection? Catwoman snorted. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You must be looking for that invisible woman. Su-yu had some doubts. What's the situation? Selene suddenly said, by the way, Galactus wanted to devour the Earth before, but was stopped by the Fantastic Four. Silver Surfer was tricked by the beauty of Invisible Woman, sacrificed himself, and defeated Galactus. Su-yu patted Catwoman in the butt. My kitten is quite smart. The powers obtained by the Fantastic Four seem to be cosmic rays. It's quite possible it had something to do with the Phoenix Force. Invisible Woman, Aka Susan Storm is indeed a top beauty. Su-yu nodded. He definitely needs to go meet this beauty. Of course, these words can't come out of his mouth at home. He coughed to distract the girls and hide his thoughts. This time I'm going to get the Phoenix Force and the clue to the heart of the universe. I have to focus on it. Don't worry, I'm not going to pick up girls. Everyone rolled their eyes. Which time didn't he say the same thing? Focus on training well at home. The multiverse is open, and that crazy Wanda may be coming to grab her husband. Kara pouted. If she dares to come, I will hammer her. She glanced at Wanda. Don't stare at me like that, it's not you I'm talking about. Before setting off, Su-yu definitely had to help the newly arrived Queen's Guard treat the water and soil acclimatization. Su-yu came to the quantum realm. Hey, even the quantum realm is being affected by the multiverse opening. He walked out of quantum space and came to New York around the year 2005. He directly used the computer to check the news at this point in time. In 2 months, a cosmic cloud will pass through the Earth's orbit. Von Doom Industries recruits geneticist Susan Storm. Su-yu instantly found his goal. That is to sneak into the team going to space, hide his aura so he won't be noticed by the Phoenix Force, then take Susan in one fell swoop. Wait, that's not it. Take down the last fragment of the Phoenix Force. Chapter 313. Su-yu is doing it again. Von Doom Industries. There was a 9-meter-high statue of Victor Von Doom in the lobby on the first floor. Su-yu pouted. This Dr. Doom is really narcissistic. It kind of reminds him of Loki. The lady at the front desk enthusiastically showed Su-yu the way. PhD in biology from Stanford University. So young, so handsome. Su-yu casually arranged an identity for himself and got this interview opportunity. He quickly passed the personnel interview and received a very high evaluation. Next, he was going to be interviewed by the department head, Susan Storm. Susan, in a professional suit, walked in with some documents in her hands. Su-yu looked at her. Her facial features are deep. Her face is soft and smooth, with a sweet appearance, she has a healthy tan, and there is not a trace of fat around her waist. Her eyes were a beautiful deep blue, with long curly lashes. And her smile was really brilliant, making people feel like a spring breeze. Susan smiled slightly. "Hello, Dr. Su. I'm the director of the genetics department. I didn't expect you to be so young." Her eyes lit up. She didn't expect that the doctor she came to interview would be so good-looking. Su-yu shook hands with her. "And I didn't expect that the director would be so beautiful. I'm looking forward to this job." The HR manager next to him secretly complained, "Are you here for an interview or a blind date?" Susan looked at Su-yu's resume, 24-year-old PhD. "Well, tell me what you think about human genetics." Su-yu casually talked about a few developments in genetics. He came from the future, and the things he mentioned were very enlightening to Susan. Susan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. "Oh, Sue, I don't think you should apply for a position as my assistant. You should be my supervisor." Su-yu laughed. "I don't usually say so much, mainly because you are so beautiful, which is very refreshing." Susan smiled. "Sue, you are so kind. I have benefited a lot from our conversation." She looked out the window. "Ah, it's already dark. I'm very satisfied with you, and I'll help you apply for a generous treatment." Su-yu stared into her eyes and said meaningfully, "I think I found what I wanted too." Susan blushed and secretly thought, "This guy is quite good at flirting." "Come to work tomorrow. I'm looking forward to having you here." They shook hands, and he noticed that her hands were really soft and her skin was great. Personnel helped Su-yu go through the formalities on the same day. They heard that he had not found a place to live, so they were very understanding and helped him arrange the company's apartment dormitory. Dr. Doom's company benefits are quite good. Su-yu came to the bachelor apartment on the 6th floor with a backpack. A fair-skinned, athletic girl came out with a basket of dirty clothes. Su-yu watched her walk and his eyes narrowed. This girl's body strength is at least 40 tons. The girl glanced at Su-yu and her face lit up with a smile. "Hi there, are you new here? I'm Gwen Stacy." Su-yu smiled. "Well, I just got hired today, a new employee in the genetics department, Su-yu." The girl has shoulder-length blonde hair, milk-like skin, sweet facial features, and a very good figure. Su-yu thought, Gwen Stacy? Spider-Woman, I mean Ghost Spider. So am I in another universe, or she's the one who's in a different universe? Gwen shook hands with Su-yu. "I'm the company's spaceship pilot." Su-yu didn't look into Gwen's memory. She had spider sense and would probably feel something if he did it. "Neighbor, nice to meet you. If we have a chance, let's have a coffee or something." The two passed by, and Su-yu entered his room. Gwen looked back, such a handsome colleague. "It seems to be a lot of fun here." Su-yu took a shower and checked some information while exercising. This should still be the 616 universe. Where did this Gwen come from? He wants to wait for her to fall asleep, so he can check her memories. As soon as his mental power passed through the wall, he saw that Gwen had just changed into her spider suit. The battle suit is a mix of black and white, with a white hood, charming and sexy, and the tight material outlines her figure perfectly. It seems to be a little late. Su-yu was a little annoyed at missing the show. Gwen came out of the window and crawled to Su-yu's window with both hands and feet. Su-yu did hundreds of push-ups wearing only pants and stood up. Gwen unconsciously wiped the corners of her mouth. "Whoa, getting such benefits on the first day, look at those abs. I really didn't come to this universe in vain." Su-yu felt her presence and was speechless. It was always him who climbed into women's windows. He didn't expect the roles to be reversed this time. "No more benefits, then I'm off to work." Gwen observed for half an hour, and seeing Su-yu put on a t-shirt, she disappeared into the night in disappointment. Su-yu glanced at the distance, then passed directly through the wall and followed Gwen from far behind in order, not to alert her spider senses. Man, those legs are really nice. Hey, this direction is Kingpin's building. At this point in time, Kingpin has not been killed by Suyu yet. The strong Kingpin and the female version of Dr. Octopus looked at the laboratory's super quantum particles collider. I thought this machine was useless, but I didn't expect it to work again recently. Dr. Octopus smiled. Give me some time, and we can stably travel to other universes. Kingpin waved. I just want to get back my wife and son. Then Invisible Suyu more or less understood what's happening. Kingpin is searching for his family. Then Gwen was probably sent over by mistake. Gwen did not find a chance to do anything, so she left quietly. Suyu read Dr. Octopus' memory directly. It turns out that this is the principle of a quantum particle collider. Maybe I will build one when I go back. After reading her memory, he directly opened a portal and returned to the dormitory. Gwen came back half an hour later, and she glanced at Suyu secretly from the window. Reading a book, he looks so handsome. Suyu. What does this girl think I am? Why does she have to take a few glances when she goes out and when she returns? The next morning, Suyu went downstairs to take a taxi to the company. Bruum Tilda. Gwen arrived on a motorcycle and threw a helmet to him. Sue, it's hard to get a taxi at this point. Let's go to work together, I'll take you. Suyu glanced at the row of empty taxis parked on the side of the road. It seems like it's really difficult to get a taxi, so don't mind if I take you on your offer. He put on the helmet, sat on the back of the motorcycle, and his hands naturally wrapped around Gwen's waist. You don't seem to have any fat on your waist. How do you train? Gwen's body went a little stiff. She slapped Suyu's wandering hand. Behave. Suyu smiled and leaned his face over her shoulder. So, what are we waiting for? Bruum Tilda. The motorcycle roared, and they shot into the road. The ride that usually takes half an hour by car was completed in less than 10 minutes. She took off her helmet and looked at Suyu with some smugness. Sue, how do you feel? Do you want to vomit? But Suyu felt nothing at all. He just gave her a relaxed smile. How about you drive me in the future? We can share the gas money. Gwen looked wary. You aren't thinking about doing something to me, are you? Suyu shook his head. I just want to sleep 20 minutes more in the morning. Susan drove a blue supercar to the parking lot, smiled, and greeted Suyu. Sue, you arrived so early on your first day at work. When I went back last night, I thought about your theory for hours. It was very enlightening. I wanted to call you so we could talk about it the whole night, but I didn't because I was scared you wouldn't come to work. Suyu laughed. You are my boss, and I will always be available for you. Gwen couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She whispered, You have to be careful. The big boss is chasing Susan. You could be fired. Suyu stared at Gwen's beautiful big eyes, feeling jealous. Chapter 314. The Man of Susan's Dreams. Gwen rolled her eyes at Suyu. HMPH Tilda, what are you thinking? Do you still want me to give you rides or not? Susan laughed. I didn't expect you two to become friends so quickly. In the genetic laboratory, Suyu's first day at work. Susan did not let him read the information about what they were working on as usual, but directly pulled him to do experiments and chat at the same time. Sue, how do you know so much? Susan looked at his profile, and there seemed to be a light in her eyes. It's obvious that you can rely on your looks to live, yet you're still depending on your talent. Suyu laughed. Right back at you. You are beautiful enough to be a model, but you're still relying on your brains. Susan smiled slightly. Her eyes were bright and teeth even brighter. Suyu sighed. It's unfair for every other woman how good you look when you smile. Susan hit his arm lightly. You're such a flirt. Is your mouth covered with honey? The two of them were joking and flirting, as if there was no one else around. Several assistants whispered, If the boss finds out, he's going to go crazy. Fortunately, he is on a business trip. This guy is so handsome. I wish it was me in Susan's shoes. At noon, Suyu came to the staff canteen for dinner. Pam Tilda. Gwen put her plate across from him and sat down. You're screwed. The whole company knows there's a handsome new guy. Suyu laughed. What's the use of them knowing about me? It's not like I'll pay them attention. Gwen whispered. The big boss has been chasing Susan for a long time, and when he finds out you've been flirting with her, he will definitely fire you. Su-yu looked at her knowingly. You don't seem to want me to be fired. Gwen waved. It's just a friendly reminder to my neighbor. Su-yu took a tissue and helped her wipe the ketchup stain from the corner of her mouth. How old are you? You're still so messy when you eat. Gwen blushed. What are you doing? Others are watching. Be careful, I'm flattening you. Flatten me. Su-yu shook his head and glanced at the Mariana Trench. I hadn't noticed before, you have such a heavy burden. It's hard to keep the balance right. Gwen quickly covered her cleavage. HMPH, taking advantage of me. Don't run after getting off work today, I'm going to fight you. Soon, news spread that there was a scumbag working in the genetics department. This guy flirts with Susan at work and flirts with Gwen from the space department at lunchtime. He wants both of the two top beauties in the company. That's too much. The lady at the front desk looked very sad. Why doesn't he flirt with me? Su-yu spent less than half an hour in the afternoon, helping Susan solve the experiment that had been bothering her for half a year. Susan hugged him excitedly. Thank you, Sue, you are a godsend. Su-yu smiled slightly. Susan, your perfume smells nice. Her face instantly turned pink. Sorry about that, I'm so excited, this experiment is very important to me. Su-yu winked. You don't need to apologize, this is a benefit to me, so don't stop the good traditions. She rolled her eyes at him. You must have had a lot of girlfriends. He shook his head and honestly said, in this world at this point in time, I don't have a girlfriend. Susan smiled slightly. Gwen is very good. Even I am a bit moved by her figure and appearance. You can consider her. Su-yu stared straight into her eyes. I like the kind of women who have both beauty and intelligence, and the kind that light up the room when they smile. Susan couldn't stand his eyes. She turned her head to the side and pouted. You are quite ambitious. They were just getting off work when Gwen came to look for Su-yu. Come on, let's go to the company's gym. I'm going to blow you up today. Susan seemed interested. I'm going to the gym too. This is something I have to see. There was actually a fighting ring in the middle of the gym. Gwen wore a sports bra and shorts, showing off her athletic figure perfectly. Su-yu only wore boxing gloves and shorts, showing off his muscles perfectly. Oh, this handsome guy's muscles are amazing. 8-pack abs, no fat at all. Gwen's figure is also incredible. Susan stared at Su-yu's muscles and blushed again. I know who I will dream of tonight. I didn't expect my assistant to be so good. Su-yu looked at Gwen, unscientific. Gwen smiled. What's wrong, afraid of being beat? Su-yu shook his head. How do you get lean where you should be lean, and meat where there should be meat? Gwen glared at him. Stinky hooligan, it's time someone taught you a lesson. Whoosh tilde. Gwen swung her long leg and tried to kick him from the right. Su-yu dodged sideways, grabbed her ankle and pulled her back to him. He examined her leg closely. Oh, this is a good leg indeed. Gwen got furious, jumped back instantly, and punched Su-yu with a shout. But as soon as she did that, she regretted it. In her anger, she used a lot of strength. If he was hit, Su-yu's bones might be broken. She wanted to retract her fist, but unexpectedly, Su-yu grabbed her hand and threw her over his shoulder, knocking her down heavily. Gwen was splayed on her back in a state of confusion, then she narrowed her eyes. I'm still too soft-hearted. The scumbag is dead. She jumped up like a carp and started attacking Su-yu frantically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh tilde. Gwen's attacks were swift. She is very agile and flexible, with a strong sense of balance, and her reaction speed is 40 times faster than ordinary people. Even so, she was brought down many times by Su-yu. Su-yu touched his chin. Your physical fitness is very good, but unfortunately your fighting skills are not up to standard. It's clear you haven't received professional training at all. Gwen was lying on the ground panting, staring blankly at the ceiling. Although she didn't use her full speed and strength, Su-yu's fighting skills still completely convinced her. You are very strong, with such strength. Wouldn't it be better to be a fighter than to be a research assistant? Su-yu shrugged and pulled her up. I'm an aspiring scientist, what do you know? Gwen glanced at Susan by the side of the ring. You have lofty ambitions. This is equivalent to blocking Victor Von Doom's road. Just wait to be fired. Su-yu was also sweating. After fighting for so long, it would be too weird not to sweat a little, so he forced his body to produce sweat. Men will release a lot of hormones after exercising, and at such times, they can be very attractive to women. Plus, the sweat makes his muscles shine as if they were oiled. When Gwen stopped talking, she became conscious of his looks and blushed, then feeling embarrassed, she turned and ran. "Let's train again tomorrow." Seeing her flee like that, the corner of Soo-Yu's mouth lifted, then he turned around and walked to the edge of the ring. "Beautiful boss, how is it? Do you want to come up and fight me as well?" Susan didn't dare to look directly at Soo-Yu, her heart was jumping wildly. I can't fight." Soo-Yu lifted her to the ring, got into her personal space and said, "You don't know how? Then I can teach you, otherwise what will you do next time you encounter a rogue?" Susan trembled and stuttered, "Well, that's fine." Soo-Yu smiled slightly. This was forcing the fish to bite the bait. He taught her how to fight for about half an hour until she was panting. "We will continue next time." Susan's face was completely flushed, and she thought to herself, "Damn it, why must he look so hot without a shirt on? It's unfair." In the evening, Susan returned home and sighed. This assistant is too tempting, like a big bar of chocolate, ate-back chocolate. After she took a shower, she put on pajamas and quickly fell asleep. Susan came to a dimly lit block, and a few thugs with big gold chains around their necks blocked her way. "Look at this girl, boys, not bad. It looks like we'll have a lot of fun today, hee tilde." Susan was startled and immediately swung her fist in reflex, but after defeating one person, several others gathered around. She snorted, "I learned to fight today, you are in for a rough time." Soo-Yu, who was wearing just shorts, suddenly appeared, knocked down 5 thugs in an instant, lifted her in a princess carry and ran away. Susan looked up at his face. "Sue, am I dreaming?" Soo-Yu smiled slightly. "Definitely dreaming, just look up." She looked up and saw that there were actually 3 moons in the sky. "It's really a dream." She quickly touched Soo-Yu's abs. "Oh, I wanted to touch them so badly during the day, they feel so real." Soo-Yu's face seemed a little surprised, although this was Susan's dream, but it really wowed Soo-Yu's soul in here. He wanted to study what was different with Susan's mental power, and why after being hit by cosmic rays, she would gain the ability to turn invisible and control force fields. But seeing Susan having a bad dream, he hurried over to save her. Susan struggled to get out of his arms, then hooked her arms around his neck, pulled him down into a searing kiss. Since it was a dream, then she wouldn't hold back. Her movements were very unfamiliar. It seems that the beautiful scientist was too devoted to scientific research, and thus had 0 experience in this area. Soo-Yu broke free from Susan's hold and stepped back timidly. "Boss, shouldn't we watch a movie first, have a meal or something?" Susan waved her hand, completely unrestrained. "There's not a lot of time, maybe you'll disappear soon." Their spirits met in Susan's bedroom and had a chat in spirit form, discussing the issue of genetics and biology fiercely. Susan is naturally clear about her figure, so there was no difference between dreams and reality. Soo-Yu also received enough benefits. After a while, Susan huddled in Soo-Yu's arms. "Sue, am I really dreaming? This feels too real to be a dream." Soo-Yu didn't answer, but laughed instead. "Then do you want me to show up tomorrow night as well?" "Definitely, you are the man of my dreams." Chapter 315, Gwen Takes the Initiative. Susan's hands were being dishonest again. "Soo-Yu." Unexpectedly, Susan in her dream belongs to the kind that completely releases her true nature. Then he has to use this chance to teach her some things. Early in the morning, Susan woke up from her sleep, touched the side of the bed and muttered, "It seems like it really was a dream. If it's like this in a dream, then how good will the real thing be?" She got up, changed the sheets, took a shower and went to work. Soo-Yu drove Gwen's motorcycle to work again. "I drive you to work and back every day, shouldn't you pay me?" Soo-Yu shrugged. "I've just been working for a day, and I really don't have any money. Do you want me to pay you and meet?" Gwen rolled her eyes. "I want you to teach me how to fight." Soo-Yu thought about it. "All right, but you have to take care of my breakfast and dinner as well." Gwen felt numb. "Aren't you asking for too much?" Soo-Yu got out of the bike. "If you don't want to, forget it. My fighting technique is the best in the universe. Even if you want to learn, I'm too lazy to teach you. Number 1 in the universe. Gwen gave him a big roll of her eyes. All right, it's a deal. Suyu nodded. The spider girl still knows the goods. Susan just happened to arrive at the same time. When she got out of the car and saw Suyu, her face instantly turned red. She didn't even say hello and directly ran into the building, looking like a thief that had just been found out. Gwen looked confused. What's going on? By the way she looked at you, did you do something to her last night? She tilted her head and looked at Suyu. No, it couldn't be. You stayed at home the whole night, and you fell asleep after reading a book. Suyu frowned. How do you know that I fell asleep after reading a book? Gwen stuck out her tongue cutely. You're such a boring nerd, I can easily guess it. After speaking, she ran away without waiting for Suyu. Gwen stepped over the door of the underground car park, leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. Damn, I almost gave myself out. She turned her head and saw that Susan was breathing deeply over there too. The two faced each other in surprise, but decided it was best to keep quiet and just keep going. In the genetic laboratory, Suyu cornered Susan and put a hand against the wall to block her path. Boss, what's wrong? Why do you keep avoiding me? Susan took a deep breath, feeling a little afraid to look him in the eyes. Sue, you must be imagining things, I'm just very busy today. Suyu wanted to laugh. The girl who is so fierce in her dreams is very shy in reality. This contrast is quite interesting. Susan spent all morning thinking about last night. She did not expect that a dream could feel so real, and she remembered all that happened in it clearly. Unexpectedly, my imagination is quite rich. She bit her lip and started breathing a little harder. Since Susan was distracted, Suyu relaxed all morning and went to have lunch with Gwen at noon. How long have you been at the company? Gwen thought about it. It's been 3 or 4 months. Why the question? Suyu looked around. It's just that you don't seem to have any friends here. Gwen suddenly felt a little lonely. Friends, maybe I don't deserve them. Suyu knows that, for anyone who wants to be a Spider-Man, the first condition is to be bitten by a mutant spider. And the second is to have a family member or friend who dies because of them. In the case of Peter Parker, it is his uncle. But in Gwen's universe, he has a different fate. He actually turns into a lizard man, and Gwen accidentally kills him in order to protect her classmates. Suyu patted her on the shoulder. Then I'll be your friend from now on. Gwen's eyes misted. Really? You're not afraid that I'll bring you bad luck? Suyu shook his head. Don't be moved so fast. Whether I become your boyfriend or not depends on your performance. My performance, and did you say boyfriend? Gwen can't wait to put her dish on the stinky guy's face. Dream on. Suyu wiped her mouth with a tissue. Look at you, it's always like this when you eat. Gwen pouted. Scumbag, I won't fall for your tricks. Suyu smiled slightly. You think too much. Afternoon. Susan finally overcame the embarrassment and began to discuss the experimental data with Suyu. She kept cheering herself up in her mind. Separate life and work, no, separate dreams and reality. After getting off work in the afternoon, Suyu took the two girls to a separate gym and taught them how to fight for an hour. Susan, be quick. Yes, that's how you do it. Gwen, you have to learn to use skills. Are you a caveman? Susan, why are your legs shaking already? How long have you been squatting? Susan pouted. I'm your boss, you know. Suyu glared at her. You are my student now. Suyu stuck to her and helped her to do the standard stance again. Susan felt his breath on her neck, turned her head slightly to peek at him, and her face turned red again. It's over. I'm definitely going to dream of him at night again. The three spent over an hour training, and before leaving, Suyu took out 2 pills and gave them to them. You aren't trying to poison me, are you? Suyu looked at Gwen. What will I gain by poisoning you? Don't worry, this is a medicine for detoxification and beauty. Gwen saw that Susan had already eaten the pill and did the same. The 3 of them ate dinner together and returned home. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Gwen went out dressed provocatively. Suyu looked down from the window. It's definitely not a good thing to dress up so sexy. Whoosh Tilda. He quietly followed her to a noisy bar. Gwen shouldn't be the kind of crazy girl who came here to gather information, right? He swept the bar with his telepathy. In a private room, Kingpin's subordinate Bullseye was conspiring with several people. It turns out that this is Kingpin's property. Gwen walked close to the private room, and a handsome young man stopped her. "Hi there, beautiful, are you alone?" Gwen frowned. "Go away." The young man seemed confused. He was clearly not used to failing and picking up girls. But this woman was too beautiful to give up so easily. Seeing the man wanting to keep trying, Suyu walked over and put an arm around Gwen's shoulder. "Boy, get lost, this is my girl." Gwen wanted to hit the man who dared to touch her, but when she realized it was Suyu, she stopped herself. Suyu already recognized the man in front of them. It was none other than Susan's younger brother, Johnny Storm, the man who would become the Human Torch in the future. Though if you asked Deadpool, he would definitely say he was Captain America. Johnny stared at Suyu and was hit by a strong sense of crisis. There actually was someone more handsome than him. He frowned. "Man, you obviously don't fit well together. She seems a bit too young for you." Suyu pulled Gwen closer and shamelessly sniffed her hair. "I like it like this." Gwen secretly pinched Suyu a few times and dragged him away, leaving Johnny behind dumbfounded. She pulled Suyu to a corner. "You followed me." Suyu shrugged. "Looking at how smart you are, can you be followed?" Gwen felt he was right. With her spider sense, there's no way someone could follow her without her knowledge. "So you're here for fun, in a place like this?" Suyu laughed. "Didn't you come here too?" I have business," she stuttered. "What kind of business?" Suyu looked at her with a raised eyebrow. But seeing that Gwen didn't know what to say, he laughed. "Isn't it just to investigate the Kingpin? I'm here for the same reason." Gwen couldn't believe it. "Impossible, you are a doctor from Stanford. Even Susan admires your knowledge." Suyu patted her head. "Didn't you also work at NASA for a few years, with first-class skills in piloting and maintaining spacecraft?" Gwen was surprised. "So you lied as well?" Suyu nodded. "Don't you think we have a lot in common now?" Gwen stared into his eyes. "Why are you telling me this? What organization do you work for? Why are you trying to get close to me?" Suyu hugged her waist and looked down at her eyes. "I don't work for any organization. And since I said we are friends, I won't try hiding anything from you. I don't belong to the world at this point in time." Gwen's eyes lit up. "Why are you telling me such a big secret? Aren't you afraid I will reveal it?" Suyu shrugged. "I already said we are friends, and there are no secrets between true friends." He is not afraid of Gwen revealing it. He has already planned to take this Spider-Girl home with him. Since there already is a Black Widow at home, then it shouldn't be too much to find her another spider as a companion. Gwen couldn't help but feel moved upon hearing his words. "You fool." She hooked her arms around his neck and pulled him down for a kiss. Johnny, not far away, almost tripped. Damn, they weren't lying. Chapter 316, Doom is Back. Gwen flushed and pushed Suyu away. "Was it good enough? This is my first time kissing someone. I have no experience." Suyu smiled. "I think it felt really good. I don't have much experience either." Gwen snorted. "Bah, it felt like you had a lot of experience. Definitely a professional scumbag." "Let's cooperate. Use the quantum particle collider to go back together, and then destroy it." Suyu shook his head. "But I don't want you to go back." Gwen sighed. "There's no other way. We have a connection to our own universe. If we stay for too long, it will cause the two universes to collide. We are like anchors cast by our own universe." Suyu nodded. "So you have to find a way to go back in order to protect the universe. What a good girl." Gwen looked at the private room at the side. "Kingpin's collider is not stable, and if it is used rashly, it may send us to the wrong universe, and it may also produce a huge explosion." Suyu suddenly thought of something. "Why did you sneak into Von Doom Industries?" Gwen said without looking back. "The technology there is very advanced. They also have the technology to go to outer space. I remember that there is a cosmic cloud approaching, which may be related to the Phoenix Force." Suyu nodded secretly. Gwen is really a hardworking girl. "Okay, let's go back. This Bullseye is just Kingpin's assassin. You won't get anything from him. They're just talking about women." Gwen snorted and immediately reacted. "You also have powers. Can you hear them so far?" At this moment, 3 bald-headed strong men approached and looked at Gwen slyly. "Hey, how about you dump the pretty boy and come play with us? Boy, hurry up and scram." Gwen was prepared to kick their asses, but Soo-Yu took her hand and smiled at the three men. "You are a bunch of puppies." The three strong-looking men looked at each other, suddenly squatted down and began playing around like dogs. Gwen's eyes opened wide. "So awesome, can you teach me?" Soo-Yu shook his head. "You are a melee fighter, not a magician." Gwen rolled her eyes. "I've been good at learning since childhood, but I was bitten by a genetically modified spider." Soo-Yu nodded and flicked her forehead. "Being a brute force fighter is actually very good." After saying that, he turned around and walked outside. Gwen quickly followed. "Scumbag, don't run. Why are you treating me like I'm stupid?" Johnny sighed and scratched the back of his head. "Where did I lose?" Soo-Yu and Gwen returned to the company dorms. "Won't you invite me in for a cup of coffee?" Gwen's expression was tangled, and Soo-Yu was surprised that she seemed to really be considering it. "Forget it, we are destined to be separated. If we get too close, it will only be sadder in the end." Soo-Yu held her hand. "Then take a baby back as a souvenir." Gwen's sad face immediately distorted. She glared at him and snorted, "Keep dreaming." After speaking, she slammed the door shut. Soo-Yu smiled. He really didn't like seeing her so sad. He returned to his room, washed up, lay on the bed, and headed to Susan's house in astral form. In her dream, Susan was in her office and didn't know why she was so tired. The office door suddenly opened, and Soo-Yu entered with a smile. "Boss, you seem to have something on your mind." Susan frowned. "Sue, why are you only wearing beach pants to work?" Soo-Yu coughed. "Boss, you forgot, we are on vacation." He walked over, lifted her up, and opened the door. Outside the door, there was a beautiful beach with 3 suns in the sky. Susan's eyes opened wide in surprise. It was in a dream. She glanced at the beach. "This is a Caribbean beach. I've been here before." She pulled Soo-Yu's hand and walked back to the office. Soo-Yu tilted his head. "Boss, what are you?" Susan unbuttoned a few buttons of her white blouse and licked her lips. Coupled with her glasses, she looked sexy and intellectual. "Young man, do you want to get a promotion and a raise?" She pushed down the books and computer from the desk. Leaning back with her hands on the table, her expression seemed very provocative. Soo-Yu gulped. "The boss can play. This is completely different from the shy female scientist during the day." Susan leaned against Soo-Yu's arms tiredly and touched his chin with her hand. "It feels so real. Am I just imagining you?" Soo-Yu waved her down. "Maybe we met in a dream." Susan seemed a little disappointed. "I can't tell the difference between reality and dream anymore." Soo-Yu remembered a method he saw in Inception. "Actually, you can think about where you came from before. If you can't remember, it's usually in a dream." Susan was stunned, looking at him with wide eyes. "Bo, are you smarter than me if you're my imagination? It doesn't make sense." She looked at him scrutinizingly. "This is so weird." Soo-Yu smiled teasingly. "What if I can really come into your dreams? Wouldn't that be amazing?" Susan thought about it too, then shook her head. "Forget it, let's not think about it. It's better to enjoy the moment." She mounted him and began to kiss him. After a few days like this, Susan couldn't hide the look in her eyes, and would often voluntarily or involuntarily touch Soo-Yu in familiar ways. As for Gwen, since she thought that Soo-Yu had the same experience as herself, and was also being taught how to fight by him. After getting along for a few days, her attitude began to change very subtly. On this day, Soo-Yu had just arrived at the cafeteria when Gwen rushed over and said loudly, "Sue, I haven't seen you all this morning. I missed you." Soo-Yu looked surprised for a moment, but quickly caught on and whispered, "What's going on?" Gwen was lying in his arms. "Victor Von Doom came back and was looking at you. Someone seems to have told him that you were having an affair with Susan." Soo-Yu understood instantly. "So you are my shield. Such a good friend, it seems like I must really give you a baby as a souvenir." Gwen pretended to be coquettish, while pinching the flesh around Soo-Yu's waist. "Scumbag, I'm doing you a favor and you still want to take advantage of me." Soo-Yu embraced her waist. "Okay, baby, let's eat first and find a place to digest it later." The people around were completely shocked. Gwen blushed. Her reputation just went down the drain. "Fortunately, I will go back to my universe." Victor smiled at Susan. "Although I'm not against office romances, your subordinate is too high profile, and Gwen is very popular." He had heard that Susan was having an affair with her new assistant, but now it seems that it is all based on falsehoods. Susan was heartbroken but still forced a smile. Young love, but Sue has been very helpful to me and solved a lot of our problems. Susan finished her lunch with a chomp, and the more she thought about it when she returned to the office, the more she felt aggrieved. Her eyes were red and about to shed tears. I didn't even get to tell him I liked him. Knock knock tilde. Sue knocked on the door. Boss, are you in there? Susan pouted, not here. Sue opened the door and walked in with a smile. HMPH, why didn't you accompany your Gwen? Sue fanned his hand in front of his nose. Boss, the office stinks of jealousy. Susan's eyes were red. Bastard, why don't you go find your Gwen? Sue smiled. Susan finally couldn't hold back anymore. He walked over and hugged her. My boss is so beautiful, looks like a fairy, and is beautiful even when crying. Susan's tears instantly wet his clothes. You bastard, I dream of you every night, but during the day I have to act like nothing has happened. I'm about to become schizophrenic. What can Sue say? He just kissed her. Feeling the familiar kiss, Susan thought it was another dream, so she grabbed his hand. I forgot to turn off the gas in my house. Can you accompany me to see if it's fine? Sue nodded. Invisible Woman really didn't play cards according to common sense. If there's a fire at home, most people would run away. Chapter 317, The Final Fragment of Phoenix Force. Susan was really excited. The real life and the dream were still a little different. You wait for me at the intersection outside the company, and I'll drive to pick you up. Sue came downstairs and quickly got into Susan's sports car. The two came to her house, and as soon as they entered the door, she pulled him from the collar and kissed him heatedly. Both practically ripped apart each other's clothes. They did it all the way from the door to the sofa, and then to the bay window. There's nothing to say about Susan's figure, absolutely top level. They were so busy that they didn't have time to check if her gas was off. After a long time, Susan sighed contentedly. Sure enough, it's still very different from the dream. Sue smiled, looking at her lying in his arms like a cat. Sue, can you believe that I've been dreaming of you all these days? This is something I've never encountered my whole life. Sue nodded. I believe, after all, I have been dreaming of you as well lately. What did you dream of me? Susan did not answer, but looked at him affectionately. Less talking, now eat me. Sue smirked and licked his lips. Well, you are the boss. Just at this time, Victor called her several times until she finally answered. Susan patted Sue, who was busy between her legs, motioning him to be quiet. Hey, Victor, what's the matter? Susan, are you not at the company? Well, I'm a little sick, so I went home early. Do you need help with anything? No need, I'll just sleep NGH. Susan held back a moan. Oh, then you have a good rest. Reed will come over tomorrow to talk about our cooperation. I hope you can participate in the meeting when the time comes. All right, I'm going to sleep now. Susan finally hung up the call and moaned loudly, unable to hold back her orgasm any longer. Couldn't you stop for a moment? I almost died. Sue crawled on top of her and looked down at her red face. Dare to answer another man's phone call while you're with me? You deserved a little punishment. Sue, Reed was my classmate. We two nerds supposedly dated, but don't worry, we haven't even held hands. Susan explained. Sue rolled and leaned back in the bed, pulling her into his arms. Then tell me honestly, why are you so familiar with me? Could it be that a camera has been installed in my dormitory? Susan sighed. I can't explain it clearly. You have appeared in my dreams every day recently, and these dreams were very vivid. That's why I feel so familiar with you. The next morning, Reed Richards, also known in the future as Mr. Fantastic, came to Von Doom Industries along with his friend Ben Grimm, also known as The Thing. He explained to Victor in detail how he planned to study the cosmic cloud. In fact, Victor had long coveted this project, but his face remained neutral, looking as if he didn't care. Seeing that Reed seemed quite desperate to get funds, he took advantage of the situation and reached an agreement to obtain 75% of the profit of this project and the right to keep the technology. When Susan and Sue walked into the office, Victor frowned and glanced at Sue. Reed, Susan is our chief genetic researcher. Ben looked at her and smiled. Susan, you look radiant. Are you looking for a boyfriend? Susan smiled. No time, I'm quite busy every day. Victor laughed. Susan, if you agree to be with me and become the chairman's wife, you won't have to be so tired every day. Susan smiled. If I ever date, it must be someone with similar interests. Definitely must be handsome as well. Reed and Victor straighten noticeably. They both feel like they're the perfect match for Susan. The narcissistic Mr. Fantastic and Dr. Doom would have never imagined that someone had already taken the lead. After the group finished chatting, they left the office. Victor looked at Suyu, who was chatting and laughing with Susan in the distance, frowning. After this trip to space, I'll fire him right away. When Suyu and Susan got on the elevator, Reed stared blankly at Susan. Sue, you look beautiful. Susan smiled politely, thanks. Noticing her distant tone, Reed's heart sank. Ben observed Susan's eyes and found that when she looked at Suyu, her eyes were bright, and he thought, damn, it seems like Reed already lost to this kid. Susan smiled at them. Then we'll meet at the launch center. I still have to pack up, so I'll get off work early. She glanced at Suyu meaningfully, and he understood immediately. I'm going to take a half day off too. I seem to have forgotten to turn off the gas at home. Reed. When he and Ben left the building, Ben patted his shoulder. Reed, that boy is much more handsome than you, and his physique is better than yours. It looked like he was the only thing in Susan's eyes. Reed shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Susan said she likes smart men. Seeing his friend in denial, Ben sighed. Didn't you hear what Susan said just now? That kid solved many of her problems, so he's definitely smart. Reed clenched his fists. On this trip to space, I must win back Susan's heart. Ben just shook his head and didn't discourage him. Meanwhile, Suyu didn't have time to care about what Reed or Doom were thinking. He was too busy playing poker with Susan. At the launch center, Johnny was pestering Gwen. Hey, I didn't expect us to be so destined. This must be fate. Gwen didn't bother to pay attention to him, ran to Suyu's side and hugged his arm. Sue, keep an eye on your girlfriend. There are a lot of flies here. Suyu looked at Susan, who came in, wearing the tight, unstable molecular suit, which perfectly outlined her figure. Susan gave him a wink and raised her head proudly. Not to be outdone, Gwen raised her head and showed off her figure as well. Reed looked straight at Susan. Susan, you look gorgeous today. He usually just has eyes for his science projects, but when he saw Susan flirting with another man, he understood how much he liked Susan in his heart. Gwen pinched Suyu and whispered in his ear, "What's going on between you and Susan?" Suyu put his arms around her waist. "Don't worry, you are my girlfriend after all." Gwen snorted. "You two are so obvious that someone would have to be blind not to realize it." Johnny was not happy either. "Susan, I don't like your assistant. He stole my dream girl." But Susan didn't seem to care about her brother. She glared at Suyu and warned him where his hands were placed. Johnny seemed confused. The space shuttle took off, and they soon arrived at the space station. Gwen looked out of the glass window. "Earth looks beautiful from here." Suyu wrapped an arm around her waist. "You are a spaceship pilot. You should already be numb to this scene. Don't reveal the truth." Gwen rolled her eyes at him. "You also grabbed the boss's target, so just wait to be fired." Suyu laughed. "You seem to forget that we're in space. Fire me. Unless a space shuttle is arranged to take me back, I don't think so." Johnny suddenly came over. "Victor wants to confess to my sister. Confession in space, so romantic." Gwen ruthlessly exposed him. "Are you looking for a rich brother-in-law?" She took Suyu's hand and pulled him away. Susan was currently shaking her head in denial. "I'm sorry, Victor. I can't agree to be with you." Victor seemed puzzled. "Why? We have a great time working together." Susan nodded. "It's a matter of work that we have a good cooperation, sorry, but I already have a boyfriend." Suyu walked over. "Oh, boss, it's a little rude for you to confess to my girlfriend in front of me." "Victor." How long have you known each other?" Susan grabbed Suyu's hand. "Time doesn't matter. It's all about meeting the right person. Since I've met him, I've even dreamed of him every night. It's a wonderful feeling." Victor's expression was distorted. "Susan, he already has a girlfriend, Gwen." "Boss, I can't help it. This damn scumbag has changed his mind." Gwen shrugged. Although she was bitter inside, she knew that she would leave sooner or later and could only wish Su-Yu and Susan the best. Victor was furious. "You are fired." Su-Yu laughed. "Then please arrange a space shuttle to send us back to Earth." Victor gritted his teeth. "You don't know how much power I have. I'll make it impossible for you to live in peace." Su-Yu shrugged. "I am really looking forward to it." Johnny felt that he finally had a chance. "Gwen, since your boyfriend cheated on you, why not consider me?" Unexpectedly for him, Gwen shook her head. "What does it matter if he cheated? He's much stronger than you, and I still like him." "Johnny, a girl with such an advanced mind, why can't he get one of those?" "Only Reed and Ben were working hard at the moment." Ben had already gone to outer space to place some equipment. Reed suddenly yelled, "I miscalculated. Cosmic rays are 7 minutes away." Su-Yu had already sensed it. The last fragment of Phoenix Force was rushing this way. He restrained his presence and waited for the Phoenix Force to throw itself into the net. Everyone looked out the window. Space was illuminated red. The cosmic cloud rushing toward them looked almost like a bird made of fire. Victor shouted, "Hurry up and close the shield." Susan tried to stop him. "Ben is still working outside." Victor sneered, "Then we should wait to die with him." Su-Yu pulled Susan and ran outside. "Let's go, let's save your friend." When everyone is transformed by cosmic rays, not even the shield can protect them anyway. Susan looked at him with emotion. "Sue, you are so brave, I didn't see you wrong." Gwen also rushed out. "Sue, what should we do?" Boom tilde. The cosmic cloud arrived. Ben outside was hit first, followed by Reed and Johnny. Su-Yu kept Susan and Gwen behind him. "Everyone be careful." Susan and Gwen felt touched. This is how man should be like. He really protects them with his life when something happens. The Phoenix mark appeared on Su-Yu's forehead, and the Phoenix Force outside finally sensed something was wrong. It immediately turned around and tried to flee. But how could Su-Yu miss this opportunity? With a display of his mental power, the Phoenix Force was quickly controlled and sucked into his forehead. He flew out with a swoosh. A huge pair of phoenix wings spread out from his back. The complete Phoenix Force was mastered by one person for the first time. Su-Yu felt like he was stepping on the universe under his feet, feeling like he could destroy a galaxy with a single punch. Susan and Gwen had both passed out. With a wave of Su-Yu's hand, pure energy began transforming the two of them. Chapter 318, Fantastic Four. The Phoenix Force is one of the strongest entities in the universe, not as powerful as the heart of the universe, but still incredibly powerful. Since he has obtained the complete Phoenix Force, Su-Yu's strength has broken through to the super-universe level, which is already stronger than the living tribunal, second only to the one above all. With a wave of his hand, Gwen and Susan were covered by an energy shield and sent into the protective shield of the space station. Victor had also fainted. With a single thought, everyone else was also pulled into the protective cover. With his left arm around Gwen and his right arm around Susan, he closed his eyes and focused on understanding the Phoenix Force. After a few hours, as the strongest, Gwen woke up first and found herself in Su-Yu's arms. "It's so warm, he saved me." She watched Su-Yu's profile up close, and her heart was beating wildly. Then she glanced at Susan, who was sleeping very sweetly over his other side. Su-Yu opened his eyes and smirked. "Little spider, what are you thinking about?" Gwen got away from his dishonest hand, thinking about how the scumbag wasn't turned into scum by the cosmic rays. "By the way, what are your powers?" Su-Yu tensed his muscles, making them bulge. "I'm very strong and my stamina is super good. Do you want to try it?" Gwen snorted and her eyes turned red. "My eyes feel hot." She turned her head away quickly, and a heat ray blasted aside. Su-Yu quickly waved his hand to offset the heat ray. Otherwise, the protective cover would be broken, and he would have to save everyone again. "I got Superman's heat rays." Gwen was overjoyed. "Spider-Woman with heat rays? Yes." Su-Yu nodded. A few hours later, Victor and Reed woke up. This project was not a success, and Victor announced their return in anger. As soon as they got back to Earth, Victor announced that he had fired Su-Yu and Gwen, terminated his cooperation with Reed, and held him accountable for the loss of his failed experiment. Susan glared at him angrily and resigned on the spot. The stock of Von Doom Industries plummeted, and this time it was considered a double loss for him, making Victor absolutely furious. Susan went on vacation with Sue. Sue, I've worked hard for so many years and want to take a good rest. Sue, since you have nowhere to live, shouldn't you come live in my house? What can Sue say? Of course he agreed. This girl has resigned from her work just for him, so she must be rewarded well. He doesn't have to do anything now, just enjoy life, wait for Silver Surfer to come over, and meet Galactus at that time. Sue spent the next 3 days at Susan's house. On this day, Susan suddenly exclaimed, "Sue, I can't see my hands." Immediately afterwards, she became completely invisible. But Sue could definitely see her. "Susan, congratulations on getting superpowers." Susan looked at where her hands should be in wonder. "Did the cosmic cloud change our DNA? You absorbed the most cosmic rays to protect me, so it should also have affected you." Sue's whole body began to glow, and he pulled her to float with him. Susan's eyes lit up and said coquettishly, "Sue, I have a bold idea. Shall we go to the roof to see the scenery?" Sue laughed. "You can be bolder. We can do it in the clouds." Whoosh tilde. Sue picked up the invisible Susan and flew into the sky with golden light all over his body. "Woohoo!" Susan shouted in excitement. "We can fly." When the two of them finally returned from the clouds, they received a few calls. Susan's younger brother became a human torch. Reed became a noodle man. Ben had it the worst, turning into a stone man, and his wife was almost scared to death. Ben realized he can only say goodbye to normal life. He climbed onto the iron bridge and was contemplating whether he should just jump directly into the river to end it all, but he just happened to scare a fellow man who was about to jump into the river, causing a series of accidents. Sue flew to the scene along with Susan and realized the situation was urgent. Just now, a fire was about to reach a petroleum truck, causing a huge explosion. Susan directly unleashed a powerful barrier and successfully controlled the explosion. Her body was strengthened by Sue, so it wouldn't be like the original plot, where her body couldn't handle the exertion. With a wave of Sue's hand, the cars within the explosion range flew up one after another, avoiding the area of the explosion. Gwen also showed up, using her webs to save a lot of people. Johnny and Reed also saved some people. Everyone's powers were displayed in public. This scene naturally attracted the attention of the public and media, making all 6 of them famous instantly. Sue was not worried about becoming famous at this time and affecting the timeline. With his current strength, he can easily erase his presence from this incident. Baxter Building. The group of new heroes gathered together. "Why am I always the one who gets the worst part?" Ben shouted. He already wasn't that good-looking before, but now he has become a stone man. "Now don't even talk about women. It's hard to go out and live normally anymore." Reed looked at Susan. "You have dark circles under your eyes." Susan pinched Sue. "My sleep time is too short these days." Reed used all his impressive IQ to understand the implication, and once he finally realized what she meant, he was completely heartbroken. Sue rolled his eyes. Susan did it to herself. She's the one who can't keep her hands off him. Gwen felt so jealous, but she could only complain in her mind. "If it wasn't for the safety of the universe, I wouldn't have lost so badly." Johnny laughed. "Gwen, we have a lot in common now." Gwen turned her head and decisively ignored him. But Johnny didn't know when to give up. "Sue is already my brother-in-law, you should forget about him." Gwen looked at him angrily. "Even if I have to be the third wheel, I won't consider you." Johnny was left gaping like a fish. At this time, the electricity in the room suddenly stopped, and the lights went off. Reed said embarrassedly, "Sorry, my company is about to go bankrupt." Sue shook his head and pulled out his phone, then after tapping his fingers a few times he said, "Okay, now your company has been acquired by me, and with funding, you can continue your research." Reed immediately checked. Is it true? Sue, it turns out that you are a hidden rich man." Johnny's expression instantly improved. "So you are also a rich brother-in-law, haha." Susan pinched Sue. "HMPH, big liar, who was it that said that if he was fired, he would have no place to live, so he wanted to live in my house. Suyu shrugged. You didn't ask at all, you just took me home. Susan blushed, realizing it was true. Gwen pulled Suyu aside. Why are you suddenly rich? Suyu laughed. Kingpin has a lot of hidden accounts. I just took a few $1 billion. Gwen. Then he must be furious now. Suyu wrapped an arm around her waist. Are you planning to repay me? Gwen snorted. Dream on. Susan was glaring in their direction. It looked like she wanted to swallow Suyu alive. Seeing his sister was about to explode, Johnny tried to calm her down. Sue, bear with it. Such a handsome and rich brother-in-law is hard to find. I heard that Victor is going bankrupt, and things are unpredictable. He glanced at Reed. Reed's turned into a rubber man, and he's soft all over. Reed, why is he catching stray shots? Susan, I don't want this brother anymore. Is it too late to ask for a refund? Suyu came over and sent some pocket money of $10 million to Johnny, instantly turning him into his loyal fan. Brother-in-law, feel free to ask for anything in the future. I'll help you watch my sister, and I'll stay away from Gwen too. Haha, my brother-in-law is indeed much more generous than Victor. With this money, I can take out a lot of girls. Suyu shook his head. This guy is so easy to please. Susan rolled her eyes at Suyu. Stop indulging my idiot brother, he's going to squander everything. On the other hand, the bankrupt Victor was also awakening powers, well on his way to becoming Dr. Doom. Susan, you wait for me. Chapter 319, Gwen's Tears. While the villain was busy with his career, Suyu used the free time to take Susan for a world tour. And as soon as they got back to New York, something happened. Ben wasn't having a good time with his new looks, and he had a fierce quarrel with Reed because he was taking too long in fixing him. Seeing this, Victor took advantage of it to trick Ben. Using the cosmic ray chamber developed by Reed, he turned Ben back into a normal person, absorbed cosmic energy for himself, and became stronger. Reed was soon caught by Dr. Doom and frozen with liquid nitrogen. Next he was going after the Human Torch. Whoosh tilde. He used a heat-seeking missile to hunt him down. Susan looked at her brother being chased by a missile in the sky and immediately became anxious. Sue, what should I do? Johnny is going to die. Suyu laughed and shook his head. The scourge lives for thousands of years, don't worry, he won't die. He made a grabbing gesture in the air, and the heat-seeking missile was directly controlled by an invisible force. Boom tilde. The missile exploded, and the shockwave was sent into the sky by Suyu. Johnny flew down. Brother-in-law, you are so strong. Now I am really worried for my sister. Susan rolled her eyes. I've never been better. Suyu opened a portal. Let's go see Victor. Let's see what gave him the guts to do this to my brother-in-law. Victor was currently in the top floor of the Baxter building, torturing Reed with a sneer on his face. Do you know what happens to rubber when you freeze it? He twisted back one of Reed's frozen fingers. I went bankrupt because of you, so I'll destroy you first, and then I'll deal with Susan and her boy, T. A portal suddenly appeared, and Suyu walked in laughing. Deal with me. Victor, are you sure you have what it takes? Victor put on his mask. Sue, you have no idea how strong I have become during this time. He waved his hand, and a powerful electric current shot towards Suyu. Susan raised an energy shield to block the lightning. Victor, stop this. Seeing Susan protecting this man, Victor's expression behind the mask became distorted. Coward, don't hide behind women if you have the ability. Suyu waved his hand, and Victor flew out instantly and slammed into the wall. Johnny went to rescue Reed. It seems like Mr. Fantastic is about to become Mr. Popsicle. Poor Reed, maybe if you were 1/10 as powerful as my brother-in-law, you wouldn't have ended up so miserable. Reed smiled stiffly, barely able to move his lips. Thanks for the help. Boom tilde. Ben successfully turned himself back into the thing, smashed through the wall, and rushed in desperately. Victor, I won't let you hurt Reed. He tackled him and fell from the top floor with Dr. Doom in his arms. Johnny sighed. Reed, I think you and Ben would make such a cute couple. Suyu held Susan's waist and flew downstairs. As soon as they landed, they saw Dr. Doom beating the thing. Victor's whole body had turned into metal, absorbed a lot of electricity, and sent Ben flying away with a lightning bolt. Su-yu, I'm going to kill you today, daring to touch my woman. Victor breathed deeply, and huge amounts of electricity flowed into his body. He was preparing his strongest attack in order to kill Su-yu in one shot. Victor, it's time for you to see what real lightning looks like. Boom tilde. Black lightning shot out from Su-yu's fingers and electrocuted Victor. What? Victor fell to his knees, screaming in pain again and again. He stood back up tremblingly. You can't kill me. Really? With a wave of Su-yu's hand, the fire of the phoenix enveloped him. Victor was surprised to find himself melting fast. No, Su, stop him, we can talk. Susan turned her head away, not wanting to see what was coming. And Su-yu was too lazy to talk to him. He originally wanted to wait for the Silver Surfer to come over and then kill him, but thinking about it, there was no need to keep him alive. Victor's metal body could not resist the fire of the phoenix and was directly melted into molten iron. Johnny was stunned. Whoa, your fire is even hotter than my supernova. With a wave of Su-yu's hand, a trace of the eternal fire melted into Johnny's body, strengthening his fire ability several times. When Reed finally got downstairs, he looked around in confusion. Victor left. Susan looked at him with a raised eyebrow. For one of the supposed smartest men in the world, you really seem to be quite dumb. My boyfriend already took care of that megalomaniac. Reed paused and looked at the melted metal at the side, realizing that was Victor. You could have just said so, no need to attack me like that. Su-yu suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. Gwen is in danger. Susan, you go back home first, I have to save Gwen. Kingpin's secret lab. Gwen constantly dodged the attacks of Kingpin, the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus while thinking sourly. Damn Sue, going away to have fun with Susan, leaving me alone to deal with all the trouble. Zap tilde. Gwen used her heat vision to explode the pumpkin bomb in the air. Kingpin, parallel universes are not as simple as you think. You will cause two universes to collide, and both will end up being destroyed. Kingpin shook his head. Little spider, you've been here for so long, and I haven't seen anything wrong with you. Gwen wanted to pull her hair in frustration. It's so difficult dealing with stubborn people who think they know better. Seeing her momentarily distracted, Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus took the opportunity to attack her and restrain her. Whoa, whoa, how dare you bully my mistress? Su-yu suddenly appeared and sent the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus flying away with a single kick. Mistress. Gwen gave him a stern look. In your dreams. Kingpin stared at Su-yu. Sue, you don't need to get involved in this muddy water. She is actually from another universe. Su-yu put his arms around Gwen's waist. So what, I still like her. Gwen bit her lip and looked at his serious face with a dazed look. The Kingpin laughed. You have character, I like you a little bit now. Su-yu waved. Please don't, I'm not into gigantic fat bald men. By the way, you want to go to a parallel universe to grab your wife and children. Don't you know that it will lead to a collision between the universes? Kingpin snorted. So only you can find a woman from another universe, but I can't do it. Su-yu shook his head. The difference is that we really love each other, but what about you? Your wife and son are afraid of you, and they had an accident while fleeing from you. Gwen whispered, you already have Susan, you can't do this to her. Su-yu glared at her. Stop talking nonsense, I won't let you go. Gwen pouted, feeling aggrieved. You think I want to go? Hearing those words from Su-yu, Kingpin got furious. Kill this kid for me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh tilde. Bullseye, his #1 assassin, immediately took action, and a dozen flying darts flew at Su-yu. He's called Bullseye because he never misses a shot. Unfortunately, this time he lost all his reputation. Su-yu and Gwen didn't move at all, and the flying darts passed by them, nailing a humanoid shape to the wall. Su-yu pretended to look surprised. Whoa, man, your accuracy is insane. Bullseye looked astounded, but he refused to believe he could fail and threw another dozen flying darts again. Gwen laughed. Bullseye, you're actually from our side, right? Su-yu also laughed. With his help, it was really easy to get these $10 billion from Kingpin. Bullseye hurriedly said, Boss, they are trying to sow discord. Kingpin was stunned. You stole my money. Su-yu nodded. I have already helped you donate to orphanages around the world. No need to thank me. The kingpin was already fuming with anger. Gwen held back a laugh and hit Su-yu on the arm. You bastard, can you be more serious? With a wave of Su-yu's hand, all the flying darts on the wall flew backwards, turning Bullseye into a porcupine. Is that serious enough? Dr. Octopus and Green Goblin also attacked from a distance, but looking at their darting eyes, it was obvious they were just planning to use this attack as a distraction to flee. Not giving them a chance, Su-yu's eyes flicked, and the souls of the two were instantly destroyed, their bodies falling to the ground with a bang. The kingpin was terrified. He finally realized he bit more than he could chew. Su, we can cooperate. I have a lot of money and people, and we can conquer other universes together. Su-yu shook his head. Just you and your thugs. He directly slapped Kingpin to death. But after thinking about it, he resurrected him again. Look at me. He directly tampered with his memory, completely erasing any trace of the quantum particle collider from his mind. Although he doesn't care much for the timeline, he decided to at least pretend he did care a bit. Seeing him casually resurrect a dead man, Gwen was completely stunned. Finishing modifying the Kingpin's memories, Su-yu clapped his hands. He will wake up the day after tomorrow at the earliest. Gwen looked around. I didn't expect this to be so easy for you. Su-yu grabbed her shoulders and looked into her eyes. I don't want you to leave. Gwen was distressed. Ooh, I don't want to go either. I don't have any family or friends over there anymore. It would be much better to stay with you, but it's a pity. She suddenly seemed to make up her mind about something and started dragging Su-yu. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Leave me a souvenir tonight. Su-yu nodded. He could have told her she didn't need to leave, but where is the fun in that? Moreover, it was obvious it took all her courage to make that decision, so how could he stop her now? That would be disrespectful. He opened a portal to Gwen's rented house. Gwen's physical fitness is excellent, but even she couldn't stand Su-yu's relentless assault, and by the end of the night, she was completely exhausted beyond belief. She turned her head and looked at Su-yu tiredly. Her eyes were red with unshed tears. Su, I don't want to leave you. Su-yu patted her back. Then don't leave. She shook her head. No, we can't be so selfish, don't worry. I will always remember you, forever thinking of you silently in a certain universe. Su-yu pinched her chin. Why must you always be a hero? The two stayed in bed until noon, then Gwen pulled him up. Okay, let's go to the collider. The two returned to Kingpin's secret laboratory and saw that he was still fainted there. So Su-yu opened a portal and kicked him away into his office. Gwen hugged Su-yu and kissed him deeply. Su, I hope you will remember me in the future. She kicked her right foot and flew towards the collider, but with a wave of Su-yu's hand, the machine was directly taken into his inventory. Gwen, where's the collider? Su-yu caught her. It seems that even God doesn't want you to leave, so you will have to stay with me. Did you do it? You think I don't want to stay as well, but I can't be selfish. Gwen couldn't take it anymore, and her tears fell in large drops, which soon wet Su-yu's shirt. Su-yu smiled. Look behind me. Gwen looked up and gave a startled shout. Fire wings. You have the Phoenix Force. Su-yu nodded, and it's the full Phoenix Force. With a single thought, Gwen's connection with her original universe was cut off, and she is now free to go to other universes without any trouble. She bit his shoulder hard and then glared at him. Bastard, you lied to me. It turned out that you had a plan, and last night you even made me do all those embarrassing things with the excuse that we were about to part. Su-yu laughed. Since I was bitten by a female spider, will I mutate as well? Gwen kept glaring. Come on, let's go home, you have to make it up to me. Su-yu nodded. Gwen is planning to release herself. Chapter 320, Galacta's Daughter. Su-yu looked at Gwen's rosy skin. Your skin looks so nice, it's kind of tempting me. Gwen looked at him tiredly. Scumbag, I feel like I'm going to die if we keep going. Su-yu patted her beautiful back. Don't worry, I can always revive you like I did with Kingpin. Gwen lay her head on his chest and looked up at his face seriously. By the way, you never told me where you're from. Su-yu told her how he was from the future, what to expect once he took her back with him, and roughly explained his current plans. Gwen pinched him hard. Bastard, You really are a scumbag, and probably the only reason you're still alive is that your strength is terrifying. Are you really waiting for Galactus? Can you deal with him? I can help as well. Suyu laughed. Just accompany me. Galactus's strength is related to his hunger level. If he is very hungry, he can't even beat you. Gwen's eyes lit up. In other words, I can also abuse such a strong being. Suyu patted her head. There's already such a strong being under you right now. Doesn't it give you a sense of accomplishment as well? Gwen felt numb. If all the powerful monsters are as shameless as you, then the universe will be finished. Suyu took her to Susan's house the following day, and Susan was speechless. Gwen, didn't you say you were leaving New York, going back to your universe? Gwen was a little embarrassed. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes. This guy cut my way home, so now I have no choice but to follow him. Naturally, Susan started hitting Suyu frantically, but in the end, she gave up and accepted Gwen. The days of waiting for Galactus were a bit boring, so Suyu plans to find his daughter Galacta. His spiritual power swept across the earth and found a cute young woman with immense powers. She's working as a waitress. This cute girl is very principled, although she is very hungry. But unlike Galactus devouring planets everywhere, she chooses to devour alien monsters and work hard to make ends meet on Earth. But there are too few monsters coming to Earth, so the girl is starving all day. On this day, Suyu brought Susan and Gwen to a restaurant in Queens. Susan was a little puzzled. Sue, why are we here? Gwen pulled Susan. Have you seen that cute girl over there? Susan looked in the direction of Gwen, and a young woman with a beautiful appearance, an excellent figure, and waist-length black hair was welcoming the guests with a wide smile. Scumbag, it turned out he came here to pick up girls. Suyu whispered, I'm here to do business. She's actually the daughter of the planet devourer. Susan frowned. The planet devourer wants to devour the Earth. I don't know if it's true or not, but how could this sweet-looking girl be a bad person? Suyu wrapped an arm around her waist. Do you think that the word bad guy has to be written on the face of every bad guy? Over there, the cute Galacta's nose twitched, and she looked around to find the source. What smells so good? She finally looked in their direction. Jay, isn't that the invisible woman Susan Storm? 1 trillion calories of body energy. And that other woman, 1.5 trillion calories. Galacta is hungry every day, so seeing so much energy contained in someone's body, she couldn't help but feel a tiny bit tempted. That man is actually dating both of them. It's abominable. She suddenly rubbed her eyes. There must be something wrong with my eyes, right? She has no way of estimating Suyu's life energy. All she knows is that it is huge. You must know that she can easily calculate the life energy of the entire Earth. She swallowed the saliva that was about to fall. If I eat him, I can probably last without eating for hundreds of millions of years. Suyu's back felt a little cold. He was used to women looking at him drooling, and several female diners in the restaurant were looking at his face obsessively. But Galacta is different. Her thoughts are very pure. She just wants to eat him. Galacta picked a menu and walked over to their side with a smile. Welcome, here is our menu. When she got close to Suyu, she took a deep breath and felt that her whole body was sublimated. Just his smell can make me feel refreshed. If I eat him, it will probably feel like going to heaven. Suyu glanced at her a few times. Her appearance was pure and lovely. Her long black hair looked incredibly smooth. Her purple eyes were big and really beautiful. Her legs were slender and long. Her waist was very thin, and her figure was excellent. Galactus actually has such a high-quality daughter. It's so unscientific. Suyu put down the menu and looked into her eyes. What do you recommend? Galacta's eyes looked a little crazy. She licked her lips. Eat you. Suyu. Susan and Gwen looked at each other, surprised at this sweet-looking girl's boldness. Seeing the three people's reactions, Galacta hurriedly said, There's lots of good food here. The barbecue is especially delicious. Suyu looked at Susan and Gwen. What do you girls want to eat? The energy consumption has been a little high recently, so you should eat something nutritious. Gwen rolled her eyes at him. Whose fault is it? Galacta tilted her head cutely in confusion, not understanding the hidden meaning behind their words. Suyu ordered a few specials and smiled at the cute waitress. That's all. Galacta finished writing and went back to the kitchen step by step. Susan frowned. This girl looks a bit crazy. Gwen said, I think she really wants to eat Sue, like how female spiders often eat male spiders. Sue sighed deeply. So female spiders are all scumbags. After eating the male spider, they go look for another one. Gwen pulled his hand and bit it hard. You don't have any right to talk about scumbags. Sue screamed, you really bit me. Susan got angry too, hugged Sue's other arm and bit his other hand. Scumbag, I'm going to bite you too. Sue, I didn't bite enough last night. Galacta over there couldn't hold back her saliva anymore. Eating a scumbag should also contribute to Earth's safety. Many men can't find a girlfriend, and he wants to hog them all for himself. To be honest, the food in this restaurant wasn't bad at all, but Sue was a little absent-minded, and with the cute girl looking at him while drooling, he felt that he was in danger the whole time. He took advantage of Galacta's current state of mind and read her memory. A girl who only cares about food, so simple. There is no information about the heart of the universe. She hasn't contacted her father for a long time. This little girl is still silently guarding the Earth and resisting the invasion of the outside threats. Sue waved his hand in the air. The check, please. Galacta walked over quickly. Sir, I have a friend who wants to meet you. Can you give me your phone number? Sue smirked. Isn't it you that wants to get to know me? Galacta was stunned for a moment. Did she become the new target of the scumbag? Such a scumbag, I can really take a bite if it's someone like that. She justified herself in her mind. She hummed, Mr. Sue, molesting me will cost you a lot. Sue smiled. What, you think I can't afford it? He took the phone from Galacta's pocket and entered his number. You can call me whenever you want. Having said that, he left with Susan and Gwen. Susan looked back. Little sister, don't be fooled, he is an out-and-out scumbag. Knowing that he is a scumbag, how can you still look so happy? The honest question from the cute girl left Susan speechless. I can't explain it. Just at this time, the restaurant had a sudden power outage. Sue and Galacta both looked up. Through the window, they saw a silver figure darting across the sky. The guide of Galactus, the Silver Surfer, is here. Galacta frowned and thought, this old bastard, he promised not to attack the Earth, why is he coming again? She glanced at Sue and had an idea. Mr. Sue, if there is a chance to save the Earth, are you willing to work hard? Sue shrugged nonchalantly. Take a guess. With that, he left with Susan and Gwen. Galacta snorted. Looks like I'm going to visit the scumbag's room tonight. Well, I'll discuss it with him. Reed suddenly called. Susan, there are large-scale power outages around the world, and there are several deep pits appearing in some places. I suspect that aliens are doing this. Susan replied, talk to Sue, I'm tired. Reed's heart was broken again. Sue, General Hager hopes we can work with him to find that alien. Sue shook his head and rubbed Gwen's blonde hair. Reed, I advise you not to cooperate with those in the military. But Reed definitely doesn't trust his rival's words. Forget it, I'll work with them myself. Sue shrugged, do whatever you want. Late at night, after Susan and Gwen fell asleep, Sue walked to the living room and smiled at the balcony. Golly, are you going to stay there all night? Don't you know it's not polite to spy on people during their private time? Galacta walked in from the balcony with a blushing face. Don't get me wrong, I haven't heard anything, I just arrived. Then why are you blushing so hard? Chapter 321, Stealing Galactus's Cabbage. Galacta blushed even more and looked around nervously, looking for a distraction. Do you have anything to eat here? I'm so hungry. Sue opened the refrigerator. There's a bit of food in here. Galacta quickly emptied the refrigerator, and after devouring everything, she looked at Sue with cute, pitiful eyes. What should have been enough to feed 5 people was obviously not even an appetizer to her. Sue looked at her flat tummy and shook his head. Unscientific. Galacta's eyes lit up and turned around. Do you feel confused that my body still looks so good even after eating so much? Sue waved nonchalantly. I guess it's all right, but what I meant is that if you keep eating like this, you won't be able to find a husband. She rolled her violet eyes. Husband, what is that? Can I eat it? Sue was speechless. Tell me, why did you come here? Galacta coughed and said seriously, Sue, I'm going to tell you a big secret. He glanced at her chest. It's okay, not as big as Gwen's. She blushed furiously and covered her chest protectively. Pervert. I'm talking about someone coming to destroy the Earth. Really? And what's that have to do with me? Galacta seemed surprised at his nonchalance. You are also a hero of the Earth. Shouldn't you contribute to protect it? Suyu shook his head. I'm sorry, but a friend of mine said, the greater the ability, the less responsibility. Galacta almost shouted, there's no way someone said that seriously. I'm not lying to you. Soon, the whole Earth will be eaten by the world devourer, and your girlfriend will also die. Suyu looked at her with a half-smile. So why are you looking for me specifically? Do you feel I'm strong enough to stop someone who can eat planets? Galacta smiled cutely. Actually, your energy is very high, enough to feed me for many years. Suyu. I feel like that's some sort of compliment, but I can't thank you for something like that. Galacta began to explain the horror of the world devourer. When he's full of energy, even the living tribunal is no match for him. You natives of the Earth probably don't know it, but the living tribunal is one of the strongest beings in the universe. Suyu looked at the cute girl moving her hands and body expressively to explain things, and pulled her into his arms. So strong? What about you? Are you stronger than me? Your eyes are very beautiful. It's the first time I've seen purple eyes like yours. Smelling his scent up close, Galacta swallowed her saliva. Don't mess around, I might eat you. You're playing with fire. Suyu laughed. Tell me about your plans, and what do I get from helping you? Galacta coughed and began explaining seriously. I'll take you to meet Galactus first, and when he sees your energy levels, he will definitely go after you, then we'll lure him away from the Earth. Suyu shook his head. It's too dangerous, and I can't take my girlfriend either, so I'll be very lonely. Galacta tilted her head cutely with a finger in her cheek. I can accompany you, and you can share some of your life energy with me in exchange. Suyu opened his eyes widely. Are you trying to seduce me? You were after my body all this time. Galacta blushed. I'm being serious. It's better to give it to me than wasting it. Gwen and Susan came out at this precise moment. After talking for a long time, everything was just to steal our boyfriend. Gwen snorted, wants to eat Sue's life energy. As expected, she is really Galactus' daughter. Galacta seemed shocked. You knew I'm Galactus' daughter all this time. Suyu nodded. This girl is quite smart. She quickly sorted things out. He smiled. We just wanted to see if you are working with Galactus. Now, we have confirmed that you're good. Galacta pouted and snorted. Although I am hungry, I have my principles and never hurt innocents. Suyu laughed. Actually, you don't have to worry too much, it's just Galactus. I can still deal with it, and I still have something I need from him. Galacta raised an eyebrow and looked at him contemptuously. You know nothing about the power of cosmic beings. Suyu lifted his hand to stop Gwen from saying anything. You go back first, then I will naturally deal with Galactus. Galacta pouted. You should stop bragging too much. Her next words were interrupted by Susan's phone ringing. Susan saw it was Ben and answered. Susan, Johnny is chasing that alien. Suyu and the others rushed to the balcony. In the sky, the human torch was chasing the silver figure towards the northwest. Galacta quickly said, That's my father's herald, let's hurry up and stop him. With a swooshing sound, the girl jumped and flew out. Suyu's whole body glowed with golden light, holding Susan and Gwen to fly straight into the sky, and soon surpassed her. Galacta seemed surprised. He is faster than me. Hey, wait for me. Suyu shook his head, flew back, and let her lie on his back. You smell delicious. I really want to take a bite. The human torch finally caught up with the silver surfer in the sky over a forest. But he found out that he wasn't this alien's opponent at all, and was tightly strangled by the neck. Don't mess around, my brother-in-law is very strong. The silver surfer shook his head. There's no way an earthling can be stronger than him. Whoosh tilde. With a flash of gold, Suyu arrived with the three women. Johnny, Susan shouted worriedly. She narrowed her eyes like a protective lioness. Let go of my brother. The silver surfer looked at Susan and fell into contemplation. There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes, as she reminded him of his late wife. Galacta quickly said, Separate him from the board, and he'll lose his energy support. Silver Surfer. Miss, why are you helping the Earthlings? Suyu laughed. What? Galactus's daughter can't switch sides. Silver Surfer was unhappy seeing Suyu hugging Susan's waist. Earthling, mind your own business. With a wave of Suyu's hand, the Silver Surfer was sent flying. Being freed, Johnny immediately flew over. Sue, you have to avenge me. He bullied me. Suyu shook his head. This guy has the looks, but his personality is absolutely nothing like Captain America. Don't worry, brother-in-law will take revenge for you. Silver Surfer attacked first, triggering a shockwave to kill Suyu. Suyu nodded his head, and under the bombardment of his mental power, the Silver Surfer screamed and fell directly to the ground. They immediately surrounded him, and the Silver Surfer looked up at Suyu in horror. You are strong. He glanced at Galacta. Miss, is he your partner? Master won't like such a man getting close to you. Then he looked at Suyu. And you, there's no way you can afford to feed her. Dad doesn't care about me. What did he send you to Earth this time? The Silver Surfer smiled bitterly. What else can it be? He's hungry and wants to eat this world. Susan frowned. I don't think you are that bad. Why help him? The Silver Surfer shook his head. There isn't much I can do. If I don't help, he will devour my planet. Gwen glanced at Galacta. Your father is such an asshole. Galacta sighed. He isn't inherently evil, it's just that his actions are driven by hunger. Suyu patted her shoulder. You are not like him at all, you can restrain your hunger. Don't go around destroying worlds and even protect the Earth, so you are much better than Galactus. The girl held back her tears, she was really moved. So there are people who understand me. Johnny's eyes lit up. This cute girl is of high quality. He coughed to attract her attention. Hey beautiful, I have $10 million, I can take you to a buffet, I can definitely feed you. I don't mind being your long-term meal ticket. Galacta rolled her eyes. Stupid, go away. If I were looking for a long-term meal ticket, I would definitely go for him. She pointed to Suyu. Unfortunately, the life energy he injected was wasted by these women, only absorbing less than 0.0001% of it. If it were me, I could use it all. Susan and Gwen understood the implications and blushed. Suyu was speechless. It's enough for them to absorb that much, and also, can you stop seducing me in front of them? Only then did Galacta realize what she just said. She glanced at Suyu, and her face turned red again. Suyu shook his head. Sure enough, this girl was after his body as well. He suddenly wrapped an arm around Gwen's waist and whispered, It seems that the promise of giving you a baby as a souvenir has been fulfilled. Gwen. Taking advantage of their distraction, Silver Surfer flew into the sky with a whistle. Suyu didn't show too much power, lest Galactus run away before arriving. Only Galactus seemed anxious. Why let him run away, Sue? Let's catch him. Suyu waved nonchalantly. Don't worry, I have a plan. Johnny complained. Sue, why is it that you always take the girls I have my eye on? Suyu patted his shoulder. Why don't you pay me back? Johnny smirked. Why do you treat your brother-in-law like this? Girls are everywhere, forget it. I'll just stay away from you from now on. Chapter 322. Who is the pig? Galacta moved to Susan's house shamelessly, all in the name of protecting the world and dealing with the big bad guy Galactus. But Sue, you felt that this girl was trying to protect her food. Golly, can you stop looking at me like that? It's making me shudder. She swallowed the saliva that was pooling in her mouth. Sue, I will try my best to restrain myself. Gwen leaned on Suyu and whispered, It's late already, let's go rest. Suyu saw her winking and teased, Are we really going to rest? Gwen glared at him. Who was it that tricked me into staying in this universe? What? You don't want to be responsible. Suyu took her back to the room to chat, and Susan soon joined the group chat. Galacta tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. How can someone sleep with them making all that noise in the middle of the night? Hungry and sleepy. It's clearly Galactus who has done something bad. Why should the retribution fall on me? She immediately blushed and bit her lip. Is it really that fun? After a long time, in the dead of night, Suyu knocked on her door. Can I come in? Galacta hid under the covers and shouted with a red face, You can't. Suyu ignored her refusal, and pushed the door before stepping into her room shamelessly. Galacta narrowed her eyes at him. Didn't you hear me say no? Suyu laughed. I just wanted to ask you, don't you want to be full for once? Galacta gulped, then stared at Suyu's handsome face and secretly thought, it doesn't seem like I would be taking a loss. I don't know how to do that thing, can you teach me? Suyu nodded, and led her step by step into the proper way of feeding her his energy. He must say that women with a mature figure and baby face are indeed the best. Galacta took his energy up and down, with an almost obsessed look in her eyes. Su, can we do this every day from now on? Suyu, but you can't ask for so much energy. Galacta let out a long sigh. I've never felt this satisfied. Every cell is telling me I'm full. It's so wonderful. Suyu could feel how her strength was increasing rapidly. She has spent so long suppressing her hunger that it caused her strength to stagnate, but now she has no such concerns. He patted her silky black hair. Whether you can eat like this every day depends on your performance. Galacta clenched her fists, her eyes lit up. I must do my best to learn from Susan and Gwen. Suyu nodded. A girl with ambition and ideals is indeed the best. Silver Surfer was currently reporting the situation of Galacta to his boss. Galactus was furious. She dares to turn against me because of Earth. Looking for a man on Earth? Very good, I want to see who dares to touch my daughter. Galactus accelerated towards Earth. General Hager personally came to look for Suyu, looking arrogant. Su, I want you to cooperate with the military and help us take down that alien. Otherwise, you will be regarded as the enemy of the country as well. Help you? Galacta took the lead to ridicule him. Why should he help you, you old fossil? Suyu lifted his hand to stop her. Hager, you seem to have brought our old friend, why don't you let him in? The door was opened, and Dr. Doom, who had been burned into molten iron by Suyu, walked in. Victor, Susan shouted in surprise, how can someone come back alive when their whole body has melted? Victor laughed. The gods thought I didn't deserve to die and resurrected me. Suyu was speechless at his narcissism. Who resurrected this idiot? He remembered that at some point, Dr. Doom had stolen Galactus's power, becoming almost omnipotent for a period of time. After Galactus's body was destroyed by the self-destruction of the Silver Surfer, where did the energy go? Or is the death of Dr. Doom just an illusion, and he obtained the energy of Galactus? Suyu was lost in thought. Susan frowned. General Hager, don't you know he's evil? Victor laughed. I hate you with all my being, but the Earth is at stake, and we can only survive by working together. Suyu waved. Hager, cooperate with him yourself. I won't cooperate with the person I killed. As for the silver alien, I think it can be solved through dialogue, and there is no need to solve the problem with violence. General Hager scoffed. Su, don't help if you don't want to. But I warn you, if you place a single step out of line, I don't mind arresting you. Suyu shook his head. You're stupid enough to cooperate with this kind of person. I don't think you will live long enough to arrest me. Hager withdrew angrily, along with Reed and Ben, who were also recruited to help the military. According to Reed, it's for the safety of the planet. Susan, Johnny, Gwen, and Galacta were naturally on Suyu's side. Johnny asked, so what should we do next? Suyu smiled. Of course we must go to the beach and have a good time. Johnny almost jumped. Yes, I knew I chose the right team. Things were developing rapidly. Silver Surfer made holes all over the Earth to make it easier for Galactus to devour its energy. Dr. Doom and Reed et al. Used a pulsator to separate the Silver Surfer from his board in Europe. Silver Surfer was captured, and his board was taken over by Dr. Doom. The arrogant General Hager was naturally turned into cinders by Doom. It could be said that he brought upon his own doom. Dr. Doom looked up to the sky. Su, stealing my woman, making me go bankrupt, killing me, now it's time for you to pay the price of going against Doom. Meanwhile, Suyu was on a beach vacation with Susan, Gwen, and Galacta. Susan held Suyu's hand. Gwen and Golly have such fair skin, it makes me feel a bit envious. Suyu pulled her into his arms. Your tan makes you look incredibly sexy, and your skin is just as smooth as theirs, so you don't have anything to envy. Really, you aren't lying to make me feel good. Susan's smile was radiant, and the two looked at each other affectionately. Dr. Doom arrived on the flying surfboard, and just happened to see a scene that made him incredibly jealous. Prepare to face your doom. Suyu shook his head. Why must this idiot always add doom to his sentences? Susan frowned. Victor stole the alien's board. Victor opened his arms wide. Suyu, I want to see how you deal with me this time. Galacta and Gwen, who were playing by the shore, hurried over. And Johnny, who was picking up girls on the beach, also flew over quickly. Whoosh Tilda. Reed and Ben drove a small jet and came with the frail Silver Surfer who had lost his surfboard. Victor, Galactus is going to devour the world, and you can't stop him with just that board, Reed shouted. Victor snorted. Reed, it seems like you don't understand what's happening. This world is already doomed. Suyu understood. After the Silver Surfer blows himself up and destroys Galactus, Dr. Doom is planning to absorb Galactus energy. Could it be that everything is by someone's design? Dr. Doom sent an energy wave that shattered Reed's jet. Silver Surfer jumped out, fell on the beach, and landed right at Susan's feet. Dr. Doom threw some metal spikes at the Silver Surfer. Seeing this, Susan lifted an energy shield to resist, but it couldn't block them at all, and the metal spikes shot directly at her. Yes, Dr. Doom actually wanted to kill Susan, make the Silver Surfer guilty, and then blow up Galactus. Oh, that's a pretty neat trick. Suyu snapped his fingers and the metal spikes shattered into dust. Then with a wave of his hand, Dr. Doom flew towards him flailing desperately until Suyu kicked him off the board. He picked the surfboard and offered it to Galacta. This is for you. Galacta thought about it for a second and threw the surfboard to the Silver Surfer. This thing has already been touched by his feet. I can't eat it and smells like feet, so I don't want it. Silver Surfer held the board dumbfoundedly. Miss, when you say it like this. Suyu got into Dr. Doom's head. His mind is blank. He doesn't know who resurrected him either, so he's just a tool. He killed Dr. Doom once again, and he quietly attached a wisp of power to his body. The sky darkened suddenly, looking like a huge storm was gathering. Galactus has arrived on Earth. Galacta pulled Suyu's sleeve. Sue, what should we do? My father won't listen to me. Suyu laughed. Then we will take the whole family to persuade him. Whoosh Tilda. His whole body glowed with golden light, and he flew into space with Galacta, Susan, and Gwen. The Silver Surfer also followed. You must understand, he has no reason at all, he is just hungry. Suyu shook his head. I said it before, I want to reason with him. Galactus's huge figure emerged from the storm and stared at Suyu. So you're the pig who dared to touch my daughter. Galacta rolled her eyes. Such an ugly thing to say, it's clear that I'm the pig. Everyone. Suyu patted her back. The little pig has a future. Galacta looked a little embarrassed. Suyu still wanted to talk, but Galactus shook his head. No need to persuade me, the Earth is a good place, I must devour it. Suyu spread out his hands. Old man, I really didn't plan to persuade you. Chapter 323, Beyonder. Galactus looked at Suyu scrutinizingly. Could it be that you really dare to go against me? Gwen advised, Galactus, don't mess with Sue, he can beat you up easily. Galactus seemed nonplussed. Little girl, I'm older than this universe, you can't lie to me. Want to intimidate me into leaving by myself? I won't fall for such petty tricks. He looked at Suyu and his eyes started to light up. Oh, boy, your life energy is immeasurable. Galacta quickly pulled Suyu behind her. Father, you're wrong, he's just an ordinary human. It's just that his physical strength is better than normal. Galacta snorted, so you want his energy all for yourself, I see. Unfortunately for you, I've already set my eyes on him, so no one can stop me from devouring him, not even you. Suyu coughed. Father-in-law, I have a question, who is my mother-in-law? Galacta pinched him. What are you doing? Suyu looked at her innocently. I'm just curious, I won't be eaten by him anyway. Galactus coughed. Actually, by mortal standards, I could also be considered her mother. Suyu was taken aback. So, you are not just my father-in-law, but also mother-in-law. Galactus narrowed his eyes, realizing he was being messed with. Galacta quickly defended herself. Sue, I'm a normal woman, so don't go imagining some weird thing. Suyu wrapped an arm around her waist. Let's go back so I can confirm it. Galactus growled, "That's it, I'll eat you first, then your world." Silver Surfer rushed towards Suyu. He has been endowed with great power by Galactus, but has lost most of his emotions. The last time he saw Susan, he vaguely remembered his wife. With a wave of Suyu's hand, the Silver Surfer hugged his head and screamed, and all his memories were restored. "Me, I did so many bad things for Galactus." The Silver Surfer's expression was incredibly painful. Galactus looked at Suyu. "It turns out that you are really strong, for you to be able to break my mental imprint." Suyu looked at the void and waved his hand. "Old man, you seem to have a lot of enemies." The resurrected Dr. Doom and a man who looked like Darkseid appeared not far away. Galactus was startled. He didn't notice that there was someone hidden in the void. "A Beyonder." Suyu frowned. This Beyonder feels very similar to the projections of those who sit above in shadow that he destroyed in Asgard before. It is rumored that they are also from this race. "Victor, it looks like you have found quite the powerful backer." Dr. Doom was killed twice by Suyu, so his hatred for him is enormous. He secretly took refuge with this Beyonder. In fact, he also wanted to use him to strengthen himself. "Suyu, this is my master. You are no match for him at all." The Beyonder glanced at Galacta, then Susan and Gwen, and said in a tone that left no room for arguments, "You are quite good. Follow me in the future. You both are also good." Galacta shook her head. "You are terrible and ugly, and my boyfriend Sue is better than you by millions of times." The rejection seemed to offend the Beyonder. "I am a supreme god, and not even the living tribunal is a match for us." Suyu felt that this guy was bragging. While it's true that the living tribunal was killed by the Beyonders, but that was also because 3 of them were teaming up. Galactus felt like he couldn't watch from the sidelines anymore. "You dare to recruit my daughter in front of me." He sent a powerful energy attack at the Beyonder. Boom tilde. But unexpectedly, even after receiving the attack head-on, the Beyonder didn't seem affected at all. "Galactus, you can't do it. Be your energy unit tool man." 5. 2 white energy balls formed in the Beyonder's hands, which he swiftly slammed against Galactus. Boom tilde. Galactus' body was almost shattered. He realized that this Beyonder's power surpassed his own by a wide margin. "Daughter, run." Galactus resisted the attack to buy time for his daughter. The Beyonder sneered, "No one gets to leave today." Dr. Doom laughed loudly. "Sue, how will it feel to watch how Galactus's energy is all absorbed by me?" "Susan, are you feeling regretful that you choose him over me?" Susan rolled her eyes. "He is a million times stronger than you." Galactus's huge body was bound by the Beyonder's energy whip, and his energy started converging towards Dr. Doom. Galactus struggled violently, but was unable to break free. Galacta wanted to rescue her father, but Suyu pulled her back. "It's not your turn yet." Suyu unfolded his phoenix wings, and the whole area was illuminated by their fire. Galactus looked surprised. "The complete phoenix force. No wonder this kid has so much energy. If it's like this, I don't mind accepting him as my son-in-law." Galacta rolled her eyes. Her father is so realistic. Suyu made a fiery red hammer with the phoenix force and slammed it into the Beyonder. Boom tilde. The Beyonder screamed as he was blasted away by the hammer of judgment. The face that was originally like the surface of the moon appeared cracked. Doom opened his eyes widely. He didn't expect that the one who could resurrect him twice was no match for Suyu. Suyu made a grabbing gesture with his hand and gave the energy that was stolen from Galactus to his daughter. Galactus didn't expect this turn of events. "You are going too far." Suyu glanced at him. "You dare to think of devouring the earth. This is just a light lesson compared to that. You can also consider it a part of Galacta's dowry. What else are you going to give?" Galactus felt bitter. This son-in-law not only refused to return his energy, but is also extorting him for more. Seeing the benefits, Galacta also supported Suyu. "Dad, give me some more." The Beyonder was beyond furious. He was almost torn apart just now, and this group of people was actually discussing unrelated matters while ignoring him. He's never been so humiliated. "Die." His whole body glowed with unexpected energy as he sent a punch at Suyu. "Is that the heart of the universe?" Su Yu was ecstatic. This guy actually has a fragment of the heart of the universe. He rushed at full speed and also stimulated the power of the heart of the universe in his body, answering with his own punch. Boom tilde. The right fist of the Beyonder exploded, and the energy of the heart of the universe started fleeing. Su Yu made a grabbing gesture with his hand and bound the power of the heart of the universe, refining it and absorbing it directly. The Beyonder realized he was outmatched and wanted to flee, but with a single glance of Su Yu, he suddenly began turning visibly younger. He looked at his still intact hand in fear. Time rule. Not long after, the Beyonder was turned into a baby. After Su Yu finished absorbing the fragment of the heart of the universe, he now has 20% of the FLL heart. The Beyonder said his final villain words, "Don't be arrogant, our king is not affected by time at all, get ready to accept the wrath of thunder." Su Yu directly read the memory of the Beyonder, and directly blasted him into pure energy. He absorbed some by himself, and the rest was divided into 3 shares, for Galacta, Susan, and Gwen respectively. Seeing all that energy, Galactus almost drooled, but he didn't dare to make a move. This son-in-law is too cruel. Su Yu opened his eyes. It turns out that the heart of the universe may be in the dark dimension. It may also exist between the 2 universes. The strength of a single Beyonder is not as good as the living tribunal, but it can't hold against their numbers. This feud has already been forged, and it will not be good. He also got a piece of information from this guy's memory, that these Beyonders are conducting an experiment in which everything perishes. That is to say, they want all the creatures in the multiverse to perish and see what happens. Much tougher than Thanos, a proper villain. Su Yu looked at Galactus. "How is it, old man? What are you going to do next?" Galactus smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, I've given up on devouring your world." Galactus snorted. She had practically begged him before, but he wouldn't agree. It's only in the face of absolute strength that her father has no choice but to be submissive. Su Yu pointed to the Silver Surfer. "Let him free and don't devour his planet." He also said that Galactus is not allowed to go to the planets that have a relationship with him. Galactus hurriedly agreed. He couldn't wait to leave this cursed place. As for killing Galactus, it's not necessary. It not only would make Galacta uncomfortable, but Galactus' work in devouring planets is actually part of the cosmic cycle, and he will eventually give back much more to the universe. Dr. Doom wanted to run away, but Su Yu used the fire of the Phoenix, this time to directly destroy his soul. Back to Earth, Galacta held Su Yu's arm and moved it back and forth cutely. "Su, I'll follow you from now on, so you can't abandon me." Su Yu nodded. There's no way he would reject this cute foodie. Knowing the clue to the heart of the universe's location, Su Yu plans to go to Dormammu's home to find it. Susan and Gwen are also returning with Su Yu to his time. Susan was a little worried about her brother being left here alone. Hearing her concerns, Su Yu waved his hand. "What's the big deal? Does Johnny want to meet the green and red-skinned women from all over the universe?" Johnny said that he didn't need any luggage. He just asked his brother-in-law to take him away. Su Yu took everyone through the quantum realm and returned to his home in Gotham. The girls at home didn't seem surprised at all that he once again returned with some beautiful women. Natasha rolled her eyes after the introductions. "Female version of Spider-Man? You don't spare anyone, do you?" Chapter 324, America. Tony, Hawkeye, and every other male present shivered. "Sue, don't even think about finding a female version of me. My heart can't stand it." Pietro glanced at Susan. "Brother-in-law, where did you find such beautiful women? Can you take me there?" When Spider-Man saw Gwen, his heart skipped a beat. Seeing his look, Su Yu patted his shoulder. "Don't even think about it, kid." Su Yu stayed at home for a few days. Catwoman, Sky, Dahlia, and Harley heard Susan talk about being deceived by Su Yu in her dream, and they all pestered him to meet them in their dreams as well. In order not to favor one over the other, Su Yu will definitely meet their demands. He also created a big dream, where everyone can let go. Just when he was going to go to the dark dimension to find trouble with Dormammu, no, to look for the heart of the universe, Wong called him. "Su, Strange is going to be killed by an octopus." Su Yu's mental power swept the world. "Hey, That girl has the ability to cross the multiverse. With a wave of his hand, a beam of energy fell from the sky, directly blasting the octopus monster, still raging in New York, into ash. Then he stepped out and instantly arrived on the streets of New York. Strange stood up embarrassedly and patted the dust off his clothes. "Sue, I could have dealt with it, but I wanted to find out where this octopus monster came from." Wang ruthlessly exposed him. "Strange, you almost turned into octopus breakfast." "Strain. Wang, you can consider this month's allowance gone." Poor Wang wanted to curse himself. Su Yu looked at the girl with the power to travel dimensions. "Why is that octopus chasing you?" Dr. Strange finished patting the dust and stared at America. "I was attending my ex-wife's wedding when you and the octopus appeared out of nowhere." America looked at Strange with some fear. "You are going to kill me." Strange seemed confused. "Actually, I had a dream last night in which I was trying to save you, and then I was killed." America shook her head. "That's not a dream, it's a fact. The octopus monster is a devil's minion. They want to take away my ability." "What ability?" "Traveling between the multiverse." America continued to tell her story. "I was in that universe, and Strange was the sorcerer supreme, and he put out one last finger, trying to kill me." Su Yu read the girl's memory. "Another universe without me in it." He fell into contemplation. "It seems like there is only one of him in the multiverse. Does that mean that he's akin to the living tribunal? But even those powerhouses like Galactus, Death, etc. have one in each universe." He also noticed that women like Natasha, Diana, Catwoman, Lorna, etc., all those who were in contact with him, suddenly disappeared from other universes. Dr. Strange thought it was strange. "America, don't lie to us. How could there be no Sue in other universes? He is a powerhouse in the universe." America looked at Su Yu dreamily. "He's so handsome. If he was famous, I would remember him for sure." Wang suddenly changed the topic. "No, Strange, did you say you went to the wedding of your ex-wife?" The corner of Dr. Strange's mouth twitched, and Wang's allowance for the following month was also cancelled. Yes, after Christine divorced from me she went and married again. Hell, that man is even my fan." Su Yu patted his shoulder. "It's really a sad story. Don't worry, you'll soon find another woman." Dr. Strange sighed. "Actually, I still like her." America, everyone, we seem to be discussing something big that can endanger the multiverse." Su Yu smiled. "Little girl, you have been to so many universes, there should be Christine there too, right?" America's mouth twitched. "Sue, if people from two universes get together, it may cause the two universes to get closer and closer, and finally the two universes explode. Unless you have a power beyond the universe that can erase this connection." Su Yu was non-committal. Strange stared at the girl. "Prove that what you say is true." The girl brought them to the roof of a building and used her powers to bring a coffin. Wang curiously lifted the cover, and they saw Strange's corpse was inside. Su Yu nodded. "Strange, how does it feel to see your corpse?" Dr. Strange rolled his eyes. "He's just a duplication of mine." Strange buried himself and looked at the girl. "If there will be monsters chasing you, will you go back to Camertage with us or go to Sue's place?" America asked a question. "The light that fell from the sky just now was sent by this handsome guy, right? Then he is stronger than you, so I will follow him." Dr. Strange. Su Yu thought it was a good chance to study the girl's ability to travel through the multiverse. Wang interrupted. "There was a rune on the forehead of the octopus just now. This is not magic but witchcraft." Dr. Strange looked at Su Yu. "Su." Su Yu nodded. "Okay, let's look for Wanda and ask her." He opened a portal, and everyone returned to his home. Seeing the group, Selena came over. "Strange, I heard that Christine remarried. Are you fine?" Dr. Strange was heartbroken. Yao was hugging a baby and smiled. "Then you can focus on Camertage affairs now, which is also good." Dr. Strange. "Does being the Sorcerer Supreme mean I can't find happiness? It's so unfair." Wanda and Lorna were playing with their daughters. Su Yu called them over and said what happened just now. Wanda frowned. "Sue, I've actually been dreaming recently. In the dream I suddenly woke up and found that you weren't by my side, so I searched the whole universe but couldn't find you. I was very angry and about to do something, but then I woke up before I could see what it was." Suyu pulled her into a hug. "Don't worry, my little witch, I will never leave you." Lorna chimed in. Could it be that it wasn't a dream, but her in another universe? Kara grabbed America. Am I in another universe as well? Am I cool too? The powerful and beautiful Supergirl. America shook her head. I'm sorry, the universes I've been to don't have you, only Superman, and some of those Superman were evil. Other girls found that no other universe seemed to have them. Diana took a deep breath. Fortunately, I'm the only one. If there is no Sue in another universe, won't that version of me feel lonely? Everyone was surprised. Natasha analyzed. Could it be that the Wanda from another universe dreamt about Wanda in this universe, got jealous of her happiness, and that's why she's coming here to find her husband? Suyu nodded. It makes sense. Other girls may disappear, but if a Wanda has the complete chaos force, she may not disappear. Moreover, in general, the Scarlet Witch that has gone evil is 10 times stronger. That Wanda obtained the Darkhold and absorbed Agatha's magic, so it was normal for her to be strong. Doctor Strange muttered, Sue, so this is actually your housework. Wanda snuggled in Suyu's arms. Sue, in my dream I felt that I was very powerful, much stronger than I am now, and I wanted to monopolize you. Suyu nodded. A powerful, possessive Scarlet Witch does indeed seem like a bit of trouble. Lorna thought of a terrible fact. Sue, you won't bring the evil Scarlet Witch back with you, right? Doctor Strange muttered, it's breaking the laws of nature. Suyu looked at him. Would you like to go over there and trick a Christine back? Doctor Strange's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. I can't be so selfish. Suyu patted his shoulder. What's the big deal? Where did the Steven who watched the future more than 10 million times to find a chance to save the universe go? Don't worry, I'll bring you a Christine back. Really? Doctor Strange felt inexplicably happy. Harley interjected. No matter how many Christines you give him, with his personality he will eventually lose them all. Chapter 325, Ronan killed Thanos. Suyu looked at America. Little girl, do you want to live a stable life in this universe? Or do you want to accidentally cross to another universe again? America looked at him in horror. You want to steal my ability too? Hela raised her hand, and several swords appeared around America. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and hand over what my husband wants. Viper took out a dagger and poisoned it directly with her tongue. Little girl, do you want to try the feeling of having all your blood coagulate? Kara smiled. How about I take you to space for a walk, Tilda? America fell to her knees and cried, this place is too scary, I want to go home. The girl's fear passively stimulated her powers, and a 5-pointed star glowing white appeared out of nowhere. This pentagonal portal also was accompanied by a huge suction force. Suyu felt a trace of the energy of the heart of the universe from the portal. Hey, there is a person in another universe who also has the heart of the universe. It's probably the part that escaped from Thanos. It turned out to be in another universe, no wonder I couldn't find it. With a wave of his hand, the portal was closed forcefully. America fell to the ground and looked around in surprise. You can close the portal. Suyu waved his hand, not just close it. A portal appeared out of nowhere, much bigger than what America's powers had opened. The people around were astonished. You learned so quickly. Wanda pinched Suyu. It's too much, even I just learned a little bit from it. Do you want to kill me? Suyu looked at America. You still haven't answered my question. If you want to continue to have that ability, then I will send you out of my universe. After all, we have no friendship, and we have no obligation to save you from those who are hunting you. Diana kept teasing the baby in her arms. My husband means that if you don't have the ability to open those portals, no one will come after you. Yao said, in fact, if you keep going like this, it is also a kind of harm to the multiverse, and it is likely you will be eliminated by some god. Hearing their words, America didn't hesitate and quickly made a decision to give up her powers. Suyu nodded. It was a wise decision. With a wave of his hand, he erased America's ability, and by the way, also erased her involvement with other universes. Since then, she has completely become a person from the 616 universe. Suyu arranged for her to go to university and gave her a sum of money to be able to live on her own. After sending America away, Wanda suddenly became dizzy, and her eyes shone with a red light. The red light also appeared in her hands, and her expression became cold. "For stealing my husband from me, you are all going to die." She was possessed by the Scarlet Witch from another universe. Su-Yu released his Phoenix Force and instantly covered Wanda to wake her up. Wanda fell to her knees and said with some lingering fear, "Sue, it was so scary, I felt so full of despair and anger." Su-Yu took her into his arms and comforted her. "Don't worry, I'm here, you're fine. Looks like I have to solve this trouble and take the heart of the universe." Su-Yu looked towards Doctor Strange. "Strange, are you interested in visiting other universes with me?" Strange nodded. "It should be a good experience." Su-Yu looked at Polaris and Diana. "Look after Wanda for me, I'll be back as soon as I can." Su-Yu and Doctor Strange crossed the pentagram-shaped portal to travel the multiverse. Just as they entered the portal, a huge golden giant appeared in front of them, and its three-faced head was just floating on top of his body. Su-Yu looked down and saw that this thing didn't have a neck. The Living Tribunal. The Living Tribunal's voice appeared directly in their minds. "Su-Yu, you have broken too many cosmic rules. I advise you to go back." Su-Yu scoffed, "You can't control me. Better focus on looking after yourself. The Beyonders will kill you soon." The Living Tribunal's 6 eyes narrowed. "Then you leave me no choice. Justice, need, execute." With his thoughts, an endless amount of energy rushed at Su-Yu. Doctor Strange was full of despair. As I said earlier, it's not a good thing to sneak into other universes. Su-Yu's phoenix wings unfolded, merged with the heart of the universe, and punched the past. The Living Tribunal couldn't handle Su-Yu's power and was directly knocked into the air. With a flash of golden light, he disappeared into the distance. "Bah, I thought it was stronger." Su-Yu spat to the side in disdain. "Doctor Strange." "Su, what did you blow up just now?" Su-Yu laughed. "A god who manages the multiverse, the one above all's thug." Doctor Strange let out a long sigh. "At this level, I really can't keep up with things." Su-Yu grabbed Strange and flew out. On their way, they passed through many universes. Bug Universe, Zombie Universe, Comic Universe, Paint Universe. Finally arrived at the destination, 838 Universe. A universe similar to the 616 universe. Tilde. Doctor Strange knelt and vomited his lunch. He cleaned the corner of his mouth with the sleeve of his robe and turned around. "Sue, can we fly a bit slower next time?" It was scarier than Camertage's torture. Su-Yu didn't bother to pay attention to him, but casually scanned the memories of the people nearby. A move that would make his good friend Charles proud. "Huh, that's weird. The Kree are actually revered as gods. Ronan defeated Thanos and saved the world." Doctor Strange also found it strange. "Ronan? If he beat Thanos, he must be a good guy. Are you familiar with him? Let's ask him for help to find the Scarlet Witch." Su-Yu smiled. "I know him quite well. After all, I stole his dream lover, destroyed his fleet, and he was embarrassed to death by my subordinate." Strange opened and closed his mouth, then sighed resignedly. "Then let's not go looking for him." Su-Yu waved. "We still have to find him. I suspect that the heart of the universe's fragment is in his hands." Strange protested. "I can't participate in a battle of this level at all." Su-Yu laughed. "Even cats and dogs can be useful, not to mention you, don't worry. You will always be of some use, even if as bait." Strange stared at him with a twisted expression. "Your words of comfort are really warm. I'm so touched." Su-Yu swung an arm over his shoulder. "All right, let's go out first and get acquainted with this universe." They just walked out, and Strange almost got hit by a car. A red light to go and green light to stop. What kind of hell is this? Some people pointed at him. Is he cosplaying as our warrior Doctor Strange? It looks like it, but his cloak is dirty. A little old-fashioned. After taking a picture with a stranger, Strange whispered, "Sue, I didn't expect that I would be so popular in this world, haha." Seeing that he was so embarrassed, Su-Yu took out the cell phone that he had just used to take his photo, tapped it a few times, and handed it to him. "See for yourself." Doctor Strange took a look. Doctor Strange fought bravely against Thanos, sacrificed himself, died at 42. "What? I'm dead." So who is the Sorcerer Supreme now, and can Camertage even run without me? Suyu shook his head. The world won't stop moving just because of you. Strange checked, Sorcerer Supreme Mordo. It's actually him, I thought it would have been Wang. Su, let's go to him. After all, I still have some friendship with him, although he vowed to hunt me down. Whatever, let's see how it goes. In this universe, the greatest power on Earth is the Illuminati. Mordo is one of the directors, Ronan is the boss, and Charles, etc. New York Sanctum. Dr. Strange looked at his statue at the door. Sacrificing oneself for others, sacrificing one's life for righteousness. It's really my style. The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched. Mordo came out, strange. He seemed excited. I knew there will come a day, come in and tell me about your universe. Mordo didn't know Suyu, and thought he was just Dr. Strange's sidekick. Dr. Strange glanced at Suyu smugly. Suyu smiled, waiting for Strange to learn how tragic it was to meet someone in a foreign country. Mordo arranged snacks and tea, and chatted with Strange. Wanda, we haven't heard from her in a long time. Ronan still wants to pursue her, but unfortunately she keeps saying that she has a husband who is very handsome. Some Sioux fellow, I think. Everyone said she was crazy. Ronan hates this Sioux very much. It seems that not only Wanda, but also a woman named Carol, who suddenly disappeared. Ronan said that she was taken away by Sue from another universe. Suyu sighed in his heart. This Scarlet Witch seems to be a pitiful person too. Dr. Strange, unexpectedly, Suyu's enemies span the whole multiverse. He suddenly got dizzy. Mordo, you poisoned me, you bastard. Mordo smiled. Strange, you're still so stupid. Suyu spread out his hands. Sorcerer Supreme, actually, I'm not familiar with him, can you let me go? Mordo sneered, what do you think? Chapter 326, Captain Carter. Suyu's eyes narrowed, and Mordo felt something invisible slap his face. Mordo, you hit a member of the Illuminati, how dare you? Slap tilde. Another slap, and both of Mordo's cheeks were swollen. Mordo held his stinging face, who are you? Suyu smiled and pointed a finger at himself, me, just the Ancient One's husband. Mordo's eyes widened in disbelief. The Ancient One got married? Your universe has really fallen low. Suyu knocked him unconscious with one kick, glanced at Dr. Strange, who had also fainted, ignored him, and disappeared with a swish. Dr. Strange will meet the Christine from this universe later. He doesn't need to interfere with his second chance. Standing on top of a mountain, the Scarlet Witch's eyes were red. Why can't I see my husband in my dreams anymore? What's going on? Doesn't he love me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Someone from another universe, at the Illuminati. Wanda got up and planned to go to the Illuminati to have a look. Suyu did not spread his mental power on a large scale, because he knows that having a fragment of the heart of the universe should make Ronan quite sensitive to such things, and he doesn't want to scare him into fleeing. He was going to try using a member of the Illuminati, Margaret Peggy Carter. In this universe, Steve was attacked and died just before getting the super soldier serum. In the end, Peggy used the serum herself and became Captain Carter. Suyu walked into a fight club. There were many fighters here, most notably a young woman in a sports vest. She has fair skin, bright eyes and bright teeth, and an excellent figure. Compared with the Agent Peggy Carter of his original universe, this Peggy is more heroic, resolute, and beautiful. Boom tilde. Peggy kicked the sandbag with a flying kick, scaring the men who were looking at her greedily. Suyu observed her curiously, in her 90s and still looking so young. Peggy looked around and saw Suyu, new arrival. Suyu shook his head and looked her body up and down. No, I'm here to fight. I heard that you are the best fighter here. Peggy laughed, boy, don't think that just because you're a bit handsome I'll go easy on you. Suyu stared at her face. Maybe it's I who will have to go easy on you. I heard that you can fight even against stronger people than you, so I want to try. The crowd was in an uproar. Boy, Peggy is a powerhouse that even fought Thanos equally. Chairman Ronan is chasing her. Suyu is speechless. This Ronan is really a scumbag, and seems to be interested in every powerful woman he sees. Peggy hooked her fingers. Come up, I will show you that men are born to be beaten by women. Su-yu rolled his eyes. It turns out that she is a hardcore feminist, so she really needs a good education. He jumped up softly and landed on the ring. Peggy nodded. Good skill, seems like you came prepared. Upon close observation, Peggy is very good, heroic, and feminine, with a kind of classical beauty. Peggy looked at Su-yu and appraised him. His muscles look perfectly balanced. He must have trained quite hard for that. Su-yu smiled. How about we have a drink later? Peggy snorted. You have to beat me first. Whoosh tilde. Peggy swung her long leg incredibly fast, but she did not use all her strength, for fear of causing too much damage. Su-yu made a sudden move and grabbed her ankle, then inspected her leg and caressed it like a true connoisseur. Peggy was furious. She didn't expect to be taken advantage of by this man. She punched angrily, but Su-yu stepped back, still holding her leg, causing her to do a full split. Your flexibility is really good too. He kept examining her teasingly. Peggy put her hands on the ground and did a rotation to kick him. Su-yu grabbed her ankle again. This time it was her left foot. Everyone under the ring felt numb. This kid doing what I've always wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Will he be blown away later? It's worth it. I think it's definitely worth it. Peggy was beyond furious now, so she increased her strength, causing her punches and kicks to release air currents. But instead of increasing his strength, Su-yu used his fighting skills to easily defuse Peggy's attacks. There's no need to lose your temper. You'll never find a husband this way. Peggy's set of attacks not only failed to hit Su-yu, but she was thrown directly into the ground by him. Boom tilde. Peggy felt like she was going to fall apart. What is your fighting technique? A mixture of different martial arts. It's my own style. Su-yu reached out and offered a hand to pull her up. Unexpectedly, Peggy grabbed his hands with both hands and locked his neck with her legs. Su-yu's eyes were completely white. This feeling is really nice. There was an uproar under the ring. Oh, I didn't expect fighting to have such benefits. Boy, come down quickly, let me do it. Peggy blushed but didn't release her hold. Boy, admit defeat. Su-yu shook his head comfortably. It's impossible to admit defeat, just suffocate me if you have the ability. Peggy was speechless, then narrowed her eyes and exerted all her strength, but Su-yu still looked like he was enjoying it. Seeing it wasn't working, she had no choice but to release him. She took a few steps back and looked at him cautiously. Boy, I can fight all day. Su-yu blinked, like just now. Then I can play for 3 days. Are you not happy about meeting such an opponent? Peggy could clearly see it. The opposite is a complete scumbag. Dare to flirt with me. Boy, you weren't born yet when I was beating the bad guys. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh tilde. She started attacking with all her might. After an hour, heya tilde. Peggy was panting, sweating profusely, and was so tired that felt like she was about to collapse. Just like that, she still didn't knock down Su-yu even once, but she doesn't remember how many times she herself was knocked down. Forget it, it's not suitable to fight today. Next time I will beat you for sure. Peggy stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Su-yu shrugged. Let's take a shower and have a drink later. Peggy rolled her eyes at him and turned to the locker room. Su-yu waited for a few minutes at the door of the club, until Peggy came out with a shoulder bag on her back and glanced at him. Su-yu reached out with his hand. My name is Su-yu, I just came to New York. Peggy looked at him. You are good, if you are innocent, I can introduce you to work at the Illuminati. Su-yu nodded. I don't have a girlfriend in this universe. At most, I have an ambiguous relationship with some crazy girl, very innocent. Peggy rolled her eyes beautifully. That's not what I meant when I said innocent. Come on, let's have a drink. The two came to a bar where Peggy frequented. The bartender seemed very surprised that the British beauty brought a man to drink with her, but it seems that the sun can indeed come out from the west. Peggy didn't know why she agreed either. Maybe it was because Su-yu was the first man who defeated her head-on in such a clean way, which made her admire him a bit. Although Thanos has also defeated her, the appearance and behavior of the purple potato did not give her a good impression. As for Ronan, who has been chasing her recently, well, in Peggy's view, he just relies on the power of the heart of the universe, and his real strength is not as good as hers. The two chatted and drank comfortably. Su-yu stared directly into her eyes. Peggy, after all these years, you really haven't thought about finding a boyfriend. Peggy took a sip of her wine and shook her head. I was frozen for 70 years. After I woke up, I was faced with a lot of bad things, and then Thanos came to destroy the world. There are too many things happening one after another to have the time for romance. Don't you feel lonely, now that your friends from your original time period are gone? Su-yu saw sadness and loneliness in her eyes. During the next few hours, Peggy seemed absent-minded, drinking one glass after another, and finally became drunk. Her eyes became watery, and her hands were wrapped around Su-yu's neck. Are you trying to get me drunk on purpose? It's impossible, I can't get drunk. Su-yu waved. Impossible, I'm not one of those people. Come on, let's keep drinking. Peggy stared at him blurrily, her red lips parted. Although I've only known you for a few hours, I always feel that you really understand me. Su-yu nodded. Since we are so lucky to meet each other, let's drink more. The bartender rolled his eyes. This is definitely a scumbag. However, he doesn't dare to meddle in their business. From the conversation just now, this man is very good at fighting, and even Captain Carter is no match for him. Su-yu supported Peggy's waist. He shamelessly took out the money from her bag, paid the bill, and helped her out of the bar. The bartender was left standing there speechless at this man's shamelessness. The bar was very close to Peggy's house, and Su-yu could easily locate it just by following her smell. I'll walk you home. For some reason, Peggy felt that something important she had kept for a long time was about to be lost. Chapter 327, Ronan, Peggy was also stolen. Su-yu carried the drunk Peggy back to her home. So heavy, but she looks very slim. Su-yu muttered to himself, put Peggy on the bed gently, and then covered her with the quilt. Peggy was surprised by his actions. She was expecting a scumbag like him to try taking advantage of her. In fact, as soon as they came out of the bar, she was already awoken by the wind. She was just faking it this whole time. Just waiting for Su-yu to do something outrageous and capture the scumbag in one fell swoop. Who knew that Su-yu didn't play cards according to expectations, and actually helped cover her and planned to leave just like that? For some reason, it made her feel a bit insulted. Although she is in her 90s if you consider her birth date, in truth she's only in her 20s. What she didn't know is that Su-yu actually knew that she was awake for a long time, and by the tension of her leg muscles, it was obvious she was ready to pounce at any time. Standing by the bed, he murmured, "Hey, I really am a gentleman." Peggy suddenly moved slightly, revealing her snow-white shoulders and spoke drunkenly. "It's so hot." Unmoved, Su-yu turned around and prepared to leave decisively. Peggy was so embarrassed that her plan didn't work, so she decided to take drastic measures and jumped up to grab him. "Where do you think you're going?" Su-yu shrugged. "I can't take advantage of a drunk woman." Peggy felt numb, and for some inexplicable reason she muttered a sentence she would have never expected herself to say. "I don't mind if you do." What else can Su-yu say? He turned around and lifted her up, slammed her against the wall, and the two people with excellent physiques had a heated battle in the bed. At the same time, Strange woke up and found himself locked in a glass cage that resembled a large fish tank. "Let me out, I'm Stephen Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme." The main researcher turned around, and her appearance left him baffled. "We know who you are, Mr. Strange from Universe 616, that defiant guy." "Christine," Strange was stunned. "You're a researcher here, why lock me up?" Christine shrugged. "Stephen, since you are from an outer universe, the magnetic field may have an effect on our universe, and there may be diseases that we cannot treat as well." Dr. Strange looked at Christine affectionately. "You are still so beautiful." Christine rolled her eyes. "So, in your universe we also broke up." "You're right, what is our relationship in this universe?" Christine smiled. "We never figured it out before I attended Stephen's funeral." Stephen thought something about it sounded a little strange. Where's the man who came with me?" "From what Mordo said, your sidekick ran away, but he was beaten badly by him, and now he is being hunted outside." Dr. Strange laughed loudly. It seems like Mordo really cares about his reputation, even daring to lie like that. Christine seemed confused, Mordo lying. Su-yu looked at Peggy in his arms. Her whole body was flushed from exertion and was lying on top of him lazily. "Didn't you say you can fight the whole day?" Peggy really wanted to punch him, but lacking the energy she frowned instead. "Who could have known you were like a perpetual motion machine?" She sighed. "I don't even know where you came from or where you are going, yet here we are, doing something like this." Su-yu ran his fingers through her hair and massaged her scalp. "I think you know me quite well already." Peggy rolled her eyes. "Your name, Su-yu, I don't know if it's your true name or not. Ronan often curses someone called Su-yu for no reason." Su-yu smiled. "Did that Su-yu kill his whole family or dig up his parents' grave?" Peggy shook her head. "It seems that he stole 2 of his favorite targets, and now he's chasing me. He doesn't even look at himself in the mirror." Mr. Fantastic also hates Su-yu, and said a woman named Susan was stolen by him. By the way, Charles Xavier also said that Su-yu cheated on his sister Mystique. Su-yu smiled. "This guy sounds like a complete scumbag." Peggy nodded. "Now that I think about it, I feel like that person is a bit like you." Su-yu was noncommittal and kept playing with Peggy's soft, curly hair. "Ronan is quite powerful. Why did you refuse him?" Peggy shook her head lightly. "I just don't think he is a good person." Su-yu became interested, so he kept asking, "Then how did he become the boss of the Illuminati?" Peggy sighed. "How else do you think? He has the heart of the universe and can defeat everyone. Even Thanos was not his opponent." Su-yu rubbed his chin. "Then if I beat him, will I become the new boss?" Peggy rolled her eyes at him. "The most beautiful woman in the Illuminati, the beauty that even Ronan can't catch, is now in your arms. Are you still not satisfied?" Su-yu nodded. "You are so right, then I should keep enjoying what I have." "What?" Only then did Peggy realize that fighting with Thanos and the other villains is not the most tiring thing she's ever done. The next morning, Peggy took a leave of absence from the Illuminati, saying she was not feeling well. Everyone was stunned. Peggy, who has always been strong and never taken a leave before, was actually ill. Mordo even suspected that it was Strange who brought the germs from his universe, and demanded that the light would punish him severely. Dr. Strange didn't expect that he would be blamed for something like this. For 2 consecutive days, Peggy felt that her old days were really wasted. It's a pity that the happy times never last for long. The Illuminati have a meeting to judge Strange, the cosmic trespasser, and Peggy must attend. "Sue, why don't you go with me? I'm afraid that you are just a dream, and you will be gone when I return home." Su-yu pulled her by the waist. "Peggy, after all the fun we've had these past few days, why would I be willing to leave?" Peggy felt numb. "Scumbag, is that the only thing you care about?" The two went out the door fighting. The whole Illuminati will be gathering today. Black Captain Marvel, Mr. Fantastic, Charles Xavier, Black Bolt, and Mordo all arrived. Peggy actually brought Su-yu to the Illuminati and held his hand generously, openly showing that she finally had a boyfriend. The staff member in the Illuminati whispered, "Wow, Captain Carter is actually in love. This guy is so handsome." A handsome face is quite useful. When Ronan learns, this young man will be miserable. Black Bolt just saw it and signed with his hands. "Wow, Peggy, you actually like this kind of pretty-faced man." Peggy frowned. Black Bolt is now Ronan's henchman, and seeing that the object of her affection was not Ronan, he came to ridicule her boyfriend. Su-yu smiled. "Peggy, who is this guy? Why is he doing all those weird gestures?" Black Bolt was furious, and he signed frantically. The faster he went, the more chaotic his gestures became. Su-yu shook his head. "Stop it, I'm not interested in talking to you again, so stop gesturing. I don't understand a single thing." Black Bolt left with a huff. He was going to snitch with Ronan. Peggy rolled her eyes. "I wanted to find you a job in the Illuminati, but your ability to offend people is too good." Su-yu wrapped an arm around her waist. "I just like to be kept by you, the handsome guy in the golden house." Peggy snorted in amusement. "How could I let myself be deceived by a scumbag like you?" Just when the two were flirting, Dr. Strange was escorted by several robots towards the courtroom. He saw Su-yu at a glance. What is he doing here? Why is the gap so big? I became a criminal, Christine ignored me, but Sue has already penetrated into the enemy base. Su-yu looked at him and stuck out his index finger. Strain. He understood the look in his eyes, but he kept quiet, so as not to expose Suyu. But what does the finger mean? He really doesn't understand. Peggy saw Doctor Strange and quickly pulled Suyu behind her. He is a stowaway from another universe. You have to keep your distance. What if you are infected with an unknown virus? Doctor Strange rolled his eyes. This British woman doesn't seem to be very smart. She herself has been in close contact with a visitor from a different universe, yet she is worried about him. Suyu nodded. Peggy still cared about him. Sue, I'm needed for an important meeting. You can just hang out outside for now. Then she hurriedly added, also, don't even think about picking up girls here. Suyu shrugged, I'm not that kind of person. When Peggy walked into the courtroom, Reed and Charles looked at each other. Peggy, you feel a bit different. You look radiant. Peggy laughed, just got a boyfriend, very handsome and energetic. Mordo looked at her, really now, what's wrong with Ronan? Peggy frowned, this guy really has no good words whenever he talks. It's better than stabbing your fellow apprentice in the back. Mordo became furious. I restrained him for the safety of the universe. Captain Marvel said strangely, Mordo, why is your face so swollen? Mordo's face darkened. Strange's sidekick attacked me with a sneak attack. Ronan finally arrived. I see everyone is already here. Peggy cursed inwardly. This bastard always arrives late on purpose to show off his authority. Ronan said lightly, Peggy, I hear you found a boyfriend. Let me see him later. Who is the outstanding talent? Although his tone was flat, there was a slight touch of murderous intent. He wants to see who dares to steal another woman from him. Chapter 328, Wanda's Killing Spree. Peggy frowned. My boyfriend is very good and treats me well. If anyone is against him, then they can fight me first. Several people looked at each other, and most were quite interested in meeting Peggy's boyfriend. At the same time, all the other Peggy Carter from the entire multiverse disappeared, her role in history being taken over by a black female agent. Captain America, as the ideological representative of the United States, must be politically correct, and finding a black girlfriend is the right thing to do. Doctor Strange looked at the Illuminati members on stage. Could it be that I'm such a big threat? Your Scarlet Witch tried to travel to my universe at night, but fortunately Sue blocked her. Sue. Ronan, Reed, and Charles rose to their feet. You mean Suyu? Your universe has Suyu. Doctor Strange nodded. What's wrong? You don't have him in your universe. He's a good guy who wiped out Thanos and protected the universe. Good guy. Reed wanted to spit. I was going to be with Susan, but she disappeared out of nowhere. Ronan screamed into the sky. My Carol also disappeared like this, just when I was about to convince her. And Wanda, it's that Sue she's thinking about every day. Doctor Strange, it seems like Suyu screwed them over without even being present. Actually, I don't know him very well, and I was forced to become the Sorcerer Supreme because of his actions. Peggy frowned. Strange, how is that Sue's character? Saving people in danger, helping the weak, and protecting the creatures of the universe. Even when he wasn't that strong, he dared to fight Darkseid and Thanos recklessly. He has a sense of justice. Strange paused, thought no one is perfect, he has his own faults like anyone else. Peggy thought of Suyu at home. It couldn't be him, right? That would too much of a coincidence. Ronan snorted, it's all lies. Black Bolt gestured with sign language. We can go to that universe, kill him, and then you can get your girlfriend back. Ronan already had this intention. Strange, talk about the strength of your universe, Suyu. Doctor Strange remembered Suyu raised a finger. Oh, his strength is very good, surpassing the level of a Skyfather, should be universal level, so you better not mess with him. Ronan and everyone looked at each other and laughed. Only universal level, garbage. Charles wanted to peep into Doctor Strange's mind, but was blocked by an invisible force. Outside the courtroom, it was already a mess. Scarlet Witch arrived. Chairman, Ultron reporting, Scarlet Witch is here. It was already a sea of fire outside, and Suyu, who was hiding in the dark, nodded. Evil Wanda is really much stronger. The council meeting could not go on, and everyone left the courtroom and came to the hall. Wanda's eyes were red. Whoever stops me from finding my husband today, I will kill them. Captain Marvel Maria Rambeau advised. Wanda, Why bother for a man? Isn't it better to be a free woman? She glanced at Peggy. Look at Peggy, she has always been so dashing without a man. Peggy coughed and thought, I was quite sloppy before. Ronan advised, Wanda, why are you obsessed with a scumbag like that? Isn't someone like me, who only focuses on you, better? Wanda rolled her eyes. You chase every strong woman you see and say this, but unfortunately no one likes you back. Ronan frowned. Wanda, you don't know what you're talking about. Seeing that Ronan was unhappy, Black Bolt spoke to Wanda in sign language. The main point is, stupid woman with a problem in your head, you don't choose such a good man as my boss Ronan. Wanda sneered, if he's so good then you marry him. Reed advised, Wanda, Black Bolt has been very restrained. If he opens his mouth, you will definitely die. Wanda looked at Black Bolt. Mouth, does he even have a mouth? Black Bolt used his power, and was surprised to find that his mouth was sealed. The attack he had just prepared didn't have an outlet and exploded inside his mouth, blowing his head off. Black Bolt died with just some casual words from Wanda. Everyone was shocked, it was a terrible death. Reed got angry, his hands became very long and grabbed at Wanda. The red light in Wanda's eyes lit up, and Reed's whole body began to twist. Ah, Tilda! He screamed and his head exploded. The Illuminati is downsizing again. Peggy glanced at Ronan and found that he hadn't planned to shoot yet, and cursed inwardly. This bastard is planning to turn all the Illuminati into Cree, using Wanda's hands to kill them. Oh, Peggy, what happened? Su-Yu covered his face with one hand and stumbled towards her. Peggy came over quickly and said with concern, Sue, be careful, this crazy woman kills without blinking. Ronan frowned seeing her show concern for another man that wasn't him. Wanda snorted, is this what you call an independent woman? She looked at Su-Yu's back and felt it was familiar. Whoosh, Tilda. Su-Yu suddenly unfolded his phoenix wings, gathered the power of the heart of the universe, and punched Ronan swiftly. It's Su-Yu. Only then did Ronan see Su-Yu's appearance clearly. But there was no time to curse him. He hastily mobilized the energy of the heart of the universe to resist. Boom, Tilda. But being caught off guard, he didn't react in time and was directly hit by Su-Yu. Su-Yu didn't stop. He kept hitting Ronan and doing a beautiful 24 hits combo. The heart of the universe opened up the space and wanted to run away again, but suddenly, a red light appeared. Wanda blocked it with her chaos magic, and Su-Yu crashed straight into the heart of the universe. Captain Marvel bombarded Su-Yu with beams of photon energy, but Peggy quickly blocked with her shield. Peggy, you rebelled too, the half-dead Ronan shouted. Peggy shook her head. He's my boyfriend, so it's normal for me to protect him. Captain Marvel got furious. Peggy, you've changed. You betrayed the Illuminati for a man. She was covered in golden light and started fighting Peggy. Wanda. In fighting, my husband is really good. My husband bathed in white light looks so handsome. Wanda instantly became a brain-dead fangirl. The red light in her hand appeared again, and she prepared to kill Captain Marvel and Peggy. Peggy realized Wanda wants to monopolize Sue and take the opportunity to kill her. Ronan rushed over with all his might. He wanted to recapture the heart of the universe, but with a wave of Su-Yu's hand, he flew out and hit the wall, blood dripping from his nose and mouth. After a few minutes, the heart of the universe glowing white sank into Su-Yu's forehead. He let out a long sigh. His strength has once again risen fiercely. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Wanda slapping Captain Marvel and absorbing her energy. Captain Marvel screamed and was crushed to death with a statue by Wanda. Then Wanda controlled Peggy's shield and sent it towards her at an alarming speed. If this attack hits Peggy, she's definitely going to die. Boom, Tilda. Su-Yu flew down and caught the shield with a single hand, keeping Peggy behind him. Peggy looked at him. Sue, are you really that big scumbag from Universe 616? Su-Yu laughed. I'm from that universe, but I'm not a scumbag. Peggy pinched him. The other night, you said that you didn't have a girlfriend in this universe. Su-Yu shrugged. It's true, I'm not from your universe. Peggy got furious. This bastard, it turns out that he has been playing tricks on me. Whoosh, Tilda. A gust of fragrant wind hit, and Wanda crashed directly into Su-Yu's arms, saying softly, Sue, you came to this universe to find me, you really love me the most. Facing Wanda's delusions, Sue patted her on the back. You can say so. She looked up at his face intently. Sue, we will be together every day in the future. I will give birth to a bunch of babies for you, and our family will live happily ever after, okay? Sue shook his head. Wanda, I have to go back to my universe, but I can take you back with me if you want. Wanda's face changed. You lied to me. I don't want to share you. I'm going to kill them all. Sue glared at her. What are you thinking? I've been under a lot of pressure to be able to take you back. The red light in Wanda's hand appeared again. Sue, you have to stay, and I have to. Sue didn't listen to her nonsense, just waved his hand, and Wanda felt like her head was splitting. She hugged her head and screamed. Ah, Sue, what are you doing? Peggy shook Sue's hand. Sue, she is also deeply in love. There is no need to kill her. Sue shook his head. What are you thinking? I don't plan to kill her. Chapter 329, Dormammu's Niece. Sue explained. Wanda used the Darkhold, but she was secretly controlled by a terrifying demon, Hiatus, who wants to use her as a host and come to this universe. Hiatus is one of the elder gods of Earth created by the Creator billions of years ago, but later degenerated into a demon and was forced to flee the planet. He created the Book of Darkness, the Darkhold, in order to leave a connection to Earth and to use it to search for a suitable, powerful host. If he completely possessed Wanda's body, beings like the Living Tribunal would be nothing more than an ant in his hands. Alternately, Sue's Phoenix Force and the heart of the universe can be used to clear out the dark force within Wanda. A cloud of black mist overflowed from Wanda's mouth and tried to escape. Boom tilde. Sue directly destroyed it. Wanda fell softly, and he caught her in his arms. Okay, don't say anything, you go to sleep first. I will always watch over you. The red light in Wanda's eyes disappeared, and she fell asleep sweetly. Sue asked Peggy to hold Wanda, and he dragged the unconscious Ronan with telekinesis. Peggy, let's go in and see Strange. When they entered the courtroom, they only saw two people remaining, Dr. Strange and Charles Xavier. Mordo had already vanished. Sue nodded, and the shackles from Dr. Strange's hands were lifted. That bastard Mordo ran away. Strange wanted to go after Mordo, but Sue shook his head. You truly have no future. Hurry up and comfort your Christine. Strange's eyes lit up. Oh, why didn't I think of that? He hurried to Christine's lab. Sue looked at Charles. I have to say, you're really going back the more you live, and you're actually hanging out with the Kree. Charles touched his bald head. Sue, I can't help it. It's better to stabilize him temporarily than to let Ronan destroy the Earth. Sue shook his head. This old man was indeed pragmatic. He threw Ronan beside Charles. It's time to prove you're still an Earthling. Ronan woke up at this time and looked at Sue angrily. Bastard, return my heart of the universe. You dared to sneak attack me. The Living Tribunal will not let you mess up like this, and the Beyonders also intend to deal with you. Just wait to die. Sue smiled. Ronan, you really are the accuser, always snitching to others when they kick your ass. Charles didn't hesitate and shot Ronan directly. Ronan pointed at Charles in disbelief and died like that. Charles reminded, Sue, Ronan still has a fleet, and they may take revenge on Earth. When Sue thought about it, the Kree fleet in space exploded. Okay, you can handle this mess yourself. I'll take Peggy home. Peggy rolled her eyes at Sue and pouted. Did I tell you I was leaving? Sue hugged her directly. You really need to clean up. The three returned to Peggy's house. Sue covered Wanda with a quilt and then began to punish Peggy. Late at night, Wanda woke up, walked to Peggy's room with the sheets on, and said shyly, Sue. What can Sue say? He immediately helped the poor witch to stop her from going dark. An hour later, Wanda's forehead was covered with sweat beads. Sue, you mean to say I was almost controlled by Hiatus? The Darkhold is just his way of finding a host. No wonder I felt my mind so blurred. Sue played with her hair. Now he should be looking for a host in the multiverse. He will probably try to settle the account with me. Peggy rested on Sue's other side. Mordo also ran away. He won't do anything bad, right? Sue shook his head. Mordo is no longer on Earth. He should have gone to the dark dimension, where he has an old lover. Peggy frowned. Dark dimension? That is a place independent of the multiverse. Ronan had been planning an expedition to the dark dimension for some time now. There is reliable news that about 40% of the heart of the universe is hidden somewhere in the dark dimension, and the powerhouses of various universes are looking for it. Wanda hurriedly said, "Sue, I will help you go to the dark dimension to find it." How could Sue not love this Wanda? Dark dimension, I'm definitely going, but let me see who of you is better first. Peggy and Wanda looked at each other, and the two instantly prepared for the fight. Facts have proved, on the premise that Wanda does not use witchcraft, her physical strength is not Peggy's opponent. Sue stayed at Peggy's house for about a week, completely integrating the fragment of the heart of the universe he just got. 60% of the heart of the universe in his body is now his own power, and is no longer a cosmic heart with free will. Wanda huddled in his arms. "Sue, with the complete heart of the universe, are you going to be invincible?" Sue shook his head. "Not necessarily. The cosmic cube is also a powerful artifact, plus the one above all himself. Let's go home first." In the past few days, Strange has magically caught up with Christine. Peggy and Wanda naturally returned to the 616 universe with Sue. The 5-star portal appeared, and Sue took everyone back to his home in Gotham. Everyone looked at him in exasperation. Polaris was speechless. "Sue, I have another sister now." Natasha looked at Peggy. "Hey, isn't this Steve's girlfriend?" Diana murmured, "What will Sharon think when she finds out that her aunt is coming? The key is that she is younger than her." Peggy tilted her head, a bit confused. "You're right, I'm Steve's ex-girlfriend." Sue explained Peggy's experience to everyone. Harley muttered, "So we can think of her as the female version of Captain America." Peggy pinched Sue. "I am who I am, not someone's female version." Sue looked at her with his mouth open. "I didn't say anything, why are you pinching me?" Sylvie nodded. "Yes, there are people who say that I am the female version of the internet celebrity Loki, which is really unreasonable." "Peggy, right, I support you." The two instantly made an alliance. Tifa was holding a tablet. How the Peggy Carter of our universe became a black woman. "It's not bad, she's actually quite beautiful, but can Steve find his girlfriend if he doesn't turn on the lights at night?" Everyone was surprised, another Mandela effect. Sue laughed. "Well, at least he's not a 90-year-old virgin anymore, and there's nothing wrong with a black girlfriend." Kara rolled her eyes. "So, why didn't you come back with a black girl?" Sue smiled. Maybe I should go look for the mature version of Storm. She's got that mommy feel that's irresistible." Everyone responded in unison. "Don't even think about bringing another woman." Everyone outside the Gotham family was affected, and Peggy in their memory has been replaced. Wanda looks strangely at the new Wanda. She has peace of mind now, no hatred or anger, and a baby. The new Wanda was a little embarrassed. "Sister, my mind has been corrupted by the Darkhold. Thankfully Sue saved me, and I will be your sister in the future." Sue told everyone about the poor past of the new Wanda. Wanda nodded. "I seem to have a connection with you, like the Cuckoo Sisters and the White Queen." Sue pulled their hands together. "You two should get along well in the future. One of you will be called Wanda, and the other will be called Scarlet. Learn more from the Cuckoos. I will check your spiritual ability in a few days." Both blushed, understanding the implications. The White Queen and the Cuckoo Sisters often pull Sue to check on their latest heart connection results. Sue was resting at home for a few days, and someone came to the door. It was Dr. Strange. He's been scolded badly by the new Christine recently, nothing but jealousy towards his ex-Christine. "It's really hard for me." Well, he didn't really come just to complain about this, but also brought a silver-haired beauty with him. "Sue," she said, "she is Dormammu's niece, and wanted to ask you to save the dark dimension." Sue looked at her. She had an excellent figure, a heroic spirit, fair skin, and a soft silver hair that was very charming. "You are Dormammu's niece, Klee." Klee brushed off her silver hair from her forehead and looked at Sue. "Sue, you have a sense of justice, and are really strong. The dark dimension is very chaotic now. Apocalypse, Beyonders, even the Living Tribunal, and some other strong people have gone there. Sue, it's so lively, it seems that there's something good there." Klee added, Sue, Dormammu has become extremely powerful recently, like a whole different person. But the only thing that has not changed is that he wants to take revenge on you. Chapter 330. The powerhouses here are all enemies. Going to the dark dimension was imperative for Suyu. Many people asked to go with him, his brothers-in-law Thor, Johnny, and Pietro. Doctor Strange, who was getting bored of Christine's constant jealousy, and Tony, who was bored without anything interesting going on in his life. Johnny winked at Klee. Don't worry, I'll help you take back dominance of the dark dimension. How about you date me afterwards? She rolled her eyes. Just you. Dormammu will pinch you as easy as killing an ant. Then she looked at Suyu admiringly. His strength is at least at the multiversal level, only Sue can defeat him. Natasha and Catwoman looked at each other. The light in Klee's eyes couldn't be concealed. No, someone has to be watching him this time. What if he brings back a female version of Dormammu? Suyu told Tony and Thor to go back to take care of their children. If I take you both, then Pepper and Brunhilde will skin me. Thor sighed. I didn't expect that I would someday become a dad. I wanted to keep going on adventures. Soon, he received a call from his wife. I'm in my brother-in-law's place. I didn't go out to fool around. I'll be right back. As for Doctor Strange, you don't have a time stone now. How are you going to annoy Dormammu into giving up? Suyu didn't plan to go alone this time. With Wanda, Supergirl, Hela, Wonder Woman, and Captain Marvel, these 6 women have multiversal-level power. As long as he doesn't face the living tribunal alone or the king of the Beyonders, he still has the power to fight. Moreover, those Beyonders were all big supplements, and they were full of energy he could plunder to become stronger. Yao is responsible for keeping the house safe, and the Scarlet Witch is pregnant, so will also be staying back. The weaker ones like Dahlia, Natasha, Catwoman, White Queen, Jean, etc. should help Yao to protect the house. Suyu had read Klee's memory and knew that the girl didn't lie to them. The departure is imminent. Jane and Darcy came over with their big bellies. Sue, you have to pay attention to safety this time. Scarlet grabbed his hand and said pitifully, Husband, take me there as well. I don't want to be separated from you. Suyu pulled her into a hug. You know I can't take you. Stay at home with our baby and get along well with everyone. I'll be back soon. Klee murmured, Sue is really warm. No wonder these powerful women are all willing to be with him. Dark Dimension, one of the restricted areas outside the multiverse. It's actually not completely as one would imagine, all ruined planets and full of only darkness. There are actually some inhabitable planets. Klee took them to her resistance base, which was built under a yellow dune of sand. Sue, we were not only hunted by Dormammu, but also suppressed by my mother, Humor. Hela pouted, you surely are quite miserable, being suppressed by both your uncle and mother. Klee glanced at Hela with some fear. She had been taught a lesson by Hela and knew that this woman with a strong aura could handle her easily. Suyu waved. Hela, it's already amazing enough that Klee can lead her people to resist these things by herself. Klee looked at him gratefully. Sue, thank you for understanding me. Kara rolled her eyes. What she meant to say is thank you for pitying me. Klee began to report the latest news to everyone. The Dark Dimension is now split into several major forces, and Dormammu has a system of his own. As the Lord of the Dark Dimension, he has many subordinates, especially when he recently obtained the Darkhold. His strength is even higher than before. Wanda frowned. The Darkhold. It seems that Ch-Thon chose to possess Dormammu. Sue, Ch-Thon's body is formed from elemental energy, which fits well with Dormammu. If he can fully demonstrate his strength, he could easily handle beings at the level of the living tribunal. You have to be careful. She got some information about Ch-Thon from Scarlet. Klee pondered. There is no doubt that Dormammu has a grudge against Sue, but we might be able to negotiate with that Ch-Thon. Suyu waved his hand. Negotiate? I just killed a fragment of his soul, sabotaging his plan to possess the body of the Scarlet Witch. Klee cleared her throat and held the report. Sue, my mother Humor and her lover Mordo are now working for the Beyonders. This time, 5 Ivory Kings came to lead hundreds of lower-level Beyonders. 3 Ivory Kings can kill the living tribunal, so this time the Beyonders must be preparing for a bloodbath. Rumor has it that they are setting up bombs in every universe in order to do an experiment of multiversal destruction. Suyu nodded. Last time I beat Mordo and killed an Ivory King, so these people are also my deadly enemies. Klee continued. Darkseid, the monarch of Apocalypse, also appeared in the Dark Dimension with an evil version of Superman and his minions. Which universe's Superman is this, or was it one created by Darkseid? Suyu frowned. Kara quickly pulled his hand. Sue, you have to save my poor cousin too. Klee wondered, so Darkseid has a grudge against you as well. Suyu nodded. Killing his duplication and taking part of the Omega Force should be enough to form a grudge, right? Klee felt numb. Sue, I thought you were an aboriginal, but I didn't expect you to have enemies spread all over the multiverse. She coughed. There are also other powerful forces. The living tribunal brought death and annihilation, and several elder gods like Galactus have also come. Suyu smiled. Last time I punched the living tribunal away. As for death and annihilation, I killed their duplications as well. Klee went from shock to numbness. Sue, let's act secretly. I'm afraid that if they notice you, they will all unite against you. Suyu nodded. Your proposal is quite good. It's my usual style to make a fortune in silence. Klee, with so many strong people coming, could it really be just for the heart of the universe's fragment? Klee sighed. It is rumored that the cosmic cube will also appear, and even the source wall will also appear in the dark dimension. So many powerful things appearing simultaneously is not a good thing for people in the dark dimension. Suyu stood up. Then our first stop is to go to the spiral galaxy in the dark dimension. I can feel the energy of the heart of the universe in that direction. Spiral galaxy, a red supergiant that's about to burn out. It's much bigger than it used to be, and it burnt up all its former planets. Many adventurers come to try their luck on a fixed-star habitable planet near this red supergiant. In a bar, a green-skinned monster speaks the common tongue of this place. 3 days later, the supergiant will explode and the heart of the universe may appear. The people around sneered. Everyone knows that. What else do you think we are doing here? Yeah, we're all here to try our luck. A 3-meter-strong man clicked his tongue. You think your luck is so good. That supergiant has a huge mass, an explosion may even form a black hole, and the weaker ones will be directly torn apart. The crowd fell silent, many of them are just average in strength. A blue Cree laughed. Don't think too much about it. The powerful artifacts at the level of the heart of the universe can only be grabbed if you have the strength, and our prince is one of those who can. Everyone looked towards the box on the second floor, where the Cree prince was chatting with a terrifying figure carrying a black sword. Someone whispered, "That's Star-Lord Will. His father is the emperor of the Cree Empire. That guy with scars is Null, the god of symbiotes, and the black sword in his hand can slay a god with a single swing." The crowd was surprised again. Captain Marvel smiled. Sue, my hands are itchy for a fight. She hated the Cree with passion. Chapter 331. The sweet Wanda exterminates the whole family in a single sentence. Kara was practically jumping in place. I haven't fought in a long time. Diana raised an eyebrow. It's good to keep a low profile, you know. Suyu pulled Diana into his arms. Look, you all should learn from Diana, see how calm she is. I will flip her sign tonight as a reward. Diana rolled her eyes. It seems more like a reward for yourself. Klee murmured softly, why didn't he offer the same to me? Whoa, Tilda. A few Cree men came over. I didn't expect that we could find so many beautiful women in this remote place. A Cree man with a height of nearly 2 meters looked at Hela obsessively. Haha, I like this girl's temperament. As he said that, he reached out to grab her arm. Hela smiled, and a huge amount of flying swords appeared, directly piercing the Cree man from bottom to top. Newa. The Cree screamed and died on the spot. Everyone who was watching the show in the bar lost their wine glasses. Nobody expected this black-haired woman to be so strong. 2 other Cree pulled out their laser pistols. Hey. Unfortunately for them, Captain Marvel was much faster than them, killing them both with 2 golden energy beams. The Cree on the second floor saw it and rushed downstairs. A red light appeared in Wanda's hands, tearing the 7 or 8 Cree people to pieces, their blood splattering all over the place. Now the whole bar was boiling. Many people took out communicators similar to mobile phones, planning to take pictures and send them to their circle of friends. Well worth a drink, after all the notorious Cree abuse. Seeing what they were doing, Suyu trapped the entire bar with an energy shield. Hey, why is there no signal? I can take pictures, but can't send messages. Look, that's the biggest scumbag in the universe, Suyu. It is rumored that he is very powerful and has a giant harem. Oh, the women beside him are so beautiful. The Cree prince and Null couldn't sit still and flew down from the box on the second floor. Null licked his lips, showing a row of sharp fangs. This group of people is very strong, and they are just right for my symbiotes. The Cree prince frowned at Captain Marvel. Hey, you're the weapon that escaped from our Cree Empire, Verse. After all my people did for you, you actually betrayed the Cree Empire for a man. Bam Tilda. He was slapped into the air by Suyu and spat out a few teeth. Suyu looked at this Cree prince, the supposed Star-Lord Will. This is my wife, you should be more polite to her. Everyone who heard him secretly complained, if you don't agree with a word, it's polite to blow others away. However, no one dared to say anything out loud. Suyu's reputation is well known. Both Darkseid and Thanos were killed by him. Even the Beyonders have publicly stated that they want to seek revenge on Suyu. Null frowned. Suyu, right? Star-Lord Will is my friend. I know you have a big reputation, but unfortunately you are still not as strong as me. He slowly drew out his sword, the all-black. The sword on my side has killed many gods, and today I'm going to kill another powerhouse. Suyu shook his head. Do you think you're amazing after killing a few gods? Kara, Carol, don't you want to fight? I leave him to you. Kara's hands were already itching. Whoosh Tilda. She rushed over and knocked Null to the ground with a single punch. Captain Marvel was covered in golden light and rushed over to beat Null as well. Suyu embraced Diana's waist. Diana, you're still the only one who's not violent here. Diana kicked the head of the Cree prince that was about to stand up, then turned to look at Suyu. What were you saying? Suyu shook his head. Nothing. With a wave of Hela's hand, dozens of necroswords rushed out, slaughtering the remaining Cree. Everyone took a deep breath. Even his women are so strong. How strong must a man be to subdue all these women? Null was beaten by Kara and Carol until he couldn't find the north, and his sword became Kara's trophy. The female Tyrannosaurus lifted Null by the scruff and threw him at Suyu's feet. Husband, he's all yours to deal with. Null snorted. What a hero, you only know how to hide behind a woman. Suyu smiled and the phoenix fire appeared in his hand. Welcome to the baptism of the phoenix. Null was instantly ignited, and the fire covered his whole body. I have countless symbiote subordinates, and they will parasitize the strong to avenge me. Suyu looked at Wanda. Little witch, what should I do if he threatens me? With red light in her eyes, Wanda murmured, there are no more symbiotes in the universe except Venom. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that this sweet-looking girl did something they didn't know? Soon, several of Null's symbiotic subordinates began to scream, and their bodies gradually turned into white ashes. Everyone who saw this was stunned. Just thinking about the level of power needed to do something like this, they all shivered. They couldn't afford to offend this woman at all. Null was also destroyed by the Phoenix Fire and died in despair. Diana muttered, Venom is going to be a bachelor for the rest of his life. Fortunately, he doesn't like symbiotic girls either. Star-Lord will knelt directly. Sue, I was blind not to notice your magnificence. Please spare me. I'll do whatever you ask of me. Suyu smiled. Do you think a few insincere words of apologies will be enough for me to spare you? Will suddenly stood up. Don't think I'm afraid of you. My father is the emperor of the Kree, and he won't let you go. Wanda held Suyu's hand and looked at him with eyes full of devotion. Sue, do you want me to exterminate all the Kree as well? Everyone felt chills. Suyu waved. No need, there is a lot of scum among the Kree, but they're not all hopeless. Captain Marvel flew back and agreed. Indeed, they haven't reached the point of needing to be wiped out yet. With a wave of Suyu's hand, Will, who was still threatening him, directly lost his head. It simply vanished, leaving behind just a headless body. Suyu looked around. and the people drinking and watching the show felt chills down their backs and immediately begged for mercy. "Almighty, please don't kill me. I have an old mother and children to take care of. I beg you." Suyu waved. "You're thinking too much. I'll just make you sleep for 3 days, so as not to let my enemies know that I am here yet." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As for obtaining the heart of the universe, they didn't even dare to think about it. Any of Suyu's women could easily wipe them all out. With a wave of Suyu's hand, everyone went straight to sleep. Wanda asked, "Su, since there are 3 days left, what shall we do next?" Suyu looked around. "While they sleep, we're going to find a place to live to recharge our batteries." Diana rolled her eyes. 3 days. I hope I can still hold my shield and sword by then." Hela glanced at Klee. "Although your strength is a little weak, you can share a little bit of the burden with us." Klee opened her eyes widely at the implication, then she glanced shyly at Suyu. "Well, it's not like it would be such a loss." For 3 consecutive days, no one went out, and Klee also experienced the feeling of complete exhaustion. The battle between Suyu and 5 multiversal-level women, plus a Skyfeather-level woman, was legendary. The disappearance of the Kree Prince Will and Null did not cause much waves. The strong here are numerous like stars, and many people have hatred towards them. With all the strong people coming one after another, the whole planet was in chaos. Time passed fast. Suyu took everyone to drive a very ordinary spaceship to the periphery of the supergiant. Things were already very lively in this place. Suyu saw the tens of thousands of meters tall celestials. There were hundreds of them. His old rival Darkseid also arrived, with the evil Superman and Batman besides him. Suyu was surprised. "I was wondering where Bruce went. It turned out that he was being controlled by Darkseid. Anti-life equation? Darkseid must have gotten it from other universes." Kara was about to rush out. "Su, I'm going to beat Darkseid." Suyu stopped her. "Don't, this Darkseid's strength has surpassed the multiversal level. It should be his real body." Dormammu also arrived with his subordinates. Suyu could feel that he was already at the super-universe level. Sure enough, he was possessed by Thon. A golden light appeared. The 3-faced living tribunal appeared with several creation gods, covered in golden light. As soon as he appeared, he domineeringly spread his words to the people around. "The heart of the universe must be handed over to me." A light flashed. "You are so arrogant, have you asked us?" The Beyonders also arrived. 5 ivory kings and hundreds of subordinates appeared on the other side, looking at the living tribunal with a cold expression. Chapter 332, Incriminating Darkseid. The living tribunal is huge, and the Beyonders are not even as big as his fingers. His 3 faces looked towards Beyonders. "Justice, need, revenge, you have done nothing good." He pointed, "Kill them for me." The creation gods, and the heavenly gods under his command, rushed towards the Beyonders. Oblivion took the lead, directly pouncing on an ivory king. The bystanders watching the show immediately drove their spaceships further away in order not to become collateral damage. That is Annihilation, one of the creation gods, incredibly strong. These Beyonders are quite daring, actually going against the living tribunal. Hela and the others looked at Suyu. "Su, what should we do?" Suyu laughed. "Just watch the show. The Beyonders have a grudge against me, and the living tribunal doesn't want to see me either. It's better if they kill each other." Diana looked towards Dormammu and Darkseid. They were all standing still and just watching the show. The red supergiant hasn't exploded yet. This is the first fight. Boom tilde. An Ivory King killed a Celestial with 1 energy attack. The Ivory King looked at Annihilation, who was attacking him. His hands glowed with golden light, and he blasted directly towards him. Boom tilde. There was a loud explosion, and Annihilation couldn't resist even a single move. He was directly killed by the Ivory King. Death and Eternity were startled. Annihilation was the youngest and the strongest among the 5. They didn't expect him to be defeated so easily. The surrounding people watching were frightened. This Beyonder is really strong. Killing those gods is as easy as killing a chicken for them. An Ivory King rushed into a group of gods. The golden light in his hand swept through them, directly killing more than a dozen gods. The living tribunal accumulated cosmic energy in one hand and sent it to an ivory king. The other 3 ivory kings worked together to form an energy shield. The huge shockwave resulting from the clash directly sent the closest spectators flying. Seeing the result, the living tribunal frowned. He did not expect that his attack could be blocked by the 3 ivory kings, and it was blocked without any pressure. The 3 ivory kings looked at him with disdain. Dormammu and Darkseid in the distance frowned. The strength shown by these Beyonders is beyond their expectations. The 3 ivory kings, full of golden light, attacked the living tribunal together, placing him in a precarious situation, barely able to resist. Diana frowned. Sue, didn't you say that the Beyonders have a plan to destroy the universe? Are we going to join the war? Suyu's eyes flashed red. Just wait a bit, there will be a good show soon. On the battlefield, things took a dramatic turn. 20 Beyonders suddenly turned around and bombarded the Ivory King in the middle. The Ivory King was caught off guard and was injured all over. Infighting. How could it be? Everyone was puzzled. Another Ivory King turned around to help him, tearing apart the subordinates who had been working under him for hundreds of years. Anti-life equation. They're under control. These 2 Ivory Kings didn't bother to talk too much and directly rushed towards Darkseid. Darkseid. Wait, you got it wrong. The black-clad Superman directly sent a heat ray towards the Ivory Kings, completely destroying any chance of peaceful talks. Darkseid straightened up instantly and cursed, Suyu, you bastard, you framed me. At this time, the attack of the Beyonders was already approaching, so Darkseid had no time to find Suyu. He had no choice but to shoot an Omega Ray to meet the enemy. He made his subordinates stand back and fought the 2 Ivory Kings alone, and it was difficult to tell who had the advantage. Suyu nodded secretly. It was undoubtedly Darkseid's real body. A duplication would have been destroyed long ago. Kara smiled. Sue, is this what they call killing with a borrowed knife? Suyu also smiled. More or less, let's see the result of their fight. Hela sighed. If I were half as sinister as you, I wouldn't have been locked up by Odin for thousands of years. Diana shook her head. That's not it. I have lived for 5,000 years, and I have also been tricked by him. Captain Marvel muttered. When he was courting me, he said he was unmarried and that he didn't have a girlfriend either, and I actually believed it. Kara sighed. Can you believe he used kryptonite against me when we first met? Wanda shook her head. What does all of that matter? Sue is still the best. Suyu nodded. It's still my little witch knows me best. Klee took a small step, the corners of her mouth twitching. I'm still sore. Suyu put on a serious expression. You girls pay attention to safety. If there is danger, avoid it and stay far away. Everyone's expressions changed. They realized he was planning to join the war. In the battlefield, the strength of the 3 Ivory Kings kept the living tribunal suppressed, and if the situation doesn't change, he is likely to perish. Great One above all, where are you? In the void, white and blood-colored rays of light suddenly appeared. A fist appeared out of thin air on the body of an Ivory King who was besieging the living tribunal. Boom tilde. The Ivory King's body cracked and blood spurted out. With the complete Phoenix Force and the power of more than half of the heart of the universe, the Ivory King was caught off guard and was seriously injured in one blow. Suyu chased after the victory, moving extremely fast. He grabbed the wounded Ivory King, stepped out, and appeared in the distance. The Ivory King still wanted to resist, but runes appeared on Suyu's forehead and began to rapidly refine his body's energy. The huge amount of life energy was quickly absorbed by him. The other 2 Ivory Kings wanted to come to the rescue, but were held back by the living tribunal. The living tribunal's voice reached Suyu's mind. Sue, good work. I will state your credit in front of the one above all. Suyu's thoughts also passed over. You don't need to go that far. It's all for the universe. You stand up first. The living tribunal felt that Suyu was being a bit out of character. Death came out of the void. Don't trust Suyu, he's. Boom tilde. The living tribunal backhand slapped Death away. During the fight just now, Death was the first to run away, and now she's coming to slander the only one who helped him. Darkseid cursed, "Sure enough, it's you, Suyu. I'm going to burn you to ashes." Suyu replied, "Why so angry? These Ivory Kings are going to destroy the multiverse, and your apocalypse is also among their goals." Suyu transmitted the memory of the Ivory King that he had just read, and everyone present saw it. Darkseid was stunned. Really? Are they sick? Destroying the multiverse just to see what will happen later. Than, who was possessing Dormammu, wanted to fight Suyu, but after seeing the Beyonder's plans, he slowed down. Destroy the multiverse, kill all life. These Beyonders are beyond crazy. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Suyu is so strong. One move to restrain the Beyonders. These Beyonders are insane. Not even Thanos and Darkseid are as crazy as they are. Su, come on. The runes on Suyu's forehead were getting brighter and brighter, and the Ivory King in his hand struggled weakly. The huge amount of life energy made Suyu even stronger, so it didn't take long for the Ivory King's last trace of life energy to be absorbed. He took a deep breath, so much power. All his cells seemed to tremble. 4 more to go, I feel motivated. He looked at the 4 Ivory Kings, left with shining eyes. Chapter 333, The Heart of the Universe appears. An Ivory King was killed, which directly stimulated the other 4 Ivory Kings. The 2 who were besieging Darkseid rushed towards Suyu. Seeing them switch targets to that hateful man, Darkseid definitely wouldn't try to stop them. It's better that you all perish together. He really has the same idea as Suyu. The Living Tribunal stopped the other 2 Beyonders from besieging him. Suyu nodded. It seemed like helping him before was worth it. He flew directly towards Death. Old witch, do you miss me? Death shouted, don't come here, those 2 Beyonders are coming. The people who were watching from afar were a little confused. What does he want to do? Obviously, he wants to cuckold Thanos. No way, he already has so many beautiful women by his side. Why would he want used goods? The 2 Beyonders fully accumulated their energy. This energy could easily destroy an universe, and someone at the multiversal level definitely can't handle it. Suyu directly pushed Death in front of him. Death screamed and was swallowed directly by the attack. The one-time shield was used up. Suyu's phoenix wings unfolded. His right fist glowed with white light. The power of the heart of the universe accumulated rapidly, and he directly punched the Beyonder on the left. Boom tilde. The Ivory King was sent flying far away. The other Ivory King took the opportunity to sneak attack him, but Suyu was just waiting for the chance that they would be separated. The Phoenix Force turned into a hammer of judgment, hitting the Ivory King who attacked hard. Boom tilde. The Ivory King vomited blood and retreated sharply, but Suyu grabbed him and the rune power began to absorb his life energy. The mournful scream of the Ivory King attracted the attention of the other 2 who were being held back by the Living Tribunal, and they desperately tried to attack Suyu. Suyu glanced at the red supergiant in the distance. If you want to save your partner, then come after me. Whoosh tilde. He flew towards the red supergiant while continuously absorbing life energy. The 3 Ivory Kings chased after him without hesitation. Everyone looked into the distance, and they were all surprised. What do you think he's trying to do? He doesn't mean to lure the 3 Ivory Kings to the supergiant, right? The energy of the explosion will be incredibly large. Even if they are very powerful, they shouldn't come out unscathed. In order to deal with the ones who want to destroy the multiverse, Suyu is truly risking his life. Suyu didn't go to die. He already felt that the inside of the red supergiant started to collapse, and it was about to explode. It seems that a black hole will form, and the heart of the universe is on the other side of the black hole. No wonder it was not found by anyone yet. He could clearly feel a trace of the power of the heart of the universe. The 3 Ivory Kings kept sending out energy attacks while chasing. Suyu did not plan to get entangled, and while avoiding, he constantly absorbed the energy of the Ivory King in his grip. Darkseid and Dormammu also reacted at this time. Damn, what a sly boy, it turns out that he sensed the heart of the universe. The 2 quickly rushed towards the red supergiant as well. And the Living Tribunal was not far behind. Suddenly, the supergiant star burst into the most dazzling light they have ever seen. There wasn't a single sound, but the shockwave spread at an alarming speed. Su Yu and the Beyonders were the closest, so they took the brunt of the impact, but something like that couldn't hurt them that much. Su Yu absorbed the last traces of energy of the Ivory King and threw his desiccated corpse at the three Ivory Kings like tossing garbage. Then he accelerated towards the center of the explosion at full speed. Right in the center of the explosion, where a black hole was slowly forming, the suction was so strong that it seemed like it would suck the whole universe into it eventually. Su Yu slapped it, directly stopping the suction force, and then the black hole became bigger and bigger. The heart of the universe, radiating white light, blazed out from the center. When Su Yu was about to grab it, the three Ivory Kings completely ignored the heart of the universe and directly attacked him. Su Yu was knocked off a distance by the energy attack, then Dormammu and Darkseid arrived just at that moment. Dormammu chattered, "Su Yu, don't even think about getting the heart of the universe." He released magical flames that cover the entire area. This ancient god is very powerful, and this is not even his own body. No, you don't. Darkseid's eyes shot Omega rays, hitting Dormammu. He wants to steal the heart of the universe for himself. The living tribunal also arrived, and he did not even glance at the heart of the universe, but directly attacked the Ivory Kings. Dormammu took the lead in rushing into the light of the heart of the universe. Su Yu got rid of the entanglement of the Ivory Kings and rushed in too. Dormammu used dark magic to block his approach, but Su Yu waved his hand and used a psychic attack to directly awaken the real Dormammu. "Wake up, you are possessed by Thon. No need to thank me for being such a kind person." The sealed Dormammu soul was instantly rescued. "Thon, you lied to me. You just wanted to possess my body." Thon scoffed, "Don't make trouble now, we'll get the heart of the universe first, and I'll help you deal with Su Yu later." "Su Yu," Dormammu seemed to hesitate a bit. Su Yu shook his head, "Idiot, when he gets the heart of the universe and becomes stronger, your soul will be completely obliterated." Dormammu felt that what he said made sense. The reason Thon didn't completely wipe out Dormammu's soul yet was not because of kindness. It's actually because Dormammu lives by faith, and as long as someone believes in darkness, he will not be completely killed. Dormammu hugged his head and screamed, and the two fought for control inside his mind. Su Yu definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity, and rushed directly into the heart of the universe. Unfortunately, Darkseid was back. Su Yu was speechless. He really was like an immortal cockroach. Darkseid looked at him with hate-filled eyes. "Su Yu, when you killed my duplication and grabbed my Omega Force, did you ever think this day would come?" Su Yu shook his head. "I really didn't think about it." The energy of the Omega Force appeared in his hand, and he threw it towards the black hole. "Darkseid, whether you want your Omega Force to be complete, or continue to take this incomplete heart of the universe from me, you choose." Darkseid did not hesitate and went straight to the Omega Force. He didn't know that Su Yu already had 60% of the heart of the universe, otherwise he wouldn't make this decision. Su Yu finally occupied the heart of the universe alone. A strong suction appeared between his eyebrows. The complete heart of the universe has finally been acquired. The living tribunal's voice appeared in his mind. "Su, I will help you block the Beyonders, but you have to save me as soon as you can." His current state was very embarrassing. His body was all bruised and bloodied, and he was constantly being attacked by three furious Ivory Kings, and that was within just a few minutes. As the #1 subordinate of the OAA, he has never been so embarrassed. "Su, as long as you help me, it is not impossible for the Supreme God to let you manage the multiverse." But Su Yu has no interest in managing a multiverse. Who would want such a thankless task? He quickly integrated and refined the heart of the universe, and immediately felt the insignificance of the whole multiverse. He seems to be everything in the universe. With a simple grabbing gesture, the three Ivory Kings were bound by an invisible power. The complete Phoenix Force and the complete heart of the universe are not something these Beyonders can resist. The three kept struggling, but Su Yu quickly absorbed their whole life energy. A small amount of energy was sent to Diana and the others. Everyone in the distance was stunned. "So powerful, I feel like I have to kneel." "I'm already on my knees, he's too strong." "I feel that Su is the supreme god." With a wave of Su Yu's hand, Dormammu's magic was scattered, and Thon was directly expelled from his mind. Su, I'll be back soon. Just as Dormammu sent his threatening words, Su Yu directly turned him into a firebird the size of a parrot and locked him in a cage of energy. I'm sure Yao won't mind taking care of a pet. Darkseid scolded himself for making such a blunder and fled directly into the black hole, and Su Yu immediately chased after him. The Living Tribunal was considering how to get close to Su Yu, but out of nowhere, a fist suddenly appeared, directly smashing his head. Su Yu looked back in surprise. Thanos, when did he become so strong? Chapter 334. The wives at home become the new creation gods. This Thanos is incredibly fierce and decisive, so it's definitely not the previous Thanos who collected the infinite stones. Su Yu saw at a glance that he had at least got a complete cosmic cube. He did not expect that a Thanos would work so hard. Who is it? Thanos felt someone staring at him and glanced at Su Yu. Boy, just wait for me. Su Yu narrowed his eyes. Who are you calling boy? You damn purple potato, were you not cooked enough last time? Thanos opened his hand, and something glowing yellow appeared. This was just taken from the head of the Living Tribunal. Su Yu frowned. Reality controller. This thing really exists and was hidden inside the Living Tribunal's head. The OAA seems to be pretty good at playing. He stimulated the power of the heart of the universe and Phoenix Force to attack Thanos, who resisted with the cosmic cube. He can't use the reality controller yet, so Su Yu has to stop him fast, or it's going to be too hard once he can do it. Let's help him. Wanda unleashed her chaos magic at full power. Diana and Captain Marvel both used Infinity Stones. Thanos, who was busy blocking Su Yu's attack, couldn't take it anymore and was knocked flying. Su Yu took the opportunity to grab the reality controller. Thanos, you lost again. My women seem to be better than death and more beautiful than her. You have no one to help you. Frankly, it's a bit pitiful. Thanos glanced at Su Yu resentfully and finally fell into the black hole. Everything happened so quickly. In just a few minutes, Dormammu became a pet bird, the Living Tribunal was killed, Thanos and Darkseid were swallowed by the black hole, and the mighty Beyonders were completely wiped out by Su Yu. Not to mention all the Elder and Creation gods that died in the conflict. Soon, many powerful people in the entire multiverse learned of what happened here. Everyone was discussing whether Su Yu is the strongest in the multiverse now. The Living Tribunal was killed by Thanos with one punch, but that same Thanos was beaten by Su Yu, so Su Yu should be the strongest now, right? There is also the one above all, he is the strongest, and the Living Tribunal was just his subordinate. But how long has it been since Su Yu was born? I think he will surpass the one above all eventually and become the new supreme god. Not necessarily. There are more than a few rumors that there exist multiple Beyonders that live outside the origin wall, waiting for their moment to invade the multiverse. When Su Yu returned to the spaceship, he caught Mordo and Klee's mother with a single thought and brought them into the spaceship. Originally, Mordo wanted to rely on humor to obtain the ruling flame of the dark dimension, but he did not expect Su Yu to come so soon. Now the reigning flame appeared on Klee's head, and she has become the new ruler of the dark dimension. Mordo glared at Su Yu. Just kill me or do whatever you want already. Su Yu laughed. You're pretty tough, huh? He didn't bother talking nonsense, just waved his hand and directly erased Mordo from this world. Yumur saw that her lover was killed and scolded her daughter Klee. It's all your fault. Bringing these outsiders in, you will pay me back. Klee glanced at Su Yu, saw him nodding, and stabbed her mother to death. After becoming the ruler of the dark dimension, her first action was to kill the witch that has been making trouble, not caring that she was her mother. Su Yu nodded and waved his hand, obliterating Yumur's body and soul, feeding all her power to Klee, directly elevating her to the universal level. Klee, you take your subordinates and spread the image of Dormammu's current form through the dark dimension. And when his supporters are disillusioned after seeing their leader become a pet, you can decide what to do with them. Klee pouted, but I want to follow you. Su Yu waved his hand. I still have something to do. You finish this first and rule the dark dimension well. I will come to pick you up when the time comes. Kara pulled his sleeve. Su, where are we going to fight now? Are we chasing Darkseid and Thanos into that black hole? Suyu nodded. I'm chasing them into that black hole, but not with you. Kara pouted. It was all of us who helped you just now. We were very useful. Suyu pulled her into his arms and looked around. I know you are very powerful, but I am still worried about your safety. In the next battle, I will face opponents who are at least in the super universe level. Diana nodded. He's right, sisters, let's wait for him at home. Hela also said, I miss my baby. She grabbed Suyu's neck and threatened, if you dare to come back hurt, I'm gonna kick your ass, you hear me. Suyu patted her butt. I love it when you get all domineering like this. He looked around. There's still some time left, let's have a party first. Carol rolled her eyes at him. And by party you mean orgy, right? Wanda had already thrown herself into Suyu's arms and smiled sweetly. After a long time, feeling refreshed, Suyu opened a portal to send them all back home. The fainted Batman was also sent back to Earth by him. Then he spread out his fingers, emitting yellow and white light, and the circular reality controller appeared in his palm. Normally, it is impossible for any creature in the Marvel Universe to come into contact with the reality controller, not even the universe god. Thanos has a special attribute which allows him to use the reality controller. Suyu tried it and realized he can also use this thing which can absorb the energy of the multiverse. It should be an artifact for the OAA to control the multiverse, and Thanos can even kill the OAA with this. Suyu called everyone together. Okay, I have a position available. Who wants to be a creator god of the universe? Hela stood up. People call me Hela, the goddess of death. I want to be a goddess of death worthy of the name. Suyu nodded. She's indeed quite suitable. He activated the reality controller, and all the deaths of the multiverse were instantly drained of energy and died. Part of the energy was absorbed by him and distributed to Hela and other girls. From now on, the underworld is ruled by Hela. You have to arrange the affairs of the underworld, but you still have to stay at home. Diana became the embodiment of eternity. Yao became the embodiment of infinity. Kara became the new annihilation. Suyu looked at Galacta. Would you like to take your father's job? She quickly waved her hands in front of her. No way, I'll just lie down at your house. I don't dare to do anything. As long as I can eat enough, I'm happy. Suyu nodded. All right, then my father-in-law can continue to devour planets. This is his destiny. After this round of energy absorption, several of the girls at home have broken through the multiverse level and reached the super universe level. Suyu's own strength has broken through to the almighty universe level. Phoenix Force, the heart of the universe, the reality controller, plus all the life energy he has absorbed, his current strength is terrifying. He also intends to get Darkseid's power and the cosmic cube from Thanos. Chapter 335, Finale, he arranged the system. Suyu tore through the void, walked out in one step, and reached the edge of the black hole where the red supergiant exploded. The powerful suction of the black hole was sucking in everything nearby. Even the light passing through here will also be distorted and disappear. The tearing force of the black hole is very strong. Any ordinary matter will be converted into particles and released to the other side. But Suyu casually strolled in, as if he was walking into his courtyard, and easily crossed the black hole. On the other side was the end of the multiverse, and the planet ahead seemed completely lifeless. His mental power swept through the whole planet, and saw that the corpses of many strong men were scattered on the ground. God's graveyard. All the great gods who set foot here have become corpses, so a large amount of godly power has been gathered here. If he didn't have the reality controller, he might not want to go in, but with it, he can absorb the spiritual power here, greatly improving his soul. Whoosh tilde. Suyu let himself fall straight down. The reality controller in his hand began to show its power, and the spiritual power pervading the entire planet was converted into pure spiritual energy that could be absorbed by the reality controller. The power of his soul was getting stronger and stronger. Whoosh tilde. 3 witches in black cloaks suddenly appeared, restraining Suyu with a soul chain. The Phoenix Force in Suyu's body suddenly showed signs of awakening. Are they trying to take the Phoenix Force away from me? Suyu blocked the attack and laughed. Witches, you want to be my enemy? The gloomy words of the three old witches reached his ears. Boy, you have both the Phoenix Force and the heart of the universe, which has broken the balance of the universe, and you even have a reality controller. Suyu spread out his hands. It seems that you have been persuaded by Thanos to deal with me together. Then he glanced in the other direction. Stop hiding, we will end our conflict today. All the other Thanos in the multiverse Thanos have been wiped out, and you are the only one left. Seeing that Thanos didn't respond, Suyu paused. Death was completely wiped out by me, so hurry up if you want to be reunited. Bastard. Thanos couldn't take the taunts anymore, stimulated the power of the cosmic cube, and blasted it at Suyu. The witches looked at each other and temporarily trapped the Phoenix Force with purple energy beams. Suyu could only confront Thanos with the heart of the universe. Boom tilde. The two punched each other, and the whole planet trembled. Thanos flew upside down like a cannonball. Suyu's pure mental and physical strength has completely overwhelmed him. The witches looked worried. This kid is too strong. Whoosh tilde. Omega rays shot over from a distance. Darkseid and Thanos were teaming up to kill Suyu. Thank you for looking up to me so much. Suyu did not retreat but instead advanced, and with one punch, the Omega rays were easily scattered. He strode to the witch's side, and the reality controller directly began to absorb their energy. Feeling their power being sapped, the witches wailed in agony, but couldn't do anything to stop it because Suyu directly bound the three with the heart of the universe. Shut up and quietly be my battery. Suyu's spiritual power rose rapidly, and he punched in the distance. Thanos spat blood, and his whole body cracked. No, his power has become several times stronger than before. Forget about killing Suyu, all Thanos could think about was how to run away. Suyu made a big golden hand out of energy and directly grabbed Thanos. Thanos, the fun is just the beginning, where do you think you're going? He forcibly stripped Thanos from the cosmic cube, and his strength soared once more. Thanos gasped for breath. He understood he was doomed. Suyu, you won't be able to jump around for long. The source wall is about to crack. Can you stop the ones waiting at the other side? Suyu laughed. Why should I stop them? Wouldn't it be better to let them come in and use them as fertilizer? He used his strength to destroy Thanos directly. The witches who had lost most of their energy began to beg for mercy. Su, we were deceived by Thanos. Please spare us this time. We are guarding this place by the one above all's orders. Suyu shook his head. He just asked you to guard this place. He didn't tell you to work with Thanos against me. Since things have been done, you now must bear the consequences. One of the witches gave him a wink. There are benefits to keeping us alive. Suyu directly absorbed all her energy until she vanished. Disgusting. He opened his arms and floated in the air. Then the energy of the entire god's graveyard was all refined and absorbed by him. After a long time, Suyu opened his eyes, a flicker of golden light still lingering in them. Darkseid ran towards the source wall. He stepped out and immediately appeared in front of the source wall. At the moment, a part of the wall had already been broken, and the gods stuck on it have broken free. Unfortunately for them, the joy of regaining freedom was short-lived. Thousands of Beyonders led grotesque creatures to kill everyone in sight. Thus the gods who had just escaped the wall were instantly slaughtered. An old man with a white beard was fighting with an evil beast. Suyu saw the power of the two and knew that the white-bearded old man was the one above all. That monster is the evil side of the one above all, the one below all. It wants to destroy everything here. The OAA's current state was very embarrassing. There is no sense of superiority in controlling the overall situation. In the duel between the two, others couldn't hope to participate. Those Beyonders who tried were directly swept away by the energy of the OAA and turned to ashes. Suyu found Darkseid among the crowd, so he made a big golden hand and fished him out from the scruff of his neck like a naughty kitten. Want to run away? Darkseid was furious. Suyu, the multiverse is at stake. We should fight against those Beyonders together. Suyu sneered. The murderous Darkseid has become a decent person. What would your father think? I agree, kid, let go of my son. A deep voice boomed. Yuga-kan, Suyu nodded. You agree, Where were you when your evil child wiped out tens of thousands of planets? Did you care then? Yuga-Khan pointed to the collapsed source wall behind. I was sealed on the wall. Yuga-Khan is said to be the most powerful of the new gods of Apocalypse. He once managed to escape from the source wall by himself. But in his hubris, he once more tried to cross it only to end up trapped again. Only now was he able to escape once more. Yuga-Khan stretched out his hand. Now let my son go. Suyu shook his head. Why should I? He bombarded Darkseid directly with the power of the heart of the universe, and immediately absorbed the Omega Force. Darkseid is dead, not even ashes are left. Yuga-Khan was absolutely furious. You're quite bold, boy. He rushed straight to Suyu. Unfortunately for him, now Suyu has both the heart of the universe and the cosmic cube. His fist glowed with yellow and white light as he sent a punch, directly turning Yuga-Khan into powder. So weak. Everyone was surprised. Yuga-Khan is so weak, or is this kid too strong? The boy is too strong. Suyu ignored these old gods, who had been isolated from the multiverse for countless years, and rushed directly into the Beyonder troops. The cosmic cube, heart of the universe, and Phoenix Force Trinity formed an energy vortex, directly smashing the Ivory Kings into pieces. The reality controller rapidly converted their energies, and Suyu kept absorbing as he punched left and right. His strength kept rising rapidly, getting closer and closer to the true pinnacle of the almighty universe. These old gods were dumbfounded, so strong. Those creatures are like ants in front of him. Fortunately, such a character is on our side. Yuga-Khan just now was really killed by his own arrogant child. That's a personal vendetta. Thousands of Beyonders were quickly slaughtered by Suyu. The OAA and OBA had long noticed him. The OAA took the lead in extending an olive branch. Su, you are the pride of our multiverse, and I will now appoint you to be the new living tribunal in charge of the entire multiverse. Suyu laughed sarcastically. Who do you think you are? Are you asking me to do all the work while you control everything from behind? The OBA suddenly turned into an old lady. Suyu, do you remember me? Suyu was shocked. He had seen this old lady years ago. When he first arrived in Gotham, she was the one possessed by Riot. Riot was my novice gift pack for you. The system was also given to you by me. The OBA's face looked a little proud, but I didn't expect you to grow up so fast. In a short period of time, your strength is almost the same as ours. Now, let's kill the OAA together. Let's rule this multiverse together. The OAA frowned. It turns out that Su was the pawn you laid. You are shameless. Suyu didn't want to be the subordinate of the OAA, and he didn't want to help his evil counterpart either. The area ruled by the OBA is no smaller than the multiverse territory, but he had already checked with his powerful mental power and found that life energy there was depleted, and many planets were reduced to lifeless, desolate stars. The OBA cultivated so many Ivory Kings, using a method similar to raising goo, a method to make strong poisons, putting various venomous creatures inside a jar and letting them eat and kill each other, leaving just the strongest, only taking the last surviving Beyonders. Consuming a lot of resources, his entire multiverse was almost destroyed. Suyu touched his chin and smiled. I'm having trouble choosing a side. Why don't you guys continue to fight? And whoever wins will be my new boss. The OAA and OBA were both shouting in their minds, this kid is really insidious. But the hatred between the two is too great. The OBA into a white-bearded old man similar to the OAA, but his face was much more fierce. The two of them didn't hold anything back and fought using all their strength. Their power was so great that the surrounding fixed stars exploded one after another. Those old gods that flew down from the source wall, except for some beautiful goddesses who were saved by Suyu, other old gods were all killed by the aftermath. The two sides fought for 7 days and 7 nights. Their bodies were beginning to crack. The energy consumption of the two was almost the same. Their expressions showed how tired they were, looking like they would soon be dying. Suyu made the beautiful goddesses, who he just met, stay away, and swished to the battlefield. Why did you stop fighting? Weren't you going to kill each other? The one below all gasped hard. Su, help me kill him. I'll give you whatever you want. There are many beautiful women in my place. They're all for you. Boom tilde. Suyu used the heart of the universe, Phoenix Force, the cosmic cube and reality controller, condensing all their power into a single attack and sending it towards the OBA. You don't even have a single tree there. Who do you think you're trying to trick? Want me to be your pawn? Then bear the wrath of this pawn. The OBA screamed. He couldn't bear it any longer, and his body split into pieces. The reality controller in Suyu's hand created a vortex that absorbed all the energy left behind by the one below all. Then he turned to look at the one above all. The one below all is his dark side. As long as the OAA is alive, the OBA will be resurrected. The one above all opened his arms and said lightly, "Come on, I've already lived long enough." Suyu didn't hesitate and immediately killed him. He would not keep an uncertain factor alive. Who knows what other thoughts he will have when he regains his strength. The energy of the OAA was also absorbed, causing his strength to reach an unprecedented height, easily surpassing the one above all at his peak. With a wave of his hand, he created a group of goddesses whose strength is equivalent to the strength of the Ivory Kings. From now on, you will be my apostles, managing the multiverse in my name. He returned to his home in one step and arrived with open arms. Girls, kids, daddy is home. I'm the strongest in the multiverse now, are you happy? Catwoman stared at him with wide eyes. So now you're the strongest scumbag in the multiverse. Diana pinched him. Did you ask my mother to send another batch of beautiful guards in secret? Natasha rolled her eyes. Hurry up and change the baby's diaper. Selene showed her cute fangs. I want to taste the blood that surpasses the OAA's strength. Carol, Hella, and Kara, the trio of violent women, wanted to pull him to bed to try his strength. Polaris and the two Wandas rubbed their bellies. Hurry up and help us to see if the child is healthy or not. Dahlia, Sky, Jane, Darcy, Tifa, Nebula, Harley, Ada, Emma, and the Cuckoos, Susan, Jean, Peggy, Poison Ivy, Raven, etc. all lined up, arguing about who gets to try Suyu's new strength first. Nobody seemed to care that he is now stronger than the one above all. Suyu shrugged. What's the point of being the one above all? This is life. At the end,